Once, he was a domestic abuser, a scoundrel, and a gambler. After his rebirth, he turned over a new leaf. With the ability to foresee the future, he leveraged information gaps to master the stock market and manipulate real estate, earning hundreds of billions in an instant and becoming an unparalleled wealthy man. He made money and grew stronger, with the sole aim of compensating for the debts he owed to his lover, family, and close friends in his previous life. Chapter 1. Regretting the Past, the Divorce Agreement. In a small bedroom, Yi-chun stared blankly at his phone, where a female streamer was still live, twisting her alluring body and posing seductively, calling out to her fans. "I've been reborn. I'm not dead. I'm really not dead." Yi-chun suddenly woke up, but when he saw the divorce agreement on the table, he was stunned. Before his rebirth, he had a happy family and a beautiful wife. Moreover, she had given birth to a lovely daughter. But during his wife's pregnancy, he became infatuated with a female streamer, wildly showering her with gifts, climbing to the top of the rankings, and losing himself in the seductive calls of "I love you, hubby." From that moment on, he was completely consumed by the live streaming and gift-giving. Every second, a simple tap on his phone would send a luxury private jet gift worth 300 yuan. His savings were spent, and even the money for the child's formula was gone. Totally bewitched, he borrowed money everywhere, mortgaged his house, and in just 1 month, he spent over 1 million on gifts for the female streamer. Once the gift stopped, the feelings also vanished. Seeing that Yi-chun had run out of money, the streamer blocked all contact with him. At this moment, Yi-chun was already selling off properties, watching his wife plead on her knees for him to stop being obsessed, but by the time he woke up, it was too late. Chapter 2. A defying foreknowledge ability. This life will not be in vain. At that moment, a delivery guy passed in front of Yi-chun. Yi-chun felt a sharp pain in his head, and a series of images flashed in his mind. Yi-chun stepped forward and stopped the Matewan delivery guy. At the next intersection, don't run the red light. Even if you're in a hurry, don't do it. Think of your family. They are waiting for you to come home. Yi-chun stood in front of the Matewan delivery guy's bike and said earnestly. The delivery guy was momentarily stunned, but suddenly remembered that his order was about to be late and angrily shouted, "Get out of the way. Are you crazy?" Saying this, he twisted the throttle and sped off. Yi-chun merely glanced at him and sighed deeply that in the blink of an eye, the Matewan delivery guy saw the red light ahead, checked his phone. Time was running out. He gritted his teeth, twisted the throttle, and prepared to rush through. Suddenly, he recalled what the person who had just stopped him had said. Think of your family. In that fleeting thought, he released the throttle. Just as he was about to rush past, a roaring sound came from ahead. He saw a certain brand of new energy vehicle suddenly lose control, speeding past the Matewan delivery guy, crashing into 3 cars before finally stopping. Chapter 3. Don't say, "I didn't give you a chance." At this moment, Yi-chun has returned home, looking at the familiar room, yet it is already empty. The dilapidated house still carries the scent of his wife, Qin Meiyun. He walked into his daughter's room and looked at the toys on the floor. Tears could no longer be held back. Slap. Yi-chun slapped himself across the face. Bastard. A good home was just lost like this. Meiyun, Tong Tong, wait for me. I will definitely make something of myself, so you too can live a good life. I will make you both the happiest people in the world. Yi-chun's eyes were red, his fists clenched, and he roared. With the ability to foresee, he believed that turning his life around was just a matter of time. It all depended on how he used it. Moreover, he could feel the power of this foresight ability. Whether it was terrain, climate, wealth, life, and death, he could foresee it without any restrictions, even the fate of the nation. All he needed was a thought, and his mind would flash with the information of the foresight. Yi-chun approached the bed, bent down, found a jar of cookies inside, and then walked to the window. He gazed at the fiery clouds in the sky. Eating the cookies one by one, he started to miss his daughter. Chapter 4. The stock market soars with a big bullish line. Our station reports the latest news. 3 days ago, the president of Haiteng Group, Chen Baiqiang, absconded overseas with funds, leaving the Airbus company with debts of nearly 10 billion. Chen Baiqiang's shares in Airbus became dead stocks that nobody cared about. However, according to the latest news, the leading enterprise in the city, Shengshi Group, has launched a powerful investment of 10 billion to fully acquire all industries of Haiteng Group. With Shengshi Group's strong efforts to turn the tide, Haiteng Group shares have been on a continuous rise for 3 days, and the stock market is about to undergo a major change. As the broadcast on the big screen concluded, a roar erupted from the crowd in the square. Damn! Continuous 3-day rise. Why didn't anyone say this earlier? I sold all my shares. Ah, Damn it, I'm regretting it so much. Shungsure Group actually acquired Hayton's Industries. Who would have thought this would happen? Yeah, isn't the stock going to skyrocket tomorrow? Those few hundred shares of mine are at a huge loss. If I'd held on to them for a few days, I could have bought a new car. Heaven is blind. I guess there aren't many people left holding shares in Hayton Industries now, right? No, look. They're actually buying records this morning. One was 300,000 and another was 5 million. Chapter 5, Don't Hit My Dad. The next day, Yichun was awakened by a phone call, and he took out his phone. So early for a call. Yichun opened his eyes groggily, looking at the caller ID. It was Xiao Tianhao. Dad, I regret it. I regret it so much. I'm so damn foolish. The stock market exploded today. Hayton Group's stock reached its peak. A 10 rise. If I hadn't sold my shares, I would have been making over 100,000 every day. The sound of Xiao Tianhao's wailing came from the phone. Last night, to celebrate making 5 million, he found a few massage girls and had too much fun, living it up all night. He had never made such a large sum of money since starting his company. He felt like a newly wealthy person. However, when he woke up today and was trading shares with Shungsure Group, according to the agreement, he was horrified to find that the stock was surging continuously, which meant he had a guaranteed income. In other words, if he hadn't sold the 5 million he bought earlier, he could still be making money, but he had already signed the agreement and couldn't breach it. He was so heartbroken he almost had a heart attack. All right, stop wailing. Who told you to be so impatient and unable to hold back? Be more mindful in the future. Observe the market more. Shungsure Group is making such a big noise. Isn't it just for the stock to soar? Chapter 6, He has really changed. Fat sister, if you're going to hit me, just do it. It was all my fault before. I admit it. If you feel unsatisfied, you can use a rolling pin or a stick, whatever works. Yichun said with a face full of shame. Stop pretending. Look at how understanding Tong Tong is, such a big child. And you could actually lay a hand on her. Meiyun is beautiful, capable, down to earth, wholeheartedly with you, helping you pay off your gambling debts. And you still go watch live streams, throwing away everything and becoming destitute. Are you even human? If you had any humanity, you would let them go. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. My fat sister can handle this area. Fat sister shouted furiously. I know I was wrong, fat sister. I really want to make it up to them. I don't expect anything else. Yichun sighed and said, Make it up? What are you going to use to make it up? Tong Tong should be in the big class of kindergarten by now, but she can only stay at home because there's no money. When Meiyun was pregnant with Tong Tong, she couldn't even afford fruit. Every day, she would go to the market with a big belly to buy rotten fruit, peeling and eating it at home. Now, while working, she has to take on part-time jobs to help you pay off debts. She's fainted from exhaustion several times. Chapter 7, I told you, you're going to be unlucky. On the other side, nighttime, Golden Palace. This is the highest-end hotel in Longzhou City. At the entrance, Yichun got out of the taxi and saw Xiao Tianhao chatting with a beautiful woman in black stockings, holding a cigarette. When he saw Yichun, Xiao Tianhao quickly threw away the cigarette and ran over excitedly. Wow, Brother Yi, you finally came. That big shot has been waiting inside for a long time. You scared me. I thought you would stand me up today. At this moment, Xiao Tianhao looked nothing like a loan shark leader. He was completely acting like a junior, full of respect. Now, in his eyes, Yichun was like a god. Let's go in. By the way, who is this big shot you mentioned? Yichun asked with confusion. The long princess of our Longzhou jewelry enterprise, Wanding Group, Miss Han Yashuan. At this moment, Xiao Tianhao said proudly, Huh, Wanding Group. How did you get connected with them? Yichun also showed a look of surprise. You should know that Wanding Group is a true leading enterprise, having already reached the level of 100 billion super consortium. A so-called leader is a company that is at the forefront in its field. Chapter 8, You are a fraud. I will expose you. Because everything Yichun said was the content of the internal family meeting of the Han family. Moreover, it is indeed being implemented recently. To acquire the land for developing a resort in Beihai, they need that old general's crucial vote. But how did Yichun know? This matter is clearly a secret that only members of the Han family would know. Still don't believe it? Why not test that painting first and then talk? Yichun revealed a mysterious smile and said, Wait a moment. Han Yashuan took out her phone and made a call. Assistant, son, you have Master Wang's authentic work with you. Go back and ask Olden for a re-examination, and do it quickly. It will be best to call in the other masters as well. After finishing, Han Yashuan hung up the phone. Then, with a playful expression, she extended her hand and said lightly, Mr. Yi, please have a seat. I believe we will have results soon. Yichen smiled and sat back down. During this time, the atmosphere felt somewhat oppressive. Feng Tianhai was drinking while staring at Yichen with a mocking look. Kid can't sit still? Afraid of getting slapped in the face later? Feng Tianhai sneered. Yichen, upon hearing this, did not respond, just smiled faintly. Chapter 9. Complete Conquest. At this moment, Xiao Tianhao also became anxious. Even though he trusted Yichen very much and had no doubts after many events, he was still confused by Yichen's words. He secretly took out his phone to check the weather, and indeed, it was 32 degrees Celsius, with no rain for the next 7 days. Not even a cloudy day. If Yichen was wrong, it would be disastrous. Feng Tianhai didn't believe Yichen at all and wanted to fight him to the end. What could he do? However, the next second, boom, a flash of lightning cut through the night sky. The glass on the window shook violently. The wind howled and thunder roared. A torrential downpour, mixed with howling wind, instantly poured in through the window, soaking Feng Tianhai. His face changed dramatically as he hurriedly reached out to push the window shut. Xiao Tianhao quickly got up and teamed up with him to barely close the window. Only then did they calm down. Feng Tianhai, regardless of his disheveled appearance, hurriedly took out his phone, his hands trembling with anxiety. Secretary Li, has the wine been loaded onto the ship? Feng Tianhai asked urgently, almost shouting. Mr. Hai, it will be loaded soon. We will set off in 10 minutes. Chapter 10. The overbearing Li Yaoyang. I have an ex-wife and a daughter. While drinking with Feng Tianhai, Yichen added with a smile. In his heart, there was only Qin Meiyun and Tong Tong. He could no longer accommodate anyone else. He could also sense that Han Yashuan was somewhat interested in him, although her interest was just the beginning of affection. Even so, he wanted to eliminate all external elements. He had already missed his wife once and suffered a heart-wrenching loss. He could not do anything that would betray his wife and daughter. Xiao Tianhao nodded awkwardly. As for Han Yashuan, she just smiled slightly and said, Brother Yi not only has outstanding abilities, but is also very loyal to his family. It's rare in this materialistic era. I really envy sister-in-law for finding such an excellent man. But why did you two get divorced? Sister-in-law really didn't cherish it. Don't worry, Brother Yi. It won't be long before sister-in-law will definitely come around. She will regret the divorce. Han Yashuan said in a serious tone. She already regrets it. Yichen raised his glass and downed it in one go, a bitter smile on his face. Chapter 11. The Price of Arrogance. Little girl, do you dare to say that again? Wu Hao's eyes widened as he shouted. At that moment, Li Yaoyang, with a wicked smile, pointed at Yichen and said, Brotherly, let us deal with business first. It's just a little girl. What kind do you like? I can call her over for you later. First, help me take care of this kid. I'm telling you, his wife is the real deal, stunningly beautiful, simply a fairy. Wu Hao's eyes lit up, asking eagerly, huh? Is that true? With his kid's character, does he really have such a beautiful wife? Kid, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Call your wife over to accompany me now. If I'm satisfied, I'll let you go today. Otherwise, I'll ruin you. Wu Hao said lewdly. At this moment, Yichen's eyes turned icy and murderous intent began to spread. He was extremely angry, although he had become calm and indifferent after his rebirth. Once it involved his wife and daughter, he couldn't control his emotions. Because Qin Meiyun and his daughter were his softest spots, they were his true reverse scales. Just as Yichen was about to act and take down Wu Hao and Li Yaoyang, suddenly, Han Yashuan's voice rang out. Chapter 12. All right, it's even now. Zhao Wuchang, the brother of the rivers and lakes, the true underground boss. Just the stamp of his foot could shake Longzhou. Wu Hao had never seen his uncle so lowly groveling to please someone. But now he was being so cautious, which made Wu Hao instantly recall what Han Yashuan had said earlier. In that moment, Wu Hao's face turned ashen, despairing. This made him realize he had kicked a steel plate this time. Mr. Zhao, are you saying it's my fault instead? Should I have reported to you in advance? Han Yashuan coldly smiled at Zhao Wuchang. Oh my dear aunt, you're not at fault. Who would dare say you are? I'll personally take care of him. I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer today. Zhao Wuchang nodded and bowed, very determined. Han Yashuan narrowed her phoenix eyes and said coldly, No need for you to give me an answer. It's my esteemed guest who needs you to provide an explanation. If he is not satisfied, I suggest you don't open this golden palace. As she spoke, Han Yashuan emphasized the word esteemed and then stepped back, giving way. Immediately, Zhao Wuchang's gaze fell on Yichen. Chapter 13. Misunderstanding. Missed the appointment. Really, Daddy? Upon hearing about food, Tong Tong was very excited. She was growing and was already starving. Yes, but with so much delicious food, who should I give it to? Yi Chun said with a smile. Of course to Tong Tong. Daddy, hurry up and bring it here, I really want to eat. Tong Tong, still a child, couldn't he resist the temptation of good food. What about the little bear? Auntie said it should be given to the cutest child. Who is the cutest child? Yi Chun couldn't help but tease Tong Tong again with a smile. Of course it's me. Mommy said Tong Tong is a little cotton-padded jacket, the most obedient to Daddy and Mommy. Daddy, hurry up, I miss you. All right. The little girl has learned to be clever. She clearly wants to eat and play with the toy, but is saying she misses Daddy. Yi Chun couldn't hide his smile and softly said, You go ask Mommy if I can come in. If not, I'll just leave the things at the door. Tong Tong, it's already evening. Why eat fried food and forget how upset your stomach was last time? At this moment, Qin Meiyun snatched the phone away and said, Tong Tong's habit of snacking at night must be changed. You should tempt her by buying things at night. Chapter 14. The truth revealed to Qin Meiyun. Yi Chun could already envision his daughter staring at the clock, resting her chin on her hand and sighing. A simple-minded little girl, unable to sleep, waiting eagerly for her dad to bring her tasty treats. After waiting all night, feeling famished, how wronged and disappointed she must feel. Instantly, Yi Chun nervously explained, Tong Tong. It's all Dad's fault. I came yesterday, but it was too late. If I had called you, we both would have been scolded. That's why I waited for Mom to go to work and quietly came here to bring you something delicious. I'm sorry. Please forgive me this time, okay? All right then. I forgive you, Dad. I'll open the door for you. Tong Tong replied proudly. Sure enough, children are just children. They believe without suspicion, unlike adults who are complicated and easily create misunderstandings. As the door opened, Tong Tong immediately stepped back in panic. From behind the door, she dared to question him. But when she saw Yi Chun in person, she instinctively hid behind the wall, peeking her little head out after a while. Dad, you can put the food there. I'm afraid you'll hit me, Tong Tong said, her voice trembling with nervousness. Chapter 15. A Prophet. Brother Yi, I've figured it out. You never considered me a buddy at all. You still want to discuss interest in our relationship? You're really good at humiliating people. Xiao Tianhao was getting anxious. Of course. He was furious, just feeling aggrieved. He felt he treated Yi Chun as a brother, but Yi Chun treated him like a fool. I knew you would think that. Borrowing money is borrowing money. Paying back is paying back. If we want our relationship to go further, we must be clear about finances. Even brothers should settle accounts clearly. Otherwise, disputes will arise sooner or later. Yi Chun only explained once. If the other party didn't understand, then so be it. At most, he would borrow money from Xiao Tianhao again in the future. Just pretend nothing happened. Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? Brother Yi, if you had said this earlier, I wouldn't have misunderstood you. All right, I'll transfer you the money right now. Upon hearing Yi Chun's words, Xiao Tianhao suddenly realized and said excitedly, as long as he was sure Yi Chun considered him one of his own, everything would be easy to discuss. No need to transfer. Just use it directly when you have it. Yi Chun smiled and replied, Brother Yi, do you have any new plans? Bring me along. Chapter 16. Bro, let me tag along to make some money, please. Brother Yi, you flipped that 1,000 bottles for several times the price, grossing 7.8 million. After deducting the cost, that's a net profit of 5.8 million. So awesome, I'm so excited. I've rounded it up to 6 million and transferred it over. Brother Yi, don't say much. We want quibble over a little change. Let us skip the formalities. Xiao Tianhao shouted excitedly, his enthusiasm palpable even through the phone. Old Xiao, you've got some savings now. Consider switching careers. After all, high-interest loans are quite damaging to one's moral integrity. Think of it as accumulating some virtue for your daughter. Of course, I'm just suggesting. The decision is yours. Yi Chun paused for a moment and said lightly, high-interest loans, especially campus loans, are really harmful. They're a trap. They entice those college students who have no concept of money, driving them to lose their sanity and fall into a spiral, leaving only their families to face the huge debts. This is too damaging. Of course, Yi Chun borrowed money for the female streamer back then. That was his own fault, and he couldn't blame anyone else. Sigh, I actually didn't want to do this anymore. Seeing my daughter like this breaks my heart every day. I feel like it's retribution. Chapter 17. Let me introduce you to my dad. Don't worry, this money is clean. I earned it. If it were illegal, I would have been caught by now. Tong Tong's phone was still the one her grandfather used for 3 years. The battery and hardware were both failing. The screen was cracked and unclear, which wasn't good for Tongtong's eyesight, especially with the call drop issue. If she encountered an emergency, it would be terrible. Yichen smiled brightly. Seeing his daughter happy made him happy. His face was beaming. However, upon hearing his explanation, Qin Meiyun was not convinced, her brows furrowed. Still very worried. Every single penny of this money made her anxious. Thinking back to Yichen's previous misdeeds, she wondered if he had gone to gamble again. Just the thought of it made her feel uneasy. Yichen, if you have this money, you should use it to pay off debts and not let your parents worry anymore. They have no source of income, and they spent all their savings to support your education. They could have enjoyed their lives after you became a civil servant, but forget it. Since you have money, just pay off the debts. Don't act like you're wealthy. I'll handle my own share, and don't expect me to help anymore. Chapter 18. P.S. Just a fraud. What wrong? Han Yashuan sensed Yichen's gaze and tilted her head, asking curiously, Brother Yi, last time you helped our Yi family a lot. My dad wants to personally thank you. After realizing, Han Yashuan quickly explained, It's nothing, just a small effort. Yichen smiled and said. At this moment, he leaned back in the chair, and some fragments flashed through his mind. Soon, he gently closed his eyes and began to rest. About half an hour later, Han Yashuan slowly parked the car at Goofing Street, and Yichen opened his eyes. Are we here? Yichen asked. Yes, we're here. My dad is inside the shop. Han Yashuan nodded and opened the car door. Both got out and walked to a shop called Treasure Pavilion. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a square face was sitting in a redwood chair drinking tea, playing with a golden silk Nama bracelet. When he saw Han Yashuan and Yichen enter, he slowly raised his head and stood up to greet them. Dad, this is the expert I told you about, Brother Yichen. If it weren't for his reminder last time, that painting would have ended up in old Master Chi's hands, which would have been extremely serious. Chapter 19. Watch your mouth, otherwise, it won't just be a simple head injury. Han Tianzheng let out a slow breath, his gaze returning to Yichen, and said coldly, Even if what you say is correct, what proof do you have that the auction house is just a shell? At this moment, he no longer spoke with a questioning tone. However, he was eager to know a truth. Indeed, deep down he had begun to believe in Yichen. Yichen smiled faintly and said, Isn't it simple to prove it? 3 days from now, the 600 million you invested will belong to someone else. Along with the land of that auction agency worth tens of millions, there won't be a trace left for you. And the name on the deed will definitely not be yours. I believe you must have sensed something during this time, but just didn't want to think about it. He did not directly tell the other party the truth, because even if he did, the other party wouldn't believe it. Some things can only be explored by oneself. Only by seeing the truth with one's own eyes can one truly believe it. Otherwise, no matter how much is said, it will be counterproductive. Han Tianzheng, worth over 100 million, was not foolish, but rather very shrewd. However, the truly ruthless hunters often target the most astute individuals, setting the most intricate traps specifically for cunning old foxes like him. Chapter 20. Short-selling countertrap. Yichen's tone was neither warm nor cold, but just sitting there. His aura was as steady as a mountain, unmatched in strength. After this statement, it carried a strong deterrent power. Han Jingqi suddenly froze, even trembling faintly. All right, Jingqi, you were too impulsive, wanting to hit someone. Let's forget about this matter. Quickly go to the hospital for a bandage, don't get infected, and also finish the antique verification as soon as possible. Han Tianzheng said in a deep voice. Got it, uncle. Han Jingqi glared fiercely at Yichen, having no choice but to admit defeat, gritting his teeth as he turned to leave. After Han Jingqi left, Han Tianzheng poured a cup of tea and handed it to Yichen. Young man, I originally thought you were calm and experienced, but you are still too restless. This tendency to settle scores on the spot will limit your future development. At this moment, he no longer doubted Yichen's abilities and had lowered his face to speak kindly to him. Admiration had already appeared in his eyes. Yichen, unhurried, sipped his tea and slowly raised his head to say, Since there's a grudge, why not settle it? Some things can be endured, but some things, enduring them will only make matters worse. Hesitation and indecision are signs of weakness. By the time one reacts, it will all be too late. Chapter 21. Double Attack. Extreme Operation. On the other end of the phone, Secretary Liang's panicked voice came through. Young Master Han, I'm sorry. Just now, Chairman Han Tianzheng has sent someone to take away all the antiques. These people are all experts, and they took away the genuine articles, leaving behind all the fake ones we previously imitated. Moreover, I receive a notification from the bank that the funds injected by the chairman have been temporarily frozen. There are still 300 million we haven't been able to cash out. Han Jingqi's eyes were about to pop out, his teeth grinding angrily. Damn. Truly worthy of my uncle, such a cunning old fox, turning around and pulling this stunt. It seems he just wanted to stabilize me just now. However, I'm not at a loss. I managed to take half of the 600 million. And as for those antiques, it doesn't matter. Moreover, there is a larger fortune that will soon be in hand. I won't miss this small change. Ha ha. After saying this, Han Jingqi hung up the phone and drove away. On the other side, the treasure pavilion had already closed its doors. Inside, Yi Chun had a serious expression, sitting on the sofa, his hands rapidly tapping the keyboard. He raised his head and looked at Han Tianzhong, who was rushing over, casually asking, "How much funding have you prepared?" Chapter 22. You said as long as I have. How much funding? Han Jingqi hurriedly asked. 500 million. Although it hasn't reached the limit up stage yet. I can't be sure if the other party still has funds to invest. The trader said nervously. 500 million is not a small amount. It seems the other party is targeting me. Who could it be? Damn it, could it be that old fox Han Tianzhong? Han Jingqi shouted angrily. But after thinking about it, it couldn't be Han Tianzhong. You have to know, the other party has already sold everything, investing all the funds from his family. It's impossible for him to have more money. The 20 billion funds that Han Tianzhong invested had already lost 2 billion and had long since fallen into his hands. Even the bank wouldn't lend him money. Instantly, he dismissed that thought. Never mind. What is going on over at Tianzhong now? Han Jingqi planned to go all out against the other side. He absolutely couldn't let the other party easily take away his more than 600 million. He had to find a way to recover some losses. The other side still has 300 million left. And I suspect that the 500 million being dumped into Tianzhong now is from the same person. It seems they truly want to target our Tianzhong shares. Young Master Han, what should we do? Just say the word, and I'll go after him now. Chapter 23. Once my father-in-law and mother-in-law. At this moment, Han Yashuan also came out of the kitchen, relieved to hear the crisis was averted, her face blooming with a sweet smile. She breathed a deep sigh of relief, looking at Yi Chun with eyes full of admiration and longing. Uncle Han, I just want a ring. The ring worn by Emperor Zhu from the Ming Dynasty. Yi Chun said without hesitation. Hearing this, Han Tianzhong was slightly taken aback, and after realizing it, he was quite surprised. Little brother, I do have this ring, but its market value is only a little over 20 million. Are you sure? Yi Chun smiled slightly. Of course I'm sure. This ring is indeed worth 20 million now, but it won't be long before even 2 billion won't buy it. Of course, this was Yi Chun's thought, and he certainly wouldn't say out loud. Yes, I'm sure. Yi Chun nodded affirmatively. All right, I'll get it for you right away. Just wait a moment. After saying this, Han Tianzhong turned and went upstairs. 10 minutes later, he came back carrying a classical wooden box. He also brought 2 bottles of wine and placed them on the table. Here are 2 bottles of 70-year-old Mao Tai I collected. I'm giving them to you, little brother. You can take them home to give to the elders or drink yourself. It's all up to you. Chapter 24. Time has already killed that beast. Knock knock. Yi Chun's heart raced, but he still knocked on the door. Coming. After a moment, a familiar voice responded from inside. It was Yi Chun's mother-in-law, Han Guizhi. When the door opened, a woman in her 50s stood at the door with a smile on her face. However, when she saw Yi Chun, her smile froze. Mom, is Dad home? Yi Chun forced a smile and asked, Yi Chun, what are you doing here? Can you please leave us alone? I beg you, have some compassion, and don't come to deceive us again. I can kneel for you. Is that enough? Han Guizhi pleaded desperately, her legs bending as if she was really going to kneel. This scene frightened Yi Chun. He hurriedly reached out his hand, wanting to support her, but scared Han Guizhi stepped back in panic. Mom, please don't do this. I just brought you something. He placed the items down, saying, I'll take my leave now, you and Dad take care. Yi Chun sighed, lowering his eyelids and speaking softly. However, his mother-in-law avoided him like a disaster. This made Yi Chun feel ashamed, yet he was helpless. This was all his own doing. Chapter 25. Business Bluster. Who's the better son-in-law? Hearing his mother-in-law's voice, Yi Chun quickly stopped in his tracks. Han Guizhi came to him with 2,000 yuan, directly stuffing it into his hands. Yi Chun, I'm begging you, take this money and leave. Don't cause any more trouble for Mei Yun and her mother. She can't handle being bullied by you anymore. As soon as his mother-in-law spoke, Yi Chun felt a lump in his throat. The 2,000 yuan felt heavier than the millions he had earned. For the first time, He felt that money was so burdensome. Yi-chun held back the tears welling up in his eyes, then lowered his head and said softly, Mom, Annie, take this money back. I really didn't come for the money this time, and I certainly wouldn't hurt Mayun and her mother. I know you don't believe me, but I will prove it to you. His mother-in-law didn't trust him at all, her eyes reddening as she exploded. The emotions she had suppressed for so long were ignited by Yi-chun. Yi-chun, if you don't want money, what do you want? What do you really want? Just tell me how much you want. We will sell everything to give it to you. Just please let my daughter go. Do you have to ruin our old Qin family before you are satisfied? Chapter 26. Buying a ruined building. Qin Jinshan patted his chest loudly, laughing old Wang. Don't listen to the gossip outside. They just love to talk nonsense. My son-in-law is doing fine. It's not as bad as they say. But let us not drink this wine. I'll go buy 2 bottles downstairs. He spoke confidently, but was truly afraid of fake liquor. Old Wang was known as a wine sage. He could tell the authenticity of any wine with just a sip. If he got caught with fake wine, it would be worse than death. However, just as Qin Jinshan stood up, Old Wang was quick and had already opened a bottle. Old Qin, you have Matai and don't let me have any? That's too stingy. I'll bring you 2 bottles later. Let us drink this one for now. Old Wang's eyes sparkled at the sight of the wine, pouring it while complaining, unable to resist taking a sip. Qin Jinshan watched, nervously observing his expression. If he found out it was fake wine, it would be worse than killing him. However, after Old Wang took a sip, he straightened up and quickly examined the bottle. Seeing this, Qin Jinshan felt helpless. It seemed today was going to be a disaster. After all, the family's little scandals had long been spread around. Chapter 27. You don't do profitable catering, but you go all in on a ruined building? He turned around, noted the payment information, and the house purchase contract amount. Yi-chun took a few minutes, put away his phone, and looked up at the manager. The manager snorted, still not believing, saying, I told you. I'll play with you for a while, but you're getting addicted. It's just a game, right? I'm telling you, I'll tear up the contract. And you better get lost. If you don't leave, don't blame me for being rude. Do you really think you're a businessman? Saying this, the manager really was about to tear the contract apart. But then the phone suddenly rang, and the manager quickly answered. It was the financial director from headquarters. Hello, Director Chun. I'm at the sales office. It's been 3 months since salaries were paid. Can you let me know when it's convenient? Before he could finish, the voice on the other end asked, I want to know, did you receive a payment of over 7 million for the house purchase agreement? Has someone gone to Longhai Bay? The voice was rich and deep. Director Chun, you received the payment? Hearing the voice, the manager asked in disbelief. Of course. You sold a house, didn't you know? Regardless, you've accomplished something. Chapter 28. The surprise of the third uncle. Feng Tianhai chuckled a couple of times, saying, Hee, this time, you might be underestimating me. Remember, in a few days, don't act pitiful in front of me. Saying this, Feng Tianhai couldn't wait to get up and walk outside. It was a 40-minute trip, and Feng Tianhai drove a black Land Rover, stepping on the gas all the way, arriving at the Longhai Bay sales office in just half an hour. As soon as he arrived, he saw Yi-chun. Without saying a word, Yi-chun led him inside. Sun Quan, seeing Feng Tianhai arrive in a Land Rover, was overjoyed, immediately welcoming them with enthusiasm and taking them to the lounge. About half an hour later, after all the procedures were completed and the contract signed, Sun Quan sent them to the door and added, I forgot to remind you both, this purchase agreement contains breach of contract terms. If one party breaches it, they must pay 3 times the compensation. So, gentlemen, we've signed a contract, but if you regret it later, it will cost you 3 times the penalty. He didn't want to remind them initially, but to give them a warning, he even took out his phone to record. There's also a written contract as double evidence. Chapter 29. Don't make over-the-top jokes with me. Third uncle, you might not believe it, but my big brother really has been in politics before, but made a mistake and lost his job. Now he is in business. As for how he knows, I'm not sure, just know he is amazing. The stock of Haitan Group has skyrocketed, and the price of Matai has soared. In just a few days, he made 7 or 8 million, and even his brothers made a fortune. Truly, one person ascends, and the whole flock rises. As he spoke, admiration appeared on Feng Tianhai's face. Feng Zhongjin noticed this and said lightly, Your friend is quite interesting. Bring him back to introduce him to me sometime. Feng Zhongjie suddenly stood up, smiling as he said this, then turned and walked upstairs. Feng Tianhai was suddenly stunned. In third uncle's eyes, his friends, except for Lu Chun, were all just drinking buddies, good for eating and drinking, but once it came to business, they would scatter. This was the first time third uncle actively wanted to meet his friend. Feng Tianhai's face lit up with joy, vaguely guessing something. 3 days later, in the morning, Longhai Group held an internal meeting with Director Chun standing on the podium, opening the big screen. Chapter 30, Buying an Engagement Ring. DR only gives one to one person in a lifetime. At this moment, Feng Tianhai on the other end of the phone felt Yi Chen's emotions and quickly covered his mouth, then started slapping himself wildly. Brother, I was wrong. I spoke without thinking, but I really didn't mean it. Your parents are like my parents. If I had even the slightest other intention, let me be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. Feng Tianhai quickly explained. All right, find a buyer early. After saying that, Yi Chun directly hung up the phone. On the other side, Feng Tianhai was deep in thought, sighing repeatedly. Keep pretending, you must have made over 100 million this time. Yet you're still sighing. Stop showing off in front of me. I almost regret it. Your good big brother is so amazing. He can even revive the abandoned buildings of Longhai real estate. It's all your fault. Why didn't you kneel down and beg me to buy a few hundred units back then? Lu Chun sat dejectedly on the sofa, wailing. Damn, it's not like I didn't give you a chance. Who told you not to get on board? I've already said, don't blame me for regretting. Feng Tianhai took out a lighter, lit a cigarette, and took a puff, feeling extremely anxious. I joked just now and offended the boss. If Brother Yi is still angry. I'm really not sure. Chapter 31, Qin Meiyun's cousin. 20 minutes later, Yi Chen arrived at the community where Meiyun and her mother lived. A smile of anticipation on his face. Just as he was about to enter, suddenly, a call came from the front. Daddy, Mommy, look quickly, Daddy is here. Tong Tong, carrying a pink backpack, was pulled by Qin Meiyun's little hand, her face full of joy. Yi Chen looked up and was stunned. Beside Meiyun stood a handsome man in a suit and leather shoes. It was none other than the man who had warned him to stay away from Meiyun last time. Qin Meiyun's cousin, Zhang Tiexiong. Zhang Tiexiong was the owner of an advertising company, earning around 700,000 to 800,000 a year, which was considered a small achievement. At least the previous Yi Chun was on a completely different level from him. There was no comparison at all. Although he and Meiyun were cousins, they had no blood relation because he was an adopted child. Over the years, he had quietly helped Meiyun, clearly aware that he liked Qin Meiyun. At this moment, Qin Meiyun also saw Yi Chun, her pretty face showing a look of surprise. Then, she glanced at her cousin beside her, sighed, and walked towards Yi Chun. My cousin is off today and is going to take Tong Tong to the zoo. Chapter 32. This is the romance I give you. It's a compensation. Yi Chun didn't care, narrowed his eyes, and sneered. Zhang Tiexiong, when it comes to being disgusting, I really can't compare to you. Tong Tong is my daughter. Do you even qualify? You shouldn't think that after Meiyun and I divorced, no one would want her, and you need to pity her? You underestimate Qin Meiyun too much. Put away your arrogance and ignorance. Lower your stance. Stop pretending in front of me. Your worth is nothing to me. Yi Chen shook his head and said, In my eyes, this is nothing. After saying that, he turned around and went to the side to accompany Tong Tong, chatting and laughing. As for Zhang Tiexiong, he glared fiercely at his back. Mommy, I can't see the animals. There are so many people in front. At this moment, Tong Tong stood behind the crowd, unable to see the giant panda in front. Qin Meiyun also felt helpless. There were too many people in front, and she was too small to carry Tong Tong through the crowd, fearing accidents. Tong Tong, there are too many people here. How about we go see the elephants instead? It's dangerous with so many people. Qin Meiyun said with a smile. No, I just want to see the giant pandas. Tong Tong pouted and shook her head. Zhang Tiexiong also came over, just about to take out a toy to coax her to the elephant area. Suddenly, Yi Chen's voice rang out. Chapter 33, Testing. The mystique of Yi Chun Qin Meiyun's face turned pale, and she panicked instantly. Yi Chen, are you crazy? You're insane. Hurry up, so many people are watching. She never expected Yi Chun would pull such a stunt, catching her off guard. Yi Chen looked up, his eyes warm and full of deep feelings. Once he get up, I don't expect your forgiveness. I just want to prove that I know I was wrong. Immature. Qin Meiyun frowned, helplessly saying, You can show off here by yourself. She glanced at Yi Chun and turned to leave. But at that moment, Yi Chun took out the remote-controlled airplane he had prepared. The plane lifted a beautifully wrapped gift box, slowly flying in front of Qin Meiyun. Yi Chun quietly opened the gift box, revealing a diamond ring the size of a pigeon egg. Under the sunlight, it reflected dazzling brilliance. Qi Meiyun was instantly stunned. When she was young, she was also a girl who had no resistance to jewelry. Any woman cannot escape the charm of jewelry. But in her current situation, let alone jewelry, she might not even be able to buy 2 new clothes in a year. Yichen took out the diamond ring and presented it to Qi Meiyun. Dr. Diamond ring. Only given to one person in a lifetime. I can give countless diamond rings, but I will only give one to you. Chapter 34. Jealousy distorts one's appearance. Haha, let's not talk about business. I have to leave first. Tianhai, uncle just wants to say one thing when making friends. Make sure to make friends with someone reliable like Yi Chun. Brother Yi, thank you for bringing Tianhai along. There's no need to say more. If you need anything in the future, as long as it's legal and not overstepping, I want to refuse. Feng Zhongjie had roughly understood the situation. So he stood up and took the initiative to shake hands with Yi Chun. You flatter me. Uncle, if you're busy, go ahead, I'll see you off. Yi Chun was also very enthusiastic, shaking the other's hand and walking to the door. By the way, Uncle, did you bring the medicine? Just as Feng Zhongjie's assistant was coming over, Yi Chun paused for a moment and suddenly asked. Feng Zhongjie's body shook, and he widened his eyes in disbelief. How does this kid know I have a heart condition? Yes, it's with my assistant Xiao Zhang. Feng Zhongjie smiled and said, who knows? Maybe Tianhai mentioned this to Yi Chun before. I have to say, this kid Yi Chun is quite thoughtful. You all have fun. I'm leaving now. Next time, I'll invite you both over to my house and cook some of my best dishes for you. After saying that, Feng Zhongjie walked towards the exit. When he reached the door, he asked his assistant, Xiao Zhang, did you bring the medicine? Chapter 35. This matter has blown up. Yi Chun narrowed his eyes, thought for a moment, and didn't stop him. The outcome of this matter was left to Feng Tianhai to handle. The efficiency and results were still pretty good. Yi Chun wasn't idle either. He took out his phone and uploaded the video of buying the house that day to the internet. He even spent some money to promote it and attract traffic. In just 1 hour, it received tens of thousands of comments and likes. Damn, is Longhai Real Estate really that shameless? Look at that manager's face. He was like a grandson when the houses weren't selling. Now he is simply disgusting. What a face. It's black and white, and they still want to breach the contract. They're too arrogant. It's true. It's simply contempt for the law. Saying it is one thing, but they did compensate. Damn it. What does compensation matter? The house I worked so hard to buy is being forcibly taken back just as the price is rising. Who can stand it? If I don't speak up for others today, who will speak up for me tomorrow? The person upstairs is right. If this matter is suppressed, when it's our turn, no one will help us seek justice. Longhai Real Estate, trash. Longhai Real Estate, scum. Protest, protest. Suddenly, the internet was flooded with various comments seeking justice and standing up for the unfairness, quickly pushing the video to trending topics. Chapter 36. Manager Sun begs for mercy. Sun Quan, you really deserve to die. I told you to hold them back. But you had to provoke them. Now look, they've remembered their grudge, and at this critical moment, you made such a huge blunder. Firing you would be lenient. This matter must be resolved quickly, or the chairman won't spare us. When Director Chun said this, Sun Quan was nearly scared to death. He trembled, holding the phone, crying out, Director Chun, I'm wrong, you have to save me. Director Chun roared angrily. Save you? I'm about to be in trouble myself. Right now. Quickly buy some expensive gifts and go apologize in person. Remember, even if it costs you your life, you must seek their forgiveness. Director Chun said seriously. Got it, Director. I'll go right away. No matter what, I'll handle this matter well. Even if I have to act like a dog, I accept. After speaking, Sun Quan got up and hurried out, stopping a car and heading towards the city center. Around 10 in the morning, Yi Chun leaned on the sofa, looking at the stock market on his phone. Huawei Technology. This is a hot stock, but there hasn't been much fluctuation yet. Chapter 37. Qi Meiyun's best friend. Yi Chun smirked and said, so pretentious. All right, please say hi to my uncle for me. Speaking of business, you need to immediately contact some reliable real estate agents, housing brokers, or capable house flippers, and quickly sell the houses for cash. Feng Tianhai laughed and confidently said, don't worry, bro. I've already made contacts. One of my brothers introduced me to a team of 7 house flippers, well-funded. They can completely take on our batch of houses. That's great. After Yi Chun said this, he was about to hang up. Bro, we've already made money. Shouldn't we celebrate tonight? I'll treat you guys to a round at the Dihao Club. At this moment, Feng Tianhai suddenly said. Forget it. I need to see my daughter, so I'm not hanging out with you guys. Have fun. Yi Chun shook his head. Just thinking about his daughter's adorable little face made him want to fly over. All right, Sai, I feel ashamed. Boss, you're such a good family man. After making such a huge sum of money, the first thing you do is spend time with family. By the way, boss, how's it going with you and sister-in-law? Do you need little brother to help you out? Chapter 38. Sarcasm. Oh, the sun must be rising from the west. You 24K pure scumbag. Open your eyes and look. Mayan barely has any clothes left to wear, and you're buying her supplements. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Hand it over. Let me see what fake stuff you bought. Xiao Anqi unceremoniously snatched the gift from Yi Chen's hands. Yi Chen sighed helplessly. What he brought was all compensation gifts from Sun Quan. Sun Quan was scared out of his wits. How could he possibly give fake gifts? It seemed Xiao Anqi's misunderstanding of him was too deep. Oh wow, Yi Chen. Is this bird's nest, abalone, and ginseng? Do you even know how much this stuff costs? A whole pile of fakes, trying to fool Mei Yun. Are you trying to swindle her salary? Are you even human? No, you never had any relationship with her. Hurry up and take your junk and get out. Xiao Anqi was so angry her teeth were itching, and she casually threw the items to the ground, pointing at Yi Chen's nose and scolding. How could she possibly believe that Yi Chen, this broke loser, could afford such expensive things? Just those few boxes of bird's nest would cost over 10,000, let alone the other gifts. Chapter 39. Oh my god, miss, this is an eternal vow. 500,000. So expensive. Anqi asked in surprise. She was a yoga instructor, and her monthly salary barely reached 7 or 8,000. On good days, it could exceed 10,000. But such a ring was equivalent to her 4 or 5 month salary. It was simply too extravagant. She couldn't afford it. Miss, the important thing is not the price, but it truly matches your taste and temperament. The counter attendant was very emotionally intelligent, giving Xiao Anqi face while providing a reason to buy. June at this moment. Xiao Anqi turned back, pouting, and said in a spoiled tone, if you like it, just buy it. I brought you here to give you a surprise. Miss, it's time to pay. Qin Jun said generously. Beautiful lady, you are so lucky. Your boyfriend is so handsome and treats you so well. You are a winner in life. I'll print the receipt for you right away. The counter attendant spoke the truth, not flattery. Qin Jun was only 35 or 36, but had already achieved financial freedom and owned a high-end restaurant. Such conditions were the dream criteria for countless women. Hearing this, Xiao Anqi felt even sweeter and hugged Qin Jun's waist tightly. Chapter 40. Has he really turned over a new leaf? Qin Jun walked over, looking at Qin Meiyun's hurried departure, and thoughtfully said, Anqi, Meiyun's ex-husband isn't as bad as you say. He gave her a 500,000 diamond ring right off the bat. How extravagant. Maybe you've misunderstood him? Jun, you don't know the details. Meiyun's ex-husband was quite good before marriage. Everyone recognized him. But ever since Meiyun got pregnant, he became infatuated with a beautiful streamer and completely fell apart. To give gifts to the streamer, he borrowed money at high interest, went gambling, and even committed domestic violence, beating the child. He's simply a beast. I can only pray that this bastard stops harassing Meiyun and leaves her and their child alone. Xiao Anqi sighed, gritting her teeth. Inside the house, after Yi Chen finished eating, he started clearing the dishes. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a door opening from outside, so he hurried over. The door opened, and Qin Meiyun came back with Tonton. Oh, why are you back so soon? Yi Chen asked in confusion. Daddy, we didn't eat. Tonton looked a bit downcast, speaking with her head lowered. What's wrong? What happened? Chapter 41. Preparing for a big gamble, Yi Chen shook his head, walked to the table, picked up his phone, and smiled. I really have been spoiled by you. If you were like other wives, willful and only recognizing money, forcing me to improve, maybe I wouldn't have gone bad. This time, Qin Meiyun did not evade, sneering. Right, it's all my fault. You can't be wrong if anything happens. It's all my responsibility. Yi Chen sighed and said seriously, I'm not joking with you anymore. Everything is the result of my own actions. I was unaware of my blessings until I lost your love, and then I suddenly woke up. Compared to this, I would rather not have this money. As long as I can go back to the past and exchange it for you to love me once more, I would be willing to give everything, even just once. I will never make the same mistake again. At this point, Yi Chen's eyes turned red. The person closest to him now felt so far away, all because of his own foolishness. Yi Chen could fully ascertain that by showing this huge sum of money, countless women would rush to him. But only Qin Meiyun would not. She married him only for the person he is. Yet, he failed her, letting her lose utterly. Chapter 42. Underestimated. Hey, little brother. Can you give me a hint about how much we can earn this time? Xiao Tianhao asked tentatively. That depends on how much you trust me, and how much you invest in the end, Yi Chen replied with a faint smile. Damn, is there any need to say? Of course, I'll invest everything. Xiao Tianhao laughed heartily. All right, as long as you invest with me, no matter how much we earn, I can guarantee you 1T lose. After saying that, Yi Chen directly hung up the phone. Then, he found a nearby cafe, ordered a cup of coffee, and spent half an hour there. The phone rang. It was Xiao Tianhao calling to meet at the Shangri-La Hotel in the city. Yi Chen stood up without hesitation, left the cafe, and took a taxi straight to the Shangri-La Hotel. At the hotel entrance, rows of luxury cars were parked. The BBA has become commonplace. Range Rovers, Maybachs, McLarens, Mercedes-Benz G-Class, Alfords could only be considered mid-range. Even Cullinans and Rolls-Royce Phantoms were seen everywhere. Even globally limited Bugattis and Lamborghinis were parked one or two. At the entrance, several well-dressed high-end individuals were chatting and laughing. There were also doormen, smiling as they opened car doors to welcome the guests. Chapter 43. Doubling the leverage. Actually, it wasn't that Yi Chen was magnanimous. When his funds exceeded 100 million, he suddenly realized that others' opinions didn't matter, as long as the person was not eyeing his pockets. Nowadays, at the height he stood, the words he heard would naturally filter out. The time spent calculating with others could have earned him a lot of money. After making money, slapping the other party in the face would be truly satisfying. At this moment, after Yi Chen finished speaking, he took out his phone. After showing his balance, Wei Zhonglin's eyes widened in shock. I'll punish myself with 3 cups for my rudeness. Mr. Yi, I was blind just now, looking down on you. After realizing, Wei Zhonglin quickly stood up and poured himself 3 cups of liquor. He sighed and, in a very generous manner, drank all 3 cups of white liquor, filled with sincerity. He admitted that this time, he really misjudged. He never expected that a young man getting out of a taxi would actually be a billionaire. Family, where can I reason this out? No, I don't trust you. I'm just too lazy to waste time looking for other banks. Can this car be issued? Chapter 44. Malicious female streamer. Old Xiao, you really underestimate me, Wei Zhonglin. After saying that, Wei Zhonglin seemed wronged and stood up directly. Yes, I admit I offended Brother Yi just now. If Mr. Yi still holds a grudge, I'll apologize to both of you until you're satisfied and this matter is over. Saying this, Wei Zhonglin picked up the bottle and was about to drink it all. President Wei, don't do that. It's harmful to your health. It's not worth it. Yi Chen quickly stood up, grabbed the other's arm, and smiled as he advised. No way. In your minds, I, Wei Zhonglin, have become someone who only cares about profit? After Wei Zhonglin finished speaking, he glared at Xiao Tianhao, but the bottle had already been taken away by Yi Chen. Sigh, Brother Yi, I'm really worried. The risk of crude oil is too great. Although the fluctuations aren't large, your investment is substantial. If you put that money in, it could be gone with a single wave. Regarding crude oil data changes, I have a say, it's purely a kind reminder. Wei Zhonglin explained. It's a misunderstanding. All misunderstandings, President Wei. I have discretion in this matter. Just help me find 2 professionals to operate it. Chapter 45. Stock God. Zhang Liang nonsense. I came with General Zhang Liang. I'm open and above board. Not sneaky like you a poor bastard. This is not the same concept. Seeing his pitiful appearance, and Ping Ping laughed until tears almost came out. Miss, please mind your language. Wei Zhonglin couldn't take it anymore and said with a look of annoyance. Yi Chen is my friend and an important client. As for your so-called poor bastard, we don't have any here. The billionaire is the so-called poor loser you mentioned. Wei Zhonglin frowned, not hiding his disgust in his tone. He found such a woman too disgusting. Oh my him, a billionaire? Seeing you two being somewhat respectable, don't let him deceive you. And Ping Ping saw that Wei Zhonglin had a cold expression and lowered her voice significantly, yet her words were still mercilessly mocking. Ping, what's wrong? What happened? Just then, a tall man in a suit with slick-back hair walked over. The man had a magnetic voice, handsome appearance, and wrapped his arm around in Ping Ping's waist. Chapter 46. Provoking the stock god, preparing leverage funds. The bigger the storm, the pricier the fish. Zhang Liang glanced at Yi Chen with a detached expression and said nothing. With his tacit approval, and Ping Ping became even more unrestrained, filled with confidence. Everyone, this is Yi Chen, who was previously just a minor public servant, later addicted to gambling, lost everything, and scammed all his relatives. You must keep your eyes open. Don't be fooled by his pretentious appearance. I don't even know how he got in here. He is just a pure loser, an abusive man. Once you get to know him, the first thing he'll do is ask you for money. This President Wei, you are quite a prominent figure. It's better to avoid associating with such a poor person. It lowers your status and could easily affect your reputation in the future. And Pingping's tone was sharp and biting. Her attitude was even more arrogant, insulting Yi Chun as if she were pinning him to the ground. As in Pingping's words fell, everyone turned to look at Yi Chun, their expressions filled with shock and disdain. After all, and Pingping was Zhang Liang's companion, she wouldn't just make baseless accusations against someone, right? Thus, everyone began to whisper and discuss among themselves. However, Wei Zonglin did not believe it at all. Only he knew that Yi Chun was a billionaire who had turned the tide and emerged all on his own. Chapter 47. Comparing money with me, I'll crush you. Zhang Liang's gaze was fixed on Yi Chun, filled with mockery and sarcasm. He had long been famous, recognized as a stock market god in the circle. As a man, he naturally couldn't lose face in such an occasion, especially in front of his woman. He had to be strong and assertive. Now, facing the newly emerged dark horse Yi Chun, the two were at odds, and the atmosphere was charged. A fierce fire seemed ready to explode at any moment. Next, it would depend on how Yi Chun would respond. Mr. Zhang, you are mistaken. Yi Chun smiled faintly and said, in the financial world, age doesn't determine wealth. If it were so, my grandfather, great-grandfather, and ancestors would have all become the richest people in the world if they were still alive, wouldn't they? Are you implying that our generation is inferior to the elderly in nursing homes? Yi Chun's words seemed like a slap across Zhang Liang's face, resonating loudly. Hearing this, Zhang Liang narrowed his eyes slightly and gritted his teeth. Young man, don't be too arrogant. His expression didn't change much, but one could sense a chilling hostility from his gaze. Chapter 48. The storm brought by a ring. 50 million. And Ping was almost blinded with envy. It was a figure she couldn't even imagine. Immediately, she pouted and leaned into Zhang Liang's arms. Yi Chun shifted back slightly and casually took out the ring he had received from Han Tianzhong, placing it on the table. This ring would soon be worth over 100 million. Even now, it should be worth around 60 million. My stake is 10 million more than yours. You have a hotel business in Tianhong district, right? That is about the price difference. Yi Chun smiled and said. Upon hearing this, Zhang Liang immediately showed disdain. A mere broken ring worth 50 to 60 million. It could possibly reach over 100 million in the future. Wasn't that a dream? A poor person is still a poor person. Even when boasting, it gives off a feeling of being at the end of the road. Treating garbage as treasure is simply laughable. And Ping sees the opportunity to mock. This broken ring, worth $1 billion? You poor thing, just stop showing off here. The tip of my family Zhang's assets could buy your life. Zhang Liang burst into laughter. Ha! Everyone sees it, right? It's not that I don't want to play with him. It's that this guy is too poor to afford to play. What a joke of a dark horse. More like a dark fool. Chapter 49. Are you a dog? Do you like chewing bones? A ring worth over 100 million? That's incredible. And Ping was stunned, unable to react for a long time. How could she have imagined that Yi Chun had such a valuable ring? If she had known, she wouldn't have fallen out with him and torn their relationship apart. She regretted it deeply. If she had just been a bit more patient and continued to charm this loser into giving her gifts, she would have been soaring by now. Good for you. Yi Chun, you cried poor back then. Turns out you aren't broke, you liar. And Ping was instantly furious, pointing at Yi Chun and cursing. What's it to you? Are you out of your mind? Yi Chun said coldly, do you think I would spend another penny on you? You think you're worthy? After coldly finishing his words, Yi Chun ignored her, and Ping was left fuming but dared not reveal their previous relationship, only grinding her teeth in frustration. Even Zhang Liang was moved at this moment. This was not just a matter of tens of millions. This was worth over 100 million. Yi Chun before him had completely gained his attention. Unexpectedly, you have such a treasure. But unfortunately, this ring will soon belong to me. Chapter 50. Crazy friction. The woman frowned and said playfully, do you know me? Forget it. Looking at your face, I don't like you. I can give you money, a lot of money. Zhang Liang gritted his teeth, feeling a surge of anger. He didn't expect the woman to refuse so decisively, so he opened his mouth to make another offer. Money? Sure, Mr. Xiao gives me $1 million every month. You have to give me $2 million because I don't like you. If the money is enough, I can roll in bed with you right now. The woman said disdainfully. However, Zhang Liang fell silent. He couldn't continue. If he spoke, he would lose face. The esteemed stock god was completely looked down upon, reduced to the point of having to pay double just to find a woman. Wasn't that a fool's errand? Chicken, pretending to be tough without money. The woman rolled her eyes and linked arms with Xiao Tianhao, her demeanor even more affectionate. Hearing this, Zhang Liang coldly sneered, "Yi Chun, want to make a bet? If I win this round, this woman will go with me tonight, and I will do as I please." Suddenly, Zhang Liang spoke again, adding another demand. His gaze towards the woman exuded malice, making her shiver involuntarily, feeling a chill of terror. Chapter 51. Starting the plan? The hell. This is a typhoon. Hundreds of thousands of hands directly smashed to a halt. Finally, someone reacted, gasping in shock. At this moment, everyone awakened. A savage beast. This is a savage beast. The looks everyone cast at Yi Chun were no longer filled with contempt and disdain, but rather filled with fervor. I have never seen such a defiant trend in my life, completely without any warning. This is too abnormal. Zhang Liang had just taken a huge fall. At this moment, Yi Chun appeared to everyone like a god, earning their heartfelt admiration, especially Wei Zonglin, who was incredibly excited inside. Earlier he was worried about Yi Chun, but it turned out he was overthinking it. Yi Chun didn't take it seriously at all, and had already been confident of victory. No wonder he wasn't the slightest bit flustered during the bet, looking as if nothing was happening. Many CEOs even wanted to stand beside Yi Chun. But when I think of my crazy mockery of Yi Chun just now, no matter how thick-skinned I am, I can only stand by and watch. One by one, they stood there, looking at each other, their hearts filled with regret. Who exactly is this young man? Chapter 52 News Headlines. Storm approaching. President Wei, the crude oil futures are ready. We can open positions at any time. Now it all depends on how much capital you want to invest. One of the young men said respectfully, "Yi Chun, what I can help you with is a 20-fold leverage, which is also the limit of my ability. This means that your principal of 200 million can be leveraged 20 times to become 4 billion. At this moment, Wei Zonglin was also extremely nervous. This operation involved a huge risk. If Yi Chun's trading in crude oil futures went wrong, even a small wave could wipe out that 4 billion in an instant. His position as deputy president would also be over. President Wei, don't be nervous. Trust me. Leave the rest to me." Yi Chun smiled, noticing President Wei's tension, and patted his shoulder. "Sigh, that several billion of yours won't even be touched by a small wave. You should be the one nervous. I'm not nervous at all. You young people are too crazy, too bold," Wei Zonglin said, but tremblingly took out a cigarette and walked to the window to smoke. He didn't dare to look at the stock market. Instead, Yi Chun walked calmly to the couple and handed over the card. Chapter 53 Crude Oil Explosion. Entering the capital sequence. One of the traders said, "No, I can't, my legs are a bit weak." "What Meihan is not. What's wrong with my mouth?" Wei Zonglin was already so excited that his adrenaline was surging, and he slapped himself hard. "Let me see, which position did Yi Chun buy?" "Hurry," Wei Zonglin stammered, finally managing to finish his sentence. The two traders suddenly woke up, their eyes wide open, staring at the screen. When they saw the trend slowly rising, they could no longer manage their expressions. In their lifetime, they had seen all the shocking rumors combined, but none compared to what they were witnessing now. "It's rising. Brother Yi bought the Middle Eastern oil field position. It's rising. Every barrel has increased by $0.3, and it hasn't stopped yet." Wei Dong almost bit his tongue, his eyes wide, his thyroid seemed to have a problem, his neck stiff, pointing at the screen, unable to make any sound. The next second, he fell off his chair. "It's rising, it's skyrocketing." Wei Dong, like a child who just landed, choked for a moment and then let out a loud cry. Chapter 54 The first thing to do with salary is to repay debt. This foolish woman. Even so, it was enough to be proud. In just 6.5 hours, his funds grew from 200 million to 2 billion. It could be said to have completely refreshed the world record. This miraculous scene occurred in the small second-tier city of Longzhou, on a young man under 30. As everything settled down, Yi Chun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Chun stood up quietly and shook hands with Wei Zonglin, saying very seriously, "Those things are not very important to me. President Wei, thank you for your trust. In return, I will deposit 2 billion in fixed deposits at your bank. Unless there is a major accident, I will not easily use this fund. But on the day I need it, I hope President Wei can be straightforward." As Yi Chun's words fell, Wei Zonglin was almost bursting with excitement. This huge sum of money deposited in the bank would not only complete this year's performance, but would also complete next year's performance ahead of time. If this is reported up, plus the recommendation from a senior president, the position of president would be almost guaranteed. Mr. Yi, I won't say any sentimental words. Let's see the specifics in the future. If I, Wei Zonglin, mess up one day, just use this hand to slap me. Just this hand, slap me to death. Chapter 55. Did he really blow up the oil field? Qin Meiyun's tone, though humble, was also very sincere. After all, this Xiao Zong, although fierce, was polite in the loan industry. In the past, when collecting debts, most of the time, they only looked for Yi Chun and rarely made things difficult for her. A weak woman. Seeing it was Qin Meiyun, Xiao Tianhao hurriedly put down what he was holding and rushed over. Ah, sister-in-law, forget about the money. I've already washed my hands of this. I don't plan to do it anymore. The money you owed before is also forgotten. Sister-in-law, please sit down quickly. In fact, Xiao Tianhao came to pack his things to leave today. Not long ago, he had already withdrawn his shares. The behind-the-scenes boss Li had strongly retained him until Xiao Tianhao's skyrocketing value, and besides envy and jealousy. He could only watch Xiao Tianhao withdraw his shares, and had to be polite, not daring to offend. At this moment, Qin Meiyun was already dumbfounded. No need to pay back. Sister-in-law, what are these words? Is this an illusion? Xiao Tianhao scratched his head, seeing Qin Meiyun stunned in place, smiled and said, Not sister-in-law, you wouldn't still be in the dark, would you? Hiss, even more wrong. Yi Chun is not that kind of person. Chapter 56. The girl worth 4. 5. Not being cherished. I don't want a new daddy, I just want my current daddy. Tong Tong said hoarsely, almost in tears, suddenly shouting. Okay. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun couldn't help but smile widely. Let us wait for mommy to come back. Then we'll go to Sweetheart Princess Castle to have a big meal. Yi Chun carried his daughter into the house and started playing with her. The window was open, and the summer breeze and the sound of wind chimes accompanied the joyful laughter of Daddy. Come here, Daddy, you can't find me, creating a warm atmosphere. 10 minutes later, Qin Meiyun, breathing heavily, opened the door. In an instant, she froze. Ride the horse, Daddy, run faster. Otherwise, Tong Tong won't give you snacks. At this moment, Tong Tong was riding on Yi Chun's back. Yi Chun lay on the ground, pretending to be a turtle, while Tong Tong stuffed crushed teddy bear cookies in his mouth. With a roar, he transformed into a horse and ran wildly around the room. Seeing Qin Meiyun open the door, Yi Chun finally raised his head, and at that moment, Qin Meiyun's heart was deeply touched. Such a warm scene, she really couldn't imagine. Yi Chun could actually be so gentle, rolling on the ground, letting his daughter ride on him, and allowing cookie crumbs to scatter all over his face while playing with Tong Tong. Chapter 57. Brother, have you heard? A mysterious stock god has made a fortune by bottom-fishing crude oil futures. Yi Chun only felt a heaviness in his chest, growing more guilty, and said seriously, I'm sorry, it's my fault for not cherishing. I owe you a debt that I can never repay in this lifetime. I will no longer promise you anything, nor do I seek your forgiveness. Everything I do now, just consider it as atonement. Upon hearing this, Qin Meiyun remained silent, merely turning her head away to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. Soon, Yi Chun hailed a taxi, and the three of them got in. 20 minutes later, the family of 3 arrived at the Carlton Hotel. As soon as they got out of the car, Yi Chun took out his phone and made a call. Tianhai, are you ready? Yi Chun asked. Don't worry, brother. This little thing is a piece of cake. It's all set. The rooftop garden is booked. By the way, this hotel is owned by a friend of mine. Absolutely reliable. Feng Tianhai replied cheerfully. All right, I'm heading up now. Yi Chun nodded and hung up the phone. Aren't we going out to eat? What are we doing here? Qin Meiyun asked. Of course. We're eating here. Yi Chun smiled. Upon hearing Yi Chun's words, Qin Meiyun was stunned. Her beautiful eyes widened as she stared at the upscale hotel in front of her, unable to regain her composure for a long time. Chapter 58. The prices of our clothes are very cheap, just over 3,000 each. Ah, that's the case. It seems you made over 4 billion, right? As Yi Chun walked inside, he stroked his chin and said thoughtfully. Feng Tianhai suddenly stopped in his tracks, stunned, and exclaimed, Bro, you're so well informed. You're amazing, truly a future big shot. Feng Tianhai gave a thumbs up, seizing the opportunity to flatter him. All right, stop flattering me. It's just that I didn't bring you this time. It was an urgent situation. I didn't have time to call you. And Hao urgently needed money. Even if he put all his savings in, he only made over 80 million. Compared to the last time with the unfinished building, you might have earned more than him. Stop being jealous, man. As a grown man, have some grace. Yi Chun patted Feng Tianhai's shoulder and casually said, However, when he said this, Feng Tianhai was frozen in place, his brain crashing as he carefully thought about what Yichen meant. Gulp. Feng Tianhai swallowed hard, his eyes gradually widening, and his mouth dropped open. This time he was a tea brought along. Hauge needed money, and this time he made 80 million in oil. Chapter 59. Spending money until I could cry. Ma'am, your husband has spent a total of 97,000 yuan. The waiter smiled and replied again. Qin Meiyun was so anxious that she bit her silver teeth and wanted to rush in. Is Yichen crazy? Buying clothes for the child. He spent her 2 years' salary at once. When she saw Yichen putting a pair of 20,000 yuan crystal shoes on Tongtong's feet, Qin Meiyun could no longer hold back and rushed in, shouting in a serious tone, Yichen, aren't you spoiling the child? Spending so much money on clothes for the child. Are you out of your mind? With this money, you could buy several outfits for Tongtong at the night market for 200 yuan. Yichen looked up and said seriously, that's right, I want to spoil Tongtong. In the past, I, Yichen, was inhumane and couldn't give Tongtong all this. I gambled, I owed debts, and I couldn't be a good father to her. But now, I want to use all my abilities, even my life, to trade for my daughter's lifetime of wealth. As long as she's happy, don't say these clothes. Even this hotel, I would buy for her. Meiyun, whether you think I'm crazy or see me as a nouveau riche. What I want to do now is to treat you two well, to the utmost. Chapter 60. Anyway, if you buy it and don't like it, just throw it away. Yichen was also anxious and almost begged. Ma'am, why not try it on? If you're not satisfied, you can return it. The waiter, Xiao Wei, said with a smile. At this moment, Li Jiao noticed something was off. Why was this waiter so nice? More enthusiastic than when dealing with herself. What's going on? Fine, I'll try it on, but I might not buy it. Qin Meiyun said helplessly, following the waiter into the fitting room. Moments later, Qin Meiyun walked out in a dignified qipao, which, paired with her graceful and slender figure, showcased the elegance and beauty of an Oriental woman perfectly. Qin Meiyun was already stunning, and even in plain clothing, her beauty couldn't be concealed. Now, wearing this qipao, her entire aura changed. Previously, she was like a delicate flower, but now she resembled a noble and graceful concubine. Yichen was mesmerized. He hated how he had once seemed like an idiot for looking at the vulgar live-streaming hosts. How could he bear to be harsh on such a beautiful wife? I don't think this fits very well. Yichen, let's go. Chapter 61. Romance fills the city. Only for you. Qin, my beautiful lady, shall we go? Yichen made a gesture of invitation. You're such a smooth talker. Qin Meiyun blushed and rolled her eyes at him. Although she appeared unwilling on the surface, her heart was truly filled with happiness. She was not a vain woman. She could feel that Yichen had genuinely changed. In the past, he would spend all his money on the live-streaming hosts, almost considering it a waste to buy himself a new pair of socks. But now, 5 million just to recharge at a luxury store to buy clothes for her. This extreme contrast in favoritism began to thaw Qin Meiyun's once frozen heart. As Qin Meiyun and Yichen walked past Manager Li, Yichen smirked and taunted Manager Li. Remember to work hard and find a boss who can recharge a 5 million diamond card at a luxury store. As for Meiyun, you don't need to worry about her. After saying that, Yichen coldly smiled and followed behind Qin Meiyun, holding Tongtong's hand as they walked outside. Manager Li was so angry he stomped his feet, filled with jealousy, his newly done nose almost crooked from rage. At this moment, Yichen's family was walking in front, followed closely by 7 or 8 waiters pushing shopping carts behind them. Chapter 62. Today it's all about spending. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A starburst shone in the sky, and a firework exploded in the air. Immediately afterward, a series of brilliant fireworks lit up the sky. In the next moment, the entire sky over Longzhou City was covered in dazzling fireworks. The whole city shook. A large crowd was attracted, gathering on the streets. Even several couples who were arguing couldn't help but embrace each other upon seeing this magnificent scene. On the rooftop, Qin Meiyun covered her mouth and bent over, crying. She trembled like a flower, tears streaming down her face. She squatted on the ground and cried out loud, as if she wanted to vent all the grievances of the past 7 years and the pain brought to her by Yichen. Brother, what's wrong with sister-in-law? Why is she crying? Feng Tianhai scratched his head and walked over to Yichen, looking worried. You did well. She is already very satisfied. Yichen replied with a slight smile, walking over. The fireworks were gradually coming to an end, and Tong Tong ran over to hug Qin Meiyun. Mom, The fireworks are so beautiful, you've cried. Chapter 63. Brother, with your worth, you should buy a car. Yi-chun, you've really changed. Suddenly, Qi Meiyan stopped, staring at Yi-chun. Change for the better? Yi-chun raised an eyebrow. Change to be mushy. After saying that, Qi Meiyan blushed and ran away. Yi-chun quickly reacted and hurried after her. Tong Tong saw this scene and joined in. The family of three happily ran into the elevator, finally quieting down, panting. At the door, Qi Meiyan took a deep breath, feeling as if she were still in the dreamlike state from earlier. Many people were still gathered downstairs at the hotel, gazing up at the starry sky. It was clear they were reminiscing about the splendid fireworks display. I just heard that person say you earned 4 billion? Qi Meiyan tilted her head, looking at Yi-chun, forcing herself to appear calm as she asked in a very flat tone. In reality, her voice trembled slightly. 4 billion? What kind of concept is that? It was something unimaginable for a weak woman like her, who could only earn 5 or 6,000 in salary with outstanding performance, and had to stretch every penny. To be precise, it's over 4.2 billion, with an extra 30 or 40 million, Yi-chun said lightly after hearing her. Chapter 64. Feng Tianhai's little thoughts. Oh, since it's Uncle Sin asking, we should meet. Last time Uncle Sin helped us, it can't be for nothing. By the way, is your friend in the hotel business? Yi-chun asked. Yes, their family runs hotels, it's a family business. This kid wants to achieve something on his own, and he's been looking for projects recently. Uncle San's idea is to let you take some time to guide him, so he doesn't take the wrong path, Feng Tianhai grinned. Now, he saw Yi-chun not just as someone to admire, but as a deity in his heart. Learning that Yi-chun was actually the stock god known in their circle still excited him, and he couldn't calm down. This would give him face when boasting in the future. Since it's Uncle San's request, I have to give him face. Yi-chun nodded, then leaned back in the car seat and closed his eyes to rest, no longer speaking. After a few minutes, the car stopped again at the Kelton Hotel. Yi-chun got out and walked in with Feng Tianhai. They took the elevator to the 9th floor, in front of a luxurious office. A sexy woman in a business suit stood up and asked with confusion, Gentlemen, may I ask who you are? Chapter 65. I'm puzzled how my brother, such a family-oriented man, could get divorced. I say, Chun Peng, are you a pig? What time is it, and you're still sleeping? Seeing the young man, Feng Tianhai's temper flared, and he immediately scolded. Chun Peng glanced at Yi-chun beside him, then slowly turned around, staring at Feng Tianhai, and said, Watch your mouth. Do I know you well? Counting today, this is our second meeting. The first was 15 years ago, in the courtyard. What are you so arrogant about? Stop showing off in front of me. After saying that, he tidied his clothes and disdainfully blew a breath at the blazing sun. Feng Tianhai noticed Yi-chun beside him and coldly said, I won't stoop to your level. Hurry up and arrange a car for me. My brother is taking the kids to the amusement park. As for guiding you, we'll talk about it when we get back. He was already somewhat impatient and didn't want to waste time arguing, so he spoke in a commanding tone. What level are you at to order me around? Just because of your uncle? He's also my dad's subordinate. When it came to this, Chun Peng declared, as for assets, I have 12 hotels, what about you? You're just a broke liquor agent, and you're losing money. Chapter 66. Furious. Tong Tong gets hit. Years ago, I made many mistakes, picked up many bad habits, and lost my stable job. I can say that the essence of being a scoundrel and a good-for-nothing can be found in me. I owe it to her and her daughter, and everything I do now is just to repay my debts. I don't dare to hope they can forgive me. Saying this, Yi-chun sighed. However, fortunately, Mei-yun has gradually changed her view of me. I will continue to work hard. I will shoulder the responsibilities of being a husband and embrace the duties of a father. Damn, no wonder. But I say, brother, sister-in-law is really nice. And she's so beautiful. Tong Tong is so cute too. You really need to step up. Fortunately, you are now a billionaire tycoon. And although sister-in-law is not the kind of person who craves vanity, a man's ability to earn money is undoubtedly the greatest charm. I believe she will soon come to terms with it and reconcile with you. After all, there aren't many young and wealthy men like you. You're in high demand. Feng Tianhai was not flattering. To earn over 40 billion before the age of 30 based on personal ability, not to mention a small place like Longzhou, even nationwide, is among the few. Chapter 67. Charging ahead, a desperate daughter slave. At this moment, Tong Tong, go to your uncle. Daddy will be right there. Yi-chun lowered his voice and spoke to Tong Tong in the gentlest tone. Tong Tong, come here. Uncle will take you play on the pirate ship. Feng Tianhai clapped his hands, also trying to suppress his inner anger, calling out to Tong Tong with a warm smile. Tong Tong obediently nodded and walked over. Once Tong Tong was taken aside, Yi Chun stood up and walked straight toward the woman. Who did you just call a bastard? Yi Chun approached the woman. His face darkened to the extreme. The frightened woman stammered, not daring to speak. What? With so many people watching, do you dare to hit me? The woman, seeing the crowd around her growing, provocatively pointed at Yi Chun. Not only you should be hit, but your bastard son should be hit too. Yi Chun could no longer contain the fury in his heart. He rushed forward, grabbed the woman's hair, and slapped her face with dozens of slaps. Every slap was almost used with all his strength. He distorted the woman's new nose and chin with each hit. Even that little chubby boy was kicked to the ground by Yi Chun and began to cry loudly. Damn it! How dare you touch my daughter? Chapter 68, Can You Not Disturb Her Sleep? In this place, Yin Dun Hotel, in a luxurious private room. The table was filled with sumptuous dishes and fresh seafood. A few bottles of red wine worth 70 to 80,000 yuan were also opened. Chen Peng stood up, walked to a middle-aged man with a smile on his face, raised his glass, and said with a smile, Mr. Han, this is our 6th meeting, and I believe you can see my sincerity. It's not that your hotel isn't worth the money, but I really am short on funds right now. Otherwise, I wouldn't waste so much time with you. After saying that, Chen Peng down his drink in one gulp. He really was quite sincere. However, Mr. Han shook his head and said lightly, Mr. Chun, this is no fun. If you say you need money, I can lend it to you, but the price of this hotel cannot be less than a single cent. To be honest, if I weren't looking to develop other businesses right now, I really wouldn't want to let go of this hotel. Just the Qilin Mountain scenic area. The number of tourists every year is huge. Let me tell you, even in the off-season, my daily revenue is this much. As he spoke, Mr. Han held up 3 fingers. At this moment, Chen Peng did not speak, but sat down and listened intently. Chapter 69, Do You Think I Look Like a Bad Person? Feng Tianhai carefully took Tong Tong in his arms. Say it again. The young law enforcer pointed at Feng Tianhai with an angry expression. You bin, stop arguing. This is law enforcement, not a quarrel. As public servants, how can we act like this? The middle-aged law enforcer next to him reprimanded. The young man still looked defiant, but he didn't say anything more. Tianhai, stop talking nonsense, and quickly take Tong Tong back. Be careful on the way. Yichen said lightly. Got it, brother, don't worry. I will take good care of Tong Tong. I'll find my 3rd uncle later to bail you out. Feng Tianhai nodded and then turned to leave. Do we need handcuffs? After Feng Tianhai left, Yi Chun suddenly smiled and raised both hands to ask. No, just cooperate. The middle-aged man said as he opened the door. Hurry up. What are you looking at? The young man pushed Yi Chun with his hand. In the next second, Yi Chun moved quickly, easily dodging the young man's big hand, and kicked out his leg, tripping the young man. Bang! The young man couldn't stand firm, stumbled, and fell to the ground. Yi Chun sneered, walked past the young man, and said coldly, You should be grateful that I'm not a desperate criminal, but a law-abiding good citizen. Otherwise, just for your shouting in front of my daughter, I would have killed you. Chapter 70 Chun Peng's Sincerity. At that moment, Team Zhang stood up, reached out his hand to push the young man back. He then walked in front of Yi Chun and lowered his head, saying, Just based on what you just said, I can tell you in your own words. If I took off this uniform, I would definitely take you down. At that moment, Yi Chun smiled faintly, completely unconcerned. Team Zhang, you see, it's human nature. Your child was threatened, of course. I'm talking about being bullied at school. As a father, you wouldn't act out while wearing this uniform. That's your duty. You're a public servant, but I'm not wearing it. I have no morals, so I won't be bound by moral constraints. Whoever harms my daughter, I will fight to the death with them. So, I'm not wrong, right? Yi Chun spread his hands and said, You're right, but legally it's not allowed. Sorry, I misunderstood you. Team Zhang said solemnly, but then he asked with confusion, But I'm very curious. How do you know my son's information? After all, today was the first time he met Yi Chun, and he had been in the interrogation room without any contact with the outside world. But how did the other party know about his son's situation? Chapter 71, Saving a Life, is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. Moreover, the attitude towards Feng Tianhai had also undergone a tremendous change. First calling him brother, then calling him adoptive father. This level of apology made Feng Tianhai admire him a bit. All right, stop messing around. Go pick up the child, and then go to the hotel. Yi Chun got into the car and said, Okay, brother, let sister-in-law and my niece ride in my car. I'm a steady driver. Feng Tianhai was unreliable. Upon hearing this, Chen Peng was overjoyed. Before Feng Tianhai could scold him, he had already dashed back to his car. Damn, brat, taking advantage and acting cute. Feng Tianhai cursed as he also got into the car and drove towards the apple orchard community. At this moment, outside the gate of the Second Realization Primary School, Team Zhang, leading several elite team members, had completely surrounded the van. When they saw the two people inside, they were all stunned, especially Team Zhang. Is that really two people? Team Zhang said in shock in a low voice. Captain, there's a suspicious person at the corner hot dog stand. At this time, the voice of Yubin came through the walkie-talkie. Captain, the criminal who infiltrated the school, disguised as a cleaner, has already been controlled by us. All the teachers and students in the school are still in their classes and haven't come out, ensuring safety, and we can act at any time. Chapter 72, A Sincere Apology. I was wrong, brother. Dad, where have you been? Tong Tong can't find you. I asked Mom, and she scolded me. Tong Tong said with a very aggrieved look. She wrapped her little hands around Yi Chen's neck and wouldn't let go. The child has a simple mind and can feel most who treats her well. The fatherly love Yi Chen gave her was not expressed through money, but through companionship, spoiling, and pampering. That unique fatherly love. Irreplaceable. Haha, Mom didn't mean it. If Tong Tong behaves well in the future, she won't do that. Yi Chen picked up Tong Tong and then looked at Qin Meiyun and said, Beautiful Qin, who made you upset? Your expression doesn't look right. Don't give me that silly smile. I'm asking you, where have you been? Qin Meiyun said very seriously. Huh, I didn't do anything, just encountered a small problem that I resolved. If you don't believe me, you can ask Tianhai. Yi Chen pointed, but found that Feng Tianhai had already disappeared. In that moment, Yi Chen realized that Qin Meiyun must have found out. This kid Feng Tianhai, how could he have let it slip when he had been told to keep his secret? His mouth is looser than his belt. This kid, I knew he was unreliable. Yi Chen cursed. Chapter 73, Preparing in Advance, Short Selling Plans. Brother, do you look down on this house? Or do you think it's not up to par? This decoration was personally designed by me. It's European luxury style. And I invested 700,000 to 800,000 just in the renovation. Chen Peng asked in surprise. He couldn't understand. This house, plus the renovation, is worth at least over 6 million. And yet, no one wants it? Is it because it's too few? After hearing this, Yi Chen smiled and shook his head, just about to explain. But at that moment, Feng Tianhai spoke first. It's because it's not up to standard, Chen Peng. Do you really think my brother needs your 100 houses? I actually think it's not that he looks down on it, but rather your perception of people. Do you think someone with over 4 billion in liquid assets needs your 100 houses? As Feng Tianhai's words fell, Chen Peng was instantly dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning. His brain went blank. Although Feng Tianhai usually liked to brag and joke, he wouldn't exaggerate on such matters. But he could never have imagined that Yi Chen, who was only a few years older than him, was already worth over 4 billion. This is too terrifying. Mainly, he had never seen Yi Chen before. Chapter 74, At the Car Show Scene. So, brother, I want to ask you for a favor. Can you help me buy some BM cars as short-selling chips in the U.S. tonight? Yi Chen asked. Wei Zonglin hurriedly put on his glasses and said seriously, sure. I just happen to have a friend who runs a company in the U.S. and has some connections with the banks. He often does short selling and is very reliable. I can vouch for him. How much do you want to buy? Hearing this, Yi Chen felt relieved. Not much. Just buy 500 million casually. Transfer it to my account, and there will definitely be a generous reward after the deal. Yi Chen smiled and said, all right, let's not talk about pleasantries in our relationship. I'll contact him right now. After speaking, Wei Zonglin hung up the phone. Yi Chen gazed at the night view outside, a smile appearing on his face. There will be a big event with BM cars tonight. The stock will plummet by 30 trillion tomorrow. At this time, buying the dip can also make a profit, but many people can roughly see that it will rise, but they cannot determine how much it will rise. Many are willing to take risks, but the investment is small. After this event, BM cars will usher in a significant price drop, just to recover in the stock market. Chapter 75. I'm always here. It's already gone. This piece was snatched by me. But now I suspect that Brother Yi wants to enjoy a 3-person world. That's why he pushed us out. The excitement is indeed lively, but there's nothing unusual about it. BM Enterprises has been very stable for so many years, and the stock has not fluctuated much. Feng Tianhai still couldn't figure it out. If it weren't for Yi Chen saying it in person, he would have gone home long ago. Let's wait and see. We need to be patient. I'm going to get an ice cream. It's too hot. After speaking, Chen Peng pointed to a girl not far away, who was distributing ice cream. No need to go. It's pointless. Those aren't prepared for us. They're all for the foreigners. Feng Tianhai said Dondonda. What? What does that mean? We're holding a car show in our country, and it's a joint venture. Why can't we get ice cream? Who are they looking down on? Chen Peng frowned. However, just as he finished speaking, the ice cream distribution area suddenly became noisy. A man and a woman were questioning. They were a pair of streamers, and they had already started a live broadcast. Let's go. Check out the excitement. Feng Tianhai's expression changed, and he walked over with Chen Peng. Chapter 76. Sending gifts to parents-in-law. I was wrong. Hee, but Meiyun, you look really good today. Yi Chun leaned against the doorframe, looking like a little rogue. Stop joking around with me. I have to go to work now. And you should pay attention to your diet too. Don't work yourself to death. What good is it to earn more money if your health collapses? After speaking, Qin Meiyun came out and hurriedly opened the door to leave. Yi Chun then silly smiled for a while, and after Tonton woke up, he fed her breakfast. He sent her to a nearby elite kindergarten. It was all arranged by Feng Tianhai, so the process was almost unnecessary. The elite kindergarten made Yi Chun feel more at ease. Then he could wholeheartedly go make money. In the afternoon, Yi Chun observed the BM stocks, and when he confirmed the lowest point, he began to buy frantically. He directly invested 2 billion. As for Feng Tianhai and Chen Peng, he just informed them to buy, and how much to buy was up to them. Once everything was settled, Yi Chun finally sighed in relief. In the afternoon, Qin Meiyun called. Yi Chun hurriedly answered. Yi Chun, my brother is back. I'm taking Tong Tong back tonight. Qin Meiyun's voice revealed a hint of nervousness, along with some expectation. Chapter 77. Having family to support you. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and let them in. Qin Jianshan shouted at Han Guizhi, then turned and went back inside. Coming quickly. After Han Guizhi reacted, she also pulled the woman's hand and entered the room. When she pushed the door open, she was startled. Good heavens! Alcohol, cigarettes, and various gift boxes piled up like a mountain. The door couldn't even be opened. How would you buy so much stuff? How much did this cost? Han Guizhi exclaimed. Mom, here S-Bird's Nest, donkey hide gelatin, and ginseng, all genuine nutritional products. You and Dad need to pay attention to your health. Yi Chun hurriedly explained and began to carry things. Soon, a large number of gift boxes almost filled up a room. Qin Jianshan saw this. Although his face was ashen, he felt a very comfortable feeling inside. This brat hadn't bought anything for 7 years, and now he made up for it all at once. Moreover, he had just seen 10 boxes of Maodai wine, at least worth over 100,000, and so many Zhonghua cigarettes, nutritional products. With such a huge pile, it would take at least 200,000 to 300,000 to clear it. Chapter 78. Did you go stocking up? No, he is very sensible now. With just a glance for me, he behaves. Qin Meiyun wiped her tears and said lightly, Is it because he has money now? Can earn money, treats you well. That's why you're moved? Qin Jianshan asked again. Dad, how could that be? If I were after money, with so many choices back then, why would I choose him? You know what kind of daughter you have. Qin Meiyun shook her head. Hey, how could I not know you? You think feelings are more important than money, otherwise. Why would you be so foolish to follow him for 7 years, letting him take advantage of you for 7 years? No matter what, with Dad backing you up. I fought on the battlefield back in the day to protect our home and country. I refuse to believe that I can't protect our little family. If that brat dares to hit you again, I'll chop him up. A father's love is as solid as a mountain, perfectly embodied in Qin Jianshan. Downstairs at the convenience store, a fat woman waved a fan, eating sunflower seeds, chatting with a few other women. When Yi Chun walked in, the woman instantly perked up. Sisters, did you see? That's the son-in-law of the old Qin family. I heard he's infatuated with a female streamer and even gambled away everything. Losing his job, that was like an iron rice bowl. The fat woman, the store owner, had lived there for many years and naturally knew Yi Chun. Chapter 79. Confronting the father-in-law. Dad, if you're not satisfied, feel free to scold me a bit more, but please don't get angry. Even though you're my father-in-law, you're still an elder. Don't just scold me. If you find me displeasing, you can kick me a couple of times or hit me a few times. Whatever makes you happy. What I'm afraid of is that you'll run out of strength and can't hit me anymore. After saying this, Yi Chun turned around and went back to the kitchen to get busy. This left Qin Meiyun speechless on the side. Is this really what Yi Chun said? Actively asking for a beating. I've never seen anyone make such a request in my life. As for Qin Jianshan, he was also taken aback. And when he came to his senses, he grinned and scolded this kid has really changed. He doesn't even retort when scolded, and although his attitude is pretty good, actively asking to be beaten is really infuriating. Han Guoji, beside him, also laughed because she could see that Yi Chun had really changed a lot. Even if it was just on the surface, at least he was showing it. Don't hit my dad. Suddenly, Tong Tong raised her head, looking up at Qin Jinshan. Oh my, you little ungrateful one. You still know to care about your dad. What if Grandpa hits your dad? Qin Jinshan patted Tong Tong's little head and said, Chapter 80. The brother-in-law's temper, 4 billion, or rather, 42 billion, with a few tens of millions on the side. At this moment, Yi Chun appeared very indifferent. Tens of billions seemed as trivial as a few dozen bucks coming from his mouth. A few tens of millions. Qin Jinshan's voice trembled as he hurried back to his seat. How did you earn so much? Old man, what does it mean to have over 40 billion? Han Guoji was also a bit confused. After all, they were from the older generation and knew that 40 billion was a lot. But it was hard for them to believe and understand what 40 billion truly represented in Yi Chen's case. What does it mean? The two companies we worked for back in our youth, they have all been sold now, and they didn't even fetch 5 billion. Your cousin's farm, didn't it invest over 7 million? 40 billion could buy 60 farms of the same scale. After Qin Jinshan made this analogy, Han Guoji was shocked, her face full of astonishment. Are you bragging? So much money, and it's only been a few days. Qin Jinshan asked, eyes wide open. Dad, please be careful with your blood pressure, and I have no need to brag about this amount of money. Chapter 81. The new sister-in-law arrives. As the fight was about to break out, Yi Chun took a deep breath and then deeply bowed. Brother, you just got back. Eat first. I'll leave now. Don't let it affect you and sister-in-law. It's my fault for adding to your troubles on sister-in-law's first visit. Sister-in-law, you guys eat. Don't think too much about it. This is all my fault. My brother usually doesn't act like this. After saying this, Yi Chun walked outside and closed the door. He wasn't afraid, nor was he avoiding it. It was just that under the current circumstances, he didn't fit in anymore. He went downstairs, lit a cigarette, and started smoking. Meanwhile, inside the house, Chen Lu also walked over, patted Qin Mingzhi's shoulder, and said, Look at you. What if you make yourself sick from anger? Sister-in-law, my brother usually isn't like this. It's because I'm not doing well, so please don't hold it against him. Qin Meiyun said with a sense of shame. Meiyun, actually your brother has already told me about you. No need to explain. If your brother doesn't get angry today, I actually find it strange. It's only right for him to get angry for his sister and family. Don't worry about me thinking too much. Chen Lu also understood the situation very well and smiled as she spoke. Chapter 82. Qin Meiyun's hardship. Hey, even the title of wife has been exploited. I've finished eating, and by the way, Meiyun, you should hurry up too. It's sister-in-law's first day here. Don't let her think too much. Just right, I have things to do here. Yi Chun licked his empty bowl with his tongue. Come on, don't embarrass yourself. We're outside. Haven't you eaten? Qin Meiyun rolled her eyes at Yi Chun, snatched the bowl away, and said playfully, Isn't it, because the food at your in-law's place is delicious? After wiping his mouth with a tissue, Yi Chun stood up, patting his belly in satisfaction. This made Qin Meiyun unable to help but cover her mouth and laugh. All right, I'll head up first. Come and pick me up in the evening. The house is small. If sister-in-law stays, we won't have enough room. Qin Meiyun reminded him. Okay, I'll get busy now. Yi Chun waved his hand and walked toward the entrance of the community, humming a little tune, with a face full of happiness. This made Qin Meiyun feel as if she had eaten honey, sweetening her heart. She initially thought Yi Chun would turn against her. But to the surprise of both Qin Meiyun and Qin Jinshan, Yi Chun actually endured it all. Chapter 83. The shocked General Manager Lin. Of course it's the company. Qin Meiyun, look, your apprentice is more aware than you. And by the way, I heard from Supervisor Lee that you found a rich man as your support. So you don't have to work anymore. Haha, but you can't just slack off during your leave. If you're not going to work, you should resign early and not occupy a position without contributing. Now I can approve your resignation, but your half-year bonus won't meet the conditions for disbursement. General Manager Lin crossed his arms, looking at Qin Meiyun. Anyway, you have a backer now, so you're not lacking in this. That's impossible, Manager Lin. That bonus is what I work hard for. I want to resign early. And please respect me. Don't maliciously slander me. Qin Meiyun was instantly furious. General Manager Lin was really going too far, and believing rumors to slander her made her feel like she wouldn't be able to function properly in the future. Qin Meiyun, You're saying that being able to find a wealthy backer is your ability, and I envy you for that. ISNT that respect. In our line of work, the most powerful thing is to package yourself well and sell yourself. Clearly, you've done that, and now you have a backer. Why still care about this bonus? General Manager Lin spread his hands and laughed. Chapter 84. Supervisor Lee's Intentional Difficulties. General Lin, you must be mistaken. Your brother's wife works at my company? Dare to ask Mr. Feng, who exactly is this brother? Mr. Lin tentatively asked. My brother is called Yichun. Have you heard of the stock god who made over $4 billion with 20 times leverage in crude oil futures recently? That's my brother. By the way, my sister-in-law is called Qin Meiyan. Hurry up and arrange things. We are in a hurry. Feng Tianhai didn't want to waste any more time and spoke directly. Immediately, Mr. Lin's eyes widened in shock, and he gasped. Especially after learning who Feng Tianhai's brother was. He was completely shaken. His mind was in turmoil. Then, upon hearing that the so-called sister-in-law was actually Qin Meiyan, he trembled even more and stammered, Mr. Feng, this is all minor stuff. Isn't it just a holiday? But there's one thing I don't understand. What is the relationship between this stock god and Qin Meiyan? They can't be the original couple, right? They're the original couple. Don't ask so much. Their relationship is quite complicated. In any case, remember, my sister-in-law works at your company. You should have some insight and understand things. As long as my sister-in-law is happy, neither I nor my brother will treat you unfairly. Chapter 85. I'm begging you. Take your holiday and go home to rest. The others were shocked and all shrank back, not daring to watch the commotion. At this moment, Qin Meiyun had tears welling in her eyes, feeling extremely aggrieved. Originally, she could resign immediately, but Supervisor Lee and Mr. Lin colluded to withhold her bonus. Moreover, to return to the family company, she needed a certificate from her current unit. If Mr. Lin gave her an unsatisfactory evaluation, her grandmother wouldn't think highly of her either. Qin Meiyun just wanted to create wealth and everything through her own abilities. However, she always faced such discrimination and suppression because she was too kind-hearted and too easy to talk to. At this moment, her weakness was also grasped by someone, as she had informed her trusted apprentice, Feng Yu, about needing a rating to work at the family company. Otherwise, how could she be in such a difficult situation? Qin Meiyun had no choice but to sit back down silently, tears streaming down her face, while her hands picked up the documents to make corrections. Seeing Qin Meiyun yielding, Supervisor Lee finally revealed a smug smile. Just then, Feng Yu walked over, grabbed the document from Qin Meiyun's hands, and nervously said, Master, let me do it. You go rest over there, I'll handle it. Chapter 86. Wang Chao, a person of good character. Such favoritism, although he felt unbalanced and very angry inside. Supervisor Lee didn't dare to express it. He could only glare fiercely at Qin Meiyun and then left with the documents. Meiyun, hurry up and pack your things. Your husband, my brother, is still waiting downstairs. I'll take you out, Mr. Lin said with a beaming smile. Suddenly, Qin Meiyun reacted. Mr. Lin's sudden change must be related to Yichun, right? She didn't speak, but simply tidied up a bit and walked towards the exit. Mr. Lin followed closely behind. Today, he had to take the opportunity to please that stock god. At this moment, Yichun was walking towards the company's interior with a plane ticket in hand. Just as he reached the elevator entrance, he ran into Qin Meiyun and Mr. Lin coming down. Meiyun, perfect timing. I was going to pick you up to go back home. Have you arranged your holiday? Yichun asked with a smile. Didn't you already help me arrange it? Why are you asking? Qin Meiyun complained, but her heart felt extremely relieved. During this time, she had felt too oppressed at work. Supervisor Lee, Feng Yu, and all the company staff seemed to be targeting her. Chapter 87. Back home, in front of the old house. Just call, what's the harm? I heard from Tianhai that you run a forest shop. How's business? Yichun asked. In fact, he had foreseen this, not just what Feng Tianhai said. Moreover, he was an old classmate of Feng Tianhai, and his character was decent. Otherwise, Feng Tianhai wouldn't have arranged for him to pick up the plane. So, after sensing some information, Yichun planned to give him a reminder. It's okay. Compared to you guys, it's just small fry. A new shop is opening soon, and if Brother Yi has time, it would be an honor to invite you to be a guest of honor for the ribbon cutting. Wang Chao asked eagerly. Then forget it. I won't be staying home for long this time, and I haven't been back in a long time. I want to spend time with the elders. By the way, you're opening tomorrow, right? Yichun asked casually. Suddenly, Wang Chao stopped in his tracks, and his expression became tense. Yichun also halted, confused. Bro, I've heard from Tion Hai that you're amazing, a prophet. Everything you said has come true. I'm opening tomorrow. Is there anything I need to pay attention to? Wang Chao hurriedly asked. You scare me. Don't listen to him bragging. It's not that exaggerated. Chapter 88. The poor are ignored in the bustling city. The rich have distant relatives in the mountains. The father was sitting at the door with a pipe, looking calm, but Yi Chen knew how happy his father was. He just wasn't good at expressing it. Moreover, his father's stubborn and fiery temper made him very strict with him, and the higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. Later, after falling into bad habits, he started giving gifts to female streamers, gambling, causing chaos. Each time Yi Chen returned home, the smiles on his parents' faces became fewer. Yi Chen snapped back to reality from his memories, took a deep breath, and then opened the car door to get out. Isn't this the second son of the Yi family, Yi Chen? I heard he lost his job in the city and owes a lot of gambling debts. Yeah, such a good family has been ruined. Yi Jianjun has been strong all his life and never lost face. But because of this second son, he's lost all his face. He has been walking around hunched for years. Yeah, this kid coming back isn't trying to swindle money again, is he? Better stay away from him. Aunt uncles. You got it wrong. He is driving a Land Rover worth over $1 million. A surprised young man said, What? Over $1 million? Is it true? Has the second son of the Yi family struck it rich? Chapter 89. A stubborn father. But because of Yi Chen, his father had suppressed his temper all these years. He didn't dare to raise his voice when speaking to anyone, and he had been laughed at less these years. Mom, I'm going to find them. You guys stay at home. It's just owing her money. I'll pay her back. But about what they did to my dad, I have to settle it with them. Yi Chen said and walked outside with an imposing demeanor. Second, don't be impulsive. Your temper is just like your dad's. Your dad is much better now. You mustn't make things worse. Li Xiaoying anxiously chased after him. Qin Meiyun was holding Tong Tong and following behind. Yi Chen had already walked briskly towards the outside. Seeing the commotion, the surrounding villagers also gathered around. Listen to your mom. Don't make a big deal out of it. After all, we are relatives. We see each other often. If this escalates, how are we going to get along in the future? Li Xiaoying chased after him, trying to persuade him. At this moment, Yi Chen had already gotten into the Land Rover and rolled down the window. Say, Mom, get in the car, me, and you come up too. Qin Meiyun nodded, opened the door, let Li Xiaoying get in first, and then followed Tong Tong into the car. Chapter 90. Being questioned. Yi Chen had always been afraid of his father since childhood, but as he grew up, he realized that his father cared about him deeply, just not good at expressing it. It can be said that back then, his father, a tough man, had really put aside his dignity and endured cold mockery to pay off debts and support his college education. When borrowing money, he was scolded and humiliated but held back his temper, not uttering a word, and had to force a smile. In 2 lifetimes, Yi Chen saw his father endure exploitation and oppression from relatives for his sake, unable to resist, which magnified his inner guilt. If I don't come, they will bully you to death. Yi Chen said with red eyes. Nonsense, who dares to bully you, my son? I've never been bullied in my life. Hurry back home. Stop meddling here. Yi Jianjun shouted with wide eyes. You too, if he comes back. Just give him that little bit of money and tell him what I'm doing here. When he saw his wife Li Xiaoying, Yi Jianjun complained. He thought his son had come back for money again. Dad, I'm grown up. I can handle some things. You rest. I'll take care of this. After saying that, Yi Chen waved to Qin Meiyun not far away. Chapter 91. Shocked Parents. After a few words, all the elders fell silent and nodded in agreement. They felt that Yi Chen was still very conscientious. Moreover, he said what he would do, paying back double the debt. However, just as all the villagers were changing their views on Yi Chen, Yi Huiling's son, Zhang Chu, walked out shaking his head. Shut up. Do you really think you're something? Just because you have some money, you think you're impressive? You're here lecturing me. Let me tell you, Yi Lao heir, you were a coward before, a useless person. You ruined your family, and your wife ran off with someone else, right? You've always been bullied. If you dare to act tough here, I'll beat you to death. The tall Zhang Chu sneered. Especially the last sentence made Qin Meiyun, not far away, turn pale. Hearing this, Yi Chen's expression also turned cold, his eyes sharp. His fists were turning white from clenching, ready to explode. However, before Yi Chen could speak, Yi Jianjun had already exploded. This time his son came back and brought him some face, and the words just now vented all the anger and grievances he had suppressed over the years. Chapter 92. Father almost got scared. Meiyun said herself, I believe it. But you little brat, Now you're talking big. I don't believe you. Buying so many things, spending so much money, and this box of money, it must be hundreds of thousands. Yi Jianjun had a double standard, believing his daughter-in-law, but not his son. This made Yi Chun sigh repeatedly, feeling quite helpless, after all. This was all his past sins that brought heavy shadows to his father. The cash totaled 1 million, after paying off debts with over 100,000. There should still be 70 or 80,000 left. I didn't spend much on these things, Dad. I came back this time to take you and Mom to the city. This money is for you and Mom. Yi Chun pointed at the box and said, forget it, going to the city, your mom and I can't enjoy that blessing. As long as you can be well, turn over a new leaf, don't gamble anymore. Take good care of Mei Yun and her daughter. Even if your mom and I are buried, we can rest in peace. Yi Jianjun shook his head and said, yeah, I still can't accept that you and Mei Yun. Li Xiaoying began, suddenly realizing she said something wrong. Especially with Tong Tong there, she quickly covered her mouth. But tears flowed from her eyes. Chapter 93. The happiness at home. The joy of making money. Dingling. The phone rang. Yi Chun picked up the phone casually, and Yi Jianjun, who originally wanted to confirm if Yi Chun was bragging, had to wait for his son to finish the call to ask, how's it going? It was Feng Tianhai calling. And Yi Chun casually asked, bro, the BM stock has skyrocketed. The bullish line has shot up. The official just announced that 3 car series are all being discounted. I followed your advice and cashed out 10 minutes ago. Your 20 billion has made over 200 million in 6 days. I've already transferred the money to you. Check it. Feng Tianhai said excitedly. How much did you and Chen Peng make? Yi Chen's face showed a smile when he heard this. Although it was only 200 million, it was already a lot. After all, opportunities to make money like crude oil don't come by often. However, this funding provided great support for his future plans. Everything being done now is laying the groundwork for future plans. I made over 100 million, his words. A little less, around 70 or 80 million. By the way, bro, I'm going to find Chen Peng first. This guy wants to sell all the hotels. Saying he has to fully enter the stock market and work with you. Saying making money is too easy. Feng Tianhai said with a smile. Chapter 94. Future plans. Acquiring a game company. The father and son were drinking and chatting, while Li Xiaoying was also chatting with Tong Tong and Qin Meiyan about old times, and as they talked, both women ended up wiping their tears. That night became a bit awkward, because in the north, they have those earthen kangs. The old couple's room couldn't fit so many people. Another room was tidied up, and it was also set up for 3 people. Yi Chun scratched his head, glancing at Qin Meiyan. Mom, how about we let Dad come to this room? It's spacious, and I'll sleep with you. At this moment, Qin Meiyan opened the door and whispered at the doorway. No need, Meiyan, your dad and I've already gone to sleep. It's inconvenient to keep moving around. Don't wake Tong Tong up. Li Xiaoying's voice came from the room, and then the light went out. Yi Chun knew that this was his mom deliberately creating an opportunity for him. Qin Meiyan wasn't stupid either. Her face turned red as she turned around and closed the door. How about we just make do and sleep together? I'll share a bed with you. And Tong Tong can have her own bed. Yi Chun grinned mischievously. In your dreams, you sleep next to Tong Tong. I'll sleep on the other side. Qin Meiyan glared at Yi Chun, then took off her shoes and got onto the earthen kong. Chapter 95. Paying back money no way. Absolutely not. This play area is not for playing. You go lead them to the resting area. Remember, absolutely cannot let them in. Otherwise, if something happens, I will hold you responsible. Wang Chao shook his head immediately upon hearing this, and said sternly, this is what Brother Yi instructed, and I must follow it. Although I don't believe in ghosts and gods, from Feng Tianhai's introduction, I know that this Yi Chun is definitely a master who can always turn misfortune into fortune. Moreover, what is most shocking is that the case at Longzhou Primary School was solved thanks to the clues he provided. Just based on this point as a businessman, as long as it does not harm my interests, I must consider safety. With the evacuation of the security personnel, many guests had already taken their children and moved into the resting area of the sales hall. However, there were still some who, because their children were too eager to play inside, had a dispute with the security personnel. At this moment, Wang Chao raised his wrist to check the time, showing an anxious expression, and walked toward the play area. How are you handling this? Didn't I just say that no one is allowed to approach here? Why hasn't anyone been evacuated yet? Mr. Wang reprimanded sternly upon his arrival. Chapter 96. Meeting Brother. I previously owed your family 5,000. and I brought it all back with interest. I'm really sorry, Yi-Chen said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Aunt Wu stopped crying, then took the bag in surprise. It felt heavy, and her expression changed even more. 5,000 yuan doesn't need to be packed in a bag, nor is it that heavy. It wasn't until she took out stack after stack of cash from the bag and placed it on the Kong that her eyes widened, covering her mouth as she looked at Yi-Chen. Uncle Wu was also in shock, unable to believe his ears, asking, "Little brother, how come there's so much money?" "It was just 5,000. Where did you get it?" "Uncle Wu, Aunt Wu, this is 100,000 yuan. You too take it. When my family was at its most difficult time, you helped my dad without asking for interest, so this is all you deserve. Don't worry about it. I made some money and won't gamble anymore. The family has enough. By the way, Uncle Wu, take these 2 bottles of wine as well. I'm leaving now, and if you have time tonight, come to my house and drink with my dad in them." As he spoke, Yi-Chen was about to walk outside when Uncle Wu grabbed his wrist. "You little brat, come back and take the money." Chapter 97, Brotherhood. When Yi-Chen saw this man, his eyes instantly turned red as he recalled the time when he was bullied by other classmates. This man, who was a chubby boy back then, stood in front of him silently, taking the beatings for him. This was his brother, Yi Zhong, honest and straightforward, living up to his name. His brother had a great appetite when he was young, but because the family was poor, he often went hungry. He would even save leftovers for his younger siblings to eat while watching them. Whenever Yi-Chen thought of those childhood memories, he couldn't help but shed tears. "Brother." Yi-Chen's voice trembled to the extreme, and he was so choked up that he couldn't speak. This call a brother was like calling a father, filled with respect. As Yi-Chen shouted, the chubby man washing clothes dropped the clothes on the ground and turned around with a blank expression. When he saw Yi-Chen, he froze, unable to react for a long time. After all, the current Yi-Chen was no longer a gambler or impoverished. He was now full of confidence. Especially after being in a certain mindset for a long time, a person's aura would change. Chapter 98. Helping brother arrange a job. "Brother, hurry up and come with me to pick up sister-in-law. Now that I have money, I'll buy you a house, a car, the betrothal gifts, everything is on me. Let's go, what are you waiting for?" Yi-Chen stood up, looking anxious. "No, I know you're comforting me. She has waited for me for 3 years, and that's already more than enough. I can't delay her any longer. After all, having a good home is better than being with me. Just take care of yourself and live well. Don't worry about me." Yi Zhong shook his head and smiled. "No way, brother. I thought sister-in-law had already left. Now come with me to pick her up. Brother, listen to me this time. I will support you." Suddenly, Yi-Chen's eyes brimmed with tears again. His words also made Yi Zhong wipe his tears. Yi-Chen forcibly dragged him out of the house. Once they arrived downstairs, Yi Zhong waved his hand and pointed to a small electric stove nearby, saying, "Take this to go." "Brother, I remember you have a driver's license, right? And you really like cars." Yi-Chen suddenly said with bright eyes. "I've had a driver's license for a long time, but I didn't have money to buy a car. A colleague bought a second-hand Jetta. Sometimes when he's tired after work, I drive it for fun. Now that I can't even afford a house, I don't want to think about cars anymore." Chapter 99. Picking up sister-in-law. "What you said, I'm also a late bloomer. It's not that I didn't have the ability before. It sounds like I mistreated my brother, haha." Yi-Chen also laughed. "That's right. Brother Yi is not that kind of person. Come on, let's go eat." Wang Chao hurriedly seized the opportunity and said enthusiastically, "Eating can wait for another day. I came to you this time because there's something urgent. I don't know your connections in Binhai City, but I still trust you and hope you can help my brother find a formal job, preferably with a stable position. He can start today and handle the paperwork." Yi-Chen suddenly said. After listening, Wang Chao frowned, showing a contemplative expression. Seeing this, Yi-Chen smiled and said, "All right, I understand. I won't make it difficult for you. We'll talk about it another time." "Wait, brother, what are you saying? Finding a job for our brother is a big deal. I'm worried that you might reject the job I find, and then Feng Tianhai won't let me off the hook. I can't get through this with you either. What do you think of me?" "To be honest, brother in Binhai, I still have some influence. However, if he starts today, there will be restrictions on work." "How about a bank job?" Wang Chao hurriedly explained. Chapter 100. Women with Similar Fates. "I got it, brother. Why are you just like Dad? Always thinking I won't do well in my studies. Do you still think this Land Rover is a burden?" Yi-Chen said, pointing at the Land Rover with a smile. "Haha, there's no pressure now. You little brat can make money, so I don't have to worry," Yi Zhong said with a smile. "Not only will it not be taken back, but when you and sister-in-law get married, I will buy her a business car. I know sister-in-law likes cars too. Now that women drive Land Rovers, it's quite impressive, and you can drive the business car to take your parents' and sister-in-law's family out for trips conveniently. Yi Chun had already planned it all. Hearing this, Yi Zhong was also moved to tears, but still worried that Meng Meng might marry someone else. An hour later, Wang Chao finally came back with the employment contract and work ID, walking over with a smile. Brother, everything is ready, just waiting for the employment contract to be signed. Whenever it's convenient for you to start work is fine, Wang Chao said with a smile. Thank you. After all, I'm really not familiar with the Bin area. Sorry to trouble you, Wang Chao. Once I finish my work here, I'll treat you to a meal. Yi Chun expressed his gratitude. Tapte senun, ubarvering limang mang mang mang. At that moment, Yi Zhong hesitated to speak. What do you mean? Meng Meng already said to get lost. Supervisor Sun came over, pushed Yi Zhong aside, and spoke a few words to Li Meng Meng. Then Li Meng Meng nodded. At this moment, Supervisor Sun drove a BMW 3 Series to the roadside and then got out. Meng Meng, get in the car. The air conditioning is on. It's very cool. Supervisor Sun waved his hand, and Li Meng Meng looked back at Yi Zhong one last time, then gritted her teeth as if making a significant decision, and walked towards Supervisor Sun. After she got in the car, she kept her head down. Supervisor Sun smugly rolled down the car window and shouted at Yi Zhong. Fool. Ride your broken electric bike and go fool other women. Meng Meng isn't buying that. She'd rather cry in a BMW than sit on your broken electric bike. After finishing, Supervisor Sun laughed wildly and retracted his head, ready to start the car and leave. Suddenly, a Land Rover rushed over, blocking Supervisor Sun's way completely, leaving him no space to maneuver. Reversing would hit the car behind, and moving forward would hit the Land Rover in front. He rolled down the window and shouted outside. Hey! Just because you have money doesn't make you special. You're blocking the road. Hurry up and move aside. Chapter 102. Sister-in-law's parents at this moment, Yi Chun, who was watching from the side, was also overjoyed and wiped his tears. 10 minutes later, Li Meng Meng finally pulled away from Yi Zhong's embrace, then tilted her head and glared at Yi Chun, gritting her teeth and saying, Speak, how much money do you want this time? Don't make things difficult for your brother. He still has to send money to your younger siblings and your parents every month, and he can only afford steam buns for himself. Don't be greedy. I don't have much. While speaking, Li Meng Meng actually took out her wallet and pulled out all the cash inside. At this moment, Yi Chun finally understood why his brother loved Li Meng Meng so much. Because she is worth it, she deserves this love. Because she, like Mei Yun, has a man she loves dearly. Sister Meng Meng, I have turned over a new leaf. Really, my brother can vouch for me. I came this time to pay back the money. If you don't believe me, ask my brother. Yi Chen hurriedly explained it. Li Meng Meng was taken aback upon hearing this, then stopped moving, turned back to look at Yi Zhong, and asked, Really? He paid you back? How much did he pay back? Is it enough for the down payment on the house? If not, I still have my savings from these past few years. We can use that to pay the down payment first, and then go tell my parents about this. Chapter 103. Covering all wedding expenses, proposing for the Yi family. Instantly, Li Meng Meng's father, Li Datong, who was still watching TV on the sofa, had a dark expression. Chun Mei Wan, Li Meng Meng's mother, also rushed out of the kitchen with a spoon in hand. What did you bring him back for? For 3 years, we haven't stopped you from being with him, but we won't let you marry him. I'm telling you, Meng Meng, if you disobey and secretly go to get your marriage certificate from now on, I want to have a daughter like you. Chun Mei Wan said sternly. Li Meng Meng lowered her head, not daring to speak. At this moment, Yi Zhong came in holding gifts and placed them on the ground. Auntie, I'm sorry. I'm late. I have prepared the money to buy a house. Please give me another chance. I will treat Meng Meng well. Yi Zhong said sincerely. Hee, money for a house? Is it full payment? Isn't it just a down payment? If my daughter marries you, she has to share the mortgage with you. She is an only child with no pressure at home. Why should she suffer with you? Yi Zhong, you're a good kid. I've never misjudged you. You're very down to earth, but you can't give my daughter happiness. She is willing now, but once married and facing life as pressures, not only will she regret it, but you will also crumble. Chapter 104. Full payment, 2 sets. Seeing this, Li Meng Meng also ran over, opened the fridge, took out a soda, and handed it to Yi Chun. Thank you, sister-in-law. Yi Chun took the soda and gulped it down. Slow down. No one is competing with you. Li Meng Meng also smiled, then returned to the sofa, sitting next to Yi Zhong, hugging his arm tightly. Yi Zhong was startled, trying to retract his arm, but was held tightly by Li Meng Meng. Don't let Uncle and Annie see, Yizhong said nervously in a low voice. What are you afraid of? I'm not afraid anymore, anyway. I have that smelly kid to handle things. My parents may be honest people, but they really buy into what Yichun says. When this hits them, they were all stunned, didn't you see? At this moment, Li Mingming was happily leaning on Yizhong's shoulder. This was the most reassuring moment for her in 3 years. The big stone weighing on her heart could finally be set down. At this moment, Li Dadong took a deep breath, finally coming back to his senses. Is this money really earned honestly? Li Datong still couldn't believe that this box of money was earned by Yi family's gambler's second son. Uncle, I really can't explain this in detail. But you just need to know that since I haven't been caught, it definitely isn't illegal income. Chapter 105. It's not that I can't afford it. Why the down payment? Oh, it's not as serious as you say. Yizhong loves me, and I love him. Otherwise, I would wait for him for 3 years. Moreover, his younger brother is making money now. That counts as a turnaround, right? He is no longer that hated guy. And now he listens well, and is particularly afraid of me. Li Mingming said proudly. I'm speechless, forget it. I won't persuade you anymore. Since you're buying a house, let me introduce you. I'll earn a bit less commission. Zhang Xin said with a smile. Okay, since I've met you, of course, I'll go through you to buy it. I still remember your feelings for me back then. We are old classmates and sisters. Come on, let you make some money today. Saying this, Li Mingming grabbed Zhang Xin's hand and walked towards the sand table. You better not. First see if you have enough for the down payment. I didn't plan to make money off you. I'll try to help you find a good layout. What is the area? How much is your budget? Our smallest is 45 square meters, and there's only one left. Zhang Xin didn't believe that Yizhong, that poor guy, could afford a house. Moreover, she had long known that this silly girl, Li Mingming, had been saving every penny for 3 years, just to buy a house and help Yizhong bear the pressure. Chapter 106. Unburdening thoughts. She had seen many rich people, but the Yichun in front of her, in her eyes, didn't seem like a wealthy person at all. The real rich had long been taken away by the manager over there. It really wasn't their turn. Sister Mingming, here's the bank card. You could talk to her. It's too difficult for me to communicate with her. Yichun said helplessly, turning around and handing the bank card to Li Mingming. At this moment, Li Mingming realized what was happening and nervously took the card. Brother, don't just stand there. Hurry up. Don't keep Uncle and Aunt waiting. Yichun urged his elder brother again. Hey, got it. I'll go now. After saying that, Yizhong pulled the dazed and confused Li Mingming to Zhang Xin. After chatting for a bit, they went to swipe the card. When Zhang Xin sighed and impatiently took the POS machine to swipe the card, Yizhong entered the password. Yichun had told him yesterday that the card password was his birthday. Ding! The successful card swipe prompt sounded, and then the machine spit out a small white paper. All right, it's done. Can we go see the house now? Yizhong looked at Zhang Xin with anticipation and asked. At this moment, Zhang Xin suddenly woke up, looking at the small paper that had ejected, stunned by the over 5 million swiped. Chapter 107. Can you introduce me to a quality man? Mingming, I'm so envious of you. By the way, is that little uncle of yours divorced? Let us see if you can introduce him to my sister. When Zhang Xin was sending Li Mingming off, she nudged her and said, That's enough. He is doing fine. Although divorced, he has already turned over a new leaf. You don't need to meddle, but I can ask Yichun if he has any suitable friends to introduce to you. Li Mingming said with a smile. Really? Mingming, I knew you were the best. Saying this, Zhang Xin hugged Li Mingming and jumped up. Actually, she was just joking earlier. She was genuinely happy for her sister. Although she had many opinions about the Yi family before, that was only because Yizhong's behavior was really too much back then. But now it's all good. The little uncle has really achieved something, earned so much money, and hasn't forgotten about his elder brother. Very conscientious. All right, my best sister when you get married. I will be your bridesmaid. Wishing you happiness and a long life together. After sending her blessings, Zhang Xin sent Li Mingming to the car and waved goodbye. Then, Yichun took his sister-in-law and elder brother home first, and when he handed the house keys to the elderly couple, they finally felt at ease. Chapter 108. Leaving home. Embarking on a journey. Grandma wants a younger brother and sister, not Tong Tong? At this moment, Tong Tong suddenly waved her little hand and pouted. Yes, yes, yes. Whether male or female, good grandson or good granddaughter, how could Grandma bear to abandon Tong Tong? Li Xiaoying also laughed. The entire yard was filled with the cheerful laughter of the Yi family. Mom, let sister-in-law in quickly. Let us chat inside. At this moment, Chi Mian also smiled while holding Tong Tong and said, "Hurry up and go inside. Dinner's about to be served. You've been busy all day. You must be tired." Li Xiaoying was now full of energy, pulling both daughters-in-law into the house. Then the three men also entered the house and sat on the earthen calm. Each with a cup of liquor, they began to sip. Meanwhile, the three women and Tong Tong were busy in the kitchen, chatting and laughing joyfully. The family was harmonious, and the warm atmosphere made people envious. After dinner, the family sat in the yard to cool off, eating chilled watermelon and chatting. "By the way, Dad, I estimate that I will go back tomorrow, and then I will go see my younger brother and sister." Chapter 109. Cultivating Talents, Paving the Way for Future Plans. Yichin opened the car door and got out, embracing his mother. "Mom, 2 daughters-in-law are not enough to accompany you. There's also Tong Tong, right? Moreover, my elder brother doesn't need to work for a short time, and you still have to handle my elder brother's wedding, so there's a lot to do. I will hurry back as soon as I can, and then I will let the 3rd and 4th siblings come back early too." "Mom, don't cry." Yi Chun patted his mother's back, smiling. At this moment, Chi Mian saw this scene, and her eyes turned red. Yi Chun is now a good father, good son, good brother, and surely he will be a good husband in the future. This made her feel as if she was dreaming. Yi Chun's changes were too great. It felt like a century had passed. Li Mengmeng and Yi Zhong also witnessed this, their faces filled with relief. "Then come back early, take care of your health. Eat on time, and don't eat randomly. Health is more important than making money. Also, go back and visit your in-laws more often. Don't let them worry." The saying goes, a mother worries for her child traveling 1,000 miles. This saying is true. "Got it, Mom, I'll head back now." Yichin got back in the car and waved his hand. Chapter 110. The Future Game Development Tycoon. Cry, and after you finish crying, give Uncle a call, or it's best to accompany him to the hospital. As for your career, first handle family matters well. Then I will wait for you in Longzhou with Tianhai. Don't keep us waiting too long. Yichin suddenly reached out and patted Wang Chao. At this moment, Wang Chao suddenly raised his head, his eyes red, and nodded heavily. "Brother, I understand. I'll wait for you in Longzhou. At that time, my whole family will go." Then Wang Chao turned his head and resumed driving, taking Yi Chun to the airport. By the time Yi Chun returned to Longzhou, it was already evening. As soon as he got off the plane, Feng Tianhai ran over. "Brother, my dear brother, you're finally back." Feng Tianhai was very perceptive and took the bag from Yi Chun's hand. "All right, look around. 2 big men acting so sentimental. How did the matter I asked you to handle go?" Yi Chun pushed him away with a smile and asked, "Brother, the matter you instructed me, of course, I handled it properly. Tian 2 Game Company is not large, but the internal structure is complete, and the technical staff are all highly educated and specialized. The owner of Tian 2, the largest shareholder, is Chen Xueming, who is indeed planning to sell all his shares recently, as it seems there is a situation at his home." Chapter 111. The Excessive Fiancé. Father S. Character. He means what he says. He can really do anything. "Dad, I'll listen to you. I won't push you anymore. Please come back quickly," Chen Xueming said hurriedly. This time, Chen Xueming was truly scared. His face was full of tension. Only then did Father Chen turn around, sighed, and silently began to pack his belongings. Chen Xueming could only stand by and watch silently, feeling an unprecedented sense of helplessness. At this moment, he felt an unparalleled sense of powerlessness. If he were successful in his career, his father wouldn't have to do this, sacrificing his health just to avoid dragging him down. And now, he could only silently watch his father pack his clothes and daily necessities, then stand up and walk straight out the door. Chen Xueming took a deep breath and looked up, unable to regain his composure for a long time. At this moment, Chen's father, who had come outside, saw a trendy-dressed girl standing in the corridor. With a smile on his face, he walked over. "Xiao Jia, what are you doing here? This hospital is full of germs. And you, a girl, are out so late. Hurry back. I'll have Amin take you home," Chen's father said with a smile. The girl in front of him, Lu Jia, was his son's girlfriend and fiancée, who had just gotten engaged 3 months ago and was about to get married. Chapter 112. Can you read minds? And it said so matter-of-factly. He was considerate to Lu Jia's parents. Every time they came, he arranged for various seafood meals and stayed at the best hotels. When they left, he also gave them a sum of cash. He had given her family 500,000 as a betrothal gift, along with a diamond ring. It could be said that he had truly invested a lot in this relationship. However, He never expected that Lu Jia would not only refuse to help him in his most difficult time, but also make things worse. His father's treatment was actually less important to her than buying a bag or jewelry. At this moment, Chen Xueming suddenly realized that his girlfriend was really terrifying. It was simply a bottomless pit. Are you crazy? Are you even speaking human words? My father raised me since I was little. Without him, there would be no me. I don't care. You need to return all the jewelry and bags now. I need to pay for my dad's treatment, and also the 500,000 betrothal gift I gave you. You need to give that back to me too. Once my dad is better, I will get it back to you. Chen Xueming felt utterly powerless. He just wanted to gather the money to treat his father. Nothing else mattered anymore. What? Chen Xueming, I think you are the one who has gone crazy. You want to take back the betrothal gift? What do you think I am? Let me tell you, it's impossible. Chapter 113. Preparing to buy a house, how would you know? Tell me, who exactly are you? Suddenly, Chen Xueming roared at Yi Chun like an angry tiger. You want to know how the other party found out? Don't worry about how I know. Next, I will invest in your dreams. You just need to continue to complete them and help me make money. Such a simple thing. Do I need to say it a second time? Your father's illness also depends on you. Don't you find it meaningless to ask me these things now? Yi Chun said, spreading his hands. At this moment, Chen Xueming gradually came to his senses, calming down his emotions. Just then, footsteps were heard behind him. Xueming, what are you shouting about? Be polite to your friend. How did I teach you? At this moment, Chen's father actually walked over. Dad, why did you come down? And why are you still wearing that hospital gown? Chen Xueming hurriedly stepped forward to ask after seeing his father. Shouldn't you be asking your friend? He just helped me pay the hospital fees, saying that this money was borrowed from you, and he came to pay it back. I thought it was not feasible, so I suggested returning the money. My health is still okay. I heard that your company has encountered problems, so I wanted to use this money to tide over. Chen's father said seriously. Chapter 114. Plans to buy a breeding farm. Brother, living in hotels all the time isn't a solution. It's time to buy a house. Your sister-in-law and your uncles and aunts can all live together. Feng Tianhai casually sat down after delivering breakfast and spoke up. Yi Chun, who was eating breakfast, nodded in agreement. You're right, we need to resolve the house issue today, and then, in the evening, I have an important person to meet. After that, there's a very important project, so help me contact some breeding workers. Yi Chun casually said, breeding workers? Is it for seafood or poultry? You wouldn't want to raise wild animals, would you? Boss, are you planning to open a zoo? What prospect does that have? Feng Tianhai asked excitedly. I'm not opening a zoo. I'm planning to raise some meat pigs. According to my calculations, pork prices will experience a significant surge in the second half of the year. Moreover, there will be a major outbreak of swine fever and flu in the first half of the year, causing many farmers to incur losses, leading to a shortage of pork. Each put down his bowl and chopsticks and spoke. Chapter 115. The fierce wife of a childhood friend. Brother, is this your childhood friend? She looks very warm-hearted. Are you planning to give her the house? Feng Tianhai asked, puzzled. He didn't know the extent of Yi Chen's relationship with this chubby boss, to the point of casually giving away his shop. Want to hear the story of me and him? At this moment, Yi Chen's eyes turned red. Feng Tianhai nodded. He was curious to know what had happened in Yi Chen's past that made him feel so guilty towards family and friends now. Just 3 months ago, I was a gambler who couldn't even afford food. Can you believe that? Haha, back then I was just a scoundrel, losing everyone's trust. Anyone who knew me, whether relatives, friends, or anyone, would keep their distance. Even if I died in front of them, they wouldn't believe my nonsense, because I had disappointed them too many times and deceived them too many times. 9 out of 10 things I said were lies. A person like that has no credibility anywhere, and I lost everything and couldn't even eat. Then I thought of my childhood friend. It was this boss, Zhang Wang. Chapter 116. Thoughts on acquiring a breeding farm. That Yi Chun is a disaster. Easy to invite, but hard to send away. He is not your relative or anyone to you. Why do you keep letting him come over for free meals? Our rent has been overdue for half a year, and the landlord has urged us so many times, don't you know? Moreover, I just heard that the landlord sold the house, and now there's a new landlord. What will we do when they come looking for us? Zhang Wang sighed after hearing this and said, no matter what, we won't starve because of him, and besides, he pays today. We grew up together from being naked kids to coming out of Wang village together, as a fellow villager and childhood friend. What's wrong with taking care of him? I can't just watch him starve. That goes against my conscience. Xianglan, I know you're also sharp-tongued but soft-hearted. Anyway, our shop is going down, and we can't afford rent. After she finishes eating, I'll tell him we don't mind him eating with us. But you said it. Once this meal is done, don't let him come again. Just because he can pay, I still don't know your little tricks. It's always you who gives him money first, and then lets him eat before paying the bill. Chapter 117. A large sum of money, all right. Stop talking. Didn't Yi Chun say he has turned over a new leaf and doesn't gamble anymore? To say a few less words. Yi Chen, your sister-in-law is actually doing this for your own good. Although you don't gamble anymore, you shouldn't aim too high. Anyway, my restaurant can't go on like this. So I'm planning to work at Uncle San's farm. You can come with me then. You'll gain some experience, and when you have the capital, it's not too late to start again. Zhang Wang hurriedly spoke up to ease the atmosphere. I still plan to do it myself. How about this? You help me contact Uncle San first, and I'll prepare the funds on my side. It's getting late, so I'll take my leave and won't disturb you any longer. I hope you can speed up this matter. It's all on you, Brother Wang. With that, Yi Chen was about to get up and leave. Just then, Yu Xiaolan suddenly stood up and blocked Yi Chen's way. You're leaving just like that? You've ordered such a big table of dishes, and you won't eat? Aren't you just causing trouble for our family? Let me tell you, Yi Chen, Zhang Wang cares about face and can't bring himself to say it. But I'm not going to indulge you. This table of food is on me today, but don't come over to freeload in the future. Our family can't afford it. Chapter 118. Buying a house. Let's get a villa. Wife, look at this. Is it real? Saying this, Zhang Wang handed over the contract with a shocked expression. When Yu Xiaolan finished reading it, she also suddenly looked up, and the two exchanged glances. Our new landlord is Yi Chun. The couple exclaimed simultaneously. The next day, Yi Chun and Feng Tianhai first went to the Zhuangyuan 1 residential complex. They planned to buy a house. Zhuangyuan 1 is located in a slightly remote area. It's situated in the southern New City. However, it consists of large units, and the prices are very high. It's a specially crafted quality. Ordinary first-time buyers wouldn't even consider this place. Yi Chen thought about bringing his parents over to live in a better environment, somewhere quieter. As for transportation, they could hire a driver and just employ a nanny at home. His parents are getting older. It's time for them to enjoy their old age. Bro, although Zhuangyuan 1 is in the southern New City, the surrounding developments are also improving. Do you have any thoughts about choosing this place? Feng Tianhai asked with a sly smile. What thoughts can I have? The area is planned for schools, and the house prices have no room for growth. They're already over 50,000 per square meter, and any further increase would just be trivial. Chapter 119. The commission is over 300,000. Since we're buying 2 units, I have no objections. However, buying 2 is a bit excessive, bro. That villa has 3 floors, at least over 500 square meters. We might as well live together. Feng Tianhai said. That makes sense. The main thing is that I'm still not sure if my in-laws are willing to come live with us. And also, Meiyan hasn't agreed to my remarriage yet. Let's do it this way. Lulu, help me calculate the price for that villa one. After careful consideration, Yi Chen finally said to Chun Lu. At this moment, Chun Lu was already stunned. From listening to Yi Chun and Feng Tianhai's conversation, it seemed they weren't concerned about how much the house cost, but rather about comfort. However, the houses here are not affordable for ordinary people. A regular house costs around 4 to 5 million, which is beyond the reach of most families. Yet the two spoke so calmly, so simply. Sister Lulu? Seeing Chun Lu in a daze, Yi Chen gently reminded her. I'll calculate it for you right away. Just wait a moment. With that, Chun Lu took out paper and a calculator and began to quickly type away. About 7 or 8 minutes later, she handed the quote to Yi Chun. Chapter 120. The future sister-in-law's approval. All right, tonight I'm treating. Let's go out for food, drinks, and fun. Is that okay? You all keep busy. I'm gonna make a phone call. With Chun Lu's words, the entire sales office erupted in cheers, all shouting long live Sister Chun Lu, which satisfied her little vanity. You should know she had just started working not long ago and hadn't even passed her probation period. Suddenly receiving such a big order meant she would be made permanent. Her face beamed with happiness as she stepped outside the sales office. Then she took out her phone and called Qin Mingzhi. Soon, he answered the call. Darling, calling me during work hours? Are you missing me? Qin Mingzhi's laughter came through the phone. Shut up, you clown. I'm calling you because there's something I want to tell you. Chun Lu laughed and then scolded him. What is it? Sounds serious. Qin Mingzhi replied casually. Your ex-brother-in-law came today. As soon as Chun Lu finished speaking, there was a moment of silence on the other end. What did that dog want? He didn't cause you any trouble, did he? If he's affecting you, I'm coming over right now. Chapter 121 Humanity. Keep some reserve. If anyone else asked this, Yichun wouldn't even bother responding. He definitely wouldn't explain. But those who could ask such questions were mostly concerned family and friends. So Yichun had never been dismissive. This money was all earned from stock trading. I made a profit from holding some atai before, and I've already paid off my debts. Brother Wong, sister-in-law, don't worry about it. This money is clean, taken from a legitimate bank. If I were really committing a crime, I wouldn't bring the dirty money to you and drag you down with me. Although I was a total scoundrel in the past, I've turned over a new leaf. I'm sorry for all the trouble I caused you before, especially you, sister-in-law. Please accept this money. Don't be polite with me, or I'll have no face to see you again. Yichun said very seriously. All right, with your word, I believe it. But I can't take this money, otherwise. What would that make us? We grew up together, and I'm older than you, so I should help you without making you feel embarrassed. Listen to me. Take this money back. Don't think too much about it. I'm still your brother Wong. Zhang Wang patted his chest and said, Chapter 122, heading to the farm. Paving the way. His actions were indeed a form of repayment, but it's also very possible that due to these matters, one day in the future, he and Zhang Wang won't even be able to be brothers. After all, human nature is greedy. Zhang Wang can still keep his original intention because he hasn't yet left his class and enjoyed a life of luxury. When one day he can drive a Mercedes, has savings, and is exposed to luxury consumption in places, he will feel that what Yichun gave him back then was too little. Even a matter of course. These were the fragments that flashed through Yichun's mind just now. I'll also write you an IOU. At this moment, Zhang Wang took out paper and a pen and began to write. Although Yu Xianglan felt a bit disappointed, she was still satisfied that the rent issue was resolved. You all continue chatting. I'll go stir-fry a few dishes for you. There's also this little brother Hai. Don't be polite, just treat this place like home. Yu Xianglan smiled and got up to head to the kitchen. All right, sister-in-law. Feng Tian Hai responded enthusiastically. The meal lasted an hour and a half, but no one got drunk. Everyone remained clear-headed. Feng Tian Hai didn't drink at all because he still had to drive later. At this moment, Yichun and Zhang Wang had already left the restaurant and got into the car. Chapter 123. Something happened at Uncle S' house. Moreover, the bald man had a tattoo of a scorpion embroidered on his head, looking quite intimidating, especially since there were a dozen burly thugs standing behind him, all with fierce expressions, making them look very tough. Each person was holding a weapon, such as a watermelon knife or an iron rod. Brother, who are you joking? I did borrow money from you guys before, 3 million with a loan contract, and it's only been less than 3 months. How come the interest has risen so much? The speaker was a middle-aged man wearing a linen shirt and black pants. Due to years of sun and wind, he looked dark and had a sturdy build. At this moment, however, he had a troubled expression. According to normal interest calculations, 3 million for 3 months would only be a few tens of thousands, and they hadn't even reached the due date yet. And the other party had already come knocking, which was too much bullying. Haha, Zhang Lao-san, are you stupid? Is there an official seal on the contract? Besides, over 1 million of that 3 million was borrowed a second time, which was private lending. Although it's still 3 months until the due date. Our company doesn't want to lend to you anymore. Seeing your farm is about to go bankrupt, we definitely want to get our money back first. The bald man, referred to as Brother Hu, said arrogantly. Chapter 124. Uncle, how about selling the farm to me? Uncle, no need to be so polite. Just take Haofeng back first. At this moment, Yichun suddenly said with a smile. You know my Haofeng. ISNT that Yichun? I didn't recognize you earlier. It's you? Let's go back and talk. Initially puzzled by Yichun's familiar tone, they recognized him upon closer inspection. Then he waved his hand and led Yichun and the others back home. Everyone sat on the earthen con. Zhang Lao-san had already explained everything that happened, and then he anxiously smoked a cigarette. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wang's face turned furious, and he slammed his fist on the table. Damn, these people are too hateful. They're simply ignoring the law. No way, Uncle. We can't be afraid of them. They clearly want to force a buyout, and can't let them take such a big advantage. Zhang Wang said angrily. ISNT that obvious? Even if my farm ISNT worth much, I can't just sell it for a few million. But the loan thing is indeed real. And it's also my fault. I was in a hurry to get back the funds to pay the workers' salaries and for the operation of the farm. So I had no choice. Chapter 125. Brother Hao, can you help me? Brother Hao, are you cursing me? But in the future, this 70 acres of land could be worth billions. As for these pigs, of course, they all need to be kept, including the workers who bring skills and experience. He not only has to pay their salaries on time, but also has to raise their salaries. Do you want to buy the land too? Let me think about it. When it came to the land, Zhang San fell into deep thought. This was a family business he had bought many years ago, originally intended to leave to his son. For a moment, he really didn't know what to do. After all, the conditions proposed by Yi Chun were too generous. It could resolve the debt crisis and the workers' wage crisis, completely taking over this mess. Yi Chun, can you really do what you just said? Completely take over our family's farm? At this moment, Zhang Haofeng, lying on the Kong, asked doubtfully. That's right. Tianhai, bring over the suitcase. Yi Chun waved his hand, and Feng Tianhai hurriedly brought over 2 suitcases and placed them on the earthen Kong. Then Yi Chun opened them, and inside were stacks of cash, packed full. The sight of 2 big suitcases filled with money was the most impactful. This left Zhang Haofeng in shock. And Zhang San also showed an expression of surprise, looking at the money, feeling excited inside. Chapter 126. Just you smart? Who doesn't want to pick up a bargain? Even if I close my eyes and mixed with him, I'd definitely not lose out. This is an opportunity, a turning point in fate. If seized, in his opinion, Yi Chun would surely soar to great heights, and he only needed to benefit a little to achieve greatness. Just as he was about to hang up the phone, Yi Chun suddenly remembered something and asked on the phone, By the way, Brother Hao, there is something I want to trouble you with. Don't beat around the bush. Do you still need to be so polite with me? Do you look down on me? Xiao Tianhao was extremely generous. Then I want to be polite. It's like this, Brother Hao. Do you know Baihui Loan Company? Yi Chun asked. Baihui, of course I know. The boss was my friend before. We're in the same circle, but after I withdrew from this industry, we haven't contacted much. It's not that we don't keep in touch. Mainly because they always want to ask me for help again. The last time they borrowed money from me, they haven't paid it back yet. What is up, brother? Did they offend you? Just tell me, and I'll find someone to smash their company right now. Xiao Tianhao said fiercely. Although they didn't provoke me, I still need you, Brother Hao, to step in and resolve this. Also, help me investigate if there is a Yang Qingji, the owner of a farm, who borrowed money from them in the southern suburbs. Chapter 127. Is this the group? They are completely not in the same league as my brother. Originally, this matter was indeed a trap he designed, just to acquire Zhang Laosan's farm at a low price and expand his own farm. First of all, his own farm already covers 90 acres. If he could acquire the nearby Zhang San's farm, it would achieve a 100-acre farm, allowing him to make a big move. Moreover, he could also attract investment. After all, the reason for expanding the scale must be to attract investment. He even had ambitions to buy up all the individual and small to medium-sized farms in recent years. To achieve scale, expand farming, that is the so-called monopoly. So swallowing Zhang San's farm nearby was the first step. After that, it would be much smoother. It's just that those small and medium-sized individual farms are scattered. While acquisitions are easy, the process is a bit complicated, but it's just a matter of time. At present, he thought he could easily deal with Zhang San. But unexpectedly, a Cheng Yaojin appeared out of nowhere. How could he not be furious? Who I am isn't important. You just need to know that picking up a bargain isn't your turn. It should be a personal matter for our relatives. Chapter 128. Don't be ungrateful. I'm giving you a lift, and you'll be up. Did you hear that, Zhang Laosan? I told you not to cooperate with me. I kindly offered you a high price, and now you have no chance. Don't think that just because you brought a few young kids, you can stand against me. This time, just wait for your bad luck. You'll regret it too late, ha ha ha. Yang Qingzi laughed arrogantly. He initially planned to give the other party a bit more money to secure the breeding farm sooner, which would give him peace of mind. But now that his cousin's people had arrived, he didn't need to pay another cent. He could just wait to take advantage of the situation. At that moment, Yi Chun silently watched the other party without speaking, instead taking out his phone to take a look. At the same time, Baihui Company office building. In the general manager's office, a middle-aged man was sitting in a chair, looking troubled. He resembled Yang Qingji to some extent, but appeared younger. He was well-groomed. He looked at the accounts, anxiously smoking a cigarette and scratching his head. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Come in. Yang Jigang raised his head and said faintly. The door was pushed open. A female secretary spoke respectfully. Mr. Yang, someone is here to see you. It's your old friend, Xiao Tianhao. Chapter 129. If you handle it well, you can be carefree. If you don't, you can run away. I've told you about the matter. I don't want to fall out with you. My stance is that my brother must not be provoked. Otherwise, we won't be friends anymore, and you know my methods. You don't need me to teach you how to handle this. The opportunity is right here. I seized the opportunity back then, which is why I have today's achievements. At this moment, Xiao Tianhao was walking out while speaking. Hearing this, Yang Ji Gang suddenly woke up. On the other side, Nanjiao Farm. The people from the farm had returned. Brother Hu also stood up and approached Yi Chun and the others. Zhang Lao-san, based on the scale of your farm and the pigs you're raising, according to market prices, my brother has already calculated it. At most, it's only 5 to 6 million, and that's if they can be sold. Just right. You owe our company 3 million in principal and 700,000 in interest. Now that I'm taking over the farm, I'll find a buyer. And then I'll deduct the loans, principal, and interest. Whatever is left is yours. You have no objections, right? And I've already found a buyer. As he spoke, Brother Hu turned around and pointed at Yang Qingji, saying, you might as well just take it. Over 100 head of cattle, nearly 2,000 meat pigs, and so many meat chickens. It's worth more than this. Chapter 130, Fishing for Bream, Antique Street. Mr. Yi, Ancestor Yi, you are my ancestor. I didn't recognize the great mountain just now. Please don't hold it against me. I've made a mistake. Give me a chance to correct it. I have an elderly parent and young children. If you don't forgive me today, I won't have a way to live. I'm sorry for looking down on people. After saying this, Brother Hu slapped himself across the face, instantly causing blood to appear at the corner of his mouth. Clearly, this slap was delivered with great force. It wasn't just a formality. Continue, don't stop. Seeing the other party pause and then secretly observe his reaction, Yi Chun made a gesture to invite him to continue. Upon hearing this, Brother Hu suddenly became excited. As long as the other party proposed conditions, he would still have a way out. He was just afraid that the other party would remain silent. It was like seeing an old Chinese doctor. If he saw the other party shaking their head and not speaking, he would probably have to prepare for the worst. All right, I'll continue. Brother Hu actually breathed a sigh of relief, then raised both hands, swinging them left and right, and fiercely slapped his own face. It sounded increasingly loud, resembling firecrackers going off. This scene shocked the subordinates he brought with him, including Uncle Zhang and the others. They all looked bewildered and shocked. As for Yang Qingji, he was completely stunned. After realizing what was happening, he hurried over. Chapter 131. Re-encounter with Han Yashuan. In fact, the Longzhou antique market had a higher circulation rate of genuine items than other cities by more than 5% because the management was not yet perfected. Many were scammed, but there were also frequent reports of good finds, leading more people to flock in and invest their money. Moreover, it had developed into a popular spot for internet celebrities. Once genuine items were exposed, especially news about good finds, it would instantly attract internet celebrities for half a month until the hype faded. Brother Yi, let's go to Bai's High. That's the hottest spot for internet celebrities. It's said that 2 genuine items can appear every 3 months. Last time, a college student bought a string of prayer beads for a few hundred yuan, but after appraisal, it turned out that one of the beads was made from the relics of a lama from Sumatra, and later it was bought by a wealthy merchant from the West for over 70 million. It said that the college student dropped out on the spot and now wanders the antique street every day and even bought many properties back home, reaching the pinnacle of life. As he spoke, Chen Peng's eyes lit up. He was nearly drooling. He knew very well that wherever Yi Chun went, it was like a money tree. Coins fell wherever he went. Chapter 132. Imitation of Yuan blue and white porcelain. Stop. Are you treating me like a fraud? It's not as exaggerated as you say, but I did come to you for a matter. You came with an elderly person and a girl, right? After approaching, Yi Chen asked lightly. After hearing Yi Chen's words, Han Yashuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then she nodded seriously and said, yes, Brother Yi. This guest is my father's comrade in arms, who specifically came from Gongdu to invest in the mainland, and he is very fond of collecting. So I brought him to the main store. Is this old gentleman surnamed Li? Yi Chen suddenly smiled mysteriously. Hearing this, Han Yashuan exclaimed, Brother Yi, how do you know this? The news of Mr. Li coming to invest in the mainland is known by people in the circle. But only my father knew that he arrived last night by private jet. At this moment, Han Yashuan was once again shocked by Yi Chen's mysteriousness. It seemed that nothing in the world could be hidden from him. Let's go. Take me over there. Yi Chen smiled and said, okay, Brother Yi, let's go together. Han Yashuan's expression became serious. Since Yi Chen had come, he must have something to discuss. Chapter 133. You don't believe me? Hmm? Old Mr. Lee snorted softly. Vice President Zhang Qidong frowned even more, his expression darkening. Who are you to dare to speak such arrogant words here? Saying this is a folk utensil. Do you not fear others laughing at your ignorance? It is well known that folk utensils are mostly bowls and plates, and their craftsmanship is not so delicate, with rigid patterns and overly distinct layers. With too much white base, how can they be compared to royal utensils? This is a vase, not a plate or bowl. At that moment, Zhang Qidong pointed at Yi Chun and shouted angrily. Even old Mr. Li, after glancing at Yi Chun, shook his head. Han Yashuan beside him even spat out her drink. She looked at Yi Chun in disbelief. Even Han Yashuan did not expect that at this moment. Yi Chun would actually say such words. It should be known that their family is in the antique business, so they naturally have an eye for quality. The current piece of yuan blue and white porcelain is definitely genuine, and it is impossible for it to be used by the common people. Therefore, Han Yashuan felt very conflicted. She trusted Yi Chun, but she couldn't overturn the fact that this yuan blue and white porcelain was a genuine article. Big brother Yi, I just wanted to clarify. Han Yashuan opened her mouth, but saw Yi Chun wave his hand. Chapter 134. We were shallow. Suddenly, only Mr. Lee noticed the distortion and roughness of the pattern, especially since the color was clearly lacking depth compared to other areas. But why hadn't he noticed it before? Even Zhang Qidong frowned. At this moment, Yi Chun pointed again at the light reflected through the glass, and when he rotated the bottle's mouth, that slight defect finally became apparent. Moreover, when not rotating, it was impossible to discover it amidst the overlapping light and shadow. You said so much, but where's your concrete evidence? A wealthy businessman questioned. I didn't expect you to have some discernment, but the evidence you provided seems lacking. Why don't you show us a bit more? Otherwise, you won't leave here unscathed today. Zhang Qidong sneered. He remained confident in himself. As for the minor flaw Yi Chun discovered, it couldn't possibly constitute direct evidence. Just then, Yi Chun approached Mr. Lee, casually picking up the yuan blue and white porcelain and cradling it against his chest. All the wealthy merchants gasped in shock. Mr. Lee and Zhang Qidong reached out to stop him. But at that moment, Yi Chun flicked his finger, gently striking the neck of the yuan blue and white porcelain. Chapter 135. The Antique Game Within a Game. Seizing Opportunities. Little brother, you have great righteousness. Just now, I neglected you. I hope you won't take it to heart. At this moment, Mr. Lee also came over to greet him. There's no need for such politeness. It's actually I who feel a bit guilty and ashamed for interrupting your good fortune, Yi Chun said with a smile. Originally, this blue and white porcelain was already included in your collection, but because I spoke too much, I ruined your enjoyment. Mr. Lee understood Yi Chun was joking. Upon hearing this, everyone laughed, and the atmosphere instantly lightened. Zhang Qidong wiped his cold sweat. His gaze towards Yi Chun became increasingly fervent. If he hadn't encountered Yi Chun today, who understood righteousness, his reputation might have completely fallen. Just thinking about it made him feel a sense of dread. It seemed his skills were not yet at the peak level, especially in identifying antiques. Both knowledge and experience are things one learns throughout life. At this moment, everyone's attitude towards Yi Chun reached a level of great respect. Han Yashuan beside them was left speechless. Chapter 136. Mr. Lee in low spirits. However, at this moment, when he publicly exposed the authenticity of yuan blue and white porcelain and revealed Zhang Qidong's intentions, the people around him looked at him with no surprise or shock. On the contrary, they all had a strange expression, as if watching a fool performing. Even Mr. Lee sighed repeatedly, shook his head, and walked outside without saying a word. As for Zhang Qidong, he slightly squinted his eyes, sensing the taste of this conspiracy. He was not a fool. When Yi Chun identified this round blue and white porcelain, he had already felt something was unusual. Now with Han Jingqi's appearance, combined with his actions and words, Zhang Qidong suddenly understood everything. An unappreciative clown. You perform here. As for the trap your father set, I'll settle accounts with him later. You are not qualified. Zhang Qidong snorted coldly and turned to walk outside, extending a friendly invitation to Yi Chun. The other wealthy merchants all looked at Han Jingqi with a playful expression, then stood up and left. At this moment, Han Jingqi was completely stunned, utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 137. Trying to pick up my scraps? No. You don't understand the old man's interests. He values not just how much this item is worth, but the joy of buying it, identifying it as a rare item, and having great potential for appreciation. If it were just a simple antique or two, the old man could easily buy them, but that would bring him no sense of achievement. The old man has been a strong businessman all his life, a veritable tycoon in the commercial world, and naturally doesn't want to lose to others in his hobbies. Zhang Qidong said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Han Yashuan suddenly showed a look of surprise on her face. She hurried over to Yi Chun, came to his side, and smiled. Big brother Yi, you must have a way, right? Please help me. The old man is in a bad mood, and I can't do anything about it. Yi Chun, upon hearing this, didn't speak but walked towards the area with the most onlookers. Big brother Yi seems to have a new discovery. Everyone, let's go take a look. Han Yashuan suddenly had an idea and called out with a smile. I'm also very curious. Did Mr. Yi discover another treasure? Zhang Qidong also became interested. Mr. Li smiled slightly. How could he not see that this group of young people was trying to help him restore his mood? Chapter 138. Stirring Mr. Li's emotions. Here's my business card. Keep it. I won't be making friends with you. It's too expensive. I can't afford it. Yi Chun said as he stuffed the business card back into the other person's pocket. Brother, don't be stubborn. Just because you see green doesn't mean everything you cut is jade. This is common sense. Such a large area of green likely has only this surface layer. Seeing that Yi Chun was still not satisfied with the price, Mr. Yu, who was quite confused, explained to him, I'm not in this for money, so whether I lose or not doesn't matter. I just want to have fun. Yi Chun said with a faint smile. He was very familiar with this person in front of him. To be precise, based on his foresight, if he hadn't found this piece of material in advance, it would likely have fallen into Mr. Yu's hands. This brother, I also saw it at first glance. It's all about the vibe. I had this feeling when I looked at the rough stone, as if it was familiar. My heart craved it. Really, even if I lose money, I would be willing. But if I don't buy it, I would feel unsatisfied, as if I were pricked by needles. Mr. Yu chased after Yi Chun, saying, This scene made Mr. Li find it very amusing, so he simply stood by and watched the fun. Chapter 139. The mountain man has his own clever plans. Originally, the Yuan blue and white porcelain incident had completely lost Mr. Li's interest. Everyone had used all their efforts, yet they couldn't spark even the slightest interest in the old man. The mood had dropped significantly. However, unexpectedly, Yi Chun only chose a place to gamble on stones. And after several rounds of excitement, it actually prompted the old gentleman to personally participate. He seemed to be even more serious than when dealing with the earlier piece of Yuan Qingwa. There are many ways for the old man to be happy. And the new things he had never encountered before didn't interest him, because no one had helped him find the essence. Gambling on stones is all about excitement, and the process of betting small to gain big. Only this process can be the most exhilarating, and it must also hold great hope. Otherwise, it will be like playing a game where you spend money to max out your level and become number one in the region, leaving no fun at all. So, even if that piece of Yuan Qingwa was real after the old gentleman bought it, he would quickly lose interest unless there was a huge appreciation potential to keep that novelty alive. Yi Chun crossed his arms and stared at the old gentleman's actions as he spoke. Han Yashuan beside him nodded repeatedly, very much in agreement. Chapter 140. Seeing green. A jadeite as big as a coconut by nightfall. Old Li returned to the hotel, took a shower, then dried his hair, sat on the sofa, and picked up a magnifying glass to examine that piece of jadeite. The jadeite had already been mounted on a base by assistant son. It was now placed on the coffee table, exuding a green luster, as if it were emanating the breath of life. Old Li thought that Yi Chun really was a bit ungrateful. He actually raised the price in front of you, knowing your identity, and wouldn't bargain with him. He missed your expectations for just a few tens of millions in profit. Assistant son brought the brewed tea to Old Li and complained, Young people, it's normal. Besides, he was indeed testing the waters before and got the result. It's fair to make a few tens of millions more. Moreover, he really did help us out. Otherwise, if that Yuan Qingwa had landed in our hands, we would have lost quite a bit. I dislike being in someone else's debt, so this can be considered repaying him. Old Li observed with a magnifying glass, his expression very serious. Speaking of which, this young man is quite impressive. He could even see through something that Zhang Qidong overlooked. Chapter 141. Old Wei is in trouble. As the surrounding lights suddenly dimmed, Mr. Hong took out his phone, dimmed the light, and then shone it on that piece of jadeite. Immediately, an unbelievable scene appeared before Old Li. Originally a plain piece of jadeite, unexpectedly, a natural pattern emerged. It was a small tree, blooming with green life. Moreover, subtly, as the light shone, it seemed as if a gentle breeze blew, causing the small tree to sway slightly. This feeling was truly magical. In that moment, a legend about jadeite flashed through old Lie's mind. The spirit in the stone, the immortal in the painting. It is said that stones can transform and give birth to life. A life form can emerge. The immortal in the painting refers to the fairy stepping out of the painting. And the so-called immortal in the painting exists in legends or in those ancient tales of Liao Zhai. But now, the spirit in the stone had been witnessed firsthand, which deeply shocked his heart. He was unable to respond for a long time. As a tycoon among Hong Kong businessmen, he had seen all sorts of things. Yet, this scene before him had caused a disruptive impact, not only on his vision, but also on his soul. Chapter 142, Arrogant Zhang Liang. Playing dirty behind the scenes, Yichen leaned back in his chair, slowly closed his eyes, and images began to appear in his mind. After a moment, he opened his eyes. He got out of the car. He saw Wei Zonglin walking out in a daze. His originally slick-back hair was now messy and unkempt. He looked nothing like a vice president. Old Wei, how Go rushed over. Yi Chun, Feng Tianhai, and Chun Peng all showed concern and stepped forward. What are you doing here? Wei Zonglin said with a blank expression upon seeing everyone. Of course we came. You are in such big trouble. How can we not come? Yi brother also got my call and rushed over to see you right away. Xiao Tianhao shouted. Yi Chun walked over, pushed Xiao Tianhao aside, and hugged Wei Zonglin's shoulder. Tell me what happened. However, Wei Zonglin shook his head, pain evident on his face. Then he squatted down. He cried, a middle-aged man squatting on the ground and weeping loudly. I've worked hard my whole life, was about to be confirmed, and now everything is gone. Even the position of vice president is hard to keep. You guys don't worry about me. I can't fight them. I simply can't fight them. When Wei Zonglin raised his head, his eyes were red, and he was filled with despair. Chapter 143, The Feast of Hongmen. I'm here for the Feast of Hongmen. Vice President Wei, how have you been lately? The feeling of being investigated is not pleasant, right? After working hard for most of your life, you finally climbed to the position of vice president, and just as you were about to be promoted to president, suddenly you were suspended for reflection. This is a huge blow. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Liang's sinister laughter came through. He was very arrogant. Even Feng Tianhai, Xiao Tianhao, and others were filled with anger upon hearing this. Zhang Liang, I know this must be your doing. I, Wei Zonglin, am not afraid of you. Whatever tricks you have, just use them. If I even blink, I'll share your surname. You dog, you want to have a good ending. Wei Zonglin trembled with rage, his face pale as he roared into the phone. Facing Wei Zonglin's insults, the other party was completely unconcerned, instead laughing even more arrogantly. No matter how you scold me, you have already fallen from grace. This result of being suspended for reflection is what you deserve for the things you did back then. I advise you to do as I say now, and let Yi Chun bring the money to me. Otherwise, neither of you will be able to escape. Zhang Liang's voice on the other end was low, carrying a hint of menace. Chapter 144. Want it? Not giving it. Walking down this corridor was torturous for Wei Zonglin, as if he were walking around the gates of hell. Even Xiao Tianhao couldn't help but take out a tissue to wipe his sweat. Finally, they arrived at the door of the reserved private room. Wei Zonglin hurriedly reached for the door handle, unable to bear the atmosphere outside. Bang! However, just as he raised his hand to grab the handle, a bald, muscular man suddenly swung his large hand and struck Wei Zonglin's arm. Then the bald man grinned menacingly and said, Who told you to touch this door? If you want to go in, you can either kneel to go in or crawl in. If you really can't kneel, then bark like a dog. As the bald man's words fell, the surroundings erupted in laughter. Wei Zonglin's face turned pale with anger, his body shaking, but he dared not speak out and could only endure it. At that moment, Yi Chun suddenly stepped forward, glanced at the bald man, and then raised his voice, shouting into the room, Zhang Liang, you don't want the money anymore, right? Is this your way of treating guests? As Yi Chun's words fell, the private room remained silent, with no response. Chapter 145. First, let's solve the issue with my shoes. Fix my shoes. I really like them, and now they're dirty. Yi Chun said faintly. What the hell are you joking about? Just a pair of worn-out shoes? I could buy you 100 pairs. Just bring the check over. Zhang Liang's eyes were hot, staring at the check in Yi Chun's hand. If he had the chance, He would have wanted to snatch it. Just one check is worth 50 million. Money? For me, it's just a drizzle. I don't lack anything but money. But if you want to take money, you need to have the right attitude. Even a beggar on the street has to nod and smile at me. You just stretch out your hand and think you can take the money? Yichin spread his hands, looking quite dissatisfied. After saying this, he casually lifted the check in his hand. Suddenly, several strong men rushed over and snatched the check from Yichin's hand. Xiao Tianhao was about to stand up when a knife was already placed against his neck. Brother Hao, don't move. At this moment, Yichin calmly reminded Xiao Tianhao. Xiao Tianhao squinted slightly, grabbed the knife on his neck with one hand, pushed it aside, glared at the strong man, and then sat back down. Chapter 146, Clash of Intelligence. What about the old fox? As Wei Dong's fingers quickly moved on the keyboard, 2 billion funds instantly flowed into Tianliang Company, directly holding A shares. It can be said that Tianliang Company is viewed as a high-quality stock by many investors, a golden egg-laying hen. Just after the market opened, the stock was still in a lukewarm state, but was about to soar at any moment. After Wei Dong injected the funds, many investors were stunned, and by the time they reacted, the price was about to surge and then plummet sharply. It was like a plane soaring into the sky and then diving towards the ground. In the blink of an eye, it fell sharply. Investors who hadn't T-bought were secretly relieved to have avoided a disaster, but those who had already purchased were crying and cursing, venting their anger, and then selling their stocks at the lowest price. However, it was falling too fast. When those investors listed their prices, the downward trend instantly broke through their lower limits, meaning their stocks couldn't be sold at all. The sudden crash of stocks stirred up quite a storm in the stock market, causing many investors to wail in despair that night. Chapter 147. Totally defeated, I'm really sorry, but how would I know if you didn't say anything? I specialize in targeting stocks I don't like. If I had known you had put your entire fortune on the line, I would have at least left you a way out. You have to blame yourself for being so vain. Now look, you don't even have a chance to remedy it. Yichin expressed his innocence as if everything was your fault. With such an attitude, even the onlookers felt a wave of anger, let alone Zhang Liang himself. You made me lose everything. Now I want your life. Zhang Liang roared in fury. What are you still standing there for? Get him. Beat him to death. Beat him to death. Shut up. At that moment, Yichin suddenly stood up, slamming his hand on the table, flipping it over. The items on the table spilled everywhere. Yichin, who had been calm and seemingly stable, even speaking softly, suddenly erupted in anger. The pressure he exuded felt like a mountain, making it hard for others to breathe. In such fury, he resembled a volcano about to erupt. Chapter 148. The Dominant Brother Hao. So what if there are witnesses and evidence? The money the other party invested in the stocks is their own. No one reported him. He wants to get caught. Zhang Liang, you keep slandering me, and you don't even have any evidence. If I had that kind of money, why would I take risks to invest in a stock I'm not familiar with? Just to retaliate against you? Sorry, you're not worth the 2 billion risk to me. At that moment, Yichin's words instantly shattered all of Zhang Liang's illusions. He was utterly defeated. It was at this moment that his eyes turned blood red, and he charged at Yichin like a roaring beast. You bastard, I'll fight you to the end. Even if I die, you want to have it easy. Just as Zhang Liang was about to rush over, he was tripped to the ground by 2 officials, who then handcuffed him. Yichin, you divvy. You're too terrifying. Even if I become a ghost, I want to let you go. Zhang Liang's face was pressed to the ground, yet he still opened his mouth to shout, saliva stretching into strands. His anger made him resemble a wild boar. Chapter 149. A little situation at the farm. Exactly, Brother Wei, you're being too biased. It's not just Brother Yi helping out tonight. I and Brother Hao haven't been idle either. Look at Brother Hao. He bleeding so much he could make a pot of spicy blood stew. At this point, Feng Tianhai hurriedly handed over bandages and medicine, personally tending to Brother Hao. You two stop picking on me. Hurry up and send Tianhao to the hospital. You really can take a beating. You scare me just now, Wei Zonglin said with a concerned tone once he realized. Brother Hao, I won't say any sentimental words. Let us go to the hospital first. Yichin also hugged Brother Hao, feeling an unprecedented sense of relief, thinking about those fake friends from his past life. And those gamblers, compared to the brothers in front of him, they were nothing but trash. Actually, what you said is quite sentimental. I still need to go to the hospital. Let's go find a night market to eat skewers and drink. However, Brother Hao was even more carefree. still in the mood to drink. This made everyone pause for a moment before bursting into laughter. Brother Hao indeed had a bit of a reckless spirit, Feng Tianhai commented from aside. Chapter 150. Saving People in Urgent Situations. The phone on the other end was silent for a moment before Feng Tianhai's shocked voice came through. Damn, boss, you know everything. So, does that mean we can catch those thieves tonight? Feng Tianhai exclaimed. He had received a call from his third uncle, saying that there had been thieves at the farm recently, and if they didn't catch them by the next day, the cattle and pigs would be stolen. The patrolman had found nothing at all. Even at the scene, there wasn't a trace of evidence. Originally, Feng Tianhai and the others speculated that it was an insider's doing, especially those responsible for patrolling and keeping watch at night. However, Uncle San and these workers had already developed feelings for each other, believing that the workers were honest and trustworthy, and simply didn't have the guts to do such a thing. Therefore, in order to give Uncle San some face, before actually catching anyone, Feng Tianhai and the others didn't continue to say much. After all, it was just those few patrolling and a few old workers. When it comes to capturing criminals, we need to talk about evidence. Mere speculation will only make Uncle San think differently of us. Only with both the person and the stolen goods can he believe us. You handle it lightly over there. Just capture the mastermind and interrogate him properly, if possible. Don't report it. Let them compensate for the losses. Yichen calmly reminded them a few times. Chapter 151. Who has the money? It must be Yichen. After all, to perform 2 surgeries, and so complex, we need to invite a famous doctor. It's obvious that the husband's condition is very serious. Doctor, I trouble you. How much will the surgery cost in total? Chen Lulu asked beside her. The 2 surgeries I just mentioned will cost at least 700,000, including post-operative recovery. If you have medical insurance, you can get some reimbursement, but for the upcoming intracranial surgery, if I need to invite my mentor, it will require at least 3 million. After the doctor finished speaking, he turned and left. At this moment, Chen Lulu and the others felt heavy again. Although they could confirm that their father was no longer in life-threatening danger, the subsequent surgery costs posed a huge problem, especially since staying in the ICU was quite expensive, even reaching the salary of an ordinary worker. Most importantly, Chen Lulu's family situation was relatively good. His father was in construction and had contracted a factory 6 months ago. However, they didn't expect that the factory they partnered on was deceived, resulting in owed wages to workers and a backlog of loans. Chapter 152. Don't use his money. It's too dirty. Old man, just say it. Who is this person? We can also go ask for help. Even if we have to mortgage our house, that's fine. Han Guizhi anxiously asked. The others also gathered around, full of curiosity, wanting to know who it was. This person doesn't need to be begged. As long as we open our mouths, he will actively send money over. I'll call him right now. Qin Jinshan had already taken out his phone to dial, but at this moment, Qin Mingzhi suddenly stood up and reached out to stop him, because he had already thought of who it was. Dad, you can't be talking about that scum Yichen, right? Absolutely not. His money is dirty. If you borrow money from him now, won't that give him leverage over us? What will my sister do then? Do you want to see Meiyun live such a difficult life? We can borrow money from anyone, but not from this dog. Qin Mingzhi cursed loudly. Shut up. Don't keep calling him a dog. That's their marital issue. What does it have to do with you? Although they're divorced now, you can see your sister's state. It's obvious she still has feelings for Yichen. Chapter 153. Isn't it too obvious that you're siding with him? Brother, what are you doing? Yichen is helping, and you're actually trying to stop him? Are you crazy? Qin Meiyun said anxiously. Shut up. Useless thing. Have you forgotten how he hurt you before? How he hurt Tong Tong? How can you forget the pain once the wounds heal and actually trust this beast? Even if he has some dirty money, so what? We don't need his dirty money. At worst, we'll mortgage and sell the house. Even if I have to sell my blood, I will never use a penny from him. You dog, get out of here. You have no say. Qin Mingzhi first scolded his sister and then turned to yell at Yichen. Chen Lulu and her mother watched, but couldn't intervene. After all, this was a personal grudge. Moreover, it also involved borrowing money. They could only wait for the final outcome. Mingzhi, that's enough. Calling him a beast over and over again. You have quite the temper. I see you have little ability, but a growing temper. This is a hospital. What are you shouting about? Just then, Qin Jinshan suddenly yelled. Chapter 154. Meeting Mr. Li to discuss the Mang Village development plan in detail. At this moment, Chen Lulu and her mother all walked towards Yichen, especially Chen Lulu's mother, who suddenly knelt down with a thud, startling Yichen and leaving everyone else dumbfounded. Auntie, what are you doing? Quickly get up. You're embarrassing me. After Yi Chun reacted, he hurriedly reached out to help Chun Lulu's mother up. Chun Lulu, who was beside her, was also pulled up from the ground by Ji Meiyun as her legs bent. You are our great benefactor. It's right for me to kneel to you. Don't worry. We will definitely pay you back this money in the future. Thank you, really thank you. You are a great person, our old Chun family's benefactor. Chun Lulu's mother wiped her tears, her face full of gratitude. Yes, Yi Chun, if it weren't for your help, our family really wouldn't have had a way out. You saved my father's life. Rest assured, I will pay you back no matter what. Chun Lulu was also overwhelmed with gratitude and promised to return the money in full. Lulu, you're treating me too formally. Once you enter the old Chin family, we'll be family. Chapter 155. I'll send you a few projects. About half an hour later, the door of the lounge was pushed open, and Mr. Li entered with two female assistants. Mr. Li walked up to Yi Chun. Yi Chun quickly stood up and shook hands with him. Xiao Yi, please sit down. Don't be so polite. I'm really sorry to keep you waiting so long. I wanted to thank you in person, but I made you wait here. Are you feeling uncomfortable? After Mr. Li and Yi Chun sat down, he asked with concern. How could that be? Mr. Li, it's a great honor to meet you amidst your busy schedule. As for your gratitude, I'm quite puzzled. Yi Chun smiled and said after sitting down. All right, there's no need for us to beat around the bush. How much is that piece of jade you gave me worth? You should know better than anyone. I just didn't realize before that this piece of jade is actually a treasure. You really hid your skills well. I didn't expect you to have such knowledge about jade, which indeed surprised me. Chapter 156. The most important area of the fishing village. In other words, the old gentleman intends to develop a tourist resort in Mang Village. It is believed that there will also be real estate development settling here. So it's very likely to be an integrated enterprise. With so many projects, even the Han family cannot bear it alone, right? Yi Chun took out a map, placed it on the coffee table, pointed to the location of Mang Village, gently tapped the table, and said, "You're not wrong. The Han group indeed cannot take all of it, so he can distribute the projects. With the connections of the Han group, this is entirely feasible. I believe no other group is stronger than the Han group when it comes to developing an integrated enterprise." Mr. Li smiled slightly and said, "Not entirely true. You seem to have overlooked something. Haven't you heard of the Shengshi group before coming here?" Yi Chun suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing this, Mr. Li pondered for a moment, then lit a cigar, took a few puffs, and exhaled a cloud of smoke. Of course I've heard of it. However, the Shengshi group has a bit of a shady background. I prefer not to collaborate with groups that have a tainted foundation. Chapter 157. Shengshi group, Sheng Qifeng. All right, I understand. You can leave now. Mr. Li nodded and then sat back down on the sofa. It seems the information you have is somewhat one-sided. I just sent Assistant Sun to conduct a comprehensive investigation. You mentioned this location. Indeed, a part belongs to the Shengshi group. As he spoke, Mr. Li took out a pen and circled a red area on the map. The area I am investing in covers at least 400 mu. The Shengshi group only controls 760 mu of land. Another portion is held by a father-son duo. This person used to be the village chief of this fishing village. Back then, he contracted this land but asked for too high a price, so the Shengshi group chose to give up. Rather than buying land from the Shengshi group, it's better to reach a cooperation with these two individuals. As for the 200 million you mentioned, that situation simply doesn't exist. Mr. Li said with a faint smile. Well then, since Mr. Li already has a plan, I won't worry about you anymore. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. If Mr. Li changes his mind one day, feel free to contact me. Yi Chun smiled and got up to head outside. Chapter 158. Trouble for Sheng Qifeng. Although Sheng Qifeng appeared vigilant, he didn't take the other party seriously at all. What a joke. He and his brother had faced life and death countless times during their years of adventures. No matter how dangerous this person in front of him was, he could resolve the issue in minutes. However, he wouldn't act rashly unless he confirmed that the other party posed a significant threat. After all, the Shengshi group was in the process of washing its reputation and couldn't afford to stir up trouble. This could very well be a trap set by an opponent. You don't need to be so nervous. In your understanding, I can't harm you. There's less than a minute left to the first floor. What I'm about to say might save your life, but depends on whether you believe me. Because when you walk out of this elevator, your life will no longer be secure. The partner who wants to collaborate with you will come to talk about a deal, and you will refuse. Likewise, they have prepared a big gift for you, intending to eliminate you by tampering with one of your cars. If I'm not mistaken, Your car is a type of new energy vehicle, the JSL brand. Chapter 159, a madman, definitely a madman. So what is your purpose in coming to me? To snatch all those Hong Kong businessmen from the Han Group? Or do you want to join these Hong Kong businessmen and invest in construction? If you want to go solo, you think too highly of our Shengshi Group. Those Hong Kong businessmen need to form groups to invest in a new district, which we can't afford. Sheng Qifeng was not being modest, nor was he trying to undermine others' prestige. This was the reality. Those Hong Kong businessmen formed group models, and their investment amounted to hundreds of billions. Although the Shengshi Group is currently a leading enterprise, it could not handle such a massive scale of investment. A slight misstep could lead to ruin. It seems you still haven't grasped the main point I'm making. This location is the central real estate developed by those Hong Kong businessmen, and the future investment will be in a resort with attractions, including amusement parks. The Hongzhuang Maoye Group is interested in this location, but as far as I know, part of this land is in your Shengshi Group's hands. The other half is leased and will soon expire. Once the other piece of land is available, it is highly likely to be auctioned by the authorities, and there will definitely be fierce competition. Chapter 160. It seems Mr. Sheng trusts me quite a bit. Uncle Huang, I'll drive myself. You take the car to the underground garage and bring that BMW down. I'm not used to driving electric cars. They're too sensitive. Although he didn't believe what that madman said, it was still necessary to be cautious in everything for his own responsibility. Besides, it wasn't too much trouble, and he did indeed want to drive there himself. Okay, Mr. Sheng, I'll go now. Uncle Huang nodded, agreed, and drove towards the underground garage. Sheng Qifeng stood at the door waiting, looking around. After half an hour passed, he raised his hand to check his watch, revealing an impatient expression. He then took out his phone and dialed, but no one answered. Just as he felt puzzled, two security guards rushed over in a panic from distance. Mr. Sheng, something's happened. Uncle Huang's car was in an accident, and he has been taken to the hospital for emergency treatment. One of the security guards said in a very nervous tone. Upon hearing this, Sheng Qifeng suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. The hair on his body stood on end. An inexplicable sense of fear began to grow in his heart. Chapter 161. Those who trust me will thrive. Those who don't, leave it to fate. Since you said that, I want to keep it to myself. My purpose is simple. I want the piece of land in your hands. The central area of the small fishing village, approximately 700 mu of land. I believe someone has already approached you about it. And you currently have no intention of selling that land to those Hong Kong businessmen. But if you continue to hold on to that land, it will be a hot potato. And being caught in the middle doesn't feel good. If you develop it yourself, you'll worry about investment risks. So you might as well sell this piece of land to me, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied with the price. When I develop it, I can also give you a portion of the shares. If you have any ideas, you can invest in it without taking on too much risk. Because I will back you up. Yichin still wore a confident expression. Even in front of a big shot like Sheng Qifeng, he showed no signs of panic, speaking elegantly and logically. So you were also after this piece of land. I didn't expect that the piece of land I casually acquired back then, which I thought would just sit idle, has now become highly sought after. Now, counting you, you're already the second person to come to me about this. Just a moment ago, there was another guy threatening me, saying that if I didn't sell in the land, I would bear all the consequences. Chapter 162. Sheng Qifeng's fear and gratitude. All right, then I'll go in first. Lu Feifei began to take off her clothes in front of Sheng Qifeng. Sheng Qifeng proactively took all the clothes and placed them on the table. After Lu Feifei went inside, he took out his phone and made a call. First, he contacted the Foresee store, stating the model he wanted. After hanging up, Sheng Qifeng leaned against the headboard, contemplating what to do with this piece of land in his hands, whether to develop it himself or sell it. Just as Yichin said, this piece of land is very hot in his hands now. If he develops it, the investment pressure and competition pressure will be immense. But if he sells it, he feels unwilling. Selling to the Hong Kong businessman will surely fetch a good price. However, selling to Yang Zongqi would mean giving away a great bargain. Also, he would be at a disadvantage, making Yang Zongqi look down on him even more. Ding dong. In the midst of his thoughts, suddenly his phone rang. Sheng Qifeng took out his phone and glanced at it, realizing it wasn't his phone that was ringing. His gaze shifted to the table beside him, where he saw an Apple phone vibrating. Chapter 163. Mr. Yi, you are my destined benefactor. You two dogmen and women want to frame me. If it weren't for my high-level assistance, I might have really capsized today. Aren't you playing tricks on me? Fine. Now I'm giving you a chance. Tell me. Who made you do this? Sheng Qifeng had already sat down on the sofa, lit a cigarette, crossed his legs, took a deep puff, suppressing the anger in his heart. He needed to calm down and find out who was behind this plot against him. He must take revenge for this grievance. Bro, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to mess with you. I just wanted to trick you for some money. Please let me go. I will never have anything to do with him again. She's your woman. I dare not anymore. The young man knelt on the ground, pleading desperately. Sheng Qifeng's patience was gradually wearing thin. He raised his hand and waved. And two bodyguards walked in, grabbing the young man's hair and slamming his head against the ground repeatedly. Sounds of thuds echoed as the young man was hit until his head bled, crying out in agony. Chapter 164. Securing the land and gaining the upper hand. He was extremely sincere, with no hint of deceit. He was genuinely convinced now. If it was just the first time, he could think the other party was confused. But being saved twice in a row, and even having the details told to him in advance, this was definitely a masterful skill. No businessman is completely free of superstition. Especially as they rise higher, their superstitions grow stronger. Moreover, with their status, they can access some unknown territories. Especially his older brother, Sheng Qiqiang, who spent heavily to create a Guangong temple and visits it every day. He also invites monks every month to perform rituals. Every businessman, the higher they climb, the more superstitious they become, especially if they have done things they shouldn't have done, seeking psychological comfort in this way. However, more people, as their status and position rise, increasingly believe that all ends are metaphysical. Sheng Qifeng indeed experienced this with his brother Sheng Qiqiang, feeling incredulous about the so-called high level. This Yichen before him was a true master in his eyes. The bodyguard around, upon witnessing this scene, all showed expressions of shock, not expecting their lofty boss Sheng to actually kneel to someone else. Chapter 165. The Three Giants of the Gaming Industry. He wanted to tell his brother everything that happened today. Half an hour later, Yichen arrived at the city's largest fruit and vegetable wholesale market, got out of the car, and stood at the entrance waiting. Soon, Chen Peng drove up. Bro, the warehouse you asked me to rent is all set. What are you planning to do? After getting out of the car, Chen Peng came to Yi Chen's side, curiously asking. Stocking up on some things. You'll find out in a couple of days. Come on, let us go buy some garlic. Yi Chen pulled him along into the market. Buying garlic? Are you going to cook yourself, bro? That's great. That kid Feng Tian Hai 1T have this fortune. I'll definitely benefit from it first. Chen Peng rubbed his hands together, excited. Just half an hour later, he stared at 3 heavy-duty trucks filled with garlic, completely dumbfounded, his mouth agape. Meanwhile, Yichen had already completed the transaction with those merchants, transferring all the money. When he returned, Chen Peng was already in shock. Bro, why are you stocking up on so much garlic? It's the harvest season now. There's no price difference to make, and buying all this. The price increase of 1 or 2 cents isn't worth a loss. Chapter 166. Chen Xueming's military order. Within the country, the gaming industry has at least hundreds of thousands of companies all rushing down this path like moths to a flame, competing and fighting against each other. Every year, tens of thousands of gaming companies develop, but only the top 10 can break through and make a profit. Other smaller companies are barely surviving. Unless they can develop an extremely popular game that attracts a lot of traffic, they can't drive other products under the internet companies. Or, they need to rely on other products to draw traffic and promote to earn profits in gaming. In short, the entire internet industry is interdependent, but first, you need to have a successful, widely accepted, and well-known product, especially under the pressure of the 3 giants, which have almost monopolized all traffic. The companies below can only scramble for the leftover traffic from these 3 giants, surviving in the cracks. But there are also many small companies that can earn a fortune with just one game. Such examples are not rare. Initially, Tian 2 also made several million by developing a small game in just a year. However, in the following period, they fell into a dry spell, and there were no significant changes or benefits from other game developments. Chapter 167. Catching Turtles in a Jar. Mr. Yi, I will transfer the company's shares to you tomorrow, and you must not refuse. As the saying goes, even brothers should settle accounts clearly, let alone we are not related. You not only covered my father's medical expenses, but are now investing in my career. This kindness is something I can never repay in this lifetime, but please rest assured, even if I have to work like an ox or a horse, I will do my utmost for you. Chun Xiuming, am willing to go through fire and water for Mr. Yi. At this point, Chun Xiuming was even more excited. Yi Chen nodded upon hearing this. Winning people's hearts also requires skill. His investment is not reflected in stockpiling goods or stocks, but rather in investing in talent. Sometimes, to grow and strengthen a business, especially to achieve his memorized goals, investing in talent is necessary. Relying solely on his own speed of making money is still limited. Soon, Chen Peng had already delivered 2 boxes of cash. Yi Chen had already opened the door, and Chun Xiuming followed closely behind. Brothers and sisters, stop for a moment. Put down your work. I have an important announcement to make. As Chun Xiuming's voice fell, many employees slowly raised their heads, some rubbing their necks, some twisting their wrists. And then all stood up and walked towards Chun Xiuming. Chapter 168. Catching Thieves Red-Handed. Uncle, we caught a bit too few tonight. There are only a dozen sheep and a few cows. At most we can sell for a few $100,000. It's still not as much as we made the night before yesterday. That farm is so big, and the owner has plenty of money. If we wait for them to react, we won't have a chance. The young man said with dissatisfaction. You don't know anything. I've recently heard that old Wang said those outsiders seem to have noticed something is wrong and have already started investigating. After tonight's haul, we need to take a break. The man in his 50s said with a grin. With this little money, let us split it. It's not even enough to fill our teeth. I don't know what my dad is thinking, holding on to such a large piece of land and not subleasing it. Now I don't even have pocket money, and you're sneaking around with Uncle. The young man said this with a displeased expression. You little brat. You're complaining about the food being spoiled while begging. When you go to the bathhouse to enjoy yourself with the money after splitting it, you don't mind that this money isn't earned legitimately. At least this is zero investment and zero risk net income. Chapter 169. 100,000 is still not enough? He clearly saw a smile appear on the other person's face. The land with only 3 years left on the lease isn't worth much. If calculated at the official contracting price from back then, it's only a few tens of thousands. But now it's different because development is imminent. Other manufacturers have already pulled their funds in. They can't wait 3 years to start construction. Therefore, even Li Hongzhang and other Hong Kong merchants won't wait. They won't miss this opportunity. After all, the piece of land chosen by Li Hongzhang has serious problems. He has already become an individual investor, and other manufacturers have no relation to him anymore. Regardless of whether Li Hongzhang invests here, other Hong Kong merchants have already made their decisions. Upon hearing this, the village chief became interested, not expecting that this young man was also eyeing the land he was leasing. He originally just wanted to wait for that Hong Kong merchant to come to negotiate, and then he could ask for a higher price. Now that a competitor has appeared, it's a good thing for him. There is no need to raise the price as competition will keep it low. He didn't expect that his unintentional act of wanting to lease a piece of land for growing food would lead to so many competitors years later. Chapter 170. Full of moral righteousness. Xiao Yi, come here. At that moment, Mr. Li opened the car window and waved his hand. Yi Chen walked over. Mr. Li, what's your command? Yi Chen asked with a smile. What are you talking about? There is no command. I just wanted to ask how things went with that village chief. If you've settled it, then I'll leave first. Mr. Li also asked with a smile. He formally handed over a bottle of mineral water, and Yi Chen casually took it, then opened the cap and took a big gulp. After finishing the water, he wiped his mouth and said, Don't mention it. That village chief is impossible to deal with. I offered him 100,000, and he still refused. Does he really think that piece of land is made of gold? I'm telling you, Mr. Li, he has just been spoiled. When he leased that land, it only cost a few tens of thousands, and I'm now offering him 3 times that, yet he still refuses. Just wait. I'll make him come to me to beg. I don't believe this. 100,000 is still not enough. Haha. When he saw Yi Chen's defiant and displeased expression as he mentioned the price of 100,000, Mr. Li was also stunned by his character. Chapter 171. Apologize to my brother. Right now, where did this poor guy come from? A mere 100,000, and he wants to sublease this land? Don't embarrass yourself here. Go wherever it's cooler. Yang Zongqi said with a cold smile. Xiao Yi, I think we should leave together. It seems the old village chief already has someone in mind. Saying this, Mr. Li was about to turn and leave. But Zhang Hongjiang panicked. He couldn't let this Hong Kong merchant leave. The real purpose was to sublease this land to this Hong Kong merchant. As for Yang Zongqi, Mr. Li, please wait. I've decided to sublease this land to you for 25 million. At this moment, Zhang Hongjiang suddenly spoke. Even Yang Zongshi beside him didn't he realize, and his face gradually darkened. Oh, did I misunderstand the old village chief? Mr. Li, upon hearing this, also stopped in his tracks, looking puzzled. Zhang Hongjiang was about to speak, but at this moment, Yi Chun took the lead. Mr. Li didn't misunderstand village chief Zhang. He indeed wants to sublease this land at a high price, but the person he invited here seems a bit dim-witted. Chapter 172. The Biggest Farm Boss. Preparing to register a company. Village Chief Zhang. Do you know this person? This is a recently very notorious gang of thieves around the farm, stealing dozens of cows and hundreds of sheep in one night. This farm has suffered significant losses, preliminarily calculated to be at least several hundred thousand. With such a huge amount, how many years would it take to recover? As he said this, Yichen slowly raised his head, his gaze landing on Zhang Hongjiang's face. He saw Zhang Hongjiang's face change dramatically, trembling all over. Breathing became rapid, and his eyes widened as he stared at the screen. It wasn't until Yichen put away his phone that he suddenly came to his senses. At that moment, Zhang Hongjiang's phone rang. He hurriedly picked it up to answer. When he heard the voice on the other end, he fell to the ground in shock. It's all you're doing. I have no grievances with you. Why are you reporting me? What evidence do you have? Zhang Hongjiang mumbled. Others couldn't hear clearly, but Yi Chun understood everything. He walked over to the other party and slowly crouched down. The land you rented back then was unfair. What have I reported you for? By rights. Your rental period for that land should have expired long ago, and the village committee's public land cannot be rented for 3 years at once. Chapter 173. Move in and live with me. Don't worry, I'll handle this quickly, Chen Peng said with a smile. After saying that, he turned to leave, but was called back by Yi Chun. What's up, bro? Chen Peng asked, puzzled. I can't let you help me so much for free. Recently, you haven't even been managing the hotel, just following me around every day. If your family finds out, they skin me alive? Yi Chun said, patting Chen Peng on the shoulder. Bro, didn't you say the garlic you stored could make a lot of money? I know what you mean. You don't want to owe me a favor, so you want to help me make some money to shut me up. I get your point, bro. No need to say more. If we go on, it might hurt our feelings, Chen Peng sighed, looking quite dejected. Yi Chun was slightly taken aback, then pushed Chen Peng playfully. What are you talking about? Isn't it normal to make money together when hoarding garlic? What do you mean by shutting me up? Do I need to be so polite with you? If I have something I need your help with, isn't it normal to ask you to run errands for me? Chapter 174. The Troubles of Fat Sister. Ning Ning, don't worry. I'll definitely buy the wedding house for you and Dong Lai first. It's not that I haven't found a good layout. Don't rush. The betrothal gift won't be lacking either. At this moment, Fat Sister's voice was not as loud and brash as before, but rather cautious. Then a gentle voice followed. Auntie, how many times have you said this? My ears are getting calluses. In short, if this house isn't bought, we definitely can't get married, and the betrothal gift can't be short by a penny. We agreed on 188,000, and if you want to back out now, you really don't take me seriously. Who negotiates on betrothal gifts? My friends and classmates have betrothal gifts of 288,000, and their houses are over 100 square meters. I have already lowered my standards. I only want 188,000 as the betrothal gift and an 80 square meter house. This is my bottom line. The one speaking was obviously Fat Sister's future daughter-in-law. Yi Chun had heard before that this girl seemed to work at a bank, while Fat Sister's son, Su Donglai, was a formal employee at a car factory. Chapter 175. Oh, the people who helped me are so lovely. At this moment, outside, Yi Chun listened for a moment before turning around and rushing outside. Soon, he saw Ning Ning squatting at the entrance of the community, talking on the phone. He slowly approached her from behind without making a sound. Mom, Dong Lai said he doesn't want to get married anymore. His family can't come up with that much betrothal gift, and even if they buy a wedding house, they'll have to sell the old house, and by then, Dong Lai's parents will have nowhere to live. Please don't worry about this. Let me make a decision for once. I'm asking for a person, not money. I know you're doing this for my sake, for my future marriage, to have some security, to prevent Dong Lai from bullying me. But you also see, Dong Lai is naturally honest. He wouldn't do that. And you taught me since I was little to be filial to my parents. Although Dong Lai plans to marry for his parents, I know he still loves me. At this point, Ning Ning held the phone and started crying loudly, trembling all over. Even Yi Chun, who was nearby, felt a jolt in his heart. He originally thought that Ning Ning was brainwashed by her friends or classmates around her. Chapter 176. Fat Sister moved to tears. When Su Donglai opened the door and saw Ning Ning standing at the entrance, he was stunned, thinking he was hallucinating, rubbing his eyes. At that moment, Ning Ning was holding 2 bags of fruit and casually threw them to Su Donglai. "What are you still standing there for? Can't you see I'm holding fruit? Do you want to kill me?" Ning Ning said with a frown, pretending to be angry. Huh? Su Donglai was completely dumbfounded, not understanding what was going on. Could it be an illusion? Fat Sister heard the commotion and hurriedly ran out from inside. When she saw Ning Ning at the door, she quickly pushed her son aside, reached out to grab Ning Ning, and pulled her inside. "Ning Ning, please don't do anything foolish. Auntie is about to sell the house. I'm contacting people right now. Don't worry, as soon as I sell the house, I'll immediately buy you a wedding house. If it really doesn't work, let's go look at houses this afternoon." Fat Sister said nervously. "Auntie, you don't need to sell the house yet. There's something I need to tell you. I just met someone named Yi Chun at the entrance of the community. He said he's our neighbor and gave me a bank card, saying he would cover the costs for our wedding house and betrothal gift." Chapter 177, Outselling Game, Ma Legiema. Currently, the simple game developed by Tientu has been launched on the application platform, and it can be downloaded through Dime Promotion. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the numerical bar in the title. The download count slowly broke through 10. The game's name is Ma Luguma. It's a game similar to Candy Crush, where you find the same patterns and drop them into 6 slots below. The space in these 6 slots is limited. So if more than 4 slots are filled with different patterns, the game is almost lost. Malaguma is an extremely simple and straightforward game, occupying only 22 megabytes of memory. It can be said to be a quick download. As for the enjoyment experience, it depends on user feedback. Moreover, this game only has 3 levels, marketed as Hell Level 3 levels. The difficulty is unimaginable, and almost no one can pass it, but there is indeed a probability of clearing it. The first level is quite easy, and anyone with a bit of gaming knowledge can easily pass it. The difficulty level will increase significantly in the second stage, but there is also a high probability that the third stage will be the most terrifying hell level. Chapter 178, Analysis of the Game's Explosive Popularity. By the next morning, Yi Chun and the others were all yawning, but their eyes were filled with excitement. At this time, the download rate displayed on the big screen had already surpassed 200,000. Moreover, it was rapidly rising with no signs of decline, and both the retention and conversion rates had reached above 50. Many people opened WeChat Moments and, upon seeing various game content being shared, realized that this extremely simple game had unexpectedly gone viral overnight. Major app platforms were all discussing it, and many gaming influencers were also challenging this game. However, no one had successfully challenged the third stage yet, which led to a wave of skepticism across various platforms. Yichun then took out his phone, opened the app platform, and saw a commentary from a blogger named Mala Goma. After opening the video, the gaming influencer began to speak to the screen. Ma La Giema. I came across this game last night, recommended by a friend. I initially just intended to play around, but unexpectedly, I played all night. I, who never stays up late, got stuck on the second stage and kept challenging the third stage. When I finally looked up, I realized it was already dawn. Chapter 179, Ads Pouring In. Making a fortune. Bro, my dad's surgery was successful. It was successful. As he said this, his voice gradually choked up, and then tears streamed down his face. He hugged Yichin tightly. You brat, why didn't you go with him for the surgery? No one is taking care of him now. Hurry, go to the hospital. Upon hearing this, Yichin immediately pulled him and was about to head outside. The others also rushed over. Old Chen, you're not making sense here. Our uncle's surgery is a big deal. Hurry up, let's not waste time. Let us go see the old man. Xiao Tianhao also shouted. Ming, you did something wrong here. You should have told your brother about such a big matter. How could I not let you go back? You can't let work stop you from being with your father during his surgery. Because our brother is particularly filial. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Let us go see the old man together. Feng Tianhai also ran over and pushed Chen Xueming, saying, you guys stop talking now. Let us go see the old man first. Anyway, this is great news. The surgery was successful, and old Chen can work even harder in the future. Yichen smiled broadly. Chapter 180, The Way Men Celebrate. The group simply chatted in the room, some discussing work, while others started playing cards on the side, creating an atmosphere even livelier than during the new year. This made Chun Xueming feel an increasingly strong sense of belonging, and he suddenly realized how close his benefactors were in his life. Looking at Yi Chen's back, his eyes became even more red. Xu, your boss is remarkable. You could tell he is a filial person just from chatting. Following him will definitely not be a mistake. You must work hard and never let him down. Chun Fugui called his son to the bedside and advised him. Okay, I understand, Dad. You just need to take care of your health now. I'll handle work. As soon as Chun Xiuming finished speaking, his phone rang. He picked it up and initially showed a hesitant expression. Then he walked over to Yi Chun. Bro, this is an advertising company that wanted to acquire my company before, but their offer was too low, so I rejected it. Chun Xiuming handed the phone to Yi Chun and said, Then you answer the call and see what they mean. Chapter 181, New House Inspection. In midair, Chun Xiuming was in tears, finally welcoming a huge turning point after half a year of repression. At this moment, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Plus, with his father's successful surgery, he no longer had any worries. His obsession and fervor for work transformed into a surge of passion flowing through his body again. Chun Xiuming then landed steadily and walked in front of Yi Chun, bending his legs as if to kneel. Yi Chun quickly pulled him up. What are you doing? Yi Chun said, Boss, if I hadn't met you, how miserable would I be right now? I couldn't afford my father's surgery. And the company was facing bankruptcy. My life would have likely hit rock bottom. I had already imagined my tragic ending. Your appearance has given me a new lease on life, allowing me to find a place on this grand stage of game development. Boss, how can I thank you? As Chun Xiuming spoke, his lips trembled and tears welled up in his eyes. If you want to repay me, then work hard and create all your dream games for me. Chapter 182. The new house was occupied by someone else. What bad luck. A villa starts at no less than 10 million. The security guard's attitude was also becoming increasingly warm. Hello, sir. I'll help you open the door right away. If you need anything, feel free to contact me at the entrance. After the security guard finished speaking, he took out the key and opened the gate. Yi Chun also took a bottle of mineral water and a pack of cigarettes from the car and handed them over. The security guard received them with a smile, calling him boss with a very friendly attitude. Yi Chun then drove slowly into the premises. When the security guard returned to the booth, the security captain, still puzzled, asked, This boss is quite generous, handing out Zhonghua cigarettes. Which building's owner is he? After the security captain took the cigarette from the guard, he opened it and put one in his mouth. The owner of Building 1. I just verified it. The name is indeed Yi Chun. He also showed the key and said he had contacted our property management. It seems the house was just renovated. I remember there has been a renovation crew going to Building 1 recently. The security guard said casually. Upon hearing this, the security captain furrowed his brows and asked with confusion, That's not right. Didn't the owner of Building 1 come yesterday? They haven't left yet. They already moved in last night. Chapter 183. Your property manager is my brother-in-law. You really can brag. Look at you, all poor and shabby, thinking about buying a villa. You can't even afford a toilet. What kind of person is she? How could she be with Qin Meiyan? It wouldn't be her gambler husband, would it? Zhu Meiling mocked, crossing her arms. Yi Chun frowned deeply and remained silent. Looks like I guessed right. You must be that useless husband of Qin Meiyan. You poor couple. Hurry up and stay away from my house. Or don't blame me for being rude and calling the police to have you arrested. Also, if anything goes missing from our house, you will be responsible, Zhu Meiling said aggressively. Zhu Meiling, you are going too far. Your words are too harsh. Do you have any proof that this house was bought by your boyfriend? Qin Meiyan, unable to stand by any longer, coldly retorted from the side. I will contact the property management right now. And today, we will prove who the real owner is. Yi Chun also took out his phone and dialed. You can really put on an act. Hurry up and call the property management over, or I'll personally kick you out. Chapter 184. Brother, are you getting out of the car first? Everything is negotiable. Mr. Yi Chun, until you can prove you are the owner here, please leave and do not disturb others' rest. The head of security had politely gestured for him to leave. Without saying a word, Yi Chun directly walked toward his car with Qin Meiyan, opened the door, and got in. Mr. Yi, we still cannot confirm that you are the owner here, so could you please cooperate and drive away? The head of security surprisingly came up again and knocked on the car window. Since you can't confirm, we'll wait for your manager to come. With that, Yi Chun rolled up the window, and the head of security, feeling helpless, called other security personnel to surround the car. No one moved, but it felt like they were guarding against thieves. About 20 minutes later, a business GL8 slowly drove in. A middle-aged man in a white shirt jumped out, tidying up his shirt and polishing his shiny shoes on the ground. The head of security upon seeing this, ran over with a charming smile. Manager Liu, you finally arrived. I'm really sorry to have troubled you in this hot weather, but this matter is indeed a bit troublesome. Your brother-in-law is resting in the villa. Chapter 185. Just as arrogant before, now in such a predicament. You asked me what's wrong. Who gave you the right to restrict someone else's personal freedom? Before confirming who the real owner is, you actually wanted to kick someone out. How bold of you. The reputation of #1 scholar has been tarnished by you. I see that you, the head of security, have reached the end of your line. Haven to you. With Liu Xiaohua's cold reprimand, the head of security was so scared that he trembled, turning pale, and cold sweat soaked his entire body. He wiped his sweat, and his speech began to stutter. Manager Liu, this matter really isn't my fault. It's your brother-in-law who mentioned you. How could I not give him face? Besides, it was your brother-in-law who brought the property deed here to move in last night. My guys couldn't possibly ignore your face. I don't really know what the situation is. The head of security hurriedly explained. But at that moment, Liu Xiaohua glared at him. The head of security pondered for a long time and suddenly woke up. He quickly jogged to the car door, wearing a smile. Mr. Yi, this matter is my fault. I let the person in last night. If you want to blame someone, blame me. It's my negligence. Even if I'm not dismissed by the higher-ups, I will resign myself. Chapter 186. No mediation accepted. Just pay up. Li Gang, you bastard, what the hell is going on? Hurry up and explain. Didn't you say this house was from your family's demolition, and the compensation was used to buy it? You also said my name was registered on it. Why is there suddenly another owner? Zhu Meiling, who suddenly realized, rushed at Li Gang like crazy. She waved her hand, leaving a mark on his face. She even grabbed Li Gang's hair and wildly slapped him. Go to hell. You shameless bastard, you willingly got scammed. Does that mean what's mine is mine? Can I give away such a big villa? Have you looked in the mirror to see if you deserve it? Li Gang, enraged, slapped back, directly knocking Qin Mei Yin to the ground. It became completely silent, and she burst into tears. Being scammed and losing face was simply too cheap. Her dignity was trampled underfoot. Brother-in-law, you must help me. If you don't help me, I'm finished. How can I afford to pay for this decoration? I was blinded by greed. I just wanted to bring this shameless woman here for a night and leave. But after getting drunk, my brain stopped working. Chapter 187. I'll take a nap. Let your chairman wait for me to wake up naturally. Especially after just learning that the owner of this house is actually Qin Mei Yin in front of him. Although he felt very jealous, he no longer had the opportunity or the mood. If Qin Mei Yin didn't forgive him, even a compensation of several $100,000 would feel like his life was at stake. It turns out you're someone else's business. It has nothing to do with me. The house my husband bought for me with good intentions, let alone how much it cost. Just this thoughtfulness is priceless. But now it has been polluted by you. Sorry, I have no obligation to forgive you. However, Qin Mei Yin completely ignored him and directly hugged Yi Chen's arm. Walking away with him, Zhu Meiling was completely stunned, sitting on the ground for a long time, unable to regain her senses. She never expected that the current Qin Mei Yin was living such a smooth life. The so-called gambler husband in the text is actually a super rich man worth over $100 million. He has completely turned his life around, and the villa he casually bought is worth over $30 million. The car he drives out is also an extended version of a Land Rover. Now, in the blink of an eye, he is transformed into a wealthy lady. Looking back at herself, Chapter 188. You're getting a bit too arrogant. Now everyone knows that the game Ma Lu Gu Ma has become a hit, and in just 3 days, the conversion rate and download volume have exceeded 5 million. In the following period, it wouldn't be difficult to break 10 million. We have already received hundreds of ads, and many players have started to complain about too many ads. So, what we need to do next is to develop a new level-based game within 7 days, so that we can set ads in each level and also incorporate the warning messages we receive into them, making each level fun and retaining users, ensuring they don't quit until they clear the levels. If we can succeed this time, with a conversion rate exceeding 20 million and a retention rate of 50, everyone will receive a bonus of 20,000 yuan. When Yi-chan said this, everyone showed excited expressions, but at the same time felt immense pressure, because the time is indeed too short. Only a short week has passed, but I want to take advantage of the popularity of the game Malagoma and quickly develop an even more explosive game to intercept all the traffic while making breakthroughs. Chapter 189. I can't dig up. It's obvious the other party has investigated my identity. But similarly, Yi-chan knows himself better than the other party knows him. It's as if he is reading the other party's file. This also made Sun Hao's expression change slightly. I didn't expect you to have such a solid foundation. Are you trying to dig me up? Sun Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. No. First of all, I can't dig, nor do I have that strength. And I can't provoke the Penguin Empire Game Group. We're just a small game company, barely surviving in the cracks, drinking a bit of soup from you giants. Yichin flicked the ash from his cigarette and said lightly, "You are quite self-aware. Let us not talk about that. Let us get to the point. I'm here representing the Penguin Division of the Game Group Company, and I want to see cooperation with you. I hope to get the authorization for your game, Mala Goma. Here are the contract terms. Please take a look." Saying this, the other party took out a document from the briefcase and placed it on the table. Yichin just glanced at it, then picked up the document to review its contents. After a moment, Yichin put the document back down on the coffee table. Chapter 190. So what if it's the top of the 3 major game giants? I can still chew it up. Selling it is a good thing. And besides, if we grant them the game authorization now, we will still get a wave of traffic. Taking advantage of this last wave of traffic to raise our company's banner is why I asked you to quickly develop the second game to intercept all the traffic. In your eyes, we are conceding, but in my view, the commercial war with the Penguin Game Company has already begun. It seems my plan is correct. You didn't even realize this, and similarly, their company 1T take us little ants seriously. But when there are enough ants, they can lift a piece of sky. Even if it's an elephant, once I'm full, I can still bring it down. Suddenly, Yichin stood up abruptly from the sofa. An indescribable aura burst forth from him. That infinite charm kept expanding. This made Chen Shueming widen his eyes upon hearing it. He pondered and didn't know where to start. This first explosive game, once sold for a fixed price, even if a second game is developed, it still faces the risk of being acquired. If this goes on, aren't we just making clothes for others? Chapter 191. Brother Yi Ming, Sister Yiyu. Brother, I actually wanna, but my third uncle still 1T relent. He plans for me to go back and inherit my grandfather's business. He thinks that the industry we are in is just drinking the soup left by our predecessors, with too much luck involved. I don't really recommend partnering with you. If my dad opposes it, I would invest without hesitation, but I still have to consider what my third uncle said. When Feng Tianhai said this, he also slightly lowered his head. He looked quite dejected. It seems I need to talk to my third uncle tomorrow, as long as you want to partner with us. I'll handle my third uncle, Yichin said seriously. Upon hearing this, Feng Tianhai looked excited. That's great, as long as you're here. I don't have to worry so much. By the way, brother, it seems that tonight the land in the small fishing village is being rebid. Are we not going? Feng Tianhai suddenly thought of something and asked. There is still time. I have a few things to handle. Drive me to Lingnan University. I haven't seen my brother in a long time, and I don't know how he is doing. My brother is getting married in a few days, and I'll just take her and my sister back. Yichin smiled slightly and said, Chapter 192. Brother, you struck it rich? That's right. My brother is working hard outside to support himself, but most of his living expenses are relying on his gambling brother. Just because I didn't send him money for 2 months, he is still worrying about me. At this moment, Yi Chan felt an indescribable pain in his heart. He watched helplessly as his brother rushed into the restaurant. After a moment, a barrage of curses came from inside, and it was the boss Zhou chasing after Yi Ming. Cursing, you've advanced your salary again. Your salary for this month is already gone, and this is the last time. And all this junk was bought for my daughter. Take it all back. Who wants your junk? That boss Zhou dragged a bag and casually threw on the ground. The contents spilled everywhere. Yi Ming glanced at it, hesitated for a moment, then turned around and handed the 800 yuan he had in his hand to Yi Chun. Brother, I'm sorry, but this month I can only advance this money. Here, take it first. I'll borrow some from my classmates later. You save a bit too. Can you give me a little more time? And don't gamble anymore. It's better to buy some new clothes for my little niece Tong Tong with this money, okay? Second brother? Yi Ming stuffed the money into Yi Chen's hands and spoke with a pleading tone. Chapter 193. Provocation from a rich second generation. Upon hearing this, Yi Ming slowly lowered his head and sighed. Not great, you saw the situation just now. I was being delusional, thinking a toad could eat swan meat. My conditions do not match their family at all. I'm just a college student, and I'm still working part-time. Our boss's daughter is very beautiful, and there are many excellent people pursuing her. I really don't stand a chance. I was just fantasizing. The moment the boss scolded me, I woke up. However, I've been secretly in love with her for the past 2 years. After finally confessing and she agreed, I realize how important social status is during our interactions. When Yi Ming said this, he shook his head, revealing a bitter expression. As long as you like her, go after her boldly. What else with the social status? If we're talking about that, it's them who are climbing high. Yi Chun said seriously, his words filled with confidence. Really? Second brother, are you saying there's still a chance? Upon hearing this, Yi Ming slowly raised his head, looking at Yi Chun and asking. Chapter 194. You should say less of that in the future. With your kind of poor loser, you still want to have designs on my little shui? You should take a look in the mirror. Even a stray dog on the street would shake its head at you. In the future, stop dreaming grand dreams. There's no comparison at all. Do you see my car? Just one tire alone is enough to buy your life. You worthless piece of data. After Su Weiming finished speaking, he wrapped his arm around Xiao Xue's waist and walked towards the car, opened the door, and they both got in. Then he stepped on the gas and drove away, leaving Yi Ming standing there in a daze. At that moment, Yi Chen walked over and gently patted him on the shoulder. With a woman like that, why bother stooping to her level? You don't need to take her to heart. It's just a piece of cheap clothing. When looking for a wife, you should look for someone like your sister-in-law. Not only is she beautiful, but she's also devoted, Yi Chun said with a smile. Only after experiencing setbacks, whether in relationships or in society and even in the workplace, can it be a good thing for Yi Ming. It will only make him grow faster and prevent him from wasting time on people of no value. Brother, I understand everything you're saying. Chapter 195. Don't humiliate yourself, okay? Because he himself is from a media background, owning 2 media companies, which are quite famous domestically. The internet celebrities signed under him have many accounts with over 10 million followers. Indeed, he has made a lot of money. Both media companies have brought him huge benefits. He has become somewhat arrogant. However, when facing entrepreneurs like Wang Chao, he is still very low-key and humble. This is something worth considering. If you have time, I can introduce you to my brother. I guarantee you will gain something from it. But before that, you have to help me with something. My brother needs a batch of luxury cars to make a show. I can gather a few here. How about you? Wang Chao said with a smile, looking very mysterious. What? Using luxury cars to make a show? I say, Brother Wang, don't joke with me. What kind of brother is this? It's too low. At least he should have some status. Does he still need to borrow luxury cars from others? I'm really speechless. Hearing this, Fang Yin rolled his eyes. But he still took out his car keys. This was a Ferrari key. Chapter 196. Don't challenge others' strength with your ignorance. You're too self-important. The moment you appeared before me, close and intimate with him, I realized deeply that we are indeed not from the same world. Yi Ming said coldly with a smile. With his second brother as a backing, he is now full of confidence. If it weren't for his second brother coming this time, he might have already hidden away somewhere to drink away his sorrows. Since you know, why do you keep coming back again and again? Don't you find it disgusting? Hurry up and get lost. Xiao Xue said with a face full of disgust. The one who should get lost is you. You're blocking my car. Please move aside. However, Yi Ming said proudly. What? Your car? Xiao Xue asked in a shocked tone upon hearing this. Then, she coldly laughed, her face full of disdain. What dream are you having in broad daylight? With a loser like you. Don't even say this car is yours. Do you know how much this car costs? Just one tire is enough to buy your life. Honey, come here quickly. This guy is having delusions, claiming this car is his. It's hilarious. Xiao Xue waved her hand and shouted to Su Weiming. Chapter 197. You don't deserve it. Just then, among the group of young people, a young man with short hair walked out, wearing a Patek Philippe watch and driving a Lamborghini. He walked up to Su Weiming with a cold and arrogant expression. When Su Weiming saw this young man, his smile instantly froze and his eyes widened in shock. He felt extremely nervous. Su Weiming, you worthless piece of trash. Who are you calling a spirited young man? Which of us is not better than you? Buying a second-hand broken car and deceiving others around, besides this familiarity. What else can you do? You can't even step into our circle. You don't even deserve to carry our shoes, yet you have the audacity to point fingers here. The young man said coldly. Lin Xiao, who is this guy? Do you know him? Another young man walked over and asked. I guess I know him, but he's just a fake second-generation rich kid. His dad contracted a small project at my family's company, making a few tens of thousands a month. As for him, no need to say more. He just lives off his parents and hangs around aimlessly. And he has got a bunch of diseases. He is not worthy of my recognition. Chapter 198. Brother can give you a better life, but you can't go astray. Second brother, I can't believe the recently popular game was developed by you guys. Oh my god, I never would have thought. Yiming looked at the busy employees around him, all working hard to develop the game framework. The company's grandeur and luxurious decor made his face show disbelief, as if he were dreaming. It turns out his second brother had quietly turned his life around. From being labeled as a worthless loser and a hopeless gambler, he has now become the boss of a game development company. Moreover, he developed the most popular game today, which became a sensation overnight. So now you don't need to worry about home. Even if you can't find a good job after graduation, you can come directly to work at the company. Coincidentally, you're also studying management. Yichen walked to his brother's side and patted him on the shoulder. Yeah, as long as you're doing well, everything else doesn't matter. By the way, big brother's about to get married, and I don't have any money on me. It's all my fault for being infatuated with that woman. Now I don't even have a phone. When he said this, Yiming looked quite ashamed. Chapter 199. Participate in the land bidding auction. At this moment, Yiming wiped away his tears, stepped on the gas, and slowly left the roadside, driving towards the center of the road. In just a few breaths, he had completely disappeared from sight. Meanwhile, Yichen stood with his hands on his hips, watching his brother drive that sports car, racing through the streets of the city, enjoying the atmosphere that urban life brings. A sense of indescribable pride slowly rose in his chest. Brother, finally, I've settled a heart matter. However, next, there's still something very important. The auction is about to take place tonight. I've contacted Brother Hao and others. We've crowdfunded and can probably raise 4 billion. I know you have invested a lot on the farm, and your funds have other uses as well. So just do your best to contribute as much as you can. Let's drive to get this piece of land. Feng Tianhai walked over with a smile and said, then let's get ready and set off now. Yichen nodded. In the evening, at the Supreme Club, an entertainment venue. As the most luxurious commercial event location in the city, the people coming and going are all notable figures. Especially with the arrival of Hong Kong businessmen, the Supreme Club appears even more high-end. Chapter 200. The difference in cultivation between him and his father is huge. But the next second, he grabbed a chair and rushed directly towards Han Jingqi. Fortunately, Xiao Tianhao was quick-witted and caught him by the waist. Goodness. Chun Peng, with his quick temper, was verbally criticizing Feng Tianhai for his lack of manners and was about to curse at him. But he was even more violent and went straight for it. Indeed, it was not gentlemanly behavior. One should try to minimize words when actions can be taken. Seeing this, Yichun waved his hand with an indifferent expression, not taking Han Jingqi seriously at all. Similarly, Han Jingqi sat there motionless, not intimidated by Chun Peng's imposing manner. After all, you two are considered people of status. Can't you hang out with good people? Why do you have to mix with a little loser? It's simply lowering your standards. I don't know what you both can achieve. Han Jingqi rolled his eyes, her face full of pride. That attitude made Chun Peng and Feng Tianhai's faces turn red with anger. But Xiao Tianhao tightly held both of them back. Calm down a bit. Moreover, what Han said is not wrong. I'm just a little loser without status or position. The only advantage is that I have a lot of money. Chapter 201. Yashuan is the host. However, Han Jingqi was indifferent, just smiling lightly. The changes before and after were too quick. Just a moment ago, he was furious. But in the blink of an eye, he had a face full of sneers. It can be said that his depth of character is quite profound. The reason he suddenly exposed himself and lost control of his emotions was that he had been holding in resentment for too long since the group he created was destroyed and he couldn't find anyone responsible, which exploded at that moment. Let him come over. There is no need to be so tense. I'm not someone he can't handle, and in such occasions, if there really were to be a fight, wouldn't he that be losing face? Yichen waved his hand lightly while sitting in the chair. Feng Tianhai and Chun Peng then glared fiercely at Han Jingqi and stepped aside. I hope I didn't scare you just now. I sincerely apologize for being too impulsive and reckless. At this point, Han Jingqi actually bent down and bowed to Yichun, appearing extremely magnanimous and steady. However, in the eyes of Yichun and others, the other party was merely putting on an act and deceiving people. Just a smiling tiger, hiding a deadly scheme. Chapter 202. The Secret of the Night Pearl. He then gestured for the next item. Two girls dressed in red came up simultaneously with a tray. They lifted the red cloth, revealing an ancient ink landscape painting inside. The starting price for this painting was 10 million, and each bid had to be at least 200,000. Moreover, after multiple validations by the Antique Association, it was confirmed to be an authentic piece. Over the past 3 years, the collection value of this painting had risen by 10. After Han Yashuan explained all the data, she announced the starting price. Many wealthy businessmen who liked collecting began to place bids. Just a few minutes later, the price had already climbed to over 27 million, demonstrating the wealth of the businessmen present. At this moment, Yichun was also focused on this auction because the next item was what he valued the most, having enormous profit potential. Therefore, during this period, he was not interested in other matters. As the painting was finally sold for 35 million, Han Yashuan took the microphone and slightly bowed again to the audience. Thank you for your support, esteemed seniors. The next item for auction was provided by the previous vice president of the Bermuda Chamber of Commerce, Madame Tianxiang. Chapter 203. Let us see the pattern. Big enough to hold this yellow sky. Then the bid was made. 6 million. With this bid from Mr. Niu, the people around him didn't react in any unusual way, because Mr. Niu was a Hong Kong businessman with significant influence. He was well-informed and wealthy. For him, 600,000 was just a drop in the ocean. Moreover, many local businessmen in Longzhou City wanted to build good relationships with these Hong Kong businessmen, and with Mr. Niu leading the way, many began to place bids. However, the bids are not high, only increasing by 100,000. It was clear that they were trying to curry favor with Mr. Niu. Naturally, Mr. Niu understood this. So, when he bid again, he directly raised the price to 7 million. He thought he would soon win this night pearl and planned to gift it to Han Yashuan. But at that moment, Yichun raised his hand again and called out, 10 million. Instantly, all eyes in the crowd were on Yichun again. Many people were confused, and more were mocking. Everyone looked on in amusement. Yichun's actions were clearly a provocation to Mr. Niu, showing no respect at all. So many people were giving face, yet he was the only one being difficult. He was easily targeted by Mr. Niu. Chapter 204. The truth revealed. Is it a joke or a myth? You dog, has your Han family lost all face? Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Turns out you're just a poor wretch who only knows how to talk. I could introduce you to some clients one day, and you could earn some money with your mouth. Feng Tianhai suddenly shouted loudly. Without the ability, yet still pretending. It seems the impressive ones are not you, but your Han family. You're nothing but trash. You were as arrogant as you were just now. And now you're just as embarrassed. Chunpeng also seized the opportunity to mercilessly belittle him. Chunpeng and Feng Tianhai chimed in, their remarks dripping with sarcasm and insults, instantly turning Han Jingqi's face pale as a ghost, as if he were an eggplant, with the veins on his forehead bulging. He nearly lost control several times, wanting to stand up, but was forcibly held down by Mr. Niu and the other executives. If he stood up and didn't T-bid, he would lose all confidence to challenge others. It would be akin to voluntarily presenting his face to be slapped. Either be a fool to the end, quote, 85 million, and then buy this shining pearl. But even someone like Han Jingqi, from a wealthy family, can't casually take out nearly 100 million to throw away. Chapter 205. Pink Diamond. Exclusive. It is a pink diamond from Prusse, confirmed to be real, 378 carats. You could say it is the only one in the world. 7 years ago, at the top auction in the Burj Al Arab in Dubai, there was a 3,468 carat Prusse pink diamond that eventually sold for 32 million US dollars. This one, according to my calculations, is worth at least 40 million US dollars, equivalent to 1 billion yuan. As the old man's words fell, the entire venue exploded in an uproar. A series of gasps filled the air. The business executives exchanged glances, all seeing the shock on each other's faces. It turns out that the secret of Madame Tianxiang is indeed priceless. In the end, it also became a regret. However, today, a person named Yi Chun revealed the truth and discovered the intricacies. He purchased the 378-carat Prusse pink diamond worth over 300 million at a price of 80 million. Moreover, there's only one in the world. It instantly caused a huge sensation. After today, this news is likely to make headlines internationally. The impact and effect it brings are unimaginable. Yichun has carefully stored that pink diamond. Chapter 206. Mr. Li's High Salary Recruitment. The Hong Kong Business Investment Observation Group has now been disbanded. Moreover, the surrounding small fishing villages have already begun to be demolished and enter the construction phase. Homestays, entertainment, resorts, hotels, and various economic production facilities, private schools, hospitals, and a series of developments have all been launched. The officials have also started investing in imaging facilities, including public hospitals, schools, junior high schools, and even subways. It can be said that the new area in the small fishing village has already taken shape. It is also the fastest growing area for future development. Currently, the officials have not issued any notification. However, insider information has leaked that the new area has been designated as a high-tech zone. Otherwise, major groups wouldn't be competing so fiercely. However, Han Jingqi has not made a move yet. Mr. Li has a calm expression, and Yang Zongqi is also observing from the side. Surprisingly, Sheng Qifeng came up to Yi Chun and started chatting with him, seemingly wanting to buy that pink diamond from him. Brother Yi, you're already married, so why not let me have that pink diamond? I've accumulated quite a bit of private money over the years, just enough for over 300 million. Please. I've recently set my sights on a celebrity and am troubled about how to pursue her. Houses and luxury cars are too common, and I haven't found any gemstones or diamonds that catch my eye. Sheng Qifeng said with a smile. Chapter 207. The Compensation Terms of Wanxing Group. Hearing Mr. Li's words, Yi Chun was also a bit surprised. He himself has the ability to foresee the future. However, Mr. Li is just an ordinary person. Yet he knows that the second piece of land is now under his control. It's almost like having foresight. With years of experience and inquiries from various parties, this is the insight and awareness that a qualified old businessman possesses. If a businessman cannot make predictions in advance, then the road he walks will be limited. So Mr. Li wants me to think it over? After all, I'm not the only one. I have this group of brothers with me. Yi Chun pointed to Xiao Tianhao and the others beside him. Loyalty. Then I will wait for good news. After Mr. Li finished speaking, he returned to his seat. At this time, the auction had not yet ended. Han Yashuan's voice rang out, and the attention of the entire audience refocused. Next up for auction is a private mountain forest located in Mang Village. This mountain forest covers an area of 800 acres. The starting price is 30 million. And each bid must not be less than 200,000. As Han Yashuan's words fell, many businessmen immediately thought of this location. Chapter 208. The Sneaky Operations of Penguin Games. Since it's about making friends, it should naturally be full of sincerity. If my friends manage my house, and someone moves in early, they wouldn't just help me replace it with a better one, but they would have already prepared the renovations. That's the basic standard. They wouldn't come to negotiate conditions with me late at night, asking me to give them face. After hearing Chu Yang's words, Yi Chun smiled faintly. This immediately made Chu Yang appear troubled. It was clear that Yi Chun did not agree with this plan, which was limited to just changing the renovations. However, for the Yang group, it was already a loss. This time, the company sent him over to see if they could ease the relationship and each take a step back to resolve the matter sooner. If it were an ordinary person without status or background, they wouldn't even bother to respond. But being able to purchase a property in Zhuangyuan, no. One is enough to prove the other party's financial strength. However, Mr. Yi, our property management is indeed responsible for a large part of this. If we really go by the proportion of compensation, at most it would just be the cost of renovations. If you want to pursue this matter, it should be directed at the person who moved into your house. After this incident, it has nothing to do with us. If it really goes to court, at most it would just be compensation for renovations. Chapter 209. The Crazy Internal Competition. Originally, the game horse racing suddenly became popular, which was already a huge stroke of luck. It cannot be called a miracle. Such a simple game, just a bit unique in its operational methods, can only attract the first batch of users. However, capturing attention with these simple games afterward becomes difficult. One must know that now the focus is on visual experience. 2D games, 3D games, even 4G games have been frequently launched. Various game rules, unique themes, and scene designs have long been enriched. Breaking conventions in this saturated gaming environment and carving out a path is incredibly difficult. The game horse racing has only shown a glimmer of potential. However, it seems the boss wants to continue down this path. Believe in yourself. Even if you don't believe in yourself, do you not believe in me? In a moment, call over to Penguin. We can completely buy out the horse racing game. Anyway, we have already attracted 100,000 users, which is the foundation for all our games to rise. These 100,000 are our most genuine players and also the starting point for our journey. Yi Chun clapped his hands and said, Chapter 210. Selling it all at once. After all, someone will eat our leftovers. Sun Hao nodded slightly after hearing this. He took a deep breath, then slowly raised his head to look at everyone. You are all right. They have indeed gotten lucky this time, which is why they can cater to the market. But isn't luck also a form of strength? You've all been in the company for 3 to 5 years, yet I have not seen any of you get lucky enough to create a hit game. If you say Tion 2 Game Company is trash, then doesn't that mean you're even worse than trash right now? As soon as Sun Hao finished speaking, everyone lowered their heads in shame. They were all at a loss for words, unable to find any rebuttal. You can look down on Tion 2 Game Company, but you must also show your strength. Otherwise, you'll just be empty talk, which will make me even more disgusted with you. Within a week, you must develop a better game for me, at least in terms of performance. It must surpass this so-called hit, the prototype that's so impressive. Now that we have a basic game to reference, even if you copy it, you should make this game even more exciting. Otherwise, you are just a pile of trash. With that, Sun Hao's fist slammed down hard on the conference table. Chapter 211. The game rule Strange Talk is launched. Unbelievable data. This game, once launched, immediately welcomed a wave of downloads. At this moment, many users at home scrolling through Douyin were lying in bed when they received the game advertisement. It started with a simple animated video as the opening of the game advertisement. The so-called advertisement must catch the user's eye within 3 seconds. Otherwise, it will be skipped. The conversion rate comes from this. If you want to improve the conversion rate, you need to put more thought into the advertisement. This has led to many advertisements starting off in an exaggerated manner, with huge hype. Of course, conversion rate is just the beginning. What truly makes money is allowing these converted users to fully experience the fun in the game and retain them. Otherwise, no matter how successful the advertisement is, if 10 million people come in and only less than 1,000 remain, it is still a failure. Many users saw the advertisement video, and the opening video was quite eerie, with almost no advertisement style. It looked like a very simple animated scene, accompanied by a narration. It was titled Rule Strange Talk Level 1. Then the voice of the game blogger began to explain the content of the game, with plenty of interesting commentary. Chapter 212. Suggestion from Third Brother. Well done. We need to keep up the good work and strive to make the remaining storyline levels perfect. Whether in terms of fun or exploration, we must firmly retain the users. By the way, how much has our platform's basic traffic reached now? Yichin asked. Boss, the results are great right now. Through this traffic diversion, we have retained 1 million users on the platform who have not uninstalled. The games we developed have also started to be launched one after another, and we have already released the first 3 levels. User downloads are still continuously breaking records. I want to give the brothers a day off today, celebrate tonight, advance the bonus distribution, and apply for a budget for tonight's expenses. When Chun Xueming said this, he appeared somewhat nervous, fearing that Yi Chun would not agree. After all, the company has its rules. Bonuses can be advanced, including all expenses for the night, which can be charged to the company, and a day off can be given for rest and to spend time with family. But everyone must return to work 2 days later to finish developing all the game storylines. Chapter 213. Planning to acquire an app development studio. At this moment, even Yi Chun was surprised. He did not expect his third brother Yi Ming to have such a strong business mind, covering all aspects. How long until you graduate? Yi Chun suddenly grabbed Yi Ming and asked. Yi Ming was startled but still said, I've already graduated and I have written my thesis, but my grades are not very good. I estimate that there won't be any good job placements after graduation. Placement my ass. Hurry up and come to work at the company after you graduate. After leaving the sentence, Yi Chun quickly walked outside. Thanks to Yi Ming's reminder, he had already thought of how to solve the upcoming problem. As for Yi Ming, he scratched his head in confusion and turned back to his room. That day, Yi Chun called an emergency meeting and recounted the suggestions given by his brother in the conference room. Chun Xueming and others fell into deep thought and eventually raised their heads with bright eyes, believing that this plan was feasible. Soon, Yi Chun's proposal was unanimously approved, and within an hour after the meeting ended, the subsequent levels had all been released. All of them were placed on the Tion 2 gaming platform. Therefore, when all the subsequent levels were released, it caused a huge sensation, and all player users surged in, leading to the Tion 2 gaming platform's downloads instantly breaking 20 million. Chapter 214. In the future, don't bother my brother Wang Chao. Damn, expecting those two to agree is harder than climbing to the sky. If I go by their ideas, wouldn't my 7 million be wasted? No way. Chen Peng was dumbfounded upon hearing this. I was joking with you. We are brothers, and we need to keep the accounts clear. When it comes to dividends, it will be distributed according to the investment ratio. Now that the company has formed a scale, we must do things according to the rules. All right, I still have things to do, so I'll hang up. After Yi Chun finished speaking, he hung up the phone. He remembered that Mayun had been back at the family company for a while and planned to go over and take a look. Coincidentally, his elder brother was about to get married in a few days. It was wonderful for Yi-chan to return with his siblings and wife to attend the wedding. He was filled with anticipation. Moreover, Yi-chan was also thinking it was time to buy a car for Mayun to use for transportation. So he first left Tian-2 Game Company and found Wang Chao, arriving at his 4S store. This 4S store was a partnership between Wang Chao and a friend, primarily dealing in luxury cars, specifically the Bentley series. When Yi-chan arrived at the 4S store, he saw Wang Chao running out with a warm smile. Chapter 215. The preparations before the plan's progress. This man, once he starts to dawdle, makes one feel nauseous, looking utterly useless. I thought he was some big boss. But this? I think it's best for President Wang to stay away from such people. Otherwise, he will only add burdens and troubles in the future. Even the internet celebrity girl beside him spoke with sharp words, her face full of mockery, completely looking down on Yi-chan before her. Slap. Unexpectedly, Wang Chao stepped forward and slapped the girl across the face. A girl was directly hit, nearly falling to the ground, covering her swollen red face. Her expression filled with anger. Her gaze towards Wang Chao grew increasingly dark, brimming with resentment. Fang Yin saw his most popular streamer being attacked right in front of him and instantly exploded in rage. He pushed Wang Chao aside and hurried to the girl's side, asking with concern, Yuan, are you okay? If he hurts you today, I will definitely not let it go with him. I'm fine, President Fang. I can't let my situation bring any unpleasantness between you. Yuan shook her head, her eyes slightly red, tears welling up. Chapter 216. Qin Meiyun's Pursuer. After hearing this, Wang Chao's expression changed slightly. He turned around and headed straight for the sales manager's office. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Fang Yin sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, looking very self-satisfied while drinking tea and cursing under his breath. Are you satisfied now? My big brother has been successfully angered by you. Don't you look down on him? He casually throws out full payment over 3 million, not a cent less. Please take a look, President Fang, to avoid later claims that I gave someone a discounted price, causing the company to lose money. After saying this, Wang Chao placed the remittance slip on the table. However, Fang Yin merely glanced at it and then snorted coldly. Consider yourself smart. If I had T put it that way, do you think he wouldn't ask you for a discount? You really think of yourself as a big spender. You're still giving money to others. I really don't know what you're thinking with your status and connections. How did you end up making friends with such people? Fang Yin shook his head, looking utterly baffled. Fang Yin, I didn't introduce my big brother to you before because I thought it wasn't necessary. Chapter 217. Rivals not worthy. Linan, don't flatter me so much. I'm already at the age of being a mother. What is pretty or not is all a thing of the past. Qin Meiyun said unexpectedly. Are you just arriving? Didn't they say there's a class reunion today? Why are you the only one here? The class reunion is tomorrow. Some old classmates are coming from other cities. I had nothing to do at home, so I thought I'd come find you for dinner. Is that okay? The man named Li Nan looked at Qin Meiyun with unusual interest. His attitude was extremely warm. He shook hands with Qin Meiyun and was reluctant to let go. However, to maintain his gentlemanly demeanor, he released her hand when she slightly pulled back. Let us have dinner another day. Anyway, we'll see each other at the reunion tomorrow. My husband has already come to pick me up. By the way, you haven't met my husband yet. I'll introduce him to you in a bit. Qin Meiyun said with a smile, also politely declining the invitation. Your husband? I heard you two have already divorced. Moreover, other classmates said your husband lost his stable job and reportedly ended up at the gambling table, losing everything. Chapter 218. I was planning to have a second child with Meiyun. It's hard for a gambler to turn over a new leaf. Nobody believes your words. I don't believe a single word you say. However, considering our old classmate relationship, I also don't want to see Meiyun living a miserable life every day. Why don't you come work in my company? Start from the bottom, go out and do some business. You can make 5,000 or 6,000 a month. If you do well and get the business rolling, making over 10,000 a month is no problem. Pay off the debts at home first. Then you'll have a chance to treat her and the child well. Did you see that bag? Just one bag can make you run around like crazy. So the world is fair. When we were in school, I studied hard and worked even harder. Later, I went abroad for further studies, giving up major life events. And I'm still unmarried to this day. Although I've succeeded in my career, I've also lost the person I love the most. At this point, Li Nan's gaze unintentionally fell on Qin Meiyun, implying that if he had given up his studies back then, Mei-yun would definitely not have married Yi-chun. It was my choice to give up. Now I regret it and want to come back and make amends. One is a successful person, the other a gambler turning back. The differences are clear. Chapter 219. The elegant Bentley Mulsanne. Why are you being so polite? What's our relationship? It's normal to give you a ride. On such a hot day, you and here squeezing the bus together. It's easy to get heat stroke. Yi-chun, as Mei-yun's husband. Don't you know to care for your woman? On such a hot day, how can you bear to take her on the bus? Hurry up and get in the car. Li-nan held the car door with one hand, being very gentlemanly while also teaching Yi-chun a lesson. He showcased his strength. No need to take the bus. I just bought a car for Mei-yun and brought it over. By the way, you should try it and see if it fits. If it doesn't, we can change it. Yi-chun wouldn't give him a chance. It was finally time for his counterattack. He directly aimed for the throat, leaving Li-nan with no chance to fight back. Yi-chun took out the car key and pressed it gently. Instantly, the Bentley Mulsanne next to Li-nan flashed its lights and honked happily. Li-nan was stunned, his face blank, eyes wide open, staring in shock at the Bentley. An overwhelming embarrassment made him want to find a hole to hide in. Chapter 220. Yi-yu is in trouble. There are many functions. After a moment, Chi Mei-yun was already trying to drive the car on the road. Previously, when she was doing business at the company, she also drove the company car to negotiate. So she knew how to drive and was not unfamiliar. Once she got used to the car's functions, she could drive normally on the road, listening to her favorite songs, with Yi-chun sitting beside her, patiently teaching. At that moment, Chi Mei-yun felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. She gently opened the window, feeling the breeze on her face. A tear slid down from the corner of Chi Mei-yun's eye. It was a tear of emotion, representing happiness and fulfillment. It was not the luxury car that brought her this, but the changes in Yi-chun that were quickly healing her wounded heart. At this time in the evening, at Yinfeng Art Academy, in the girls' dormitory, a tall girl with a ponytail was sitting on the bed, organizing her luggage neatly into a suitcase. The girl was beautiful, with snow-white skin, especially her bright, large eyes, which seemed almost to speak, sparkling with liveliness. Just then, the girl's phone rang. She hurriedly picked it up. Chapter 221. The necklace belongs to you. It has nothing to do with me. So when Yao Yao walked towards the red carpet, many people saw the expensive Patek Philippe necklace she was wearing around her neck. Instantly, everyone gathered around. Many new media reporters were also taking photos. Several girls approached her. Wow, miss, your necklace is so beautiful. Where did you buy it? It looks like a Patek Philippe. It must be very expensive. Your taste is really unique. A few girls had already come over to chat. Yao Yao felt very proud inside, but her face remained calm, revealing a slight smile. This necklace was given to me by my boyfriend. Whether it's expensive or not doesn't matter. What's important is the thought behind it. It is indeed a Patek Philippe, worth hundreds of thousands. In fact, what I value most is not its intrinsic value, but my boyfriend's regard for me. Yao Yao lied without blushing, able to weave a story on the spot without a draft, just to attract others' attention. Meanwhile, Yu, who was looking around in the back, frowned slightly upon hearing this. However, she understood her roommate somewhat. She had a strong sense of vanity. Chapter 222. Someone stole the necklace my boyfriend gave me. The thief is on site. Yu, Yang Yujiao, who had originally raised her hand to strike Yao Yao again, paused her movement slightly when she heard Yu's name. Seeing this movement, Yao Yao quickly devised a plan. She knew that to save herself now, she had to tell the whole story. Yes, Miss Yujiao, this matter really has nothing to do with me. This necklace originally belongs to you. I just borrowed it to wear for one night because I thought it looked good. As she was about to say that this necklace was hers, Yao Yao quickly covered her mouth, anxiously observing the changes on Yang Yujiao's face. At that moment, Yang Yujiao took a deep breath, her eyes narrowed, like a venomous snake exuding extreme threat. Come here. Yang Yujiao beckoned with her finger. Yao Yao's face was still full of fear. If you don't want to get hit, come here quickly. I don't want to waste more words with you. Yang Yujiao glared at her fiercely. Only then did Yao Yao tentatively approach. Then she was grabbed by the ear. In pain, Yao Yao dared not make sound, nor did she dare to resist, and could only let Yang Yujiao whisper a few words in her ear. Her expression changed dramatically, and in the end, she could only nod her head. Chapter 223. Framing wronged. However, even when Yang Yujiao asked again, no one responded. It seems this little thief won't give up until she sees the yellow river. What a shameless person. Miss Yujiao, you don't need to give her any dignity or face. Just say who it is. Another girl with a sharp and harsh demeanor said. She looked intimidating. A few overweight women even rolled up their sleeves, ready to fight. The person who stole my necklace is right here. It's her, you stole it. Yang Yujiao, pretending to cry, had a glint of pride and cunning in her eyes. She suddenly raised her head, her face full of indignation, pointing at you, who was turning towards the restroom, and shouted to the crowd. In that instant, everyone's gaze fell on you. In the entire banquet hall, everyone turned around. Hearing the voice, you was also stunned in place, as if struck by lightning. Her whole being in a daze. She twisted her stiff body, slowly turned her head, and looked at Yang Yujiao on stage in disbelief. She opened her mouth, but couldn't speak. The looks around her were filled with suspicion, disdain, contempt, scorn, and anger. Chapter 224. I will protect my sister at all costs. At this point, with the evidence conclusive, what more could you argue? We are all alumni of the same university. How could you do such a thing? Do you deserve to face Miss Yujiao? As a current student, how could you commit such a shameless act? She must be exposed. The school will definitely expel her. Such a punishment is too lenient. We should call the police and have her locked up. No, before sending her off. We should also teach her a lesson to make her remember. Sisters, we can't let Miss Yujiao suffer such great injustice. Let's take care of her together. Suddenly, several girls rushed forward, grabbing you by the hair, and then proceeded to punch and kick her. Soon, you was knocked to the ground. And those girls showed no intention of letting her go, hitting her viciously, specifically targeting her weak spots. Yang Yujiao watched this scene with a look of malice on her face, a wicked smile. Her gaze drifted towards the restroom, where she saw a figure hurriedly leaving. You shameless thief, whose necklace do you dare to steal? I see you're just tired of living. Chapter 225. The moment of negotiation and confrontation. Then the bodyguards dragged Yi Ming and Yu out, directly throwing them onto the street. There were many onlookers around. At this moment, Yi Ming gritted his teeth, picked his sister up from the ground, and pleaded with the people around him, "Please help me call an ambulance." "I thank you." Yi Ming knelt on the ground, bowing his head to the people around him. After a few bows, he felt dizzy. However, someone really helped to call an ambulance. About 20 minutes later, an ambulance took Yi Ming and Yu to the emergency hospital. At this time, Yi Chun, who returned to Tian 2 Game Company, was sitting in the conference room, looking with interest at Sun Hao across from him. "Mr. Yi, I previously underestimated you. Here, I sincerely apologize. I really didn't expect that any game you casually produce would be a hit. You have great foresight, controlling the information gap, and understanding the current game market. With your ability, focusing solely on games is indeed a waste of talent and insight." Sun Hao stood up and deeply bowed to Yi Chun. Then he spoke. Chapter 226. From now on, I take over here. Did you consider the consequences of what you're doing? Sun Hao's face turned pale with anger. What consequences could there be? Don't you want to acquire shares? Then let's see what your Penguin Game Company can do. This is your strong suit. Suppressing our shares is what you do best. Go ahead, operate. We also want to see if several game companies' capabilities have already declined. At this moment, Chun Shuiming felt a sense of great satisfaction. Finally, the mask was torn off, and he could face them head-on. The grievances he had suffered before were finally released. Good. Let them not regret it. I hope within 3 days, I see your chairman apologizing outside my office. Don't let a moment of impulse ruin your future. After all, your gaming company still has a promising future. Sun Hao clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and after saying this, he stormed off. Chun Shuiming, however, spat disdainfully. At that moment, an employee ran in. "Mr. Chun, your girlfriend is here. You should go see her." Upon hearing this, Chun Shuiming's heart stirred, and he hurriedly walked outside. Chapter 227. More people? That's wonderful. I am the steward of the Yang Group, and I am just here to inform you. As for what you should do, I don't need to remind you. People like you at the bottom are too foolish, daring to recruit anyone, so you have no other choice in this matter. Hurry up and arrange the apology ceremony, and you must apologize in front of the whole school. Moreover, your sister must also bear legal responsibility for this matter. Our legal team will deliver the lawyer's letter to you. After saying this, the middle-aged man left with a proud expression. Feng Tianhai and the others were all on edge, planning to deal with this steward first. Enough. I have a solution for this. Tianhai, Chun Peng, contact Old Wei and withdraw all the 2 billion funds, including everything you have on hand. Also, arrange for Old Wei to find 2 competent operators to target the stock market of Emerald Garden. Yichen said coldly, "Brother, don't worry. I'll contact Old Wei right now. After saying that, Chen Tianpeng turned and walked outside. Feng Tianhai was then called aside by Yi Chun. Chapter 228, Kneel Down. Immediately, Xiao Tianhao led the charge, followed by 50 or 60 people, all dressed in uniforms with the Hongyun Martial Arts Hall logo. They were all muscular men, full of energy. A large group charged in. Just the momentum alone made Yang Yujiao's group unable to lift their heads. Xiao Tianhao led his men, charging straight past Yi Chun without a word. In an instant, they blocked all the bodyguards charging in and began a wild brawl. Although Xiao Tianhao had not trained, he had been in fights before. He might not reach the level of a big brother in a martial world, but he was definitely not an easy target. He fought ruthlessly, wielding an iron rod, charging into the crowd, swinging left and right, targeting vital spots. A hit could either break bones or knock someone out cold. The muscular men from Hongyun Martial Arts Hall behind him were even more ferocious, like a torrent crashing against the opponents. The scene instantly became chaotic. Shouts of killing, screams, cries, and pleas for mercy echoed. The surrounding men and women were terrified. Even some timid girls squatted on the ground, crying. Chapter 229, An Eye for an Eye. No one expected that Yiyu's background was so powerful, and that her brother could summon so many tough guys for revenge. Moreover, he was extremely ruthless, not even sparing Yang Yujiao. From now on, do as I say. Anyone who dares to resist will not be treated kindly. You should be prepared to be hit when you hit others. If you don't want to die, then obey. Now every two of you, face each other and slap each other. Anyone who dares to hold back, I will have someone help you. You have 1 minute. Yi Chun took a deep breath, scanning the crowd. Then he coldly spoke. The men and women began to look for partners. Although they were terrified, they had no choice but to do as Yi Chun said. They sensed the brutality from him. No one dared to resist at this moment, so they chose weaker partners, hoping to lessen their pain during the slapping. Soon, they paired up, and with a wave of Yi Chun's hand, everyone began to slap each other. At first, they didn't use much strength, but due to uneven force, the pain sparked anger, leading to harder slaps. Chapter 230, A Grudge. Yang Boxiong breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. The stone weighing on his heart finally dropped. Yang Zongqi also showed a look of surprise. You've worked hard. A small token of appreciation. Please accept. Yang Boxiong snapped his fingers, and a female assistant hurriedly handed $1 million check to the doctor, forcefully stuffing it into his hands. The doctor was taken aback, repeatedly expressing thanks before quickly leaving. Then they saw Yang Yujiao being slowly wheeled out of the operating room and into the intensive care unit. The father and son, standing outside, wore expressions of rage. Their daughter was still in a coma, and it was impossible to find out who her enemy was from her. So they could only wait for the subordinates they sent out to report back. About 20 minutes later, a subordinate rushed over in a panic, covered in blood. Chairman, young master, I found out. Here is what happened. The young lady held a birthday party today, then hit a girl named Yiyu, which led to the revenge. He handed over the phone with the surveillance video. However, the footage only showed Yang Yujiao leading people and tormenting Yiyu. Chapter 231, Old Dog. You are not worthy of negotiating terms. At this moment, Yi Chun's words were filled with humiliation, further enraging Yang Zongqi. His eyes turned bloodshot as he lost control. Seeing his son about to explode again, Yang Boxiong interjected, Enough. Isn't this embarrassing enough? You can't control your emotions with just a few words. What future do you have? Yang Boxiong noticed his son was about to blow up again, while Yi Chun remained calm and composed. In comparison, they were on completely different levels. However, he was also very angry about Yi Chun's insulting words. After all, Yang Zongqi was his son. Being humiliated like this could not be easily overlooked, but it should also be done with the right methods. What good is hitting someone? If hitting someone were effective, his own daughter wouldn't have ended up in such a state. If you're going to choose revenge, then make sure the other party suffers thoroughly. Even render them completely powerless to fight back. Make them feel pain. Dad, but that bastard spoke too harshly. I can't swallow this anger. No one has dared to treat me this way since I was a child. At this point, Yang Zongqi was almost grinding his teeth. Chapter 232. The knife is not sharp, and Ma is too thin. What do you have to compete with me? Nothing. I just want to tell you that I currently have 3 billion in cash at my disposal. So our statuses are more or less equal. What gives you the courage to look down on someone for my background? In other words, my 3 billion can be mobilized at any time, while you cannot. You've only managed this much after living so long. What do you have to be arrogant about in front of me? Yi-chun tilted his head and said disdainfully. Very good. Young man, you're very arrogant. It seems that unless I show you some real power, you truly don't know how to write the word death, nor do you understand how dark this world can be. Everything you possess can be overturned with just a thought from me. Tion 2 Game Company is yours, right? I've heard they've recently produced many hit titles. So, in the next 10 minutes, I will make your company's shares plummet. Yang Buxiong said fiercely. He didn't believe for a second that Yi-chun could produce 3 billion in cash flow. Even if he could, so what? A mere upstart has no way to compete with someone of his corporate stature. Chapter 233. The Yang family bows down. But he didn't expect to be a loss in front of this young man. It was simply because he had indeed underestimated him. He didn't expect that this guy would actually dare to use billions to crush his operations, taking a huge risk. Moreover, harming others for one's own benefit is something a normal businessman would disdain to do. With that money and energy, he would have long invested in more profitable projects. Why would he waste it to undermine his operations? You're truly a madman. What will it take for you to back off? Finally, young Boseong Softenet. He was a real capitalist. How could he joke with money? Everything must be based on profit. Having already lost 200 million for no reason, he felt quite pained. Moreover, the situation had already occurred. Even if the other party really apologized, it was just a matter of face, and his daughter ultimately still suffered harm. Similarly, the other party's sister was also beaten into the hospital. This could be considered mutual damage. So he felt this matter should be downplayed. And to downplay it, it was simple. Make your daughter kneel in front of my sister's hospital room and repent. I don't have such high demands. Just kneel at the door, knock your head 3 times, and shout 3 times, Grandma, I'm wrong, and I won't pursue this matter. Chapter 234. Old Emo, I want to eat fish. Yang Zongqi looked at Yi-chun's departing back and gritted his teeth. He took out his phone. His eyes emitted a deadly danger. Old Emo, I want to eat fish. Recently, this fish has been swimming in front of me. I'll tell you the location of the pond where this fish is, and you must retrieve it for me, regardless of life or death. After saying this, Yang Zongqi hung up the phone, edited the message, and sent it to the other party. On the other side, Yi-chun returned to the first hospital, and as soon as he opened the door, he saw that the room was already crowded with people. Qi Meiyan was also there. At this moment, she was sitting by the bed, holding Yi Yu's hand and chatting with her. Yeah, how are you feeling? Is there anywhere uncomfortable? Yi-chun approached the bed, smiled at Qi Meiyan, and then turned to ask. Yi Yu just gently nodded, her gaze towards Yi-chun a bit evasive. She seemed a little fearful. Yi-chun instantly realized the harm caused by his past actions towards his sister, just like how he had treated Meiyan back then. Previously, whenever he was short on money, he would go to Yi Yu and Yi Ming. Yi Ming would always readily give him money. Chapter 235. My dear second brother. How can I trust you? Of course, I want an explanation. The other party offered 10 million to humiliate me. That's one thing, but he has never looked down on us, and they were the ones who started the fight. We are justified, so why should we tolerate their illegal behavior? Yi-chun said with righteous indignation. Exactly, fourth sister, we can't be too weak. Do you know what the worst part is? While you were still unconscious, they actually sent someone to say that you had to personally go and kneel to apologize. Do you think second brother would agree to that? Yi Ming suddenly spoke up. However, at this moment, Yi Yu couldn't absorb this information at all. Her gaze fell on Yi-chun. She then asked with a questioning attitude, Second brother, I want to hear you finish your explanation. You said they offered 10 million, and then what did you do? Yi-chun couldn't fail to notice Yi Yu's doubtful gaze. But this was to be expected. After all, he used to be a scoundrel. As long as he could con money, he would disregard parents and family ties. Once at the gambling table, no matter how much wealth was at stake, he would play until he lost everything. After losing, he would scam money everywhere. Chapter 236. The True Face of Chun Xuanming's Girlfriend. The girl is currently injured and hospitalized, and her girlfriend came here, making a big fuss. This is indeed a bit unreasonable, Chun Peng said seriously. Upon hearing about Chun Xuanming's girlfriend, Yi-chun frowned slightly. Recalling the first time he met Chun Xuanming and saw his so-called girlfriend's attitude towards Chun Fuguwei, Chun Xuanming had always been in the dark, unaware of his girlfriend's true nature. Originally, he didn't want to meddle in other people's family affairs. But now, since the other party had come to the hospital, they should abide by the rules here. Especially upon hearing the commotion from afar, Yi-chun couldn't help but head towards that direction. Luya, what are you trying to do? I've already told you that my boss's sister is injured and hospitalized. What are you making a fuss about here? Do you want to wait until I get fired? Chen Xueming suddenly yelled. But realizing he had raised his voice too much, he quickly covered his mouth. At this moment, Lu Jia, standing in front of him, also widened her eyes in surprise. She didn't expect Chen Xueming to dare to yell at her. Chen Xueming, you've really changed. Now that you're making money and getting rich, I mean nothing to you, right? Chapter 237. Powerful Deterrence. Yang Group apologizes. Originally, he didn't want to bring this up at all. After all, this was Chen Xueming's family matter. But now he didn't want to see Chen Xueming wasting his work over a woman who wasn't worth it. All the efforts would be in vain. You're talking nonsense. When Lu Jia heard Yi Chen's words, she looked flustered and nervously pointed at Yi Chen to scold him. But Chen Xueming turned back with a face full of disbelief. Staring at Yi Chen, then he asked in a deep voice, "Boss, is what you just said true?" "My father." As he spoke, Chen Xueming's voice changed. "If you don't believe it, you can ask him or check the hospital surveillance. At 8 p.m. on July 26th, right in the hospital corridor when I first saw you, I saw your father kneeling to her, begging her not to break up with you. This is the takeout receipt she ordered for your father. Check if the phone number and name match." As he spoke, Yi Chen took out the takeout receipt he had hidden in his wallet and handed it directly to Chen Xueming. When Chen Xueming saw the receipt in his hand, his hands started trembling. Chapter 238. Second brother, can you stay with me for a while? Miss Yeyu, I sincerely apologize for the harm caused by my sister's rudeness and arrogance. I represent the Yang Group to apologize to you. I'm really sorry, and if you need anything, please feel free to ask. We will do our best to meet your needs. Yang Zongqi took a deep breath, smiled, and spoke politely. Yi was already dumbfounded. When had she ever seen such a grand occasion? That was the Yang Group, a giant in Longzhou City. Even the houses for their university were built by the Yang Group. One could say the Yang Group was a colossal entity for her, a giant that ordinary people could only look up to. It was a massive consortium, wealthy and powerful with many people. With her background, even if she graduated from university, she would likely work for them in the future and only as a low-level employee. In Yi Yu's eyes, the Yang Group was an unattainable realm in terms of background, identity, and future. Yes, I'm sorry. Even at this moment, Yang Yujiao was trying hard to apologize, but her voice was extremely faint and weak. Chapter 239. Second brother, have you really changed? Yi Chen hurried over and pressed her back onto the hospital bed, instructing, "Your injuries don't allow you to move around. Just lie down and rest well. Don't worry about school. I've already handled everything. Once you're better, you can go back to school normally. From now on, no one will bully you. Your second brother is here." Yi Chen's words made Yi Yu unable to hold back any longer. Her eyes turned red, and tears streamed down her face. She hugged Yi Chen tightly and cried softly, "Second brother, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. I thought you were lying again to get compensation and then went to gamble. I wronged you." Seeing his fourth sister cry so sadly, Yi Chen indeed showed a comforting smile and gently patted Yi Yu's shoulder. It's okay. I didn't take it to heart. After all, I did many inhumane things in the past. It's normal for you to misunderstand. But this time, you have to believe that your second brother has changed his ways and turned over a new leaf. You also saw your sister-in-law. If I hadn't changed, how could she possibly appear? Yi Chen said with a smile. Chapter 240. Compensation Plan. The subservient Yang Group. But now that Yi Chen had returned to his former good self, Yi Yu couldn't express how happy she was. All her worries and troubles vanished, and even her injuries didn't hurt as much. I know, second brother, I'm already grown up. Can you not pinch my nose all the time? It really hurts, and I'm not that unreasonable. Besides, sister-in-law hasn't remembered me yet. Yi Yu stuck out her tongue playfully. All right, you just rest well. I have a lot to do with the company. I guess your sister-in-law will stay and keep you company. You two can chat a bit and say some good words for me. If you can make your sister-in-law change her mind, your second brother will buy you your favorite jewelry. After finishing, Yi Chen stood up and walked out. When he reached the entrance, he chatted with Qin Meiyun for a while before heading back to the game company to continue the new game development. Meanwhile, Feng Tianhai and Chen Peng rushed to the breeding farm overnight. After all, there was no senior management there, and mistakes could easily occur. The next day, Chapter 241, Citywide Public Opinion, The Disaster of Fengyan. It was clear that the other party had put a lot of thought into it. Just the renovation sketches amounted to dozens, or even hundreds. Even he felt dizzy looking at them. However, when Yi Chen saw the finished product displayed, he was still quite satisfied, although he didn't show it. This plan looks good. Let's proceed with the renovation. I'll check the results later. If it doesn't meet the standards above, I won't accept it. Yi Chen handed the plan to the other party and said seriously, "Don't worry, Chairman Yi. I guarantee this will be done beautifully, and I won't let you down." The other party said, "Keep these plans. Also show them to your sister-in-law. If any changes are needed, please contact us at any time, and we will modify them according to your wishes as soon as possible." At this moment, Chu Yang's attitude had truly become extremely humble. He just wanted Yi Chen's forgiveness and to reach a settlement. Otherwise, he couldn't report back to his superiors. "All right, I have urgent matters to attend to. Let's talk another day." Yi Chen nodded and walked out. Just as he reached the elevator, Chun Xiuming chased after him, and the two got on the elevator together, heading downstairs. Chapter 242. Is it too late? What's wrong? Why did you call me so early? Don't tell me, it's just about Fang Yan. He brought this on himself. I already warned him, and he didn't listen, so he can't blame anyone else. After sitting down, Yi Chen began speaking. When Wang Chao saw Yi Chen, it was as if he had seen a savior, and a look of surprise instantly appeared on his previously sorrowful face. "Bro, I don't care about Fang Yan. I'm just worried that this matter has too much impact on me. My family and I have been blasted online. I actually don't want to help him either. It's just that he doesn't listen to reason. I've already reminded him so many times, yet here we are today. So, I'm also considering whether to withdraw from the partnership and pull out my shares. Although it seems very inhumane, I don't want my family to be implicated by him." Wang Chao said seriously. He didn't call Yi Chen over today to help Fang Yan. He merely wanted to resolve his own troubles and seek advice for himself. "I'm afraid it won't be that simple for you to withdraw your shares now. Let me think for a moment." Yi Chen took a deep breath, then closed his eyes and fell into deep thought. Chapter 243. Low-priced acquisition of Qi Poison Media. Seeing this scene, Fang Yan panicked and quickly stood up from his chair. At that moment, two enforcers reached out to push him back down. "Dad, where are you going? Are you not going to help me?" Fang Yan pleaded, his face full of desperation. "Please, save me. If you don't help me, I'm finished. Calm down first. I'll try to handle this matter. Let's suppress the public opinion for now. You need to prepare yourself mentally. There's still many things to deal with at the company, and I have to go back." Fang Yicheng said, not looking back, and after saying this, he walked out with a look of disappointment. He had high hopes for his third son, who had been entrepreneurial and quite successful. He never expected such a big setback, especially caused by his own subordinate. It was utterly foolish, betraying all his trust and expectations. It seems it's time to change the air. Watching his father leave the visiting room, getting farther and farther away until disappearing from sight, Fang Yan finally came to his senses, and despair washed over his face. Chapter 244. Waiting for the rabbit. "I agree. Don't even mention 10 million. As long as you can get me released without guilt and allow me to counterattack, I'm willing to pay even 5 million. Fang Yan gritted his teeth and said firmly. He was now at his wit's end. Even his father couldn't save him. As long as he could get out, it would be much better than the current situation. "That's great. Then, let's go with your offer of 5 million. Just wait here and get through the night. Tomorrow I'll have you leave," Yi Chen said without hesitation. Who asked the other party to make the first offer of 5 million? If it were someone else, Yi Chen would never agree. But with Fang Yan, there was no need to continue negotiating. He then slowly stood up, waved goodbye to Wang Chao, and left the visiting room. Fang Yan watched Yi Chen and Wang Chao leave, repeatedly calling out, "Brother, you must keep your word. I'm counting on you. Last time it was my brother's fault. Please don't take it to heart." At this moment, Yi Chen had already left the prison and stepped outside. He lit a cigarette and looked at Wang Chao beside him. "You won't feel bad about this, right? After all, he is your partner?" Yi Chen asked after taking a deep drag. Chapter 245. The Truth. "Hello, Aunt and Uncle. I am Fang Yan's friend. This time, at Fang Yan's request, I would like to ask your daughter to be a witness against him. Fang Yan is innocent, and this matter will eventually be investigated. We know your daughter also testified and accused Fang Yan, but if he is truly guilty, he will definitely be sentenced. However, if he is innocent, he will likely be released in a few days, but his company will be finished because public opinion is overwhelmingly against him. By then, your daughter will become the target of criticism. We have real evidence in our hands. We are just currently investigating the details. If you don't believe us, I can show you." As he spoke, Yi Chen took out his phone, opened the album, and showed the screenshots to the middle-aged couple in front of him. These screenshots were obtained through connections by Chun Peng beforehand, and were currently in the hands of the enforcement department. They only revealed some simple evidence. The middle-aged woman was initially startled, but after stabilizing her emotions and hearing Yi Chen's words, she became tense again. Chapter 246, Yu Lily softens. Suddenly, the door to the living room was pushed open. The middle-aged couple entered the house and casually put their bags aside. The middle-aged man approached the door and lightly knocked. "Lily, are you home? Come out. Your mom and I need to talk to you." After speaking, the middle-aged man turned and returned to the living room sofa, sitting down and lighting a cigarette, a look of sorrow on his face. The middle-aged woman sighed, her eyes showing signs of tension. Yu Lily felt very troubled, but still got up to open the door and walk into the living room. "Didn't you just say you were going to buy groceries? Why are you back again? What time is it? Hurry up and cook. I'm starving." Yu Lily said, "We'll eat in a bit. I have something to ask you. Recently, are you one of those who joined in accusing your boss? I just want to know if you have enough evidence to win this case, or if this matter is something you fabricated. Let me tell you, Lily, we can't do anything illegal. If you feel guilty, you should clarify this matter quickly, or it will end up in chaos." Chapter 247, Joy of the Wedding. Good days for the Yi family. I can testify that our boss is innocent, but I want to know, will this matter bring me a lot of trouble? Yu Lily approached Yi Chen and asked, "Even if it brings trouble, you must do it, because you are the ones in the wrong." Yi Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Hearing this, Yu Lily felt ashamed and lowered her head, then nodded. After chatting for a while, everyone got into their cars and headed to the enforcement department. After everything was resolved, it was already evening. Yi Chen hurried home, quickly packed up, and asked Chen Peng and Feng Tianhai to come pick him up, because tomorrow was his brother's wedding day. Qin Meiyan was also ready, and they planned to enjoy the scenery on the way back. Qin Meiyan was extremely fond of this Bentley car, initially thinking it was too expensive. But now, driving this car every day fills her with confidence and immense happiness, because this is a gift from Yi Chen to her. She never imagined in her wildest dreams that she would receive such a luxurious car in her lifetime. Chapter 248, No red envelopes. No getting out of the car. Especially at this moment, Li Mengmeng was crying and had smudged her makeup, gently holding Yi Zhong's hand and saying, "Although this day has come very late, I still wait for the person I love the most. I tell you, Yi Zhong, from now on I am your wife, and you are my husband. You cannot betray me in any way. I will be filial to your parents, and you must also treat my parents well." Yi Zhong nodded heavily after hearing this, pulling his wife into his arms. "I will protect your parents and my parents with my life, and love my family. Mengmeng, being able to marry you is the greatest achievement of my life." At this moment, even the driver of the lead car, seeing this loving couple, felt extremely envious, because he has always driven wedding cars and seen many newlyweds. However, many of them are not because of love or feelings. Most are through blind dates. Perhaps they have reached the appropriate age for marriage, so they just settle down and get married. From their eyes, one cannot see any light or hope for the future. Therefore, this couple in front of him moved the driver. Meanwhile, sitting in the passenger seat was a girl in white, who was Li Mengming's classmate serving as her bridesmaid this time. Chapter 249, Misaligned Values. However, at this moment, a hand directly knocked Li Yanen's phone away. Li Yanen was stunned. Yi Zhong also looked at his wife Li Mengmeng with a puzzled face, holding the phone. But he saw Li Mengmeng had a gloomy expression on her face, looking somewhat angry. "What are you doing? Why are you giving her money? Who does she think she is? Asking you for money here. Our family owes her nothing. We just temporarily asked her to be a bridesmaid," Li Mengmeng said angrily. But she is your friend, right? And when she attends someone else's wedding, she also receives red envelopes. If I don't give it, you will be in trouble with your family." Yi Zhong scratched his head and said awkwardly, "Now she is no longer my friend. If she receives red envelopes at someone else's wedding, then she should go to someone else's house. Now she's attending our wedding. Besides, does she have the right to talk about my face? She has misaligned values. Does that mean we should be like her and lose our dignity?" Li Mengmeng coldly reprimanded on the spot. Her words were very straightforward. Just a few words left Li Yanen dumbfounded. Chapter 250, Difficult Relatives. I also heard that their wedding is hosted by the second child in the family. Does Yi Zhong not have any money? At his age, he is still working outside. His life will be like this. What kind of future can he have? I really don't know what Mengmeng is thinking. If she marries him, she'll have a hard time in the future. Now it's too late to say anything. They have already registered for marriage. I say, sister-in-law, our Mengmeng has such good conditions, is beautiful, and is an office worker, with so many excellent men pursuing her. Why must she marry this Yizhong? Many relatives from her maternal side were puzzled and asked Li Datong and his wife. Li Mengming's mother, upon hearing this, was also in a difficult position. She did not want to mention this matter. She and her husband had already agreed to keep the wedding ceremony low-key today. They were somewhat familiar with their relatives and understood the situation. They dislike you when you're poor and envy you when you're rich. If the wedding is too grand, it will only invite jealousy. It's better to keep it simple. It's safer to be laughed at than to cause so much trouble. Therefore, in response to the relatives' doubts, Li Datong and his wife just nodded with a smile and gave a simple reply. Chapter 251. The Return of his Second Brother. Their relatives genuinely wish them well. While her relatives are all here to mock and gloat, they would love for her wedding not to happen. They don't even regard their family. They all love the rich and resent the poor. Enough already. How we live our lives is our own business. What does it have to do with you? Who my daughter marries is her freedom. As her parents, we only support her. I have long had enough of your faces, using your own children as bargaining chips, wanting others to be as vulgar as you. Moreover, our in-laws are hosting such a simple wedding out of modesty. If they wanted to show off, they could blind you with their wealth. Li Dadong could no longer sit still. Seeing his daughter's wedding being disrupted by her maternal relatives, how could he sit idly by? He stood up and coldly reprimanded the relatives around him. Li Datong, don't think just because you're my brother that this matter is right. We are relatives. Everything we do is for Mengming's good, and your family is too ungrateful. Li Datong's brother, Li Dalong, also said with a face full of anger. Chapter 252. I see you all can't afford to live. He walked in front of his parents and said lightly, Yi Ming is coming soon, and Yi Yu has a heavy workload at school and needs to study these days. He asked me to tell sister-in-law not to be angry. Once things are resolved over there, he will apologize to his sister-in-law. By the way, what's going on? Why aren't you all going in to eat? Why is everyone outside? Yi Chen looked at the people around him with a puzzled expression. Alas, when Yi Jianjun heard this, he shook his head and sighed. Let's go. I'll go in. Everyone gather and have a good time. My second son and the others are back. If there are any shortcomings, please forgive us. Yi Jianjun waved his hand weakly and then walked inside with his son. As they walked, he briefly explained what had just happened. Yi Chen finally understood what was going on. He saw that many people seemed unwilling to sit down. Some even ran to the treasury to demand a refund on their gifts. Upon seeing this, Yi Chen's face instantly darkened. Mom and Dad, don't worry. I will handle this matter. You take care of the relatives at home first. Yi Chen said with a smile. Chapter 253. Our Qin family only recognizes Qin Meiyun as a daughter-in-law, but now this group of people wants to return the gifts, dragging the Yi family into the mess. They are completely making a scene and causing trouble. Yi Chen had no need to be polite with these people. Who are they calling poor? Look at how arrogant you are, not knowing how high the sky is and how thick the earth is, pretending to be rich with counterfeit money. Aren't you ashamed? It seems that Li Mengming and Yi Zhong's family are not good people either. Knowing a group like you is really embarrassing. You all look like rich young masters. But look at your miserable appearances. You don't look like wealthy people at all. Just then, Li Yanin suddenly mocked. Shut up. At that moment, the boyfriend next to Yin, Li suddenly stood up, his face cold as he said, Honey, what's wrong with you? Yin, Li asked in confusion. I told you to shut the hell up. Are you deaf or what? Didn't you hear me? The man suddenly raised his head and slapped Yin Li hard across the face, knocking her to the ground. The girl named Yin Li covered her face and sat on the ground, looking at her boyfriend in disbelief. Chapter 254. Uncle Yi Jiansheng, the shameless elder. This matter can't be rushed. Take it slow. Mei Yun is slow to warm up. Being too anxious is counterproductive. Yi Chan was completely looking for a way out for himself. No matter how anxious he was, what could he do? The trauma caused to Qin Mei Yun was not something that could be resolved in a day or two. It had been a full 7 years. How could she forget everything in such a short time and walk out of the shadow? I don't care about you that much. Hurry up and bring my daughter-in-law back to me. Our Yi family may not acknowledge others, but we only acknowledge Mei Yun, who gave us such a lovely granddaughter. If you don't step up and lose my granddaughter and daughter-in-law, I won't let you off. Yi Jianjun was also red-faced from drinking, and you can't imagine how happy he was. All the repression of these years was released at this moment, and he felt that what he had endured over the years was not in vain. Seeing his second son succeed today and the eldest's marriage smoothly completed, now only the third and fourth sons were left. With the second son being so successful, the future of the third and fourth sons need not worry the two of them. as long as the family is together and harmonious. It is more important than any amount of money. Chapter 255. Does my son need your education? Since Yi Jiansheng is Yi Chen's uncle, he took a fancy to the land that Grandpa left for his father and made a request. That is, to let him farm that land for free. At that time, his father had no choice. The land could yield more than 10,000 yuan a year. But after all, one is short-handed, just borrowed 20,000 yuan from the uncle. If he refused, he was afraid the other party would ask for the money back. The key was that they couldn't come up with 20,000 yuan. Otherwise, they would have paid it back long ago. So helplessly, the land had been farmed by Yi Jiansheng for 3 years, and the profits from that 20,000 yuan had long been earned back. However, Yi Jianjun still kept the favor of borrowing money from the other party in his heart, and the land had not been returned. At this moment, Yi Chan felt that his aunt's behavior was a bit excessive. It was really looking down on people too much. You don't need to remind me. I'm not old and muddled. This is obviously new money. I trust the bank, but I don't trust your family. If you withdraw 2 notes and replace them with 2 counterfeit bills, I wouldn't be able to tell if I didn't check. If it goes unnoticed and is taken back, and I look for you later, you wouldn't acknowledge it. Zhu Lijuan said with a pout. Chapter 256. Finding out Yi Chun has become wealthy. Picking up a chair, casually, she pointed at Yi Chun and said, "You little bastard, weren't you quite tough just now? Your family owes me 20,000 yuan. This land is offset. Go ahead and sue me. I won't give it back to you. Let's see what you can do." After hearing this, Yi Chun took a deep breath, suppressing his inner anger. No matter what, the other party is an elder. He couldn't make a move. Moreover, he saw how his father protected him, which was really moving. Especially his father's words touched Yi Chen's heart deeply. "My son is not for you to educate," made Yi Chen's eyes redden. This protective instinct is a natural instinct of a father, unrelated to blood ties. "Uncle, if you want to reason, I'll reason with you. You can return this land, and I'll give you interest. 20,000 yuan, right? The interest for 3 years. I'll give you 20,000 extra each year, totaling 60,000. When Yi Chen said this, he walked into the inner room. He saw Qin, Mei Yun holding Tong Tong. "Yi Chen, did we have guests at home? Why is there still a commotion? I heard the sound. Seems to be from uncle and aunt. Is something wrong?" Qin Mei Yun asked worriedly. Chapter 257. Relatives who despise you when you're poor, fear you when you're rich, and bully the weak while being afraid of the strong. When they heard Yi Ming's words, Yi Jiansheng and Zhu Lijuan both changed their expressions. Shocked and unable to come back to their senses for a long time, they stared at each other, their eyes wide open, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. The couple stood still for a long time, investing billions and casually buying a luxury car worth millions for his brother, and even starting a company and investing in the largest breeding farm. No wonder Yi Chun was so generous earlier. He really had struck it rich. A gambler suddenly becoming wealthy is hard not to envy, and it even made Zhu Lijuan instantly feel jealous. Now she no longer doubted whether Yi Chun was still the same gambler as before. They understood Yi Ming well enough that he wouldn't lie. He wouldn't exaggerate. In fact, what Yi Ming knew might only be a part of Yi Chen's wealth. So that means Yi Chen really had become rich. Thinking about this, both felt a twinge of regret. Charging the other party 60,000 yuan in interest for 20,000 yuan seemed a bit low. That's 60,000 yuan is not even a day's pocket money for Yi Chen now. It was simply too much of a loss. Chapter 258. It's on. Aunt. My company is all about technical work, software development, including game production. Without professional knowledge, even if you have a degree, it won't work. If you don't have a degree with professional knowledge, you can only start learning from scratch. But I remember your second son seems to have graduated from college, right? His major is not applicable at all. And moreover, he doesn't have the professional knowledge. It would be very difficult to learn from me. He might as well find a job that interests him. As long as he works hard, he will surely achieve something. Yi Chun had already politely declined. But Zhu Lijuan seemed unable to hear the implications in his words. "Ah, we're all relatives here, aren't we? Whether he can do the job or not is just a matter of your word. You're the CEO of the group. And as for family relations, who can't help out your cousin a bit? A salary of 7,000 or 8,000 a month isn't much. If it doesn't work out, just give him 5,000 or 6,000 to get by. That's still better than wasting time outside, eating and drinking recklessly. Your cousin's future is entrusted to you," Zhu Lijuan said again, as if she was determined to settle the matter. However, at this moment, Yichen shook his head. Chapter 259, A Brief Warmth. Seeing the situation, Xiao Tianhao and the others acted without hesitation, dragging Yi Jianxing up and throwing him outside. Yi Jianxing fell to the ground, dazed. He got up and started cursing loudly. Upon seeing this, Zhu Lijuan threw a fit. You, Yi Chun, actually started hitting people. Do you really think our family is a soft persimmon? If you don't give us money today, we'll call the police and have you arrested. Zhu Lijuan sat down on the ground, acting like a stubborn mule. She pointed at Yi Chun and started cursing again. Call the police. Old lady, go ahead and call. Let us see who gets arrested first. You barged into someone's home and even started hitting people. That's already a crime. We have so many witnesses. I happen to have a strong legal team and wouldn't mind fighting a lawsuit with you. But at your age, if you really get thrown in for a few years, you'll come out useless. At this moment, Feng Tianhai, with his arms crossed, spoke proudly. His words frightened Zhu Lijuan quite a bit. Chapter 260, The Oppression of Penguin Games. This made Qin Meiyun feel more comforted. Her gaze towards Yi Chun became increasingly gentle. At that moment, Yi Chun slowly raised his head, and the two exchanged glances for a moment. The atmosphere gradually became ambiguous. Qin Meiyun hurriedly lowered her head, her face already flushed. Seeing this scene, Yi Chun could no longer hold back and slowly moved closer. Sitting down on the edge of the bed, he reached out his left hand and gently placed it on Qin Meiyun's waist. In that instant, Qin Meiyun felt as if her whole body had been electrocuted, instinctively trembling slightly. Such a strong reaction even surprised Yi Chun. He had known that Qin Meiyun was very sensitive, but he didn't expect that after so many years of being an old couple, just a brief separation would bring back those feelings. It seemed that because they had experienced separation, the kind that left no future and turned them into strangers, if it weren't for the reason of rebirth, he probably would never have had the chance to get close to Qin Meiyun again in this lifetime. Therefore, the efforts during this phase were not in vain. There was finally significant progress. At least Meiyun no longer felt disappointment, rejection, or disgust towards him. Chapter 261, New Game Development Design. The evil ghost knocks at the door. I know all about this, and I will find a way to resolve it when I get back. Since Sun Hao wants to play, let's accompany him and have a good time. Just tell me how much money has been lost in the recent game development, so I can have an idea. I want to earn back 10-fold or 100-fold from him. After hearing Chen Xueming's report, Yichen remained very calm, seemingly not taking Sun Hao seriously at all. This gave Chen Xueming a boost of confidence and renewed enthusiasm. During the days you were away, I led the brothers and sisters to work day and night for 4 days, and we finally created 2 simple games. However, the results have been dismal. The investment was over 10 million, and we've only recouped less than 1 million. Chen Xueming said apologetically. On the other end of the phone, Yichen remained silent for a long time without any response. This made Chen Xueming even more anxious. Boss, I know you're very angry. Just vent all your frustrations on me. It's my foolishness. I was too arrogant and let you down. Chapter 262, The Assassin, Old M.O. The game Yichun just proposed was very intriguing and could evoke childhood memories, especially when he wrote out every level, process, and step on the blackboard. Everyone's eyes lit up. Of course, Yichun wouldn't reveal all the essence of the game. That was a business secret. So he planned to let everyone work according to their strengths, only sharing the main content of the game with Chen Xueming and dividing different parts for different employees to design. As the meeting concluded, everyone stood up with admiration, clapping their hands. In their eyes, the game adapted from the novel rules of the strange that Yi Chun had previously recommended had already achieved victory and great success, causing several game companies to feel threatened and spend heavily to buy the rights. Now Yi Chun proposed yet another unheard-of game. It was likely to bring in a massive wave of traffic. This made everyone look at Yi Chun with admiration and worship. Even Chen Xueming was excitedly clenching his fists. After the meeting, Chen Xueming approached Yi Chun. Chapter 263, The Deadly Crisis. But I think we don't need to continue this discussion because my daughter is waiting for this 5 million to save her life. So, you can sleep forever now. Don't struggle. I will do it as quickly as possible. And you won't feel any pain? Everyone has to die eventually. But your death can bring me great help. That should be your honor. As he spoke, Mo had already raised his arm. The triangular military dagger reflecting a chilling gleam, radiating deadly danger. Wait, if I can dodge your first strike, would you agree to sit down and talk with me? I'm willing to pay 10 million for my life. That's reasonable. At least for a period after taking this 10 million. You won't need to carry out any tasks. Even if you still want to kill me, you should understand my point. I'm willing to use money, along with a bet, to exchange for an opportunity for you to trust me. Isn't this enough of a bargaining chip? Yichan took a deep breath and spoke. The hand that the other party had raised did not drop, but rather a look of interest appeared on his face. Very interesting. Chapter 264. You really deserve to die for wanting to save even the life-saving money. We heard the voice. He slowly raised his head to look at the old Mo in front of him. Immediately, Chu Yang stood up from the sofa, opened his arms, and walked towards old Mo with a face full of enthusiasm. Old Mo, you finally came back. How is it? That fish was boring without any challenge. Earning this 5 million was easy, right? Chu Yang hugged old Mo and patted his shoulder. However, old Mo heavily nodded without speaking, but raised the military dagger in his hand, which had a trace of blood on it. When Chu Yang saw the blood, a satisfied look flashed in his eyes. It's still you, old Mo. I trust no one else but you. Here, that's the 5 million. Take it. I want to throw a celebration banquet for you. Just take the money and enjoy yourself. While speaking, Chu Yang took out a bank card and directly stuffed it into old Mo's jacket pocket. However, at that moment, old Mo suddenly took out a POS machine and inserted the card into it. He swiped the card in front of Chu Yang. Seeing this scene, Chu Yang frowned slightly. A savage look appeared on his face. What? You don't trust me? Chapter 265. Black eats black. Old Mo's anger. At that instant, shadows rushed out from all directions. Some held guns, others wielded cold weapons, all with a murderous aura. They instantly charged towards old Mo. Young Master Chu. I'm sorry. I'll help you take your dog life for free. As he spoke, old Mo raised his hand, swinging the military dagger fiercely towards Chu Yang's temple. However, in that moment, there was a loud bang. Old Mo felt a sharp pain and impact in his arm. His arm was pierced by a bullet, blood gushing. The military dagger in his hand only broke the skin, causing more blood to flow from Chu Yang. But it was not fatal. Chu Yang merely cradled his head and fell to the ground. Old Mo could no longer care about Chu Yang, his face serious as he charged into the crowd ahead. With one arm injured, he still fought fiercely against those assassins with his other hand. After killing one assassin, he seized a handgun from the opponent and began to pull the trigger continuously around him. The factory was instantly filled with the sounds of gunfire, staging a fierce battle. Chapter 266. I want to see Han Xiao's connections. Just a piece of clothing probably costs hundreds of thousands. Hello. It's an honor to meet Mr. Xiang. Yi Chen's attitude was very humble, actively extending his hand to shake with the other party. He enthusiastically said, Indeed, you are accomplished at a young age to befriend Mr. Li and gain his appreciation and recognition. You must have great abilities. You must be Yi Chen, right? I've heard, Mr. Li has invited you to be the head of his inland investment this time. The future looks promising. Xiang Tianhua spoke with full praise, showing no airs. As a big shot in the entertainment industry, wherever he goes, he is surrounded by stars. At this moment, being able to shake hands with Yi Chen made many people around envious. All eyes turned to Yi Chen, and their perceptions changed greatly. Originally, they thought this young man's face was unfamiliar, as if he weren't a figure from a circle. But now, being close to Mr. Li and Mr. Li personally introducing him to his best friend, a big shot in the entertainment industry, was enough to prove Mr. Li's importance on this young man. Mr. Xiang, you flatter me. All of this is thanks to Mr. Li's trust in me. Chapter 267. Slap in the face. Suddenly, the suppliers, building material merchants, and group bosses not far away all came over, all wearing smiles. Young Master Han, what can I do for you? How should we negotiate this deal? Just say the word, and we guarantee the quality of building materials is top-notch. This business, we will only negotiate with young Master Han. Others, please step aside. We don't trust. The bosses could certainly see that young Master Han was targeting this young man, Yi Chen. So in front of everyone, they all supported Han Jingqi while also trying to please Mr. Li. At this moment, all eyes were focused on Yi Chen, especially Xiang Tianhua, who was also very curious about how Yi Chen would face such a situation. It was clear that Han Jingqi wanted to take his position using his connections. Even Mr. Li wasn't in a position to speak. It depended on how Yi Chen would resolve it. Since he was someone Mr. Li appreciated, he should have a way to handle this kind of scene. Watching so many people demonstrate against him, Yi Chen simply smiled lightly and walked over to Mr. Li's side. Mr. Li, who is currently in charge of this project. Yi-chan casually inquired. Chapter 268, The Down-and-Out Cartoonist. At this moment, Yi-chan felt very isolated. Because this time, he was the only one. Only Han Yashuan deliberately sat beside him, making him feel less neglected. The entire table was filled with many stars and big names, including idol stars. The surrounding media reporters were constantly interviewing. Just then, a disheveled man ran over, looking excited as he approached Han Jingxi. Young Master Han, I finally see you. I'm a cartoonist. This is my work. I've been submitting to your company for a year, but I've been rejected every time. Your company has never given me a clear answer. Just saying my cartoon doesn't meet market standards. Young Master Han, this is a comic created with the last funds from our team in a unique Chinese ink style. It contains our hard work and soul. Please give us a chance to take a look. If you think it's not good, we won't disturb you again. The scruffy-looking man pleaded. Behind him stood several middle-aged men as well. Chapter 269, High-Stakes Gamble. Old who? Isn't our ultimate dream to let more people see our work? Now that someone is willing to invest, why refuse? Yes, Hugo. We are all adults now, not fresh graduates who can give up everything to chase dreams. We have poured endless effort into this project, and there is no more time to waste. Now, as long as we can let more people see our finished product, we will be satisfied. Whether we achieve good results is no longer important. Let us consider this as our last wish before we part ways, to let more people see our work. At this moment, all the members of the research and development team said seriously. Hu Xiaowei stood there, stunned for a long time, looking at his brothers and sisters in front of him. Tears welled up in his eyes. They were right. This was their last chance. Regardless of success or failure, this team was likely to disband. They had fought for 3 years, and everyone had invested countless efforts, even putting in their salaries. But they had grown up too. They had families to support. Chapter 270, The Journey of Comic Adaptation. If you're not brave enough, then kneel and beg for mercy now. After all, I just gave you a chance. It's your own fault for not finding a way out and wanting to charge headlong into the gunfire. Isn't that just foolish? At this moment, Han Jingxi's face showed pride and disdain. He crossed his legs, lit a cigarette, and took a deep puff. Be as arrogant as you want. Be as proud as you can. I've never seen such a clueless person who knows nothing about the profession, yet dares to gamble with others. It's really a joke. I'm just curious what Mr. Lee saw in this kid to invest such a large project in him. Could it be a misjudgment? Not really. Although I don't agree with the bragging he did earlier and think he has playing with fire, this kid does have some ability. I heard that he leveraged crude oil futures and made over $4 billion in just a month, earning a well-known title in the circle. Stock got 42. Some recognized Yi-chan and were aware of his glorious history. At that moment, they spoke up. As his words fell, the surrounding contemptuous people were all stunned. Chapter 271, Live Streaming Games, Driving Explosive Traffic. But brother, the Tian2 Game Company is facing a big problem. That is the pressure from Penguin Game Company. I just came from the game company and saw Chun Xueming looking heavy-hearted and frowning. I heard him say that the loss of traffic is huge, but fortunately, the game they developed tonight is almost ready. I don't know if they can carve out a bloody path at this critical moment. Xiao Tianhao said in a deep voice. Yi-chan nodded after hearing this. As long as the business model is chosen correctly, combined with the fun of the game, that already covers 2 of the 3 conditions to become a hit game. As for the last one, it will depend on luck. Yi-chan didn't say much more, but slowly closed his eyes. By the time they arrived at the game company, it was already 8 in the evening. As soon as Yi-chan got out of the car, he suddenly felt a tremor in his heart. He sensed a kind of crisis emanating in the air, slowly approaching. Xiao Tianhao and the others were still unaware of what was happening. A shadow suddenly sprang out and instantly appeared in front of Yi-chan. Xiao Tianhao and the others were too late to catch up. They saw old Imo slowly lift his head, a pale expression on his face. Chapter 272, Not Sleeping So Late, Missing Me? There are blood lipids and human-like bones. The woman's smile was very eerie. Plus, she was holding a knife. Then there was the audience's perspective, directly facing a room and the woman in the kitchen. All the viewers were immersed in the scene of this woman's child searching for their father. The streamer opened a small paper with rules, containing various hints. The viewers could make choices based on the hints. Soon, the female streamer pointed out 2 hints. One hint was to stay and eat, and the other was to turn back to the room. Many viewers were attracted by the interactive nature, strong choices, and collective gaming fun with the streamer. Originally, The highest online number in the room was just a few thousand, all drawn in by paid traffic. After an hour passed, coupled with the high prize rewards, even more had completed the game, and the number of people on site had exceeded 100,000, with 4 live rooms all reaching 120,000 viewers. Under the rolling recommendations of big data, all the streamers also began to earnestly explain the game rules, driving all the visitors in the live room to start their journey to clear the game. Chapter 273. Joy turns to sorrow. The atmosphere feels off. The house is almost done. I'll go for inspection in the next couple of days, and then I'll bring my parents over. This house will be left for them to live in, and we could buy another villa next door for a family of 3. What do you think? Yi-chun said with an ulterior motive. Enough. You really have too much money to spend. Such a big house is more than we can live in. And, I just returned to my grandmother's company. I want to make some achievements. Besides, what kind of relationship are we in now? How can we possibly end up together? If others find out, what will they think of me? You Yi-chun are rich now, but that has nothing to do with me. I don't want to be your canary or whatever. You provide the money, and I provide the beauty. That doesn't work for me at all. I want to create my own career and not rely on anyone. Chi Mei-yun said seriously. Then you can come work for my company directly. Why go to your grandmother's place? I heard the performance isn't that great. Yi-chun put away his joking demeanor and said seriously. If he could bring Mei-yun over, even if she only managed the company as finances, he would be completely at ease. Chapter 274. Angry Sun Hao. Looking like he was ready to be reprimanded, Sun Hao felt puzzled seeing this scene. What is wrong with everyone? Why do you all look like wilted eggplants? Recently, our company has been receiving one good news after another, and the headquarters has praised us multiple times, preparing to distribute bonuses to everyone this month based on the ratio. Mid-level managers can get bonuses of over 50,000. What is there to be unhappy about? Everyone, perk up. Sun Hao clapped his hands, stood up energetically, and announced. Yet everyone still looked dejected. Only a few old employees slowly lifted their heads, forcing out a hint of an awkward smile, which looked quite strained, finally making Sun Hao realize that something was wrong. And the smile on his face gradually faded. Sun Hao propped his hands on the conference table, scanning the crowd with his gaze. What on earth is going on? Can anyone tell me? Sun Hao asked in a deep voice. Immediately, a department head closest to him slowly stood up. Mr. Sun, something big happened last night. I tried calling you, but you didn't answer. The department head said cautiously. Chapter 275. The Fierce Old M.O. Up until now, he had been in the industry for 8 or 9 years. This was the first time he truly realized the terrifying nature of his opponents. He also felt a serious sense of crisis. Clearly, he stood at a height where he could look down on everything in the gaming company. Even with the strong backing of the digital gaming company, he had never felt this tense. However, facing Yi-chun from Tion2 Game Company, Sun Hao now admitted that he was starting to panic inside, although he had gained the upper hand many times. The final outcome always required him to spend a lot of money to turn the situation around. No, he absolutely could not allow them to grow any further. It seemed the only option was to target their shares and acquire your company. Let's see what you can play with then, Sun Hao said with a grim expression. This is the capital of Penguin Games. If you can't win, then acquire. Poach your elites, steal your talents, and even former strong opponents will become workers. Mr. Sun, recently a home-to game company has launched a new game, a martial arts battle game, currently in the promotional stage, and has already garnered 1 million reservations. Shouldn't we formulate a plan soon? At this moment, an assistant beside Sun Hao tentatively spoke up. Chapter 276. Intensified Conflict. Since Chu Yang had already set a trap, waiting for old M.O. to engage in a black-eat-black scenario, he must have been well prepared. He had laid out a web of traps. And old M.O., in a situation of fighting alone, not only managed to escape, but also counter-killed. This was indeed somewhat ferocious. This isn't a movie shoot. It's reality. I'm a veteran, and a special forces king at that. I don't take those rotten fish and shrimp he found seriously at all. But I have to say, without your reminder, I might have also fallen. That card, please hand it to my daughter. I'll take my leave to avoid involving you. With that, old M.O. turned to leave. Wait, Yi-chun suddenly spoke up. Is there something else? Old M.O. asked without turning around as he reached the door. You probably have nowhere to go, so why not stay? Just in time, I need someone like you around. Yi-chun said sincerely. He was inviting the other party. After experiencing an assassination attempt, he had become more cautious. Having such an expert by his side could ensure his safety. Chapter 277. the relative of old Li, including that woman. Yi-Chen pushed through the crowd and stepped into the space between the two parties. Who are you? I warn you not to meddle. Otherwise, I will call the police and have you troublemakers arrested first. The woman coldly pointed at Yi-Chen. She treated Yi-Chen as one of the villager supporters. Am I meddling? Since these villagers have already found your unit, the first thing you should do is investigate the matter clearly and give them an explanation. Otherwise, what good will it do to call the police? It will only escalate the conflict. Don't forget, your construction site is here, and there is still a long way to go for development. Surrounding us are villages with many villagers. Can you really just call the police every time there is a conflict? What are you high-level executives even doing? Yi-Chen said sternly. Since you're the project manager, you shouldn't only be concerned with the site's development. You should also investigate such disputes. The first thing is that a project enterprise should be welcomed by the locals. Mr. Li's investment has established a hard-earned reputation, and it will eventually be ruined by your handling style. Chapter 278. Threat. Li Shengnan squinted her eyes, looking at Yi-Chen in front of her. No matter how brave you are, once you're in here, even if I kill you, no one could do anything to me. You really don't think the laws of this world are meant to protect farmers like you, do you? Li Shengnan actually pulled out a samurai sword from the wall. The blade was incredibly sharp, reflecting a chilling gleam in the sunlight. She walked up to Yi-Chen and pointed the sword at him, lightly scratching it across his body. Instantly, Yi-Chen's shirt tore open, revealing a cut, and even his skin felt a sting. However, Yi-Chen appeared indifferent. If you have the guts, go ahead and try to move me. You say you're Mr. Li's niece? Fine, I'll call Mr. Li right now, and I want to see if you're real or fake. As he spoke, Yi-Chen took out his phone and was about to dial when a security guard beside him snatched it away. What a joke, what a big mouth. You dare question my uncle? Stop pretending in front of me. You're just a stinky farmer. What right do you have to act tough in front of me? Chapter 279. You are not fit for management. Go report to the security department. As Yi-Chen's words fell, the phone on the other end rang again, and Mr. Li's hearty laugh came through. All right, you continue to handle this matter. No need to spare my feelings. I've given you the authority. Whoever dares not follow your orders can be dealt with by you. After Mr. Li finished speaking, he hung up the phone. At this moment, Yi-Chen's gaze was fixed on Li Shengnan. I believe you heard what Mr. Li just said. Your foolishness and impulsiveness have escalated the conflict with the local villagers. What could have been easily resolved has become complicated because of you. You are simply not suited for management. Therefore, the position of project manager is too demanding for you. I think you should step down. Do you have any objections? Yi-Chen squinted his eyes, staring at her. At this point, Li Shengnan dared not resist at all. If she performed poorly now, even her parents would suffer the consequences. Although Li Hongzhang was her uncle, he had never shown mercy in business. Otherwise, the Li Group would not have grown this large. There are reasons for everything. President Yi, I'm really sorry. It's my fault for not recognizing the truth. Chapter 280. A former classmate who once had a crush on Yi-Chen. You're not trying to deceive us, are you? How could someone in your position possibly be the son of a farmer and be involved in destroying rural areas? We don't believe it. The village chief shook his head and said, Yes, we absolutely don't believe it. The others all condemned as well. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Some even showed signs of hatred. Fellow villagers, it's one thing for others to look down on us farmers, but it's unacceptable for us to look down on ourselves. Why can't the son of a farmer become a president? Your sons could potentially be stronger than me in the future, or even start their own businesses and become chairman. Why is that not possible? As the son of a farmer, I am very proud and have never felt inferior to anyone. At that moment, Yi-Chen spoke with great excitement. His words instantly silenced everyone. Many villagers present, especially fathers and sons, were moved by Yi-Chen's words. Looking at their children, they felt a sense of comfort. Some old fathers even reached out to pat their sons' heads because their sons had achieved good results in their exams. The future is promising. Others looked at their children with hopeful eyes as their children had been accepted into a good university. Chapter 281. Old friends, affection still remains. I returned to the country a year ago, and at that time I wanted to gather with my classmates, but I heard many bad rumors about you, saying that you were addicted to gambling and giving gifts to female streamers. I almost believed it. After all, 9 out of 10 classmates said the same thing. But now I realize how terrifying rumors can be. I remember my 3rd year abroad, you passed the civil servant exam. So why have you chosen to go into business now? Pei Jimin brushed her hair and looked at Yi-Chen with surprise. It was just like back in college many years ago. That burning gaze made Yi-chun feel somewhat overwhelmed. He clenched his fist and coughed a few times to hide his embarrassment. In fact, what you heard back then was true. I was addicted to gambling for many years and fell in love with a female streamer, which led to my family breaking apart and accumulating a mountain of debt. However, I finally realized my mistakes, paid off my debts, and my life is stable now. The only regret is that I got divorced. Yi-chun smiled slightly and said, Chapter 282. Besides her, I won tea like anyone else. Mr. Wu, we can lower the profit point of our marketing plan. How about 2 points? Qin Meiyun asked again. This was the lowest point she could offer within her authority. Mr. Wu fell into deep thought upon hearing this. It could be said that 2 points really tempted him. Even other advertising companies' marketing plans typically required 3 points or more. The company Qin Meiyun worked for was quite reputable. The marketing plan was also very well done. Let me think about it. You should eat too. Don't just let me have all the food. We can discuss work anytime, but no matter what, I will give you an answer before we finish eating today. After Mr. Wu finished speaking, he raised his glass and clinked it with Qin Meiyun's. Qin Meiyun smiled slightly. At this moment, she felt extremely nervous and anxious, unsure if she could secure this order. If she could, her performance this month would be highlighted. It would also make her grandmother and others pay more attention to her. After all, getting a project cooperation right after returning to the company would prove her abilities. Mr. Wu, you eat first. I'll go to the restroom. After saying that, Qin Meiyun slowly stood up and walked toward the restroom. Chapter 283. The First Kiss After the Divorce. Mr. Wu agreeing to the collaboration was originally a happy thing for her, but just now it didn't cause much of an emotional shift, because there was something even more worth celebrating. That was Yi-chun's earlier words, along with her own performance and behavior. It made Qin Meiyun feel a sense of secret joy. Although on the surface, she had never forgiven Yi-chun or actively accepted him. Deep down, she still hoped that one day he could truly turn over a new leaf. Although he was doing well now, the shadow he cast over her for the past 7 years was indeed hard to escape. She was also working hard to accept Yi-chun, no longer looking back, but instead focusing on the future. With that thought, Qin Meiyun couldn't help but take out her phone, find Yi-chun's number, and dial it. The smile on her face faded, replaced by seriousness. The call connected quickly. Hello. Calling me at this time must mean you miss me. Yi-chun's ambiguous voice came through the phone. Stop trying to get close to me. Tell me where you went. Who are you with? Qin Meiyun's voice became extremely serious. That was intentional. Chapter 284. The Battle for Share Acquisition. It had been a long time since she felt this way. At least in the past 7 years, she endured nightmares every day and endless despair. Yi-chun brought her no heartbeats, only nightmares, because at that time, Yi-chun was a complete demon. But now it's different. At this moment, Qin Meiyun slowly closed her eyes and leaned in, pressing her lips against Yi-chun's. In the next second, her lips landed on Yi-chun's. At that moment, Yi-chun felt a cool sensation glide over his lips, accompanied by a faint fragrance that entered his nostrils, intoxicating him. Qin Meiyun instantly reacted, suddenly opening her eyes to find Yi-chun's face moving closer. The spot where she just kissed was indeed Yi-chun's lips. At that moment, Yi-chun had a mischievous smile on his face looking at her. This made Qin Meiyun want to find a place to hide. Her face flushed red like a shy girl. You tricked me. You bad guy. I knew you had no good intentions. I still fell for your trick. How could you be so wicked with so many people watching? Qin Meiyun waved her little fist and hit Yi-chun on the shoulder. Chapter 285. Financial War. It's all about money. I say, Brother Yi, does Tianyue Howen Group Limited have a grudge against you? Or are you planning to acquire it? This is also a gaming company. It wouldn't be your competitor, would it? On the sofa, President Wei handed over a cup of tea and asked with confusion. His gaze also swept over the 2 traders who were rapidly operating in the stock market. Seeing the trends on the screen, President Wei didn't think this gaming company was particularly special, but the shares were indeed quite valuable. To be precise, they are not just competitors, but enemies. It was their side that first took action against my gaming company, so naturally, I must reciprocate. Yi-chun revealed a faint smile after sipping a cup of tea. That's right. This gaming company belongs to Sun Hao personally. Although he works at Penguin Gaming Company and is in a high position, earning an annual salary of 20 million, making him a standout among people. No one ever complains about having too much money. He wants to expand even further, especially since he once chose to join Penguin Ltd. After a failed startup. Once he had enough capital and connections, he founded his own company, Tianyue Company, using his networks and resources to make his gaming company the third largest in the province. Chapter 286. Foolish, utterly foolish. The stock was initially raised and then downgraded, causing many stockholders to become frightened. Originally, many stockholders planned to hold on a bit longer, but at that moment, they all placed orders. The fluctuations were too strange, clearly indicating that someone was manipulating things behind the scenes. This led to a massive number of stockholders simultaneously placing their stocks into the back-end orders. At this time, a large sum of money surged in, clearing all the back-end orders, including Sun Xing's original order for 10 shares in an instant. It cost at least over 700 million. The 700 million acquisition orders were naturally orchestrated by Yichun. A crazy feat. President Sun, it's bad. Our 10 shares were cleared. One employee stood up, pale-faced, shouting. The others were also stunned. As for Sun Xing, he leaned closer to the screen and saw that the back-end orders were almost empty. He frowned. What's so scary about that? It's just 10 shares. I can cash out now. I'll let him have those 10, with just this little stock. Does he think he can turn the tide? Sun Xing said disdainfully. Chapter 287. I've also acquired shares in your company. Didn't he expect that, did you? His brother, Sun Xing, was so frightened he was trembling and speechless. After venting for half an hour, Sun Hao's voice was a bit hoarse when he finally hung up the phone. He couldn't imagine who it was that could find his company and specifically target him. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. Sun Hao picked it up and saw it was Yichun calling. After such a long time, Yichun had never taken the initiative to call him. Sun Hao answered casually, trying to calm his emotions. Isn't this Chairman Yi? What brings you to call me? If I remember correctly, I had to make an appointment to meet you before. Chairman Yi had quite the attitude. Looks like President Sun has some grievances. This little matter is still on your mind? With your status, you can't even handle this small issue? I find that hard to believe. You must be joking. On the other end of the line, Yichun focused on the stock trends, feeling unprecedentedly smooth sailing. He didn't expect the other party would make such a foolish move. Chapter 288. Don't be afraid. I'm here to invest. He knew about Sun Hao's company through his foresight, because in the not-so-distant future, his gaming company would launch a super hit game. As this game has reached cutting-edge technological standards, it would be the world's first VR holographic online game. Of course, it wasn't as exaggerated as in novels. However, after the game was born, it indeed brought unimaginable shocks to other games, even hitting the leading Penguin gaming company hard. But similarly, Sun Hao's gaming company would collapse because of this game, as he faced a crazy onslaught from several gaming companies and even other industry giants, leading to a stock crash and funding shortfall. This meant that the newly emerging game, which hadn't even set a new world record yet, was already becoming the prey of several gaming companies. As for Sun Hao's fate, it was quite tragic. Although it was a corporate entity registered under his brother's name, the mid and upper management at Penguin were not fools and could easily investigate the relationship between Sun Hao and this Haohand gaming company. They not only removed him from his position, but also charged him with several crimes and ruined his gaming company. Chapter 289. Fight for your dreams. Relax a bit. This will be home from now on. The reason for temporarily placing you in my gaming company is that they also master the production of game graphics, which is very helpful for adapting comics and OIP. Once this is over, I will arrange for you to move to a new office building to fully showcase your talents. We previously reached an agreement, but we haven't discussed salary and investment yet, so I want to ask, how much investment do you need for this comic? Just give me a number. Yichun patted the other person's shoulder, and they both sat down. After hearing this, Hu Xiaowei became even more nervous. In the past, once it came to investment issues, those sponsors would shake their heads or directly turn and leave. He was worried about this issue now. I've done a preliminary budget. If we save costs, the adaptation will still need at least over 50 million. Below 50 million, whether for special effects or graphics, it will fall short significantly. 50 million is already the bottom line. If Chairman Yi thinks that's still too much, we can look for ways to save costs elsewhere. Hu Xiaowei said tentatively, keeping his eyes on Yichun, fearing that Yichun's expression might change, and he would get up and leave. Chapter 290. Scandal spread far and wide. Even Chen Xuanming and Hu Xiaowei had begun to compete, seemingly wanting to perform in front of Yichun, to see who can gain favor in the future. Yichun did not stop this. It was a good thing, and a healthy competition should be encouraged. Therefore, he established an award. Whoever can complete their tasks without flaws or loopholes within a week and successfully finish the internal test will receive a cash reward of 1 million. This reward has thoroughly stimulated both teams, and they all work tirelessly, putting in crazy overtime. Sometimes it's not that employees are unwilling to work overtime, but rather that you haven't provided enough. As a boss, if you don't show enough determination to ensure your employees enjoy better treatment, how can they work hard for you? Each also knows that this is a problem all capitalists face at the beginning. The initial capitalists stood with their employees, sharing the same goals and fortunes. It's just that over time, differences gradually emerged. Each didn't know how long he could hold on, but at least he was grateful that he could still stay true to his principles. Chapter 291, The Mocking Class Reunion. It seems there's a misunderstanding. I don't know who spread this rumor. A few days ago, I saw Chin Mei-yun and her husband. They indeed got divorced, but Yi-chun seems to be doing quite well now. He even bought Chin Mei-yun a Bentley. Didn't you know about this? After hearing this, Li-nan suddenly asked, "You believe that? Maybe it's a rental car." Exactly. He didn't even show you the ownership documents. It could just be a borrowed car to show off. The car might be his, but think about it. What good ending can a gambler have? Today's glory could lead to sleeping on the streets tomorrow. I have a say in this matter. Yi-chun borrowed 30,000 yuan from me before and hasn't paid it back yet. I treated him like an old classmate. When Yi-chun arrives, I'll definitely make him pay me back. He has money to rent a car, to show off, but doesn't he have money to return to me? Just then, a fat man with glasses suddenly stood up angrily. His words stunned everyone, especially Li-nan. Buying a Bentley for Chin Mei-yun, but owing an old classmate 30,000 yuan without repayment is indeed very suspicious and contradictory. Chapter 292, The Dominant Pei Jiamin. No one paid attention to Yi-chun. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Yi-chun ignored it and downed his drink in one go. As for Li-nan, he returned to his seat with a forced smile, glancing at Yi-chun and shaking his head several times. What a downer. Yes, those who should come didn't and those who shouldn't have all come. And, self-punishing with a drink, really thinks too highly of himself. How much is that drink worth? Does he not know his own worth? I see he's just here to drink for free. Several classmates said with mocking expressions. Their voices were loud, completely unreserved, clearly meant for Yi-chun to hear. Come, Li-nan, this drink is for you. Among our old classmates, you're doing the best now, already in the Blue Sky Group, which is a state-owned enterprise, and you're in middle management. Wherever you go, you can bring me up, and it'll be a face saver. One of the fat guys raised his glass and downed it in one go. Li-nan also enthusiastically responded and drank as well. Amidst the clinking of glasses, everyone was very lively. They all gathered around Li-nan, seeking jobs or borrowing money. A few girls, upon learning that Li-nan was still a diamond bachelor, looked at him with fiery eyes, wishing they could swallow him whole. Chapter 293, Promoting Private Cooperation. It's not that she wants to show off. This class reunion is just too boring. She can only protect herself in this way, while also alleviating many worries for Chin Mei-yun. Otherwise, there will always be people like Liang Yunxiu who deliberately provoke and pick fights. That's her ignorance. Our relationship, do I still need to say? Don't look at me as your elder. In terms of ability, I still admire Manager Pei very much. Moreover, the Han Group is currently in a cooperative relationship with the Lu Group, and we are all insiders. So Manager Pei, if you have extra projects, don't forget about us insiders. As for what others say, you can disregard it. If my subordinate offends you, I will definitely make her pay. On the other end of the phone, Han Shishun finally understood what was going on. He didn't expect that Liang Yunxiu was actually classmates with Pei Jiamin, and it seems there is some conflict. Naturally, he would lean toward Pei Jiamin. Just a supervisor, anyone could be promoted from below. But one must know that Pei Jiamin is now the investment head of the Lu Group, assistant to the chairman, and deputy project director, holding significant power. Chapter 294, Truthful Statements Being Questioned. All right then, we'll discuss this matter another day. By the way, Mei-yun, I remember you returned to work at the family company. How does it feel? Is it suitable? If you find it too tiring and stressful, why not come to me? I can arrange a leisurely job for you. Last time I talked to my uncle, he also meant to say he didn't want you to run around for business outside. It's tiring, and you want to earn much. Plus, you can't take care of your family. Just then, Li-nan changed the subject. He looked at Chin Mei-yun with burning eyes and said, okay. I just want to find a job to prove my ability. And I've always been in business. I'm already used to it. Thank you, Li-nan. But I don't need it for now. Chin Mei-yun shook her head. The surrounding classmates all looked at Qin Meiyun with envy. That's a state-owned enterprise job. A solid job with great benefits. The work is stable, and there aren't too many issues. But unexpectedly, Qin Meiyun actually refused. Meiyun, are you crazy? This is a solid job. Exactly, we old classmates are all envious of you, green with envy. This is not an opportunity everyone has. Chapter 295, The Ugly Face. After all, Yi Chun used to be the campus heartthrob. How glorious he was, with all the beauties in the school focused on him. The goddesses they secretly admired all liked Yi Chun. But after leaving campus, who can stand firm in society and achieve success is the real skill. Relying on looks doesn't count. Now it's clear, right? Qin Meiyun is the recognized school beauty, with countless pursuers. But what happened? She still lost to reality. Marrying Yi Chun, the campus heartthrob. Although it's said to be a match made in heaven, they still divorced because of reality. Yi Chun had long thought that even if he spoke the truth, no one would believe him. So, since this reunion doesn't welcome me, I'll leave. Meiyun, let's go home. Yi Chun adjusted his clothes and slowly stood up. Hearing this, Qin Meiyun nodded in agreement, surprisingly accepting it. Under the incredulous gazes of everyone, she actually stood up to leave. This made Li Nan anxious. Yi Chun, if you want to leave, just leave. Why call Meiyun? Everyone finally gathered together. We can't let you ruin the fun. Li Nan frowned and said, Chapter 296, Old Couple. This is really hilarious. Let me make it clear to you. The overall project manager for the investment by the Hong Kong-based Li Group in the new district, who is also my direct superior, is none other than Yi Chun, the one you all look down on. By the way, I checked today and found out he owns a listed gaming company that you all must have heard of, called Tion 2 Limited, which has recently released several popular games, such as Horse Racing and Strange Tales of Rules, all produced by his game company. Additionally, he also has the largest breeding farm in the province, which has already registered its company trademark with investments exceeding 1 billion. The reason I'm telling you all this is to remind you not to look down on others like fools in the future. After leaving this line, Page Yamin turned and left without looking back. The only sound that could be heard in the corridor was the click-clack of her high heels hitting the ground. Inside the private room, everyone was stunned. Even Sun Chi-Chi gasped, her eyes nearly popping out. As for Li Nan, he slumped in his chair, his mind filled with Pei Jiamin's words. Chapter 297. Leaving behind a female internet celebrity named Tang Yi. Don't do this. How am I supposed to face others? Don't forget, we had an agreement that until I change my mind. Qin Meiyun's words were interrupted as Yi Chun covered her mouth. It ended up as a muffled sound. Qin Meiyun's eyes widened, feeling an emotion within her completely awakened. Her gaze became dazed, and her arms instinctively rested on Yi Chen's shoulders, feeling the moisture between their lips. Yi Chen's big hand began to move restlessly. Suddenly, Qin Meiyun's eyes widened. She pushed Yi Chen away and turned to run downstairs. Seeing this, Yi Chen sighed, shrugged his shoulders, and shook his head helplessly. Sigh, little fish. Looks like you'll have to endure a bit longer. Although the pond is still there, you've already been banned from entering. After saying this, Yi Chun headed downstairs. That night, the two slept in separate rooms in the new house. Qin Meiyun couldn't sleep all night, staring at the bright moon outside, her mind racing, while Yi Chun had already fallen into a deep sleep. Chapter 298. All you get back to your paid leave. This is his old line of work. Moreover, his connections are solid. As long as he can name a car, he can buy it. Just keep it low-key, nothing too flashy. I think that Cullinan will be fine. Then help me get the car over. I need to go to the company. That's it. I'll hang up now. After saying this, Yi Chen hung up the phone, hailed a taxi, and headed straight for Tion 2 Game Company. When Yi Chun arrived at the game company, he saw Chen Xueming walking towards him with a smile. Why are you still smiling? Today is the day we hand over the company. The day it's being acquired. This is all your hard work. How can you still be smiling? Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, looking at Chen Xueming in surprise. Hey bro, don't tease me here. If I hadn't met you before, this game company would have gone bankrupt long ago. Selling for just a few million at the lowest. Although it's now listed, the stock has plummeted and there's no capital to invest. Fortunately, I met you. A benefactor bringing in real super capital, allowing our small game company to first compete with Penguin Games. And we even had the upper hand, making those teams at Penguin Games unable to hold their heads up. Chapter 299. Digging at Yi Chen's wall. Yi Chen took a deep breath, a look of relief appearing on his face. Turning around, he found that Chen Xueming had already fallen asleep on the couch. On the other side, Hu Xiaowei and others were busy, and upon seeing this scene, they suddenly felt that they had indeed found the right person. This was no longer about understanding righteousness, but about vision. They saw a unique charm in Yi Chun. If such a boss, doesn't he achieve great things? It would be against the natural order. So at this moment, Hu Xiaowei and others knew their work was the top priority. No one felt the slightest bit of frustration, nor dared to rest. All of them put in their utmost effort. They wanted to be like the employees of Tion 2 Game Company. Although they currently had no official positions, they were just an invested development team. Everyone was looking forward to the day Yi Chun would announce that their team was welcome to join. Yi Chun turned and entered the meeting room. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Sun Hao and others sitting in their seats. In front of each of them was a document. There were about 7 or 8 people, all mid to senior level personnel from Penguin Game Company. This was the handover meeting. President Sun, good to see you again. Chapter 300, Discovering Oil, Extraction Plan. President Sun, they won T-Cell, saying it's still useful. Moreover, this group of ungrateful guys. I just told them about the salary and benefits you mentioned for staying, but they said it was like giving them alms, truly a group of overreaching individuals. They even said that although the company was acquired, they were moving to a new home, and a bigger company was waiting for them. It's simply a pipe dream. I've never heard of a boss's company being acquired and immediately developing a new one. Isn't that childish play? Moreover, this acquisition has earned them a lot. If it were me, I would cautiously take this money to invest and wouldn't easily step into the gaming industry again. The assistant said with confusion, a look of mockery on his face. But upon hearing this, Sun Hao's mind stirred. They said they were moving to a new company? Did you ask them what their company is called? Sun Hao asked. I just asked. They said it seems to be called Hong 2 Game Company, which has apparently been operating for half a month. I don't know what their boss is thinking. Competing with us at Penguin Games, ISNT, that's seeking death. Chapter 301, Investment in the Breeding Farm. So for many villagers, Yi Chun is like a money tree, a god of wealth. Although he contracted the breeding farm and made a large sum of money, they can also continue to work at the breeding farm, earning much more than if they went to work in other places. These are the benefits brought by Yi Chun. Sun Wang and his third uncle had already come over, with enthusiastic smiles on their faces. I said, Yi Chun, you little rascal, ever since the breeding farm was fully integrated, you haven't shown your face, acting like a hands-off manager. This isn't how business works. If your brothers weren't watching over it, the breeding farm would have probably gone into chaos. After Sun Wang walked over, he patted Yi Chun on the shoulder and reminded him, Ah Wang, don't you understand? Yi Chun is now a big boss. How can he have the energy to manage so much? As a boss, he needs to focus on the bigger picture. Moreover, there's so many shareholders here keeping an eye on things. Nothing major will happen. Besides, we can also lend a hand. Uncle San said with a big smile. Uncle San really understands me. I've been too busy lately to pay attention to this place. Yi Chun said, Uncle San, I heard you're going out to work? Yi Chun casually took out a cigarette and handed it to Sun Wang, then lit one for Uncle San. Chapter 302, The Pig Fever Looms. But the Yunqin breeding base remains unscathed? What is wrong? Isn't this just normal consumption? Are you feeling the pinch? Yi Chun asked when he saw Feng Tianhai's pained expression. He knew these people had never been involved in a business like a breeding farm, especially one of such scale. The monthly consumption was quite alarming. The main issue was that they only saw money going out and not coming in. Although the number of pigs was increasing, if they didn't sell them, they wouldn't see a return on investment. Moreover, with current pork prices, the profit from a pig was only around 100 or so yuan. The main reason was that they had delayed selling for too long. After nearly 2.5 months, they had already spent over 20 million on feed. That is not it. It's just that there is no profit coming in, which feels a bit disappointing. After all, boss, you're at the company's side, and you can easily make hundreds of millions in just a few days with a game. But this breeding farm has such a big investment, and there is not even a bit of return. It just doesn't feel right. Feng Tianhai said with a grin. Brother Hao, do you feel the same? Yi Chun then turned his gaze to Xiao Tianhao and asked, To be honest, brothers, we don't care whether we can make money or not. As long as we can preserve our capital, that is enough, since your investment is the largest. Chapter 303, Oil Field Discovered at the Breeding Base. Achoo! After yawning, Yi Chun stretched and got off the earth in calm, putting on his shoes. While putting on his shoes, he casually said, What good news is this? It wouldn't be about demolition, would it? If it's about demolition, then that's fine. Damn, I said, little brother, are you a god descended to earth? How do you know we're going to be demolished? Or did you buy this piece of land just waiting for demolition? You're not Zhuge Liang reincarnated, are you? You have foresight. Hearing Yi Chun's casual remark, Xiao Tianhao was stunned, his eyes wide open, looking as if he had seen a ghost. Yi Chun snorted lightly. I was just guessing. It would really be about demolition, right? How could that be possible? This place is so remote, far from the city center. If it were to be developed, it wouldn't have much value. Building apartments here is no different from rural areas. And the construction in Mang Village isn't finished yet. Who would invest here? Yi Chun casually said, then finished putting on his shoes and walked outside with Xiao Tianhao. Chapter 304. Shameless Things. Oh, I see. But since you are a shareholder, it's fine to tell you this. The oil extraction plan is imperative, and this is on our country's land, belonging to our nation's own resources. So this piece of land belongs to your breeding farm, but I also believe you will cooperate in relocating the breeding farm to contribute this land. Of course, the country will definitely give you enough compensation and support. After all, you are private entrepreneurs, and wherever you are, you drive the private economy. According to normal estimated prices, your 13,000 acres of land would have a compensation price of about 350,000 yuan per acre. Then for the buildings on the ground, the compensation price would be 8,000 yuan per square meter, calculating your residential buildings and cattle sheds, about 27,000 square meters. Then adding the reservoir, bird forest, and other contracted areas, the total compensation amount is 67 million. The preliminary total compensation amount is 720 million. This is the report precisely calculated by our Group's finance department. Please take a look. After saying this, Li Nan pushed the report in front of Feng Tianhai. Chapter 305. Build your own brand for long-term development. Don't say things so harshly. What do you mean by third party? I have the right to pursue Mei Yun. And of course, she can refuse me. But so far, Mei Yun hasn't explicitly rejected me. So what you're saying now doesn't mean much. Let us talk about the current project cooperation. Li Nan said, tapping the table. What cooperation? I've already seen the quotation. You can take it back. I'm not very satisfied. Also, don't use the country to pressure me. I love my country, and my country loves me. As a private entrepreneur, I believe I want to be treated unfairly. But this quotation has many unreasonable points. It's not easy for us common people to start a business. We shareholders have already invested over $1 billion in this breeding base, and you're offering me just over 700 million, almost half a loss. Do you think I would agree? Yi Chun's attitude was also very firm, directly flicking the quotation back with his finger. Yi Chun, let us keep public and private matters separate. Don't mix them together. I'm talking business with you. Li Nan slammed the table and stood up angrily. Chapter 306. Pork prices soar. The idea is good, but now with the swine fever causing such a stir, pork isn't actually selling well. Although prices have risen a lot, people are afraid. You can take a look outside, just take a stroll, and you'll know that pork isn't easy to sell now. Moreover, I don't have that many exhibition spots here, and since this is our first meeting, what if your pork really has a problem? That would damage my market's reputation. So, brother, you should go back first or check elsewhere. At this point, brother who was already preparing to leave. Brother who, the swine fever will be over soon, but the supply of meat pigs isn't that complete right now. You have so many exhibition spots here, and there are plenty of suppliers and vendors. The most important thing is to meet the demand of the people. If you have meat here, people will come. If you don't, you'll lose some customer flow. Yi Chun shouted at brother who was already at the door. But brother who didn't look back. He knew that the female assistant walked over. Gentlemen, our brother who has important matters to attend to. So, we sincerely apologize. The female assistant made a gesture to indicate to leave. Chapter 307. The Yinshun signboard begins to ring. Where did this pork come from? Has it passed our market's review? It wouldn't be sick pigs, would it? I don't see any relevant procedures. If sick pigs are sold, that would be a serious lack of morals. This is a new stall, right? Sisterly, wasn't this stall yours before? Yes, Sisterly. Your stall has been rented out. If something happens because of the pig trade, you might get implicated too. At this moment, many vendors turn to remind Sisterly. You all don't understand anything. The pork here has been inspected by the Market Regulatory Authority, and all the qualified pigs have labels. Haven't you heard of the Yunqing breeding base? The pigs come from there, So where would the swine fever come from? They have over 100,000 pigs. Upon hearing this, Sister Lee retorted against the vendors. At that time, there was also a pig hanging at her stall. She hung up a sign that read fresh meat pigs from Yunqing breeding base. Health guaranteed, along with various approved documents, including all the official seals from the Quality Inspection Authority and Food and Drug Administration. Chapter 308. It's truly an era of spending money. So after Yi Chun learned about Sister Lee's family situation, he unhesitatingly supplied her with pork, only charging her the cost. Tonight, let us go to Sister Lee's house to taste her cooking. Brothers, let us work hard. Tonight Sister Lee is treating us to dinner. Yi Chun shouted to the workers, showing no sign of being a boss. These workers were all hard laborers, truly down-to-earth people. After Yi Chun's call, they all responded enthusiastically, making it quite lively. Combined with the surrounding customers, the market was the busiest in Yi Chun's area. Brother, the market across the river has all 100 stalls taken. Let us head there now. At that moment, Feng Tianhai ran over, calling out to Yi Chun. So soon? Yi Chun asked in confusion. Of course. The owner of that market, upon hearing that our Yunqing breeding base wanted to rent stalls, agreed without hesitation, especially since we are an officially promoted brand. Our brand can bring them a lot of traffic. The residents nearby have heard that our Yunqing base's pork is coming to the market and are already lined up outside. Chapter 309. Arrogant Nyo-san. You're asking for trouble, aren't you? I'm taking these stalls. If you don't leave, I'll make you regret it. As soon as he finished speaking, the bald man kicked out with incredible speed. Feng Tianhai was caught off guard and didn't even have time to react before his abdomen was kicked. The bald man was a big guy with considerable strength. The moment he kicked, Feng Tianhai let out a muffled groan and bent over, clutching his stomach, his face distorted in pain, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. However, that was not the end. The bald man waved his hand, and two of his underlings rushed over and grabbed Feng Tianhai. Then the bald man stepped forward and slapped Feng Tianhai hard across the face, grabbing his hair. At that moment, Feng Tianhai tilted his head. Though he was being held by the hair, he still looked fiercely at the other man. Still not convinced. Let me tell you, wherever you meet me, you better steer clear. Now hurry up and take your workers and get lost, or don't blame me for being ruthless and breaking your limbs. Chapter 310. Brother Tiger comes to cause trouble. How about it, Manager Liu? I'm taking all these stalls, especially these 6 stalls. No one can touch them. Nyosan pointed at several stalls, speaking arrogantly. But those stalls have already been reserved by Mr. Yi Chun. I asked you earlier if you wanted them, and you didn't leave a deposit or give me a clear answer, just said you would think about it. Now that someone has reserved them, you come to snatch them. What kind of reasoning is that? How do you expect me to explain this to them? Manager Liu said angrily. What I have to explain to you is none of my concern. I only said I would think about it. I never clearly told you I didn't want them. You were the one in a hurry to rent them out and not keeping your word. Nyosan said dismissively, digging his nose. Manager Liu was so angry he rolled his eyes, pointing at the other man, but unable to say anything. Just then, Yi Chun walked over and pulled Manager Liu. All right, Boss Liu, let us drop this matter. Since he likes these stalls, let him have them. Saying this, Yi Chun pulled Manager Liu outside, while also helping Feng Tianhai. I'm calling Brother Hao now. Damn it, I can't swallow this anger. Chapter 311. Threats. I've always valued Manager Liu's work. Otherwise I wouldn't have sold that piece of land to him. I was originally thinking of investing in that land. But investing in a market doesn't make much sense. Instead, Manager Liu fulfilled my idea. Although we're both in the market business, our competitive relationship isn't that intense, and it could foster brotherhood in the future. Let us call it a day regarding this matter. Of course, I'm talking about you and Manager Liu. The account hasn't been settled yet. Offending my brother isn't that simple, is it, bossy? By this time, Brother Tiger had walked over, sitting directly across from Yi Chun. He crossed his legs, lit a cigarette, and leaned back on the sofa, looking very arrogant. What does Brother Tiger mean? Yi Chun squinted at Brother Tiger and asked. What do I mean? Do I need you to ask? It seems your management isn't up to par. How did your Yunqing breeding base get started? You don't even understand these basic social dynamics. What business are you running? Brother Tiger said disdainfully. Chapter 312. I'm much more merciful than you. So, my current worth in this enterprise didn't come from bluffing. If everyone came to ask me for 7 million and I gave it to them, then I would need to run my breeding base anymore. Brother Tiger is comparing numbers with me today. Now you have more people than I do, so you decide. Yichen licked his lips and said. He glanced at the time, a smile appearing on his face. Since you know, why waste your breath with me? I don't care how you grew up. Either pay up, or I'll take you both down. Brother Tiger said fiercely. Brother Tiger, stop wasting time with him. I want to kill him. Neosin had already staggered to his feet, clutching his blood-soaked head, his face full of ferocity. He glared fiercely at Feng Tianhai, snatching a steel chain from one of his underlings and charging straight at Feng Tianhai. Feng Tianhai was outnumbered earlier, so he wasn't a match but in a one-on-one. He had never been afraid of anyone. As a rich second generation, he had spent the most time in fight clubs over the years. In that instant when Neo-san rushed over, he quickly dodged the opponent's chains, while the cabinet beside him was pulled apart. Chapter 313. How do you know that? I'll make him kneel down and apologize to you right now. I'll give you 5 million in compensation. Will that work? Brother Hu raised his arm and broke free from the restraints of the two men. Then he walked up to Neo-san and yanked him up from the ground, throwing him in front of Feng Tianhai. Stop talking nonsense. If you say one more word, I'll knock out a tooth of yours. This is their territory. Quickly apologize. Take however much money you have now, and I'll cover the rest. You can pay me back slowly later. Brother Hu didn't waste any more words and directly issued the order to Neo-san. Upon hearing this, Neo-san trembled in fear. Surrounded by enemies with no way to escape, he had no chance to resist at all. He could only kneel on the ground, knocking his head 3 times and shouting 3 times towards Feng Tianhai. Grandpa, I was wrong. At this moment, Feng Tianhai had already come in Neo-san's front, extending his hand and slapping his face several times. Neo-san, remember this from now on. Avoid me in the future. Don't think you're so impressive. I can take you down in minutes. Chapter 314. Uncle's Worry. However, Yi Chun and the others had already arrived at the entrance. Looking at the mass of motorcycle thugs ahead, along with many young men covered in tattoos. Both sides were already in a standoff. Brother Hu had rushed down, his face full of ferocity. Run. You think you can run from me? Do you really think I'm pushover? With one call, I can gather 100 people in no time. What do you have to fight me with? Brother Hu had already reached the front of his group, raising his arm and shouting. The momentum was overwhelming, the scene extremely intimidating. The group led by Xiao Tianhao was significantly outnumbered and lacked the same imposing presence. At this moment, Brother Hu finally felt relieved. His reinforcements had arrived, and he could finally redeem himself. What do I have to fight you with? I just said it. You're not worthy. I'm not just talking about being friends. You don't even qualify to be my enemy, Yi Chan said with a smile, looking very disdainful. Meanwhile, Xiao Tianhao was becoming anxious. The current situation was indeed quite frightening. He didn't understand where Yi Chen's confidence came from. On the other hand, Feng Tianhai appeared calm. Chapter 315. The Hidden Truth. Uncle, I'm doing well. Why do I have to withdraw my shares? The price of pork has already risen to this level. And now, even the government is supporting our Yunqing breeding bases breeding pigs. We're definitely going to make a lot of money. I still want to work with my brother. If I go back now without achieving anything, even my father will look down on me. After all, I made a vow in front of him. Even if I only achieve half of a success, at least I can go back with some dignity. What is this now? Not achieving anything, but causing trouble. Feng Tianhai said seriously. If something this big has happened, if your father finds out, do you think he will still let you stay in Longzhou? I can help you keep this a secret, but you must withdraw your shares. If you want to develop your career, you have to rely on yourself. Whether you succeed or fail, in the end, you still have to inherit your father's business. From this period of training, I can see that you have grown a lot, but you still made a mistake. Uncle's tone became increasingly serious. Chapter 316. Hu Xiaowei's military order. After hearing this, Uncle smiled and patted Feng Tianhai on the head. You brat, you can't hide anything. Did Yichen tell you all this? When did he say that? Uncle instantly understood and jokingly scolded. Feng Tianhai realized he couldn't hide it anymore, so he took out his phone and showed his uncle the information. After looking at it, Uncle's face showed a hint of guilt. I'll invite Yichen over to my house when I have time. I'll treat him well. This matter was my fault. I underestimated him and lost perspective. Uncle said with a faint smile. So are you still going to stop me from continuing to work with Brother Yi on my career? Feng Tianhai asked. You brat, I'm not stopping you, but running a breeding base, you young people still lack experience. Since you're young, you should have energy and innovate more projects to bring more development and plans to our city. In short, This time, you have to think for yourself. After Uncle finished speaking, he closed his eyes. Feng Tianhai also began to contemplate this statement. Chapter 317. Looking down on your work? Now, let's go together. After Yi Chan said this, he walked toward the outside. An hour later, at the Chinda Film Group, downstairs in the office building, Yi Chan arrived at the front desk and handed over his business card. Hello, miss. May I ask if President Wang is in? Yi Chan politely asked. Hello, Mr. Yi. Our President Wang is currently in a meeting. If you have something to discuss, you can wait in the lounge. I can take you there. The receptionist responded warmly. All right. Since President Wang is in a meeting, I'll wait for him for a while. Yi Chan nodded and said. Then, the receptionist took him and Hu Xiaowei to the lounge and brought 2 cups of green tea. This green tea was changed many times from hot to cool, and then back to room temperature, waiting for over an hour. Hu Xiaowei sighed repeatedly and wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking quite anxious. Meanwhile, Yi Chan leaned on the sofa, playing with his phone, seemingly unconcerned. Boss, we've been waiting for over an hour. Chapter 318. Selling masks at the scenic area. What's the deal? I really scheduled a prime time for you, and that is a waste of resources. You can afford it, but I can't. All right, I've said what I needed to say, and I have something important to do. I have a very important friend waiting for me. When President Wang said this, he stood up and walked outside. At this time, Hu Xiaowei walked over. Boss, how about we check out other cinemas? Maybe we can schedule a prime time. The Tinny Cinema is also good, although it's not as famous as Chinda Cinema. It's located in the best commercial area. The foot traffic should be considerable. Hu Xiaowei suggested. It seems that this is the only way to go. We can't rely on Chinda. Let's go check out the Tinny Cinema. Yi Chan was not discouraged at all and walked outside casually. As soon as he entered the lobby, he saw that Mr. Wang was actually walking together with Han Jingqi, chatting and laughing, looking very close. Mr. Wang and Han Jingqi also noticed Yi Chan and Hu Xiaowei approaching, and Han Jingqi's face immediately showed a hint of disdain. Oh, isn't this the famous stock god Yi Chan? Here to line up for the cinema, right? So which show did you book? Chapter 319. Competing for download rates. Sir, this is the entrance to the scenic area. Private business is not allowed here. Please cooperate. Can you take all these things away? The dark-skinned man was clearly the administrator here. His attitude was relatively friendly as he said this. Hello, may I ask who you are? Yi Chan also asked politely. I am the main person in charge of this scenic area. You can call me Managerly. Managerly said, Dun dun. Hello, Managerly. I have a proposal for cooperation. It won't cost your scenic area a penny. It's just a free event, and the masks I printed have the promotional slogan of our scenic area. Moreover, our scenic area currently has a themed event, which is role-playing characters from Journey to the West. You see, all these masks are customized according to the characters in Journey to the West, and although they look a bit rough, it doesn't affect the atmosphere. They can be given away for free to tourists to enhance the entertainment atmosphere of our scenic area. Rest assured, I will not cause you any trouble. Yi Chan opened a box and poured out all the masks inside. The masks were all customized according to the characters in Journey to the West. Chapter 320. Scheduled for the midnight slot. Currently, on the Digital Jump platform, they have already been throttled, and with their own platform traffic, they barely reached 300,000. I estimate that after a week, their download rate will barely exceed 2 million, which is already the limit. And our download rate will definitely exceed 10 million after a week. The head of the Data Investigation Department said, with great excitement. When others heard this, they all showed excited expressions. The game behind this Home to Game is their deadly rival, the former Tiana Game Company. Therefore, all their eyes were focused on Home to Games this time, because they also knew that Home to Games had a martial arts battle game in internal testing, which once launched could potentially cause a massive impact on the gaming industry. The number of internal testers has already reached over 2 million. If they can get the #1 download rate this time, then this martial arts game will receive the biggest promotion, which would be extremely unfavorable for several game companies. Therefore, their task this time is to firmly hold the #1 spot on the download leaderboard and suppress Home to Games. Chapter 321. Directly find the director. And he wasn't wrong. If it weren't for the previous bet, how could Han Jingqi let Yi Chen's work successfully land in theaters? I estimate that it would be good enough to get on the app for a wave of traffic. As long as he gives a shout. At least all the cinemas in Longzhou City won't accept Yi Chen's work. This is the power of the Han family behind Han Jingqi. So Zhao, does that mean our cooperation has no chance? Yichen completely ignored Hu Ge and instead focused his gaze on Zhao. In a very calm tone, he asked, "Isn't your theater schedule already arranged? I've booked you for the midnight slot. If you're not satisfied, then forget it. We have nothing more to discuss. And you can see I still have honored guests here, so I won't send you off." Zhao's face showed impatience as he slowly stood up and walked towards the door, calling out to Hu Ge. Hu Ge also stood up, looking back at Yi Chun with a mocking expression. "This is the consequence of offending me. No matter what kind of enterprise or company you are, I don't care what business you do. From now on, you will find it difficult to move an inch in Longzhou City." Chapter 322. Solve your dilemma. But this vacant period is not for lining up for cinemas. It is reserved for those films with potential. Currently, your work has not been released, and it has not undergone market testing. So it has not received retention data and audience acclaim. At least the rating on Dubon should exceed 65 before we can consider moving up the schedule. Director Su said very seriously. This is also the rules set by their group company. Then Director Su, "Can I pay to move this time up?" Yichen asked again. "I'm really sorry. It's not a matter of money. You're also trying to make money with your work. If you invest too much and can't earn back box office revenue, wouldn't that be a waste of investment? I'm also doing this for your good. Why not wait until the first screening is over, see how the data turns out, and if the box office performs well, I can move it up without charging you. Moreover, we only take 50 of your profits, which is already a considerable concession compared to others. So Mr. Yi Chun, please don't make it difficult for me. We need to keep our business official. If your work is of good quality and well received, even if you don't come to me for the sake of box office profits, I will take the initiative to move it up." Director Su has made it very clear. Chapter 323. The exciting plot of Soul Street. As the plot progresses, soon, the young man entered an alley after going out at night. The moment he stepped in, it was as if he passed through a barrier, entering a different world space. Immediately, a series of roars came from around. Soldiers dressed in ancient battle armor rushed out, all with greenish faces and ghostly flames on their heads. "Gao Tianlong, descendant of the Chao family, I didn't expect you to dare to return. This second Soul Street now belongs to us. You can either roll out now or die here." An ancient ghost soldier riding a ghost horse said coldly while holding a big knife. Following a metallic clashing sound, dozens of armored ghost soldiers gathered from all directions. The young man named Chao Tianlong slightly narrowed his eyes, a cold smile suddenly appearing on his face. "A group of clowns dares to shout in front of me. I see you are seeking death. Eugene, why don't you come out and let these clowns witness the strength of our Chao family descendants?" As Chao Tianlong's voice fell, a burst of green ghost fire erupted behind him. As the flames burned out, a massive figure stood proudly. Chapter 324. Explosive Response. Igniting the national animation craze. At that moment, divine thunder struck down. A thick bolt of lightning directly hit Chao Tianhu, sending the white-haired young man flying. The young man lay on the ground, spitting blood, his face filled with disbelief. Just then, Chao Tianlong's guardian, Eugene, suddenly raised his head, a wild smile on his face. "Young master, it turns out you are not an ordinary person, but a warrior with divine physique. However, your bloodline has been suppressed too harshly. It seems that Chao Gong did this to protect you. Let me help you break the last seal." Eugene declared, "I am willing to burn all my blood and life as assistance to unlock the seal of the Chao clan's descendants." All guardians of the Chao family awakened. As Eugene completely burned himself, his spiritual body turned to ashes, yet his voice still echoed. At this moment, the entire cinema fell silent. All the audience and actors held their breath. A few girls couldn't help but start crying. Until the most intense moment of the animation arrived. A dozen guardians of the Chao family appeared, all extremely imposing, their massive bodies towering. Chapter 325. Brother Whose Pride? But at the Dadi Cinema, we need to fill the venue, as Director Su will definitely continue to support us. This is our home ground. After Yi Chun finished speaking, he patted the other person's shoulder and turned to walk outside. Hu Xiaowei was excited, making calls to all employees, summoning them to gather at the entrance of the Qingdao cinemas to witness this grand scene. Just as Yichen walked out of the Qingdao Mall, his phone rang. He picked it up to find it was Director Su calling. "Congratulations, Mr. Yi. Your animation has unexpectedly created miracles and received a lot of positive feedback. Moreover, after being shared, it has now made it to the trending searches on major platforms. I suspect you all are about to take off completely. Our cinema will regularly schedule prime time for you and fill all theaters for a month, including other regions. I've already arranged it. Mr. Yi, thank you for your trust and help. If it weren't for you, I would not only have missed out on this major client, but I would also have suffered great losses in performance, and the public funds deficit would be enough to make me drink a pot. Chapter 326. Kneeling and begging is useless. You two, shut up. This banquet is for me and Brother Yi to celebrate together. I only intended to be polite when I saw you two, but I didn't expect you to not know your place and insist on staying to drink with me. Manager Zhao said, do you not understand your position? Were you? You think you can sit at the same table with me? You drove away my most esteemed guest, almost causing huge losses for that animation's box office. Fortunately, I managed to arrange it for an earlier time to avoid disaster. I think your time as manager is over. Director Su slammed his hand on the table, stood up abruptly, and pointed at Manager Zhao, coldly reprimanding him. At this moment, Manager Zhao was stunned. Brother Hu, who had just been there, also looked incredulous, not understanding what had happened or why Director Su was siding with Yi-chan against them. Did Director Su really think that the little loser Yi-chan was more important than them? It seemed he had been deceived. Director Su, what do you mean? Even if you want to fire me, there should be a staff meeting for a unanimous vote. Chapter 327. Yi-chan's powerful business mind. Unable to see the situation clearly, Director Su splashed a cup of cold water directly into Manager Zhao's face. Manager Zhao struggled to open his eyes and cried out. Kneeling on the ground and crawling to Yi-chan's feet, hugging his legs and starting to cry and plead. Shortly after, Brother Hu had left earlier, returned with a gloomy face. Upon seeing Yi-chan, he too knelt on the ground, crawling to Yi-chan's front. Mr. Yi, Boss Yi, you're my grandfather. My true grandfather. Please take back your orders. I finally sold this batch of building materials, and the quality is absolutely guaranteed. We can discuss the price. I truly didn't know you were the main person in charge of the League Group's investment project. It was my mistake not to recognize you. Please give me another chance. Even if you give me 1,000 guts, I wouldn't dare oppose you. I also need to support my family, Grandpa. Please give me another chance. I was wrong. I was terribly wrong. Can we start over? Brother Hu slapped himself several times, causing blood to flow from the corner of his mouth, clearly putting a lot of effort. Chapter 328. Unstoppable Fire. For 3 consecutive days, every cinema was scrambling to help Yi-chan schedule screening times and designate primetime slots. In just 3 days, the box office had already surpassed 79 million, crushing all other films released at the same time. Only one domestic film had reached 2 billion, leading the box office on the battlefield of Seoul Street. However, Yi-chan and his team were not discouraged. Obtaining over 79 million in just 3 days was already a pleasant surprise for them. Chun Xiuming took this opportunity to establish an official account for Hongta Games, promoting vigorously. In just 3 days, followers on major platforms like Weibo and Douyin surged to over 6 million. Meanwhile, the official platform created promotional videos for the game Cultivation Path and advertised it on the official Hongta Games account, including links below. That night, when Yi-chan returned to the company, Chun Xiuming and others excitedly dragged him into the conference room, where they presented data and trends on the big screen, showing a long red line. Boss, it's insane. In 4 days, we broke the download record, soaring to 7 million downloads. Chapter 329. After all, it's about your man. Ding ling ling. Just as he was shocked to the point of feeling numb, his phone suddenly rang. Sun Hao quickly answered the call, hearing his younger brother's voice on the other end. Brother, bad news. Those scoundrels are causing trouble again. They injected a large amount of capital, repeatedly driving up our stock prices, causing many shareholders to start selling off, and we've lost 7 of our original shares. Now the other party holds 42.5. What should we do? If this continues, our company will become someone else's. The voice on the other end of the phone sounded like a heavy bomb exploding in Sun Hao's head. Under the pressure, Sun Hao, who hadn't slept all night, kicked his legs, foamed at the mouth, and fell off his chair, fainting on the spot. After 7 days of fermentation, the anime War Seoul Street has already been released in theaters across more than 10 surrounding cities, with thousands of cinemas showing it all at prime time. The box office has already exceeded 6 billion within just 1 week, although after deducting the cinema's share, it has yet to break even. Chapter 334. 5 billion. At this moment, a car slowly drove over. Both of them stopped their playfulness. Then the car door opened, and Ling Nan stepped out. Meiyun, Yecheng, finally found you. Li Nan said with a smile as he approached Yecheng. Can we have a meal together, since it's noon? He warmly invited. However, at this moment, Yecheng's smile gradually faded, and he focused his gaze on Qin Meiyun, who showed a hint of panic on her face and looked away, appearing somewhat guilty. Because Li Nan was called over by her today. Previously, Li Nan had been trying to schedule a meeting with Yecheng every day, but was turned down each time. He had not had the chance to meet Yecheng to discuss the demolition of the breeding base. With immense pressure from above, he had no choice but to find Qin Meiyun to get Yecheng out. Are you inviting me, or Meiyun? Yecheng asked with a smile upon hearing this. Of course. I'm inviting both of you. It's a bit of business and a bit of personal. Let's find a restaurant to sit down and chat while eating. Li Nan gestured to invite them. Chapter 331, Shareholder Dividends. At this moment, Li Nan's gaze fell on Qin Meiyun. Meiyun, I think you should help me persuade him. This is a task from the government. But he is asking for too much, which is already having a bad influence, and will encounter bottlenecks in the future. Li Nan said, this is your public business. You guys can discuss it yourselves. I can't persuade him. I'm only responsible for bringing him out. After Qin Meiyun finished speaking, she slowly raised her head and stood up, indicating that she was done eating. Yecheng then took the packed food and left the restaurant with Qin Meiyun, leaving Li Nan staring blankly at the list. Once outside, Yecheng suddenly turned his head and looked at Qin Meiyun. I almost misunderstood you just now. I thought you called me out to persuade me to sell this piece of land cheaply for him. That would indeed be a betrayal. Yecheng said with a silly grin. Of course, you invested so much and put in so much effort. How could you possibly make a losing deal? Moreover, what's found beneath is oil, which is an extremely rich resource. Giving up the farm is already a contribution to the country. Chapter 332, My Brother is a God. Not only were all the middle-level employees gathered together, but even Feng Tianhai, Xiao Tianhao, Chen Peng, and others were present, as they had also invested initially. This included Sheng Qifeng. At this moment, Sheng Qifeng kept his head down, looking somewhat dejected. What's wrong, Offing? You look like a frostbitten eggplant. Yecheng teased upon seeing him. Nothing, I probably just didn't rest well. By the way, Mr. Yi, is there something you want to discuss by calling us all together? I have a banquet at home later. It's my old man's birthday, and I need to go back to attend. Can I leave a bit early? Sheng Qifeng asked. It won't matter if you leave for a bit. You need to bring a big gift for your old man. This big gift is coming soon. You invested $5 billion in our breeding farm, and soon you'll receive dividends. The finance department will give you an accurate report on how much that is. Once the money arrives, it will be transferred to you immediately. Yecheng said with a smile. Upon hearing about the dividends, Sheng Qifeng was so excited that he stood up from his chair. Bro, are you sure? I've been in a deficit since I invested. How could there suddenly be dividends? Chapter 333. Home 2 Productions must be quality. It seems I was ignorant. I didn't expect that Brother Yi led everyone to wealth. I regret not meeting Brother Yi earlier. When his bank account received the deposit notification, Sheng Qifeng slapped his thigh, his face full of excitement. Now he finally has the face to go home, and he can do it openly and confidently. He no longer has to sneak back home, fearing that his old man or older brother would find out and call him over for scolding. Now he can finally prove that his judgment was correct and make his brother apologize to him. It's not too late now. Feng Tianhai pulled Sheng Qifeng over and said with a smile, Fellow shareholders, we still need to run our breeding farm, but we need to choose a new location. Given our scale and the subsequent arrangement of workers, we need to handle this. I need to return to the city first and then research site selection. Seeing everyone so excited, Yecheng knew a celebration was inevitable. But he had more important matters to attend to, including the anime and the game, which required his personal oversight. Chapter 334, The Former Second Brother. Only Chun Xuanming pulled Yecheng into the chairman's office. Boss, our martial arts battle game has completed internal testing. I'll skip the holiday. I want my bonus. I want to keep a few key employees to work overtime and try to finish the internal testing before they come back and launch it as soon as possible. Fixing all the bugs. Chun Xuanming said seriously. This work can be done at any time. There's no need to work overtime during the holiday. Moreover, you can't do it alone. If you want to work overtime, you drag others down. Everyone else is on vacation, going out to have fun. Even if these key employees stay, they might have some complaints. You should stop working and find some time to relax for a few days. When you come back, you need to be ready for a long battle. If you want to rest, you won't get the chance. Yecheng shook his head and said, But boss, this game is very important. We invested over $70 million, and this is just the initial internal testing investment. Once it goes live, there will be even more expenses. I feel a lot of pressure and want to earn the money back quickly. I also want to see if my ladder plan can be completed. As long as I take this first step, my ladder plan can smoothly progress to the second step. Chun Shueming said with a tense expression. Chapter 335. I won't let my second brother worry anymore. Finally found your phone number. Why did you stop using your old one? Were you avoiding me? Just wait until I find you. I'll shave all your hair off. A loud voice came from the phone. Yi Chun felt a wave of familiarity. Instantly his nose turned red, feeling a bit sour. The previous number was too unlucky, so I changed it. I've been busy lately, so I didn't have time to inform everyone. Second brother, have the issues at home been resolved? Yi Chun took a deep breath, but his voice was still trembling. It had been 3 or 4 years since he last saw his second brother. However, during these 3 to 4 years, his second brother Su Wanxiang had always silently supported him. I see you've been busy dodging debts. Yi Chun, you scoundrel. In these 3 to 4 years, you've borrowed money from me, and I thought you were building a career. I didn't expect you to go gambling, and to top it off, you ruined your marriage. Mei Yun is such a good woman, hard to come by. She can handle both the family and work. When you got married, we all envied you. Now look at you, not content, secretly giving money to those female streamers. Did a donkey kick your brain, or did a door slam on it? Chapter 336. Visiting Uncle San. And even produced a box office champion anime. It's simply unbelievable. Anyone with normal reasoning wouldn't believe it. Yi Chun felt helpless upon hearing this. It seemed this matter could only be explained gradually. Where are you now? I'm coming to find you. A voice from the phone urged. Second brother, I have 2 very important things to discuss. One is an old leader from the housing and construction department who is about to be promoted. I need to congratulate him. Then there's the Weibo night tonight that I need to attend. How about this? You go to my company, Home to Game Company. When you get there, just go up and tell them you're my second brother. Someone will receive you. Then when I come back, we'll drink until we drop. Yi Chun said with a grin. Fine, fine. What time is it? And you're still joking with me. I see you're just feeling guilty and don't dare to see me. So you come find me right now. What leader? With your current appearance. Even if you talk big, I want to believe you. I'll send you the address right now. If you're not here in an hour, just wait and see how I deal with you. After saying that, the call ended. Chapter 337. Investigating Yi Chun's background. You brat, you didn't come empty-handed. Saying this is home. Why did you buy so many things when you came home? Isn't this too extravagant? Just buying a couple of bottles of wine would have been fine. When Uncle San saw that all the gifts Yi Chun brought were expensive health products and some fresh seafood, he spoke up. Look at what you're saying. As a junior, isn't it my duty to show respect to you? Besides, you've worked hard for the people your whole life. As you grow older, you should take care of your health. As a good public servant, the longer you can stay on the job and the healthier you are, the better for the citizens. Yi Chun said sweetly, and Uncle San couldn't help but smile, so he accepted all the gifts. They're all supplements. There's nothing to say. Come sit down. Let me introduce you. This is your Uncle Chun, also known as Chun Peng's father. He is currently the top leader in Longzhou. Uncle San hurriedly made a grand introduction, and Yi Chun looked humble, extending his hand to shake hands with old Chun. It's my honor to sit with Uncle Chun. How has your health been lately? Yi Chun said with a big smile. Chapter 338. Villagers cause a ruckus at the construction site, facing closure. Earn so much money. Remember, old Chun, you don't have to worry. We're all doing legal business. Absolutely one go astray. I will definitely heed old Chun's teachings. Yi Chun nodded heavily. Then I'm more at ease. You seem quite steady, being so young and able to do such a big job. You're very capable. However, I heard that an oil mine was discovered at your breeding base, and it's currently under demolition. How is the progress? After nodding, old Chun picked up his teacup and took a sip. It has already started. We signed the demolition agreement, and the government has given us enough subsidies. Everyone will get some money. Yi Chun said with a smile. How much money is that? I have no other thoughts, just curious. You don't have to answer. Old Chun asked lightly. Chun Peng received 7 or 8 billion, right? It's all distributed according to the shares, and no one lost money. Instead, they made some. Yi Chun spoke again. Upon hearing this, old Chun showed an expression of surprise. Uncle Sam beside him kept nodding. Speaking of which, old phone, you know that the Longhai city you are assigned to has a very unprofitable project that currently has no developers taking over. Chapter 339. I told you. You're just a useless person. Yi Chun then remembered that the source of pollution had not been found, and he needed to give the villagers an explanation. He slapped his thigh and hurriedly said, "You hold on, I'll head over right now." After hanging up, Yi-chun slowly stood up, still comfortably raising a toast to the two old seniors. "What is going on?" Uncle San raised his head and asked. "Uncle San, Uncle Chun, I'm really sorry. It seems I can't accompany you two elders anymore. There's a problem at the construction site of the small fishing village that Mr. Lee invested in. A large amount of polluted water has flowed into the villagers' farmland, causing losses. I need to go over immediately to handle this and investigate the source." Yi-chun said very seriously. "There's actually this matter. Do you know where the pollution source is from?" Uncle Sen asked urgently upon hearing this. Old Chen also turned around, his face showing seriousness. "Polluting farmland is a big deal. I can't be sure, but I still need to go to the scene. The factory is facing closure, and once it's sealed, it will delay the construction period, so I need to get there as quickly as possible." Yi-chun said very seriously. "You go start the car. We'll go with you to see what the problem is." Old Chen stood up after hearing this. Chapter 340. Situation worsens. The law enforcement officer in charge, upon seeing Old Chun and Uncle San, quickly ran over. His face was full of enthusiasm. "Two seniors. What brings you here?" The law enforcement officer cautiously asked. "What's going on? How'd it get sealed for no reason?" Uncle San pointed to the surrounding seals and asked. "The old leader of housing and construction, you may not know, but the wastewater from this project has polluted the surrounding farmland. The last time the issue was not resolved, and this time the problem is even more serious. So we must first seal off the area and stop all work, ensure the safety of the farmer's land, and then investigate the details to determine the relationship with the law enforcement officers for an immediate response." "Nonsense. Do you have evidence to prove that all this wastewater is discharged from here?" "If there is no evidence, sealing it off now may ensure the farmer's land safety, but also harms the interests of the investors. What you should do now is trace the source of the sewage, not act first and report later. Have you considered the investors in your actions?" Upon hearing this, Uncle San immediately reprimanded. Chapter 341. The Villager with a Secret. A respected elder. With his call, hundreds of villagers shouted in unison. "Tear down the construction site. Return our farmland. We don't want money. We just want our healthy land." The chorus of hundreds of villagers was quite intimidating. So when Yi Chun and the others approached, they hurriedly had a few law enforcement officers protect Elder Chun and Uncle San. Yi Chun stepped forward. His gaze fell on the village chief. "Chief Yu, are you trying to rebel? So many people gathered together already constitutes a violation of the law. Are you not afraid of being sued? Moreover, the construction site has now stopped work and is under investigation. Making a fuss will only worsen the situation." As Yi Chun finished speaking, Yu Zhengjuan's gaze fell upon him, and his face immediately darkened, baring his teeth in a snarl. The other villagers also turned to look at Yi Chun. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been frightened by this imposing presence long ago. However, Yi Chun remained calm and nonchalant. He pushed through the crowd and walked up to confront Chief Yu. Chapter 342. The Odd Village Chief. There was absolutely no trust. If it were someone else, they would have been terrified by this scene by now. But Yi Chun remained expressionless. He waved his hand. "Everyone, quiet down. I did not do well last time, and that was indeed my fault, but this time, I ask you to trust me again. If I cannot find the source and solve the problem this time, then I will resign myself and join you in resistance. Besides, Elder Chun is here to uphold justice for you. What is there to be afraid of? In the end, we are all here to resolve the issue, right? If I cannot find the source of pollution before dawn, then you can deal with me however you like." Yi Chun said, patting his chest, his face full of seriousness. At this moment, all the villagers finally quieted down. However, Chief Yu Zhengjuan's expression slightly changed, his eyes darting around, looking a bit anxious. "Everyone, don't believe his nonsense anymore. Do we really want to be fooled by him a second time? The last incident was because we lacked experience, but this time, it's our stupidity," Yu Zhengjun shouted. Chapter 343. Yi Chun, do you have some special ability? With Yi Chun saying this, the villagers were very angry, but could only temporarily believe him. Even the village chief had no reason to refute. He was then pushed aside by Yi Chun. Yi Chun did not enter the house, but circled around the area. After a moment, he squinted his eyes slightly. "Playing tricks, how long has it been? Even if you kneel down and apologize now, I want to forgive you. Just now you said we broke the law. Hitting someone also counts as a crime, right? Let us see if I don't take you down." Fellow villagers, there is no need to listen to his nonsense anymore. P.S. just pretending to be poor and stalling for time. Yu Xingjun could no longer hold back, pointing at Yi Chun and speaking. The villagers began to stir. Even Uncle San and Elder Chun were confused, not knowing what Yi Chun was up to. At that moment, Yi Chun suddenly turned around. He stomped the ground with his foot and said with a cold smile, "Chief Yu, I really didn't expect you to be so cunning. Actually building this chemical factory underground. If I'm not mistaken, just digging 5 meters will reveal the evidence of your crime." Chapter 344, A Star-Studded Lineup. You little brat, your mind is quite meticulous. Nobody expected that you had long suspected the village chief. I want to ask you anymore. Anyway, the truth is coming to light, and it can be considered an explanation to the people. I'll go explain to the villagers now. You two can chat first, Elder Chun said before turning towards the villagers. He began announcing the results. When all the villagers learned that the culprit of the polluted land was actually the village chief, they were all stunned and took a long time to react. Once they did, they were all furious. They threw stones at Yu Xingjun, watching him being taken away by the police. The act of calling out a thief was on full display. Most importantly, all the villagers had been kept in the dark and used as pawns. They almost ruined the investment project from overseas. This left many villagers feeling very guilty. On the other side, Uncle San grabbed Yi Chen's hand and pulled him aside, then said mysteriously, "This time, it's probably something you calculated again. You're telling old Chen these things, and he wants to believe you. But don't worry, I can keep it a secret for you. Once you've been in contact with Director Chun for a while, he will naturally know about your ability." Chapter 345, A Verbal Duel with a Host. Yi Chen, why did you come so late? It seems that the matter at the construction site has been handled, right? Didn't you expect that I would still be able to sit here? This is the difference. I have the background of the Han family, while you're just a grassroots. Although you're doing well now, it's because old Mr. Lee appreciates you. One day, when you lose your value, you want to even be worth a fart. In any circle, you are at the bottom. Han Zongqi looked at Yi Chun with a gaze full of malice. This time he almost suffered a huge setback. It also damaged the company's reputation. Even his father scolded him for it. This made his hatred for Yi Chun reach its peak. Even if I come from a grassroots background, I'm still better than a waste like you. You only know how to rely on your family. If it weren't for the Han family's backing, you would have been done for long ago. Where do you get the courage to be so arrogant in front of me? This time, the Han family can protect you, but what about next time? Yi Chen sneered. Just because of you? This time I won't kill you, but next time, I'll make sure you have no chance to regret it. In short, opposing me, Han Zongqi, will not end well for you. On what basis do you think you can compete with our old family business that has been in commerce for 3 generations just because you started from scratch? Chapter 346. Mr. Lee's attention, however, today, as the host and a celebrity, she naturally wouldn't confront him on stage. She just used an awkward smile to cover it up. But he also had no intention of letting Yi Chen off the hook. However, at my age, including the friends around me, the concept of anime has always been something that children like. My friend around me also said that this anime was successful because it hit the right timing, as there hasn't been a new work for a long time. Moreover, we also heard that President Ye's company mainly produces games. It can also create anime and achieve such excellent results. It is indeed surprising, and I want to know, President Yi, how did you come up with the idea of investing in anime? It can be said that Nying's question was quite tricky. Moreover, her words were full of disdain for anime. In her opinion, an anime that can sell nearly 1 billion at box office is simply a fantasy. It's hard to understand. It even undermines the value of this award. She even believes this is being manipulated by capital. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun just smiled faintly. Content is king. I never underestimate any work. As long as it is created by the hard work of behind-the-scenes staff, it deserves respect, regardless of the achievements it can achieve. Chapter 347. Remove Han Zongqi from all positions. There are very few young people he appreciates. Under his strong recommendation, even a fool would be recognized. I'm really sorry, Old Lee, but I already have a candidate for collaboration. Although Yi Chen's box office has achieved excellent results this time, I think I am considering comprehensively, Xiang Tianhua said seriously. As his words fell, Mr. Lee's smile gradually disappeared. The atmosphere became tense. At this moment, Yi Chen's face remained calm, with no change at all. After all, he and Han Zongqi had already made a bet. Whoever wins at the box office can qualify for cooperation with Xiang Tianhua. This so-called cooperation is naturally Xiang Tianhua, passing on connections and experience to the younger generation. finding a suitable successor in the mainland, and then developing the film and television industry there. After all, the era of Hong Kong films has passed. Yichen did not feel any disappointment about this, because he could make his career develop better on his own, especially in the film industry. With his predictive abilities, it would definitely not be too bad. It's just that without relevant connections and channels, the growth speed would be slower and the foundation wouldn't be as stable. Chapter 348. I'll sue you for plagiarism. Your Han Group only holds 20 of the shares. Out of respect for your father, I gave you a position and entrusted you with the surrounding development and all departmental matters. But now, in order to develop in the entertainment industry, you want to abandon me. Since you're so busy, it's not wrong for me to find someone to help you share the burden, right? Also, the chemical factory that has been opened has caused my investment group to take the blame, almost getting shut down. As the person in charge, you have lost my trust in you. Just right now, you also have your career to attend to. I officially announced today that all investment projects of the Li Group, including all departments, will be taken over by Yichen. Starting tomorrow, you will no longer need to be within the scope of the Li Group. Mr. Li suddenly issued the order. This time, his attitude was very serious. There was no hint of joking, nor any room for maneuver. The pollution incident at the construction site has already been investigated, and before Yichen could speak, Assistant Sun had already informed Mr. Li about it. The moment Mr. Li learned of this, he was extremely angry, but he had not exploded at the venue. Chapter 349. Collect all original manuscripts. Everyone is willing to work overtime voluntarily. The moment Yichen returned to the company and saw the busy scene, he began to doubt Fan Shaoqing's statement, because he saw Hu Xiaowei and others working hard. If it were really as simple as plagiarism, why work so hard? They could just directly copy it. Hu Xiaowei, come to my office. I have something to ask you. After leaving this sentence, Yichen turned and pushed the door into the office, while Hu Xiaowei hurriedly put down his work and rushed into the office. He already felt that Yichen seemed to be in a different mood. He was just puzzled. Today is the big day of the award ceremony. What is wrong with the boss? Boss, did you call me for something? Hu Xiaowei asked nervously. Don't be nervous, sit down. Yichen pointed to the sofa. Then Hu Xiaowei finally sat down, but he was still gripping his legs tightly, looking extremely nervous. Yichen just smiled faintly. I have a test question. I want to verify, through you. You have a teacher named Fan Shaoqing, right? When Yichen said this, Chapter 350, My Father-in-Law's Little Hobby. At this moment, Yichen leaned back on the sofa, slightly closing his eyes. After a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and let out a long sigh, because he had already foreseen the upcoming result. In the afternoon, Yichen left the game company. He first went to the breeding farm, which was currently in the process of relocation, and 100,000 pigs have already been moved to the new site. However, the land for that site has not been purchased yet. It has only been temporarily rented. According to Toyota High's report, during this period, the price of meat pigs has skyrocketed, allowing their original breeding industry to double again. Each pig's profit has increased 4 to 5 times, excluding the relocation subsidies. Everyone can earn over $1 billion extra. Yichen was in a good mood and then drove directly towards his in-law's home. As soon as he arrived at the door, Yichen gently knocked. Soon, the door was pushed open, and Qin Jinshan stood at the door with his hands behind his back. When he saw it was Yichen, he shot him a glare. However, even though he glared at Yichen, it wasn't the usual disappointment and frustration. Instead, there was a hint of reproach. Chapter 351. Drinking with the father-in-law, it was so easy for this kid Yichen to mention several billion, as if it were just a few dozen dollars. Has he really become this arrogant now? Compared to before, it is indeed not much, but it's still a considerable income among our 7 or 8 shareholders. Each of us probably has about this income. This is just a small amount. Next, I want to make a big move and plan to invest in a pharmaceutical group. So this time I came to you to inquire about Yinshan Village. The reason Yichen came to find his father-in-law is that his father-in-law's hometown is from a place called Yinshan. It is surrounded by mountains. Years ago, due to inconvenient transportation, there was only one road up the mountain and the same road down, making travel very inconvenient. The area was underdeveloped, and the villagers there could only rely on hunting, transportation, boating, fishing, and growing medicinal herbs for a living. It is a very ancient mountain village. I don't know what the situation is like now. Yichen thought that if he could choose a location in Yinshan village to plant some medicinal herbs, he could also buy all the herbs collected by the villagers. Chapter 352. Li Qing's daughter. After drinking a few glasses with his father-in-law Qin Jinshan, Yichen saw that his father-in-law showed no signs of stopping, and he knew that he couldn't leave today. He would have to choose another time. After a few rounds of drinks, Yichen slowly stood up. Dad, I still have some things to take care of, so I'll leave first. I'll bring Tong Tong back to see you and Mom another day. Qin Jinshan nodded upon hearing this, then instructed, get a designated driver. You mustn't drink and drive. That's illegal, you know? Han Guizhi also came out of the kitchen, her face full of concern, saying, you haven't eaten much, and this braised lion's head and sweet and sour pork are your favorites, right? I packed 2 portions for you. Don't forget to eat. As she spoke, Han Guizhi handed the 2 packed dishes to Yichen, and at that moment, a warm feeling flowed through Yichen's heart. His father-in-law and mother-in-law treated him like their own son, both before and now. But during this time, he had made the 2 elderly people too disappointed and even desperate. He had bullied their biological daughter so much. He was simply a scumbag. However, the 2 elderly people were kind-hearted. Until now, although they had not acknowledged him as their son-in-law. Chapter 53, Axita Lienran. It's okay, isn't it just studying abroad? If I don't go, that's fine too. At least I can accompany my parents while studying in the country. They have supported me for so long. It's not easy. If I go abroad for a long time and am not by their side, I would be very worried. But as she spoke, tears still streamed down Lianran's face. Yichen pulled out a few tissues and handed them over. Lianran took them and expressed her gratitude. If, after you graduate, you can come work for my company, I can help you secure a recommendation slot, including your future school expenses. Moreover, you can also choose to have your parents accompany you, and I will cover all the costs. Yichen suddenly said. Upon hearing this, Lianran was stunned. At first, she really thought Yichen was a scammer. After all, a recommendation slot cannot just be bought with money. It requires connections, status, and identity. It is necessary to befriend a professor-level academician. So she didn't believe it at first and shook her head. Chapter 354, Guilty Li Qing. Because she knew that the person from earlier had truly changed her fate and had indeed made it possible for her to be admitted to MIT. It was a recommendation slot given to her by Professor Constantine, and she didn't even know this medical professor. The professor her father had mentioned wanting to invite was not this name. Big brother, where did you go? Where are you? It was really you helping me, right? Lianran ran out, but still could not find Yichen's figure, her eyes gradually showing a hint of disappointment. But she felt fortunate, as if she had encountered a guardian angel in her life. By the afternoon, in the office of Han's group film company, Han Zongqi and Fan Shaoqing sat on the sofa, looking at the middle-aged man in front of them with calm smiles. The middle-aged man was wearing a hat and looked very nervous, rubbing his hands back and forth. Mr. Han, teacher Fan, have you taken care of that matter I mentioned? Today, Hu Xiaowei contacted me and wants to retrieve the original manuscript of War Soul Street. The situation is urgent. I only delayed for a day, and now I need to go home to get the manuscript. If you can't make a decision on this matter, I might have to submit the manuscript and will never have another chance. Chapter 355, Regretting Li Qing. Anren, what did you just say? Did I hear it wrong? Li Qing finally reacted and exclaimed in surprise. Dad, you didn't hear wrong. I really have been admitted. Look, this is the email I received. It's from MIT's official email. Look quickly. As she spoke, Lianran handed her phone to her father. When Li Qing saw the MIT seal, he felt a tingling sensation in his scalp. Everything before him became somewhat blurry. His mind instantly went blank. He didn't know what had happened. How could his daughter be admitted so inexplicably? He held the manuscript tighter and tighter out of instinct. He didn't want to commit an act of betrayal. Everything was for his daughter. But now that his daughter had successfully been admitted, he absolutely would not hand over that manuscript, not even if it cost him his life. Taking a deep breath, he looked at his daughter with eyes full of pride, happiness, and joy. What on earth is going on? Did you get admitted directly? If there was no recommendation slot, is there still a chance for exceptional admission? Li Qing hurriedly asked. Chapter 356, Turning the Tables. By the way, there's one more thing I need you to do. You have to hand over that original manuscript to them. At this point, Yichen took the manuscript that Li Qing had given him, put it away, and then took out another document, handing it to Li Qing. When Li Qing opened it and found that it was the original manuscript inside, he was completely stunned, not knowing what Yichen was trying to do. Boss, this is also the original manuscript, and it has a plot. I think it should belong to Hu Xiaowei's share. Why are you handing it over to a rival company? If it gets in their hands, we will have big trouble and could really be accused of infringement and plagiarism. At that time, it will definitely cause a huge reaction. Even if they can't win the lawsuit, it will still result in significant losses for our traffic. Li Qing hurriedly asked. Black-red is still red. Although we don't need negative traffic right now, we can use this incident to prove that our manuscript is original and that someone is engaging in malicious competition. We can fully utilize the pressure of public opinion to deter all our competitors from having any improper thoughts about our Warsaw Street. Chapter 357. A group of old sixes fighting to pay the bill. Big brother Yu Fei and third brother Lu Daju also gathered around, kicking Yi Chen's backside. Indeed, you deserve a beating. After so many years, you only care about your second brother and forget about your big brother and third brother, right? I say fourth. You're really heartless. Have you forgotten that back when you just graduated from university, I helped you fight 3 against 1 when you were getting beaten up, and even stayed in the hospital for 2 days? Now you've forgotten your big brother, haven't you? Yu Fei said as he pulled Yi Chen over. Third brother Lu Daju also gave Yi Chen a slap on the back of his head. When you had no living expenses, I gave you all the money for internet cafes and recharge cards. And now, you only remember your second brother, forgetting about me, right? Facing the inquiries from the 3 big brothers, Yi Chen felt a bit embarrassed. He quickly explained, I say 3 big brothers, no, 3 adoptive fathers, I just misspoke. We're all brothers. How could I forget you? After so many years, I've dreamed of seeing you. It's just that after graduating, we all went our separate ways. Working hard for our families. It's really hard to get together. Chapter 358. Chun Peng's furious outburst. He originally wanted to leave more money for the 4th. But this meal cost a lot, and anyway, he deserved it for being so indulgent. Whatever money is left, let it be. We'll help him out again next month when we start the company. The eldest, Ifei, nodded, and then the 3 of them pooled their money to pay the bill. This meal cost over 30,000. It was clear that the 3 big brothers showed a hint of pain on their faces. Yi Chun, standing not far away, was already teary-eyed. He felt like a child who never grew up in front of the 3 big brothers, needing their protection. The friendship they forged during university was too deep. Although there was no blood relation, it was not much different from that of real brothers. They shared everything together, faced difficulties together. Even after graduation, the 3 brothers always remembered Yi Chun, only to later find out that he had gone astray and become a gambler, losing everything and even having his wife leave him. In the end, he was left with a situation of being abandoned by everyone. So they tried their best to bring Yi Chun back to the right path. Realizing this, Yi Chun quickly returned to the private room, sat on a chair, wiped his tears, and pretended that nothing had happened. Chapitre 359, Les Anglaises Promotion. Stop wasting my time. Is it still too late now? You've made me lose all face. Do you know how embarrassing it is for me in front of my big brother? At this point, you still don't know what's important and what's not. What the hell is a tourist group? Even if the entire hotel closes for a day and doesn't accept outside guests, you have to make sure to accommodate my big brother's friends. Even if this hotel goes bankrupt, I don't care. But you can't let me lose face in front of my big brother. Now, immediately go to finance and collect this month's salary. Stop talking nonsense here, otherwise, forget about your salary for a month. Get the hell out of here. And you, if you want to stay, you can. But all salaries will be withheld for 3 months. Who the hell doesn't want to work? Now get out of here right away. I don't lack useless people like you. You can't even do a simple job. What's the use of keeping you? After being scolded by Chun Peng, all the employees were scared to the core. The front desk work wasn't tiring at all, and the pay was high. Every front desk receptionist earned at least 7,000 to 8,000 a month. Plus, it was a 3-shift system. Such a job was something even ordinary white-collar workers couldn't compare to. Chapter 360. Deepening Misunderstandings. It's not about this matter. It's about a good brother of mine. He took a loan from your bank to buy a house. I want to ask how much he still owes on that house. Yi Chen then sent over Su Wanshuan's information. Soon, Wei Zonglin found out the details. Brother, I just had someone check. This loan user named Su Wanquan still owes 192 million on his mortgage. Should we offer him a 10-year interest-free deal? Wei Zonglin had already relaxed the most significant promotional benefit. Ordinary people wouldn't get this opportunity. No need for that. Just pay off the remaining balance directly from my bank account. Yi Chen said earnestly. All right, I'll arrange for someone to handle it. It should only take about half an hour. We will notify you by phone and deliver the settlement proof to you. President Wei said before hanging up the phone. Yi Chen then walked towards the apartment building. Just as he reached the door, he saw that the door had already been opened, and he saw his second sister-in-law. LV Huing dragging a suitcase out. Third brother Lu Daju was trying to stop her with a troubled expression. Chapter 361. The gift for settling the balance. She didn't want her family to be ruined by an outsider. LV Huing, that's enough. Look at what you're saying. Is this human language? My brother has fallen to this point, and as his second brother, if I don't help him, who will? I admit that I rashly used my family's money to help Yi-chun, but I can work harder to earn money. And I will never treat you and the child badly. I'll handle the mortgage, and the child's extracurricular classes will continue as normal. I'm a man. I'm the pillar of this family, and I can handle this. But if you feel that it's hard and think it's not worth it to live like this with me, you can leave any time, but don't provoke my brother with your words. Su Wanquan suddenly stood up from the sofa, glaring as he spoke. At that moment, LV Huiying had completely fallen silent. She didn't say a word but leaned against the shoe rack nearby, tears streaming down uncontrollably. She was reluctant to leave this home, but there was no other choice. If she stayed, she could only silently endure her husband giving money to a gambler to pay off debts. She had to accept this reality. She was truly troubled. Chapter 362. The stubborn second brother after a long time. Lu Huiying finally reacted and tentatively asked in a low voice, "Where did you get this money? Is this all real?" Yi-chun smiled slightly upon hearing this. "Sister-in-law, it's all real. There's a bank seal on this. It can't be fake. And this Miss Han Mimi is the financial officer who helped my second brother with the mortgage. She wouldn't lie, right?" As Yi-chun's words fell, Lu Huiying's gaze also landed on Han Mimi, who nodded heavily and explained the payment timeline and details. At this moment, second brother Su Wanquan and third brother Lu Tiju both gasped in shock, especially sister-in-law Lu Huiying, who was already a bit dizzy from this sudden happiness. Instinctively grabbing a pen, she was about to sign. Suddenly, Su Wanquan rushed over and snatched the pen away, looking seriously at Yi-chun. "Fourth, what exactly is going on? This is 2 million. Where did you get the money? Are you doing something illegal? Let me tell you if you go down that path, I will make sure to beat you up." Su Wanquan Questin Sedio Cili. Chapter 363. Forced demolition. Second brother, can you stand up and say something? Hurry up and sign your name. Stop dawdling. If you keep this up, I'll just take the money to gamble. That would be fine, right? Anyway, you don't want it. Yi-chun spread his hands and said. He knew that the only way to deal with the second brother was to use this method. "You dare. If you gamble again, I'll break your hands." Su Wanquan's brows furrowed, slamming the table and standing up abruptly. "Fine, if you don't want me to gamble. Then you and sister-in-law hurry up and sign your names. I can guarantee that I will never gamble again, and I'll listen to sister-in-law and second brother. Working hard to live." Yi-chun also patted his chest and promised. "You're not lying to me, right? If you dare to deceive me, I won't let you off. I'll sign my name right now." Su Wanquan knew this was Yi-chun's good intention. Now, over 1 million was really nothing to Yi-chun. But making him accept this large gift of over 1 million calmly was something Su Wanquan resisted internally. But since Yi-chun had already said it this way, Su Wanquan knew that for the sake of his brother, he had to sign. Chapter 364. Debts paid by parents soon. Feng Tianhai took a glance and said, "That's right. Brother, it's this Sihai company. We've already acquired it. And there's already over 20 million in cash allocated. Where did you meet them?" "I remember all the projects of Sihai Company R&T developed yet." Feng Tianhai asked in confusion. "All right, it's fine. Since the company has been acquired by us, everything can be discussed. I'll call you back later and give you some instructions." Yi-chun hung up the phone directly because he saw his third brother, Lu Daju, arguing with the people from Sihai Company not far away. It looked like they were about to fight. Lu Daju was surrounded by the other party, looking weak and outnumbered. Yi-chun hurriedly pushed open the car door and walked over. At this moment, Lu Daju's face was filled with anger, his eyes red. Looking at the row of houses that had been demolished, including his own home, which belonged to his parents. Originally, this area was already involved in demolition, but now the houses had been mortgaged and they had nothing to do with them anymore. Chapter 365. The reputation of the stock god. If he had known this day would come, he would never have believed that Sihai Group would deceive his relatives and friends into mortgaging their houses to invest. The result was a total loss. "You ungrateful son. Let go of your debts. I'll pay them." Lu Quan pushed his son Lu Daju aside, admonishing him. At this moment, Lu Daju's eyes were filled with tears. Watching his father stab the knife into his own chest, Lu Daju rushed forward like a raging bull, knocking his father down, and the knife fell to the ground. Lu Quan then covered his face and cried, lamenting his own uselessness. At this moment, San Fengzi stepped forward with a mocking expression. Acting pitiful here, 1T help, old man. I don't believe in tears. Remember, opposing our C-High group is seeking death. When we offered you demolition compensation, you didn't know how to seize the opportunity. Later, when you lost your investment, it was your own fault. If you had given up this place earlier, you wouldn't have ended up like this. ISNT had just agreed? San Fengzi laughed loudly. Chapter 366. Who is the real master? Primarily, he couldn't fathom that the Yi Chun before him was actually the legendary stock god. Number 42. Chairman Yi, I beg you to show mercy. I truly didn't expect you to be our new chairman. Otherwise, even if I had 1,000 guts, I wouldn't dare to go against you. Please, give me another chance to redeem myself. I will not let you down. San Fengzi knelt on the ground, pleading desperately. No longer the arrogant person he was just moments ago. Yi Chen didn't even bother to look at him. Instead, he turned to Lu Dazhu. Third brother, how did he bully you just now? You can return the favor now. As Yi Chen's words fell, Lu Dazhu could no longer hold back. He charged at San Fengzi, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks, venting all the pent-up anger inside him. San Fengzi, who was being beaten, begged for mercy, crying out in pain. Brother, Chairman Yi, you've already beaten him and vented your anger. Can we stop pursuing me? You have a grand career and a distinguished identity. Please don't stoop to my level. Just consider me ignorant and let me off, okay? Chapter 367. Two young masters, are you itchy? When Yi Chen finished this sentence, Lu Dazhu patted his chest. Originally, he felt troubled, as he had led his relatives to invest and ended up falling into someone else's trap, losing everything. He had long lost their trust and was worried about how difficult it would be to persuade these neighbors on behalf of the fourth brother. However, he didn't expect the fourth brother to be so generous and genuinely want to help these neighbors improve their current lives. Not to mention anything else. Once the resort was completed, 3 years of rent-free living would be like picking up money. Even if they couldn't do business well, they wouldn't lose money. With such favorable conditions, Lu Dazhu instantly gained confidence. If he couldn't handle this, what face would he have to help the fourth brother? After giving a few simple instructions, Yi Chen was ready to leave when suddenly his phone rang. He looked at it and saw that it was Hu Xiaowei calling. He answered casually. Boss, something bad has happened. Han Zongqi has really taken us to court with that old ghost fan Xiaoqing, and they're publicly claiming we plagiarized on the digital mobilization platform, providing the original documents as evidence. Chapter 368. You have to endure even if I hit you. His words were full of threats. He had long hair, wore a leather jacket, sunglasses, and was covered in tattoos. At first glance, he looked like a troublemaker, not a good person, and he exuded a fierce aura. Such a person is clearly someone who dares to fight and kill. Only Chen Peng and Feng Tianhai, because of their official background, dared to curse back. If it were an ordinary rich second generation, they would have probably been beaten by Chen Haobei long ago. Seeing the other party's tough demeanor, Chen Peng and Feng Tianhai were also at a loss. Even if they called the police, they needed evidence. Although they could be sure that these construction materials had been secretly taken away by Chen Haobei, the lack of evidence rendered any police report useless. This was a moral issue. Feng Tianhai was so angry that his eyes turned red, trembling all over, his fists cracking, wishing he could rush up and beat the kid down. Chen Peng also gritted his teeth. He had never been threatened like this before. I warn you, for this land of mine, if you want to buy it, you need to come up with 80 million, otherwise there's no discussion. Chapter 369. Chen Haobei's final chance to turn things around. Pigs, horses, cattle, and sheep were all divided into 4 major sections. The breeding of pigs was the most, with over 100,000 heads. Moreover, the pig fever had passed, but the price of pork continued to soar. Because breeding pigs have a growth cycle, the price would remain steadily increasing for at least the next 3 months. Many people were worried about contracting pig fever, so most were cautious. However, now that the pig fever had passed, pork was being snatched up in the market. It can be said that Yi Chen's foresight allowed the breeding farm's investment in breeding pigs to yield several times the profit. In addition to cattle, sheep, wild chickens, and other series, the breeding farm's daily net profit income now reached over 1 million. Don't underestimate this 1 million. This is after deducting all expenses, including operation, labor, feed consumption, and even shareholder distribution. Yi Chen's personal profit alone was at least 30 million a month. Of course, when the price of pork stabilizes, Yichen's income won't be as high. However, relying on the reputation of the first breeding farm, occupying major vegetable markets, and establishing a personal brand, the future income of Yinshin Breeding Farm will also trend towards long-term stability. Chapter 370. The disheartened wife, Su Huilan. But I can only mobilize this little funding right now. If it doesn't work, I'll have to mortgage the house first. Let's do this. I'll call the bank and mortgage the house, which should get me around 70 to 80 million. Then, I'll invest everything. Chen Haobei took out his phone, ready to call the bank. At that moment, Zhang Yu grabbed his hand. Chen Haobei looked at him in confusion. I say, brother, which bank would still dare to give you a mortgage? Your external debts are probably in the tens of millions by now. Your funds are in a tight spot, and no one would dare to mortgage your house. As for that land in the southern suburbs, it's just sitting there idle, and that breeding farm needs it. Why not mortgage it to them? I know you're holding your breath, but right now, we need to resolve the crisis and seize the opportunity to make some money. This chance is rare. If you can mortgage that land to them, even for 2 to 3 million, it would be good. If you invest all of it in stocks, it could multiply several times, and your debts wouldn't be a problem anymore. When Chen Haobei heard Zhang Yu's words, Chapter 371. Where do I put my face? At this moment, Chen Haobei suddenly received a call, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Wang Xiao, Boss Wang, you finally remembered me. After all this time as good brothers, you come to Longzhou and don't even notify me. Do you look down on me, Chen Haobei? Chen Haobei slowly stood up. He arranged a time with the other party and casually tossed 1 million in funds to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, help me get a loan. No matter how high the interest, mortgage my company's shares, and help me get another 8 million. Invest it all into your stock. I have an important brother to entertain, so I'll leave this matter to you. After giving a brief instruction, Chen Haobei walked outside. At the Tianqing Hotel in Longzhou City, Yichun had just arrived at the hotel entrance when he saw a middle-aged man sitting on the steps, smoking continuously, his face full of bitterness. When he saw the human resources manager, the middle-aged man hurriedly got up and ran over, looking very eager. Manager Liu, how is it going with President Shun? Is he still at the hotel? Please help me pass on a message. I just want to see him one more time. The middle-aged man said as he handed over 2 bottles of Mao Dai. Chapter 372. Enemies meet, especially resentful. What kind of person is Chun Peng? Not to mention his background. Just his financial power alone allowed him to open more than a dozen hotels in the 3 cities. He is truly accomplished at a young age. Those who dare to mess with him are all big figures. The fact that Yichun could slap him on the back of the head shows just how important and valued he is in Qinpeng's eyes. No wonder he was dismissed. There was a reason for it. Old Zhang didn't feel wronged at all. He just wanted to work hard to secure a job. However, now that the new manager had taken office, he said, Old Zhang, you should go directly to Store 3. The lobby manager over there on 3rd Street has also been transferred. You know the situation there. Although there are many customers, the management style is poor. You are my old subordinate. This important task is entrusted to you. Moreover, my brother has already spoken up, so it can't be for nothing that I'm transferring you there. I'll give you an additional 3,000 yuan bonus every month. Just go over there. When Chen Peng said this, old Zhang looked surprised, even stunned at first. Thinking he was hallucinating, after he came to his senses, he directly knelt on the ground and started bowing to Yichun and Chen Peng. Yichun saw this scene and hurriedly pulled old Zhang up from the ground. Chapter 373. We are all ordinary people. Why act like gods? I said, what's going on with you? I've introduced you to my most respected person, and you don't even have this little courtesy, even if we're not discussing business. You should at least greet him. Wang Xiao said seriously. Fine, I'll give you this face. After hearing this, Chen Haobei took a deep breath, choked up, and then turned to look at Yichun. Big brother, I'm sorry about earlier. I have something urgent on my side. Is it okay if I leave first? Clearly, Chen Haobei's tone was filled with resentment. Wang Xiao finally realized something was off. He pressed Chen Haobei down onto the sofa. Brother, didn't you say you had met before? What's going on? I'm a bit confused right now. Wang Xiao scratched his head, looking very puzzled. It's just a small misunderstanding. I forgot to tell you. Brother Haobei, does your face still hurt? Yichun smiled faintly, not mocking him, but politely inquiring. Hearing this, Chen Haobei's anger surged, his face filled with rage. Don't push me too far. Chapter 374. Agree to the divorce. I've said everything I needed to say, whether you believe it or not. After Yichun finished speaking, he spread his hands and got up to walk outside, without a word of nonsense. When Wang Chao heard this, his heart stirred, because every time he said this phrase, it would come true. Fang Yin was the best example. If Fang Yin had listened to him back then, he wouldn't have ended up in such a situation. Now, it was Chun Haobei's turn. It's your honor that my brother can tell you this. You'd better not believe it, because there will be a time when you cry. If you don't understand, just call Fang Yin and ask what the outcome of being stubborn is. As an old friend, I hope you do well, but you also need to listen to advice. Don't be ungrateful. Before leaving, Wang Chao gently patted Chun Haobei on the shoulder, speaking earnestly, then got up to chase after Yi Chun. Chun Haobei leaned back on the sofa, swinging his fist into the air, his teeth clenched in anger. It was clear he was furious. He didn't expect Wang Chao to disregard him, an old friend, for someone he had just met not long ago. Damn, truly, the poor have short ambitions. Chapter 375, A Deep Father-Daughter Bond. All right, after you finalize things over there, I'll first mortgage it to the other party. Let us say 10 million. If that doesn't work, I can sell this piece of land. I can pay back the principal anytime. Chun Haobei took a deep breath and agreed. Meanwhile, on the other side, as soon as Yi Chun got into the car, he saw Zhang Yu running over. Zhang Yu took out his phone, aimed it at the license plate of the Rolls-Royce, and then knocked on the car window. Boss, I'm the one who just contacted you. My friend said that as long as you first mortgage him 10 million, it's fine. Just as Zhang Yu finished speaking, the window rolled down, and he saw Yi Chun's face. He froze, looking at him in confusion. I didn't expect it to be you. It seems Chun Haobei really needs money now. Still trying to keep up appearances. I can give you 10 million. Just let him sign this contract first. After it's signed, the money will be transferred to your account within 10 minutes. Yi Chun took out a document and placed it in front of the car window. Speaking, he was surprised to see Yi Chun driving a Rolls-Royce. Chapter 376, A Warm Family. I finally got to see Dad. If I let him go, he'll be gone. Tong Tong looked extremely aggrieved, tears glistening in her eyes. In such an important occasion, and given Yi Chun's changed identity and status, Qi Mian naturally didn't want the child to affect Yi Chun's image in front of others. Tong Tong, be good. Otherwise, I won't take you next time. Qi Mian frowned slightly, pretending to be angry. Upon hearing this, Tong Tong hesitated, then lowered her head, looking at Yi Chun with a pleading gaze. Moi. Tong Tong hugged Yi Chun's face and gave him a kiss on the cheek. Daddy, you must be tired. Put Tong Tong down. Tong Tong's obedient demeanor instantly melted Yi Chun's heart. Daddy isn't tired at all, because Daddy is the knight of Princess Tong Tong. We are about to enter the castle now. Is the princess ready? Yi Chun said with a smile, his face full of tenderness. I'm ready, let us go. I want to enter the big castle. Tong Tong exclaimed joyfully, her face full of happiness. Qi Mian walked up to Yi Chun and lightly patted him on the shoulder. Chapter 377, From Fans to Haters, Online Trolls, Negative Public Opinion. As Hao Ji's words fell, everyone burst into laughter and then walked into the hotel together. After entering the hotel, they arrived at a luxurious private room. Yi Chun was invited to sit in the main position. Yi Chun sat down without any pretense. Although Hao Ge was the oldest here, everyone knew that in their circle, they all owed Yi Chun a debt of gratitude. If it weren't for Yi Chun, this group of people would either be unemployed, in prison, or bankrupt. Now, they were all thriving, worth billions or even tens of billions. From initial enemies, strangers, and creditors, they had now become friends like brothers. Finally, we're all gathered together. Although we see each other every day, most of the time we're busy working. Today we can finally celebrate and drink. Today we must have a night of drinking without regrets. No one can escape, especially you, Chun Peng. You always drink the least at every gathering. Today, you have to take 3 shots as a penalty. At this point, Xiao Tianhao had already handed over a bottle of Matai. Upon seeing this, Chun Peng didn't hesitate at all. He opened the cap and blew directly into the bottle. Chapter 378, The Two-Person World. Come on, let's not talk about work anymore. Today we have wine, and work can wait until tomorrow. Hao Ge stood up and waved his hand. Everyone raised their glasses. They drank heartily, ate generously, then gathered together, singing and dancing joyfully. It was precisely because there were no barriers among them. It was all mutual trust. The source of this trust came from one person, the soul of this circle, Yi Chun. Without Yi Chun, Feng Tianhai might not believe Hao Ge, and Hao Ge would never do business with Chun Peng. As for Chun Peng and Wang Chao, they wouldn't have any interaction at all. But with Yi Chun around, they would invest all their funds into one project, trusting each other completely, without any suspicion. This is cohesion. After everyone had their fill of drinks, they saw Qin Meiyin feeding Tong Tong. Upon seeing this, Yichen quickly scooped a bowl of rice, added a lot of dishes, and brought it to Qin Meiyin's mouth. At that moment, Qin Meiyin was also hungry and instinctively opened her mouth. After swallowing that bite of rice, she suddenly froze and widened her eyes to look at Yichen. At this time, Yichen also had a tender smile on his face. Chapter 379. Debate before the court. Qin Meiyin suddenly became tense, curling up her body. However, she didn't struggle or resist. Instead, she curled up in Yichen's arms, feeling a moment of peace. You've drunk too much. I made you some tea. Hurry and drink it while it's hot to sober up, or you'll have a headache tomorrow. Qin Meiyin lay in Yichen's arms and said softly, I used to be such a beast, not cherishing such a good wife like you, not knowing your worth, but being infatuated with those rotten people outside. Now that I think about it, I really deserved it back then. Fortunately, I awakened, and heaven gave me a chance to make it up to you and Tong Tong. Meiyin, I know you can't fully accept it now, but you must believe that I have no other pursuits now. I just hope to make you and Tong Tong the happiest people in the world through my own efforts. Yichen suddenly tightened his arms, holding Qin Meiyin tightly in his embrace. Unknowingly, tears began to flow from his eyes. Qin Meiyin also felt Yichen's emotions. She gently patted Yichen's arm and said softly, Don't think too much, just get some rest early. Actually, you're already doing well. Don't tire yourself out. Chapter 380. Providing evidence. Especially that girl painter. She angrily pointed her finger at Fan Shaoqing and scolded, You old man, you really have no shame. Where were you when Zhanhuan Street wasn't famous? Moreover, all the character designs were originally created by our boss who, and I personally drew them. You despicable people are clearly eyeing the profits, which is why you've come out to slander us, accusing us of stealing your original work. Can't you open your old dog eyes and see if any of your works can reach the height of Zhanhuan Street? The girl painter was very angry, with a look of disdain on her face. In response to the female painter's insults, Fan Shaoqing showed a look of contempt and indifference, completely ignoring her. Instead, he displayed his personal magnanimity and noble character, which drew all the reporters' attention to the female painter. Miss, if you are not stealing original works and are not involved in plagiarism, you can argue your case in court, instead of making a fuss here, using your dirty words to insult a noble character of a comic master. Many reporters raised sharp questions. Chapter 381. Strong counterattack. Master Fan's reputation in ruins. When the judge fell silent, Han Zongqi's expression changed. He felt uneasy, as if something was about to happen. Meanwhile, Yichen also submitted the original manuscript. After detailed comparisons by the judge and many professionals, the judge nodded. Han's group, plaintiff, home to game company, defendant, please make your final statements. After a fierce debate, with the judge's ruling, Han Zongqi spoke first. Fan Shaoqing stood up. Honorable Judge, I strongly request that the plagiarists remove all original works and compensate us for all losses, and publicly apologize on official platforms. We must apply to suspend their accounts so that the vast audience is no longer deceived. We also want to recover all their illegal gains. Fan Shaoqing spoke very resolutely, as if it were truly his original work that was plagiarized. The judge nodded upon hearing this, but did not speak. Instead, he turned his gaze to Yichen. Yichen remained silent. He glanced at Hu Xiaowei, who stood straight with a serious expression. Chapter 382. Clearly, I don't need to be polite to you. Aren't you an old beast? As Hu Xiaowei passed by Fan Shaoqing, he slowly crouched down. Fan Shaoqing still had a joyful and expectant look, hoping Hu Xiaowei could persuade Yichen not to pursue the matter. The biggest regret of my life is that I was blind back then and chose to learn from a scoundrel like you. Now that I think about it, fortunately, you didn't accept me back then. Otherwise, I wouldn't have my current achievements, nor would I have met my benefactor, my boss, Mr. Yichen. Old dog, remember, the real can't be faked, and the fake can't be real. Hu Xiaowei left a harsh remark, finally venting all the anger inside him. Stepping on the once lofty master Fan Shaoqing beneath his feet was an incredibly satisfying feeling. At this time, Fan Shaoqing's face turned pale, his eyes filled with despair. He was about to be accused with concrete evidence, and all the evidence remained. At that time, he would not only face online abuse and cyberbullying, but also drag his family into it. His lifetime of accumulated reputation would be ruined. He might even face hefty compensation. Most importantly, if he couldn't afford the compensation, he would end up in prison. Chapter 383. Heartbroken for my son-in-law. At that time, I indeed underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have become so influential now. I'm really curious, from a gambler in less than half a year, you managed to make a complete turnaround, and your worth is now in the billions. The development of social connections has been quite rapid. Could it be that your brain has been modified? Forget it. Let's not talk about these abstract things. Let's discuss the grievances between you and my son. You set the terms. On the other end of the phone, Han Tianwang's voice had calmed down. He was no longer as angry as he had been earlier. Now that you've calmed down, I actually don't want to talk to you. If you still had a bit of impulse, I would have some interest. So let us end this call. After saying that, Yi Chun directly hung up the phone. On the other side, Han Tianwang showed no signs of anger either. Instead, he leaned back on the sofa, took a deep breath, and pinched his eyebrows. He had not expected this. He truly did not expect that a tiny ant that was easily overlooked at first would grow into a giant in just 6 months, even posing a threat to him. After the call ended, the other party called back again. Chapter 384. The situation in Yunshan village. But he also knew that the current bracelet, regardless of its quality or material, was definitely not cheap. She had received this sentiment and filial piety. She didn't want to refuse it any longer. Also afraid that Yichin might think too much. So she tapped on the car window and reminded Qin Jinshan inside a few things. I told you, old Qin. You must not drink alcohol when you go back home. And even if you do, drink less and pay attention to your health. Yi Chun, keep an eye on your dad outside. I'm leaving him to you. Got it, Mom. I'm on a mission now. Old father-in-law, you have to listen to me now. Yi Chun started the car and grinned proudly. Immediately after, he received a smack on the back of his head. You little brat, treat a chicken feather as an order. All right, dear, you hurry back and rest. Take the bracelet Yi Chun bought you and go show off to your sisters. There's nothing going on here. Just a trip back home. At most, I just one tea drink. Qin Jinshan quickly responded, fearing that his wife would worry. Then, Yi Chun drove off, slowly leaving the community under his mother-in-law's waving farewell, heading towards the highway. Chapter 385. The poor little sister. Where are you going? Yi Chun hurriedly stood up, waved to the little girl, and called out. The little girl hesitated for a moment after hearing someone call her, but she still stopped the ox cart, looking at Yi Chun with clear eyes. She seemed a bit shy, biting her lip. I'm going to Yunshan village. Upon hearing this, Qin Jinshan suddenly stood up, displaying a joyful expression. It seemed they were in luck. Looking at the sky, dark clouds were gathering, and lightning was flashing. Clearly, a heavy rainstorm was about to come, especially in this remote mountainous area where heavy rain could come suddenly and last for several days. They had originally thought that if they didn't TC the bus back to the village after waiting a while longer, they would plan to stay nearby for the night since the heavy rain looked significant. Little girl, can you take us to Yinshan village too? We are from this village, and we want to go to Uncle Qin's house at the east end of the village. Qin Jinshan also shouted, You want to go to Uncle Qin's house? Then hurry up and get in the car. It's going to rain soon, and we need to get back quickly. Big brother, Uncle, you wait there. I'll drive the ox cart over so your shoes don't get dirty. Chapter 386. Uncle's house, farmhouse cuisine. A middle-aged man with a white towel on his head, tanned and full of joy, ran over. Jinshan, you've finally come back. How many years has it been? You don't even know to come home. I thought you were going to stay out since it's so late. Which family S-cart did you catch a ride with? I'll send over 2 eggs tomorrow to thank them. The middle-aged man welcomed them and grabbed Qin Jinshan's hand. The middle-aged man was Qin Jinshan's elder brother, Qin Jinhuai. Qin Jinshan was also full of excitement, tears in his eyes, and hugged his brother tightly. Now over 50 years old, he was getting old. Each year was worse than the last, and their meetings became less frequent. Haven't you been busy all along? I wanted to come back for a long time, but it's not easy to make a trip. Sister-in-law, I heard you fell and hurt your leg a few days ago. Hurry up and rest in bed. Later, my brother and I will clean up here. Qin Jinshan quickly spoke when he saw the elderly woman limping out of the house. Jinshan, you've finally come back. You must stay for a few more days before you leave. You 2 brothers don't just stand there. Hurry up and eat, otherwise it'll get cold. These are all green products you can't find in the city. Chapter 387. The thoughtful and heartbreaking little Yunqi, second brother. The heavy rain is coming. This weather is perfect for us to go inside. Let us drink together tonight. If you can get up tomorrow morning, I'll take you to the mountains to gather herbs. You haven't done that in many years, right? Are you feeling a bit eager? Qin Jinhuai grinned. Upon hearing this, Qin and Shan lifted a leg of the table, and the two of them swayed and moved the table inside the house. Yichen also helped the ant move the surrounding tables and chairs into the house. The moment the door was closed, thunder roared outside. The wind and rain came pouring down in an instant. The heavy rain transformed the ground into a muddy stream. Yichen stood by the window, watching the scene of the storm outside, but his heart became calm. That night, his father-in-law and uncle really drank all night, while Yichen comfortably lay on the earthen bed and fell asleep. By the next morning, the ant had prepared breakfast for him, 2 steamed buns and a bowl of vegetable soup. This was already a very generous meal in the mountain village. The heavy rain outside still hadn't stopped, but his father-in-law and uncle had already gone up the mountain to gather herbs. After finishing breakfast, Yichen took an umbrella, ready to visit the little Yunqi. Chapter 388. Bitten by a snake. He then picked up a piece of pickled vegetable and put it in his younger brother's bowl, squatting down and reaching out to touch his brother's cheek, saying, "Brother, let the meat be for your sister to eat, okay? Next time, when Aunt makes meat, I'll give you some." Although the younger brother was very young, he nodded obediently. He ate the steamed bun and drank the vegetable soup. Yichen watched this scene, realizing that this was the daily life of left-behind children in the mountain village. It was truly hard. It was unimaginable in the city. Those pampered children who are picky eaters every day are simply too lucky compared to little Yunqi under the eaves. After finishing a meal, Xiao Yunqi began to put away the bowls and chopsticks, while her aunt mentioned the tasks she had for the day. First, she needed to go up the mountain to gather firewood, then collect herbs, and finally harvest grass for feeding the pigs and cows. With such a heavy workload, even an adult would be busy until dark. However, Xiao Yunqi nodded seriously. She had long since gotten used to it and didn't find the workload exhausting, because in her anticipation, there would always be delicious meals waiting after finishing the work. Otherwise, she and her younger siblings could only go home to eat sweet potatoes and potatoes. Chapter 389. Going up the mountain again to collect herbs. At that moment, Yichen's phone suddenly rang. When he picked it up, he saw it was his daughter, Mei Yun, calling. He initially thought about hanging up, but decided he should tell Mei Yun about the situation. After all, it was too dangerous for Yichen right now. He had not only been bitten by a snake, but had also caught a cold. He was now running a high fever and was unconscious. If something happened, he would feel guilty toward his daughter. Moreover, if he didn't let his daughter know now, she might blame him for a lifetime later. Not to mention, involving her might increase the chances of having someone outside to help clear the mudslide. Thinking of this, he answered the phone. On the other end, Qi Meiyun's sweet voice greeted him. "Yichen, how are you doing? Is my dad nearby? You must keep an eye on him, no drinking. His health is not good, so you need to take care of him while you're out, okay? If something happens to him because he drinks, I won't let you off when you come back." Hearing this, Qin and Shan quickly responded, "Mei Yun, it's me, I'm your dad." When Mei Yun heard this, she was puzzled and asked, "Dad, it's you? How's everything back home? How's my uncle's health?" Chapter 390. Looking for Xiao Yunqi. She didn't believe the words of a child like Xiao Yunqi. However, about half an hour later, Xiao Yunqi appeared covered in mud and injuries, looking extremely disheveled. She endured the pain, with a bloody wound on her calf, and limped into the house. But her face was full of smiles. She held a medicinal herb and found a bowl, using a wooden stick to crush it, then forcibly fed the juice to Yichen. Originally, Qin and Shan wanted to stop her, but seeing that Yichen had already swallowed the liquid, he hurried over and said, "Little girl, will this work? Uncle Qin, you must believe me. It will definitely cure Big Brother." Xiao Yunqi said earnestly, with a determined expression. Qin and Shan didn't take it seriously. Instead, he worried that the herb Xiao Yunqi was feeding him might worsen Yichen's condition. He hurriedly ran outside to the village entrance, where he saw the villagers using hoes to dig through the mudslide obstacles. The barrier was several people's height and covered a large area, making it a significant project to dig a passage through by manpower. Chapter 391. Big Brother, am I going to die? Big Brother, am I going to die? But I don't want to die. I want to see my mom. I want to wait for Dad to come back. And my younger siblings are waiting for me to take care of them. Xiao Yunqi was really scared and felt cold. At that moment, she was becoming a bit disoriented. She held her little belly, showing a painful expression. When Yichen saw this, he lifted her hand, pulled aside her tattered clothes, and saw the horrifying wounds still bleeding. Even in his weak state, Yichen gritted his teeth, reached out, and grabbed Xiao Yunqi, forcefully carrying her on his back. "Xiao Yunqi, you won't die. Big Brother is here. You don't have to be afraid. You can't sleep. You mustn't sleep. Big brother will take you to see your parents, to see your younger siblings. They are waiting for you at home. At that moment, Yi Chen's voice choked with emotion. He carried Xiao Yunqi, taking difficult steps on the muddy road, braving the wind and rain, slowly moving down the mountain with Qin Jinshan's support. At this moment, Xiao Yunqi had already slightly closed her eyes, just a crack, feeling really tired. Chapter 392, Investment Building a School. When Xiao Tianhao heard this, he initially wanted to say something tough, but just then, his sister-in-law pushed the door open and walked in, placing flowers and fruits on the table. The word Xiao Tianhao was about to say got stuck in his throat when he saw his wife, turning his face red. This made Chun Peng and others burst into laughter, nearly cramping their legs from laughing. Yi Chen rested for a week. In the morning, he was discharged from the hospital. He decided to return to Yunshan village first and plan the location. At the same time, he would clear the entrances to make it easier for the villagers to travel. At this time in Yunshan village, Xiao Yunqi was feeding the pigs when she suddenly heard a commotion outside. She hurried out and saw her younger siblings being pushed to the ground by their aunt, while many children nearby were laughing, especially when Xiao Yunqi saw her younger brother holding a discarded snack bag tightly in his arms. She rushed over to help her brother up, saying, "You two little rascals. How can you be so greedy? You're embarrassing our family. And you, Xiao Yunqi, why don't you look at your embarrassing younger siblings? Running to pick up someone else's discarded snack bag to lick." Chapter 393. What more could one ask for? Big brother, I also want to thank you for bringing my dad back. My dad said you're a big boss and are going to invest in our village. So my dad won't have to work outside anymore and can be with us every day. And oh, this candy is so sweet. Xiao Yunqi smiled like a blooming flower, reflecting the sunlight in the sky. Her smile was much sweeter than the candy. So you need to study hard at home. You can't slack off for a day. Do you see that spot? In the future, Big Brother will build a university there, and you can come here to work and be a teacher, okay? Yi Chun pointed to the location at the village entrance, speaking with a bright smile, his eyes filled with anticipation. Xiao Yunqi nodded vigorously. Don't worry, Big Brother. I will definitely study hard and take good care of my younger siblings. In the future, I will become a qualified teacher and change our village so that every companion's dad and mom can stay by their side. Xiao Yunqi nodded obediently. Yi Chun then slowly turned and left Yunshan village with the convoy, heading toward Longzhou. Chapter 394. Voting for bidding. Yi Chun also felt quite awkward as he rubbed his hands, and then he saw in the rearview mirror that Wang Chao couldn't help but chuckle. I say, sister-in-law, my brother is fearless outside, but he's afraid of you. I really want to know what methods you use to make my brother obedient. Sister-in-law is really impressive. Wang Chao said. Want to know? Qin Meiyan smiled and asked. If it's convenient for sister-in-law to say, I'd really like to satisfy my curiosity. Wang Chao excitedly replied. Why not bring your wife out, and I'll personally teach her. Then you'll be able to experience it firsthand. Qin Meiyan suddenly covered her mouth and laughed. Wang Chao broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this, with a look of full vigilance on his face. Sister-in-law, if you do this, there won't be any sisterhood left. Who would dare to bring their wife out then? I think it's better to forget it. Wang Chao shook his head like a rattle drum, which made Qin Meiyan and Yi Chun unable to stop laughing. About 20 minutes later, Wang Chao and Yi Chun got out of the car and walked towards the Zhonghai Landing Building. The Zhonghai Landing Building was very grand, dignified, and atmospheric. Chapter 395. Announcing the filming of a movie, some people even approached Han Zongqi enthusiastically to greet him. After Han Zongqi's speech, everyone felt that Han's group was more qualified to be responsible for the Hongxing Cross River Bridge project. After all, the performance was evident. Although Yi Chun was young and accomplished, and his company was doing quite well with a wide reputation, compared to Han's group, which had engaged in charitable activities, Yi Chun seemed a bit plain, just a pure entrepreneur. At this time, Yi Chun slowly stood up, just about to leave, when he saw Han Zongqi walking over with a proud expression. Didn't he expect it, right? What was originally a done deal has now changed so drastically. It must feel bad. The reason we are competing with you for the Hongxing Cross River Bridge is not because we saw something, but because we think what you want to do must be profitable. Remember this, Yi Chun, this is the consequence of offending our Han group. In the future, no matter what you do, I will pursue you step by step. If you want to compete for status with our Han family in Longzhou, you are still far from it. Previously, I let you take the upper hand everywhere. This time it should be my turn, so don't fantasize about this cooperation project anymore. With the reputation and recognition of my Han family, I believe the citizens will make the right choice. The public's perspective is very discerning. Chapter 396. Termination of the contract. I would rather spend money investing in you than hiring those popular stars. At that time, I will tailor a special contract for each of you, and I will definitely not let anyone suffer losses. I also hope that through our joint efforts, Chita Media can develop into a dark horse in the entertainment industry. Do you have confidence? After Yi Chun finished speaking, he scanned the room but found everyone looking down, appearing extremely silent. Only 3 people were looking at him: Zhao Xinxin, Ruan Xingchen, and Tang Yi. After a moment of silence, suddenly 2 mocking voices rang out. Yi Chun frowned slightly upon hearing this and looked at Zhao Xinxin and Ruan Xingchen. What are you 2 laughing at? Yi Chun supported himself on the table and leaned forward, looking at the 2 with interest and asking, "Boss, I'm really sorry. I couldn't help but laugh. I mean no harm. I just find it very interesting that a media company is not studying live streaming, but is starting to study filming movies, like Chef Fan back in the day, not studying recipes, but starting to study military strategy. Isn't that funny?" Chapter 397. Future action star. I really didn't expect this new boss to have such a small mindset. It seems our choice was right. If we had followed you, there would have been no development in the future. Since the boss has made this decision, don't blame us for being ungrateful. From now on, I, Zhao Xinxin, will terminate my contract with Chita Media. After picking up the contract, Zhao Xinxin walked towards the exit without any reluctance, even appearing somewhat angry. "Bossy, I wish you prosperous business. Just don't go bankrupt. You may have some money now, but don't forget, a spendthrift can squander a fortune. Don't blame me for looking down on you. You still want to enter the entertainment industry? Don't overestimate yourself. Take some time to look in the mirror and see if you have that virtue. Brothers, I have already paved the way for you. Those who are willing to come with me can still receive the original basic treatment, with an annual salary of 300,000 to 1 million. As long as you can reach the silver level anchor status, you can earn an annual salary of 5 million. The so-called silver level means making a profit of at least 10 million for the company each year. With Ruan Xingchen's words, the whole place erupted. Chapter 398. Potential director Mr. Yi. You can't be joking, right? With so many professional actors and popular stars, how could you come to me? Am I the only one left because everyone else has left? You don't have to do this. Investing in a movie costs a lot of money, and you can't waste such an important role on me. I'm not doing it. The security guard shook his head. You're called Wu Dying, right? Your family also needs money. The reason I came to you is not for any other reason, but out of interest. I believe I can change an ordinary person's fate, and this opportunity has fallen on you. Whether you choose to believe me or not is up to you. I will give you 3 days to think about it. Once you've made up your mind, let me know, because we are about to start filming soon, and the script is already arranged. I need to go find the director now. After Yi Chun finished speaking, he turned to leave. At that moment, Wu Dying finally reacted, looking extremely excited as he rushed in front of Yi Chun and grabbed his hand. "Mr. Yi, there's no need to consider it. As long as you can give me this opportunity, I'm willing." Chapter 399. The dismal situation. Although it sounds nice in name, in reality, he was just a helper. It was only because he understood the specialized knowledge of cameras and some basic filming techniques that he was brought in to replace some segments that well-known directors didn't want to shoot. In reality, his daily salary was not much different from those ordinary actors, 200 yuan plus a box lunch. "Sister Han, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Let's continue shooting and strive to finish in one go." Feng Haigang sighed and had no choice but to soften his stance. "This is the first time, as a director, that I have to humble myself to the actors." The lead actress, Hongjia, sneered disdainfully and called for everyone to start filming. However, during the shoot, Hongjia felt exhausted and sat down on the side, disregarding the fact that the camera was still rolling, and started chatting with other actors while sipping tea. Meanwhile, Feng Haigang was sweating nervously. He hadn't completed the tasks assigned to him by the director, and the whole afternoon had passed without finishing a single shot. If director you found out, he would definitely be scolded. Chapter 400. The Charm of Yi Chun. Feng Haigang suddenly raised his head, his eyes red, and jumped up, throwing a punch that hit hard. A scream was heard as the stagehand was knocked to the ground. "I'm done. I can't do this anymore," he shouted. "You all think I'm useless, that I don't deserve to be a director. So fine. I'll quit. Are you satisfied now?" After cursing, Feng Haigang turned and walked outside. Yi Chun followed him to the entrance of the filming base. There, Feng Haigang squatted down and picked up a used cigarette, lighting it up when no one was around. Taking a deep drag, Feng Haigang was around 35 or 36 years old. If he had achieved something by this age, he would seem quite young, but if he had accomplished nothing, he appeared much older. He exuded a sense of weariness and sorrow. Unknowingly, tears began to flow down his face. Seeing this, Yichen walked over, lit a cigarette, and handed it to him without hesitation when Feng Haigang's was finished. Chapter 401. Project Changes. Using his ability to navigate the unknown, he wrote the script for a movie that had already become a box office champion based on his memories. Although it was quite rough, he believed that after precise revisions, the original details and plot could be restored. Feng Haigang picked up the script and began to read it seriously. He was engrossed for an hour, occasionally slapping his thigh in excitement, looking highly energized. After an hour, Feng Haigang put the script down on the table. His eyes were red, his expression was exuberant, and he could hardly remain calm, getting up to pace back and forth. He rubbed his hands together, murmuring the word wonderful. Mr. Yi, I've read your script. It's amazing, truly brilliant. Where did you find this writer? Or is this work adapted from a novel? Although it's rough, I've understood the gist of the plot, and I have a screenwriter friend who can completely fix it. Chapter 402. Final Decision. Project approved. Why are you silent now? Acting mute all of a sudden. How arrogant you used to be. I never expected you to have a day of downfall. I warn you, Yi-chun, this is just the beginning. This is your first failure. You will face countless setbacks from now on. As long as I'm here from the Han Group, you will never have a chance to rise. Han Zongqi stood up, pointing at Yi-chun, ignoring the gazes around them. Yi-chun merely smiled coldly, offering no response. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on the big screen, followed by a series of gasps. The exclamations were endless. I say, young Master Han, you shouldn't be so overconfident. Otherwise, it's easy to get slapped in the face. Your Han Group is indeed wealthy and has a solid foundation. Your reputation is impeccable. But why is it so vulnerable against my emerging company? Have you ever considered what caused this? The moment Yi-chun finished speaking, the data displayed on the big screen showed that the voting number for Yinshin Enterprises had reached 1 million, while the Han Group's votes barely exceeded 300,000. Chapter 403. Parents Arrive. What was once a project that was secure and nearly in the bag now felt like a fat duck that could fly away at any moment. He realized that Yi-chun was like his nemesis. For the first time, he deeply understood how terrifying Yi-chun was. He even regretted having crossed paths with him initially. Otherwise, the Han Group wouldn't have faced continuous setbacks, resulting in losses exceeding 10 billion in their struggle against Yi-chun. Next, I announced that the final bidder for the Hongxing Cross River Bridge project is Yinshin Breeding Base, led by Yi-chun. Yi-chun, please express your stance. Uncle San said with a smile, and a thunderous applause followed. Yi-chun slowly stood up, tidying himself. The doctor looked very serious. I have nothing much to say. Just one thing. Work hard and serve the people. I hope that all the esteemed seniors here will supervise me at all times, so we can rebuild the Hongxing Cross River Bridge with the best quality, complete the project, and restore the daily lives of the people as soon as possible. Providing convenience and safety for the people is also the direction of our company's future development. Chapter 404. Chun Peng's Thoughts. Qin Meiyun smiled shyly upon hearing this, and then glanced at Yi-chun. She didn't misunderstand and could understand her mother-in-law's intentions. They were indeed thinking of them. Mom, we can't rush this. Anyway, aren't we together now? Don't worry, I want to leave. However, when Qin Meiyun mentioned her relationship with Yi-chun, she didn't continue, her face showing a look of difficulty. Seeing this, Li Xiaoying hurriedly grabbed Qin Meiyun's hand, gently patting it and comforting her. Meiyun, I know what you're worried about. I support you. You must not easily forgive that scoundrel. He should be punished for what he did before. As long as you don't change your mind, it's okay to consider him for a few more years. I just worry that if such a wonderful daughter-in-law like you really leaves, I won't bear it. As she spoke, tears streamed down Li Xiaoying's face. She genuinely liked this girl and only recognized her as a daughter-in-law. Mom, don't worry, I won't leave. I will stay by you and Dad's side. Witnessing Tong Tong grow up, but between Yi-chun and me, let happen naturally. I hope you and Dad can understand. Qin Meiyun hurriedly said. Chapter 405. Bankrupt Chun Haobei. After dinner, Yi-chun first sent the family back to the villa. As he stood at the door, feeling the breeze outside, he turned to see the lights in the villa shining brightly, where he could see his parents and Tong Tong gazing at the stars and moon by the window. He could also see Qin, Mei-yun tidying up downstairs, and Yi Ming and Yi Yu each in their rooms listening to music and reading books. In that moment, Yi Chen felt that all his efforts were worth it. Then he saw Qin, Mei-yun hurriedly running out of the house, holding a coat. He just had a drink. It's chilly outside. Why don't you wear a coat? You're grown up now. Can't you take care of yourself? Although Qin, Mei-yun grumbled and complained, she carefully put the coat on Yi Chen. Such a perfect little wife. Yi Chen really couldn't imagine how he almost lost her back then. Suddenly, Yi Chen reached out and pulled Qin Mei-yun into his arms, catching a whiff of her fragrance. The influence of the alcohol made his hands restless. Qin Mei-yun pushed him away. Are you crazy? Dad, Mom, and Tong Tong are all watching from the balcony. Chapter 406, Brother. Please save him. Even the sofa was flipped over. TG had opened the car window and directly thrown it downstairs, causing a cacophony of car horns below and drawing a crowd of onlookers. Just then, the door opened and a man and a woman walked in. It was Zhang Yu and Chun Haobei's lover, Jiao Jiao. However, the two were leaning against each other in a very intimate manner. When Chun Haobei saw this, he froze in place, thinking he must be seeing things. What are you doing? Damn it. Zhang Yu, I considered you a brother, and you're with my woman. After realizing what was happening, Chun Haobei lost his rationality and lunged at Zhang Yu like a ferocious wolf, grabbing him by the collar. But the next second, Zhang Yu retaliated with a punch that struck Chun Haobei's face, knocking him to the ground and causing blood to flow from the corner of his mouth. Who the hell is your brother? Look at you, you poor loser. You can't even turn your life around now. Zhang Yu continued. Remember this. There's a gap between us now. Before, you had a piece of land, your company was profitable, and you had some money in your pocket, so I could still consider you a friend. But now, you're just a broke loser. You're bankrupt. Chapter 407. You're broke, but your wife has money. In the next moment, Chun Haobei crazily lunged at him, initially planning to end it all. But Zhang Yu's words had completely enraged him. He tackled Zhang Yu to the ground, wildly punching his face. He picked up an ashtray and smashed it against Zhang Yu's head, causing blood to flow and screams to erupt. Seeing this, Jiao Jiao hurriedly grabbed a chandelier from the table and smashed it onto Chun Haobei's head, knocking him to the ground. After Zhang Yu got up, he kicked Chun Haobei fiercely, delivering a brutal beating. They vented their anger, literally beating Chun Haobei unconscious. Only then did Zhang Yu take off his pants and urinate on Chun Haobei's face, releasing his fury in the most humiliating way before turning to leave the office with Jiao Jiao. When Yi Chun and Wang Chao arrived, they saw Chun Haobei precariously crawling towards the window, his face numb and his eyes devoid of any light, like a walking corpse. Haobei, come back quickly. Don't do anything stupid, Wang Chao exclaimed, about to rush over, but Yi Chun pulled him back. If you go now, it will only speed up his death. Chapter 408. Borrowing money from the ex-wife. Are you asking me to count on her? What a joke. She's worse than my mistress, only knowing how to exploit me every year. We've long lost our marital bond. If anyone wishes for my death, it's definitely her. I admit I made mistakes in the past and cheated during our marriage, which hurt her and made her hate me. I destroyed the family myself. Even if I had the face to ask her for help, she wouldn't have that much money. Doesn't she have expenses? Her spending is huge, probably not less than mine. And although she takes some money from me every year, she has probably already spent it all. Chun Haobei sighed deeply. You damn fool. This is the second time I've saved you. You never believe what I say. Fine, jump then. If I can't save you, no one can. When Yi Chun said this, he looked indifferent and took 2 steps back, as if afraid that blood from Chun Haobei's death would splatter on his face, his expression full of disdain. Chun Haobei was stunned for a long time, lost in thought. He shifted his body slightly, but didn't jump down. Chapter 409. The 5 Yuan Love Entanglement. If it were his old self, he would never have softened towards Su Huilan. You a big boss, are now asking me to borrow money? Are you kidding? I run a scrap collection station. Where would I get that much money to lend you? Don't joke with me, Su Huilan said with a smile. Hearing this, Chun Haobei's face turned extremely cold, feeling that her words were mocking him. He really wanted to turn and leave, and even had the thought to do so. Just as he took a step, suddenly wait. I do have some money here, but I don't know if it's enough for you. If you want to take this money, you can, and you don't have to pay it back, as it's considered for our time as husband and wife. But it won't be easy to get this money. You need to compensate me for 24 hours. And only after that can I let you take the money. During these 24 hours, you must listen to me without stopping. If you're okay with that, come find me. After Su Huilan finished speaking, she turned to leave, but saw Chun Haobei turn around in confusion. Is it that simple? If it's just 24 hours, I have no problem. After all, what I have the most now is time. Chapter 410. Such a familiar scene. Even if he wanted to go back, he didn't even have taxi fare now, especially since Su Huilan had already taken his phone and wallet last night. Everything was deliberately arranged by Su Huilan. At this moment, Su Huilan placed a bowl of wontons in front of Chun Haobei. Chun Haobei was surprised to see that the large bowl only contained soup, and all the wontons were in his bowl. In that instant, memories suddenly flooded into his mind. A few years ago, before he had made his fortune, it felt familiar when he entered a wonton shop. At that time, they only had 5 yuan between them. They bought a bowl of wontons and shared it. The joy was indescribable. There were no desires then, just eyes full of each other. Especially Chun Haobei, when he thought of his wife enduring hardships and exhaustion alongside him. It was already not easy, so he mostly fed the wontons to Su Huilan, while he just drank the soup. But now it was different. Su Huilan had brought a bowl of wontons filled to the brim right in front of him. Although he was already starving, Chun Haobei couldn't eat. He picked up the bowl and the spoon, turning it over several times, then pushed the bowl of wontons back to Su Huilan. Chapter 411. Termination of contract. Better to pay compensation than to let you online. Chun Haobei's heart was trembling. Suddenly, the car door was opened, and Su Huilan shouted outside, "Come back. The girl is waiting at home. Don't expect me to forgive you. I warn you, you said it yourself. This is atonement. You'll never get my forgiveness in your lifetime. Just work like an ox or a horse to compensate me. And our daughter, this is your only chance." After Su Huilan finished speaking, she directly rolled up the car window, crossing her arms, looking very displeased. Upon hearing this, Chun Haobei suddenly jumped up from the ground. A wave of indescribable joy and excitement made him tremble as he walked, unable to stop smiling, as if he had won the lottery. Even if someone told him to pay off his debts and then earn millions or tens of millions, nothing could compare to this moment of happiness. He opened the car door, and Su Huilan's scolding voice came through. "What? You want me to drive back? Are you used to being the boss now?" Su Huilan said coldly. Faced with Su Huilan's attitude, Chun Haobei's heart felt increasingly secure. As long as Su Huilan could still be angry with him, as long as she could still get mad, it meant he still had a chance. Chapter 412. Strong Alliance. Mr. Yi, I've made it very clear just now. You don't even have a decent operating group company now. I can't risk our decades of reputation on you. We don't want to make bad films. I've been very clear, and I've shown you some courtesy. Let's leave it at that. The breach of contract penalty will be transferred to you. I'm hanging up now. On the other end of the phone, Wang Sikhan had already hung up. Yi Chun, on the other hand, smiled coldly. "Boss, is something wrong? Is it from Baida Enterprises?" "I've investigated. Baida Enterprises has a good relationship with Han Group and has been cooperating for years. Han Zhongqi's entertainment company has dozens of works promoted by Baida Enterprises every year. Although they don't sell very high, they definitely don't fall short. Their cooperation has been mutually beneficial, with benefits exceeding billions. If Han Group wants to pull tricks, it's too easy. Baida Enterprises would definitely not offend their old partners. So they would choose to abandon us, even though we just shot a blockbuster animation." Chapter 413. Old Fox Xiang Tianhua. Han Zhongqi showed a surprised expression upon hearing this. He didn't expect Wang Sikhan to have a decent impression of him. "Hearing you say this makes me feel much better. If it doesn't work out, let us just make do with each other. With our 2 strong alliances, our future business will definitely flourish. The most important thing is that we have a childhood bond, a foundation of feelings, and not too many profit relations. At most, it's just a strong partnership for mutual benefit." After hearing this, Wang Sikhan slowly lowered her head, a hint of redness appearing on her face. She didn't oppose it, but she didn't agree either. However, it seemed like she was tacitly accepting it. This made Han Zhongqi feel very excited. Firstly, Wang Sikhan's figure, temperament, and appearance were top-notch, definitely not inferior to those screen stars. Plus, she had the backing of the largest film group in China, Baida Enterprises. If he really married her, his future father-in-law, Wang Jianshu's immense capital strength will provide him with more help. Thus, his status in the family would rise significantly. Soon, 3 days passed. Chapter 414. Wang Jianshu, you've disappointed me too much. Before the box office comes out, you better keep your mouth shut, or you'll be the one getting slapped in the face. Yi-Chun said proudly. Han Zongqi slowly stood up and directly displayed his box office data on the big screen. Han Zongqi's face was full of pride. My movie broke $2 billion on the first day of release, and now it has reached 700 million. I don't believe that your crappy movie, which Baidu Pictures 1T even collaborate with, can make a box office. Just as Han Zongqi finished speaking, Wang Xikhan's phone suddenly rang. Wang Xikhan hurriedly answered the call, and her expression changed. After hanging up, she stood up without hesitation, didn't greet anyone, and directly pushed the door to leave. This left everyone feeling puzzled. Meanwhile, Wang Xikhan quickly returned to the group headquarters. When she reached the building downstairs, she found several special operation vehicles parked at the entrance. Wang Xikhan's face was filled with anxiety, and as she walked up the stairs, she saw her father talking with an elderly man. From her father's demeanor, it was clear he held great respect for the man. Chapter 4:15. Eternal Glory, Reckless Person. Brother, now you can finally see Yi-Chun's capabilities. In just 4 days, he was able to sell $2 billion at the box office, and now all major theaters are screening works from Brother Yi. Mr. Lee said with a smile. Mr. Lee, I know you admire Yi-Chun a lot, and I also recognize his abilities. His first animation has become a benchmark for national animation, which has already filled me with admiration for him. Yi-Chun is excellent, there is no doubt about it. Including his debut film Wolf Warrior, which, after release, was able to achieve such a high box office in just 4 days, is truly a miracle in history. However, right now his box office indeed still lags far behind the Han Group. Not to mention, he has already lost the collaboration with Baidu Enterprises. So this box office ceiling has been set, and the data will surely decline in the coming days. This is also beyond doubt. Most of the audience came to support this film because of the popularity of the Battle Soul Street anime IP, so it reached its peak a few days ago. But the groups are different. Their box office has always been stable. In the past performances, each work from release to conclusion lasted for a month, and the accumulated box office was always on the rise. Chapter 4:16. Falling Out. Wang Xikhan, what's the situation on your side? Didn't we agree not to cooperate with him? Why is even your Baidu Plaza advertising screen promoting this work? Did you forget what you said to me back then? After Han Zongqi realized, he stepped forward with a pale face and questioned. Wang Xikhan directly pushed him away, coming to Yi-Chun's front, her face full of guilt. Mr. Yi-Chun, I'm really sorry. The work you filmed is based on the same army that my father served in back in the day. My father said he wanted to let the deeds of the older generation take root and let the younger generation know the contributions made by their predecessors, who sacrificed their lives for the country. I viewed this work from a superficial commercial value perspective before, and indeed, I was shallow. I came this time to apologize to you. The promotional animation is now being promoted all over the city, but our Baidu Films hasn't received your authorization yet. Now every cinema has long lines outside, but we haven't received authorization, so we can't be screened at all. Mr. Yi, I just held a meeting and decided to cooperate with you at a 30 profit share. Chapter 4:17. Yi-Chun's strong confidence. He quickly spoke up, smiling. Old Lee, what Mr. Xiang said is correct. If the two parties don't get along and are forced to work together, it will only lead to wasted efforts. In the end, it will intensify conflicts, and we won't even be able to be friends. It will be very awkward then. As long as Mr. Xiang and I are not enemies and don't make things difficult for each other, that is already good enough. There will be plenty of opportunities for cooperation in the future. Right now, I haven't grown to the point where Mr. Xiang can accept me. That's my inadequacy. At this moment, Yi-Chun spoke to ease the situation. Today I finally heard a human-like response. Yi-Chun, we've known each other for quite some time, and what you just said is the most sincere. Our previous grudges can be erased, but if you bow and apologize to me today, I won't pursue past matters anymore. Moreover, I will also return the resources that previously blocked you in the entertainment circle. But there is still one condition, which is to give me 50 of your shares in the Chita Media Company. Who would have thought that at this moment? Han Zongqi suddenly stood up, looking very pleased. Yi-Chun frowned upon hearing this. Chapter 4:18. Doubt. Very good, really good. The so-called the waves behind drive on the waves in front. Then I'll see if you, this wave, have the ability to push me onto the beach. I'll wait and see. I hope you can grow to the level you just mentioned, to have the power to decide and to balance my career development in land. Although Xiang Tianhua had a smile on his face, his voice was extremely cold. Obviously, he was serious this time. The earlier words from Yi Chun had completely touched his bottom line. If he doesn't respond today, if it gets out, a big shot in the Hong Kong circle, won't T be able to survive? Yi Chun left no way out and offended him deeply. I'm looking forward to it. I also want to see Mr. Xiang's talent in the next work, Yi Chun said with a proud face. Oh, then let us make a bet. Since old Lee is here, he can witness it for us. 2 months later, as we enter the end of the year, let us see whose work can become the box office champion by year end. If you can take the box office champion, all awards will be yours, including our Hong Kong film and television base, which will also be open to you. Chapter 419. Baron, don't you want that? This has already been tacitly acknowledged as a good person in the circle, Yi Chun said without hesitation after hearing this. Let us tell them the process. The final result is up to them to decide. After Yi Chun's words, Wang Chao no longer hesitated. At this time, Yi Chun also picked up the phone but didn't call Qin Meiyun, as it was probably too late for her. So he directly dialed Xiao Anqi's number. About a minute later, Xiao Anqi answered the phone. Who is it? Xiao Anqi asked impatiently, because the number was unfamiliar to her. Yi Chun, I have something to ask you. Yi Chun said. Why are you calling me at this late hour? Are you crazy? I have things to do here. Let us talk tomorrow. After Xiao Anqi finished speaking, she hung up the phone directly. Yi Chun felt very helpless because he knew that in Xiao Anqi's eyes, he was just a scoundrel and a failure. After all, she had witnessed everything he had done before. She even hit him with a brick and sent him to the hospital because of it. So Yi Chun still felt a bit of shadow in his heart regarding Xiao Anqi. Chapter 420. Engagement. All right, I was just joking. I also know that, Anqi. I treat you like a sister, and I've been taking care of you all these years. Find an opportunity to make it up to her. Yi Chun nodded. After they hung up the phone, Yi Chun was busy for a while, checked the time, and went downstairs. He then saw Qin Meiyun standing at the company's door waving at him. Qin Meiyun seemed to have not changed her clothes. Instead, wearing a professional suit from the family company. A white shirt, flesh-colored stockings, and black high heels. The uniform instantly attracted all the male gazes around. Even Yi Chun couldn't help but swallow a few times. It can be said that Qin Meiyun is extremely outstanding in terms of temperament, appearance, and figure. She stood there like the most beautiful scenery. After Yi Chun walked over, he directly grabbed Qin Meiyun's hand, with a face full of pride. The gazes of the surrounding men turned from admiration to envy and jealousy. Should we go upstairs for a while? To my office for some tea? Yi Chun's eyes were fixed on Qin Meiyun's chest, even though she had already given birth. Chapter 421. Xiao Anqi's vigilance. He is still fine. Always treating me well. I don't care about his wealth or poverty, as long as he is devoted. When it comes to marriage, one must not focus on appearances, but rather on inner qualities. Although I cannot predict what his career will look like in the next 30 years, I can be certain that he will love me dearly during that time. Moreover, we are very honest with each other, without any deceit. When Xiao Anqi said this, she glanced at Yi Chun beside her. It was clear that she was directing these words at him. At this moment, Yi Chun was awkwardly scratching his head. I mean, Anqi, beautiful lady, can you stop dwelling on the past? I've turned over a new leaf, okay? Look at Meiyun now. Don't you think she smiles a lot every day? We are quite happy, and I've truly changed for the better. Even God would shed tears over my transformation. Can you, the living bodhisattva, just let me go? Yi Chun said with a pleading tone. Seeing Yi Chun like this made Xiao Anqi both angry and amused. She was angry because the Yi Chun of the past was indeed a scoundrel. Amused because the current Yi Chun finally seemed somewhat decent. At least not as inhumane as before. After all, she could feel from Qin Meiyun that the latter indeed smiled more than before. Chapter 422. Too luxurious. As long as I can prove that Yi Chun's money comes from clean sources, I can dispel Anqi's wariness. He said this nonsense countless times before. How can you still believe him? Are you stupid? No way, absolutely not. I cannot bear to see you fall into the fire pit again and repeat your mistakes. I warn you, Yi Chun, from now on, stay away from me, or don't blame me for being rude. As she spoke, Xiao Anqi pointed at Yi Chun sharply. I said, sister, can you not be so impulsive? You don't even trust what Meiyun says? I can now clearly tell you that I have 4 companies under my name, including the hottest anime recently and the most popular movie. I funded their production, including Yunqing Breeding. That is also my enterprise, and the monthly profit is at least several million. Yi Chun decided to lay his cards on the table. His previous low profile had only resulted in suspicion. Haha, Yi-chun, I originally thought you were just a liar. But I didn't expect your bragging skills to be quite impressive. Several million a month? Why don't you say you can earn $1 billion a month? Chapter 423, False Accusation of Theft. This left Xiao Anqi feeling very puzzled and anxious as the surrounding waitstaff looked at them differently, all pointing and seemingly mocking. Miss, why don't you try using another card? At that moment, the cashier handed the card back to her. How is that possible? Is there still no money? It must be your machine that has a problem. Each of my 3 cards has 50,000 in it. Xiao Anqi asked. Miss, our machine is indeed working fine. We also tried swiping our own cards, and everything is normal. It's just that your card has insufficient balance. May I ask if you still want these bags? If not, we will need to return them to their original place. The cashier politely responded. Although she wore a smile, Xiao Anqi felt her face was becoming a bit difficult to hold, especially since she had brought Mei-yun with her. If she couldn't pay today, it would be embarrassing. Furthermore, Yi-chun was watching at the door. Ladies, let me confirm once more, do you still want these bags? At that moment, a female manager walked over, her face full of arrogance as she asked. Chapter 424, Dialect in Action. Stop putting on a show here. I said swipe the card now. So tell me the password. If you can provide the password, then you can prove this card is yours. Otherwise, I'll call the police and have you arrested. The female manager maintained her high and mighty demeanor. She didn't show any respect for Qin Mei-yun and Xiao Anqi. She assumed this card was either picked up or stolen. From their attire, the female manager didn't think these 2 women held any status. They looked very ordinary. And this gold card is not something an ordinary person could possess. Even a middle-class person wouldn't be so extravagant or have such capability. A gold card worth 5 million is something even many small business tycoons find hard to own. No wonder the female manager thought this card was stolen. At this moment, Qin Mei-yun could no longer contain her anger. She then stated her birthday. The female manager looked at her with a mocking expression and began to swipe the card, eager to see the password error message and what excuses would follow to expose the ugly act of theft. However, the moment she swiped the card. Chapter 425, Apology. This is far better than anything he used to manage by hundreds of times. Not to mention anything else. Just the super hot-selling big IPs like Zhanhuan Street and Zhanju have made the name Chidu famous in the entertainment industry. That was the name he once created, the trademark he registered. He never expected that one day it would become so well known. You didn't mention it, but I really forgot that this mall is run by your uncle. I finally managed to take some time today to accompany Mei in shopping, and I didn't expect to encounter this kind of situation. I also trouble you to hand my card over to your superiors to verify my identity and clear my name as soon as possible. And I want an apology from my wife. Because her dignity was insulted, I will definitely pursue this matter to the end. And I want a response from the official Hermes. Yi-chun said very seriously, Brother, leave this small matter to me. Just so happens that the general manager of Hermes is in my office. I'll have him come over right now. Sister-in-law, hello, I'm Fong Yen. I'm sorry for the trouble you've faced. Please come to my office to rest. It won't take long. If you find yourself bored, feel free to continue picking out some bags here, and I'll cover the bill. Chapter 426. Sister-in-law calls the shots. The other employees all begged earnestly. However, Yi-chun didn't respond, and instead focused his gaze on Qin Mei-yun. Qin Mei-yun had never seen such a scene before, with a crowd kneeling and begging for mercy, instantly softening her heart. You all get up? I want to pursue this matter. But at the same time, I hope you want to easily accuse others next time, as it can easily hurt others. If it weren't for my husband backing me, I would have been harmed by you. Qin Mei-yun quickly waved her hand and said. The several employees and the female manager all looked as if they had received a reprieve, bowing and making apologies. Their attitude was like that of worshipping deities. They finally received understanding, but they would still be fired. All the employees involved lost their jobs. He got the punishment he deserved. Mr. Yi and his sister-in-law. To make up for her good mood today, I'll take the lead. You can choose any 3 bags from all the styles in our store. Of course, if you want to choose 5 or 10, that's fine too. It all depends on your mood, the male general manager said with a flattering smile. In fact, giving away 3 items was already his maximum authority. Chapter 427. The idea of starting a pharmaceutical company. Soon, the group arrived at a high-end hotel. After entering the private room, Yi-chun and the others began to eat and drink. Fong Yen was very attentive, and his words were sweet, constantly calling her sister-in-law and brother. Even Xiao Anqi benefited, with 2 waiters personally serving her beside her. The entire large private room was very luxurious. The bonsai was made of pure wood carvings, designed in the style of an ancient palace. The floor was covered with a soft carpet, making it very comfortable to walk on. The huge round table was filled with an extravagant feast, resembling a full Manchu Han imperial feast, and the luxurious dishes opened Xiao Anqi's eyes. Previously, she thought she was well off, having surpassed many ordinary people and considered herself part of the wealthy class. But seeing the lavish feast in front of her made her realize that her little bit of money was nothing compared to this. She casually inquired with the waiter, and just 1 bottle of wine cost over 100,000, while the whole table would easily cost over 300,000. After learning this, Xiao Anqi's heart was in turmoil. Looking at Yi Chen's eyes, she saw a complete change. Chapter 428, The Angry Anqi. That's right. I had this plan a long time ago, and I'm still in the process of selecting a site. Once confirmed, construction will begin, and I'll build the structure. As for the source of the medicine, I've already chosen a place in my father-in-law's hometown, Yinshan Village. I plan to contract a piece of land there specifically for planting. Yi Chen shared his thoughts with the other party. Brother, can you take me along? Even if it's just to run errands or buy some shares. I can do anything you need, just say the word, and I'll get it done. If there's something you don't want to do, pass it on to me. I just hope you can help me out. Fang Yin said bitterly. I know it's a bit excessive to ask for this after treating you to dinner today, but brother, I already know I was wrong before. And when Super Brother brought you here, he intended to help me too, but I missed that opportunity. I regret it. I'm almost sick with regret. Since the last incident, his father had completely cut him off financially, only arranging for him to manage this mall. He barely had any money for expenses each month. He really couldn't hold back anymore. Actually, I want to talk to you about this earlier. I remember your father runs a chain of pharmacies. Chapter 429, The Ambiguous Atmosphere of an Old Couple. You're talking nonsense. Haven't I supported you enough? Haven T, I thought of you enough. You studied abroad, and I covered all the expenses. It's been over 2 years, and that's at least several 100,000. And you also invested in stocks to find a job, taking 500,000 cash from me, even mortgaging my parents' house to buy stocks with you. Do you think I don't trust you enough? I just want to ask you, why are you so close to that old woman? You just need to explain. Why do you have to blame me? Can't I say something when I see it? At this moment, Xiao Anqi was boiling with anger. Chen Jun took a deep breath upon seeing her. He then reached out and grabbed Xiao Anqi's shoulder. Listen to me. That Chairman Liu could very well be my future boss. I'm just trying to get closer for work, but I absolutely haven't crossed any boundaries. Please rest assured about that. I just hope you can trust me a bit more. After all, I still need to fight outside. I don't want us to end up unhappy over these matters. Chapter 430. Regret. Drinking leads to trouble. It's all in the past. Why bring it up again? Let's see how you perform in the future. All right, let go quickly. I have to work tomorrow morning, and you have so many things to do. Get some rest early. Qin Meiyun spoke again. But Yi Chen's hands began to move restlessly. This made Qin Meiyun's heart flutter as well. After all, they were an old couple. But absence makes the heart grow fonder. They hadn't shared a bed for almost a year. It was impossible not to want it. However, being a woman, and after being hurt before, Qin Meiyun was somewhat resistant. But after these past few months, Yi Chen's love had melted her heart. She was now able to accept sharing a bed. So at that moment, Qin Meiyun slightly tilted her head, closed her eyes, her eyelashes fluttering, feeling very nervous, just like when they first started dating. Shall we go upstairs? It's not good to be seen by mom and dad here. Hurry up, don't dawdle. I'm giving you this one chance. Wash up and come over. After finishing, Qin Meiyun broke free from Yi Chen's embrace and dashed upstairs, leaving the door slightly ajar. Chapter 431. Anqi is deceived. She even closed the door, isolating Yi Chen, the big bad wolf, outside. This only stimulated Yi Chen, especially in the early morning, making his desires even stronger. The most important thing was that Qin Meiyun was wearing a yoga outfit, perfectly showcasing her figure. What should be prominent was prominent. What should be curvy was curvy. Her body was extremely alluring, with a mature charm. Meiyun, what happened during the day? We're an old married couple, and it's not like we've never done anything during the day before. Just pull the curtains and close the door, and it will be like nighttime, right? While Yi Chen rubbed his hands together, his face was filled with excitement before mom and dad come in. How dare you, Yi Chen? What do you think of me? I gave you a chance last night, and it was your own fault for not being capable. Who can you blame? Qin Meiyun had already opened the door, placing a pie on the table, urging him, hurry up and wash up, then eat breakfast. Oh my God, what did I miss last night? That damn Fong Yin had to get me drunk and ruin my big opportunity. Seeing that the opportunity was gone, and such a hard-earned chance was lost, Yichen couldn't help but howl in despair, looking up at the sky. Chapter 432. I admit, I was once a scumbag. Soon after, chaotic footsteps echoed in the hallway. Yichun saw that his father-in-law and mother-in-law had actually come over. After all, the old couple are also Anshi's godfather and godmother. So Meiyun and Anshi's relationship is like that of siblings. When they learned that Anshi was in trouble, the old couple hurried over, putting everything else aside. Old Xiao, what on earth is going on? How could this child Anshi think of doing something like this? Qin Jinshan forgot to change his shoes and, as he walked in, took the opportunity to ask when Zhao's father opened his mouth. What could have happened to such a cheerful girl? If there's something to say, just say it nicely. When problems arise, we solve them. Han Guizhi also said anxiously. Then she walked towards the door of the room. After discussing with Qin Meiyun for a while, they found that the door was already locked from the inside. It couldn't be opened at all. Isn't it that brat Jun who caused this? And she trusted him so much, saying they would get married after he graduated. She gave him all her savings to help him build connections. But who would have thought that this kid would go out and mess around? Reportedly even hooking up with a rich woman, using her money to dress himself up. He's simply a bastard. Anshi's mother cried out, covering her face. Chapter 433. As an older brother, of course, you have to think more. When Xiao Anshi heard this, she fell silent. It seemed ineffective. Everyone was even more anxious. However, at that moment, Xiao Anshi suddenly jumped out of the window, grabbed the baseball bat from the bed, and charged straight at Yichun. You scumbag. I'm going to kill you. You just bullied my sister. I won't let you go. Xiao Anshi swung the bat angrily at Yichun, but he easily dodged. Then Qin Meiyun and the others all rushed in and hugged Xiao Anshi. At that moment, Xiao Anshi relaxed completely. She cried loudly, shouting apologies to her parents. The whole family was in tears. Once Xiao Anshi calmed down completely, Xiao Haiba said very seriously, "This matter absolutely cannot be easily let go of. We should call the police." But Xiao Anshi shook her head. "He has my private photos and is using them to threaten me. Bruce, our house was mortgaged as a loan, and the money was given to him in cash, so we have no evidence." When Anshi finished this sentence, everyone fell silent. Qin Meiyun gritted her teeth, her face filled with anger. Chapter 434. Learn some experience from Mr. Yu. But it was a look of guilt. Brother Hao, don't say that. It sounds like you are worthless. If it weren't for you, how could I be a hands-off manager? A huge enterprise, the breeding farm, relies on you to support it every day. Otherwise, how would I have time to make other investments? We share honor and disgrace, and we are in the same boat. You should say less of this in the future. It affects our feelings. Yichen leaned back in his chair, casually resting his hands behind his head. This speech really touched Xiao Tianhao's heart, making him feel very moved. Xiao Tianhao didn't say any more unnecessary words. According to Yichun, that would be too sentimental. True brotherhood is revealed in action. About half an hour later, the two drove to a high-end community. After entering, they headed straight for a villa. Once they got out of the car, they arrived at the villa's door. Xiao Tianhao knocked on the door. A woman's voice came from inside, and then the door opened to reveal Lu Lijuan, who looked puzzled at the two of them. However, when she saw Yichun, her expression changed slightly because she remembered seeing him that night at the hotel entrance. Chapter 435. Sister-in-law has a dirty disease. All right. I know you are in the breeding industry. Xiao Tianhao gave a thumbs up. But today, we came to remind you of something. While working hard outside, don't overdo it. Sometimes you should take care of home to avoid being robbed. Just like sister-in-law, she is at an age when she is like a wolf. If she is neglected for too long, it might lead to complications, which will affect your marriage and also your career. Xiao Tianhao started to imply. He didn't say it directly, but this speech had thoroughly scared Lu Lijuan, making her tremble all over. The look she gave Xiao Tianhao was filled with hostility. Xiao Tianhao, don't you dare talk nonsense in my house. You come to my house to sow discord. What bad intentions are you hiding? If you have something to say it. If not, get out. I have nothing to talk about with you. Upon hearing this, Eugene Li instantly flew into a rage, pointing angrily at Xiao Tianhao and cursing. Even a fool could hear the implications in Xiao Tianhao's words, which were suggesting that his wife was cheating. This was a matter of any man's dignity and absolutely not allowed to be spoken of by outsiders. Exactly, you guys are still friends of you. How can you speak like this? It's simply nonsense. Chapter 436, Dragon Son-in-Law. I really don't need an examination. I'm not sick. It wasn't a big deal. Why do you need to invite a private doctor? Lu Lijuan said with a smile. But you are my wife. Isn't it right for me to care about you? Whether it's a big or small illness, if there is any, we should see a doctor and treat it. We can't delay it. Before, we didn't have money. So it was fine. But now that we have money, I absolutely can't neglect you. Eugene Lee withdrew his arm with a smile, looking concerned, and turned to the nearby doctor and said, Dr. Han, please give my wife a thorough examination. Dr. Han nodded and then forcibly took Lu Lijuan back into the house with the medical staff. The others continued to wait outside for the results. About 20 minutes later, Dr. Han came out with a disheveled Lu Lijuan and walked up to Eugene Lee. Say it face to face. No need to hide it. Eugene Lee asked. It's like this, Mr. Yu. I just conducted a comprehensive examination for your wife, and we detected a virus in her blood. After testing, she has been diagnosed with syphilis. Chapter 437, Young and Reckless. After retrieving all the money that was taken from him by Chen Jun, he finally let the other party go. However, Chen Jun couldn't avoid a beating. Xiao Anqi finally vented the pent-up frustration inside her, feeling much lighter, especially when she saw that all the scammed money had been returned. Saving her parents' house, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yichun, no matter what, I must treat you to a meal today to thank you, and you can't refuse. At that moment, Xiao Anqi approached Yichun with a grateful expression, her eyes filled with appreciation. The relationship between the two was no longer as awkward as before. When they met, they used to look at each other like enemies. After all, Yichun had once bullied Qin Meiyin terribly. Xiao Anqi looked down on Yichun from the bottom of her heart. But now it was different. She saw that Yichun treated Qin Meiyin with love and care, as if he cherished her like a treasure. Moreover, Yichun had developed the ability to stand on his own and had made a lot of money, which greatly changed Xiao Anqi's view of him. We don't need to eat now. Let's change the day. You just recovered from a major illness, and I see this as a resolution to one of your worries. How about this? Meiyin hasn't gone shopping in a long time, and the last time wasn't satisfying. Chapter 438. Li Jiejun's thoughts. I am currently the general person in charge of the investment project construction of the Ling Group. My name is Yichun. Nice to meet you. If there are any shortcomings in my hospitality, please forgive me. Yichun introduced himself and actively extended his hand. Li Jiejun shook hands with Yichun after hearing this, although he appeared aloof on the surface. The fact that he shook hands with Yichun indicated that this person was still polite. So you're Yichun. I heard about you from my uncle. You are quite capable. It is said that you started from scratch and can compete with Xiang Tianhua in the entertainment industry. I also heard that you boldly claimed you would take down Xiang Tianhua, making it so he has no place to stand in the mainland entertainment industry. Was that what you said? Li Jiejun stared at Yichun and asked. Those were just impulsive words out of anger, mere jokes. Yichun replied with a faint smile. However, your words have completely angered Xiang Tianhua. I already knew back in the harbor area that he mobilized resources and connections in the harbor entertainment circle to blacklist someone. And that someone is you. For someone to be taken so seriously by Xiang Tianhua proves that you are quite capable, but your fate is already predictable. Chapter 439, Networking. The gaze kept wandering to the license plate of that Audi A6. Others were also focused on the license plate, their faces showing a serious expression. At this point, Li Jiejun finally realized what was special about the car Yichun was driving. It was indeed because of this license plate, which came from the official source. He had been puzzled earlier, but now he understood the reason. The previous awkwardness instantly dissipated, and he looked back at Yichun with an appreciative gaze. Then everyone entered the restaurant and opened a luxurious private room. Various fine wines and delicacies were served. Everyone began to chat about business cooperation. Luotong. I came this time to make my brand known in the mainland. It has nothing to do with the Li Group, after all. The Li Group has always been in the real estate business. I am in skincare products. Not to mention that the Ling Group's real estate business has a person in charge here. So I'm wondering, is the current business model in the mainland mainly internet-based or offline physical stores? After taking a sip of wine, Li Jiqi asked. The internet in the mainland is developing very rapidly, especially live streaming sales, which have doubled in effectiveness. Even celebrities are coming down to endorse, which shows how lucrative this market is. Chapter 440. The live streaming sales guru, Li Daqi. The company has already been found. Suddenly, a Cheng Yaojin emerged. which made him very unhappy. I say, brother, what kind of media company are you running? I know all the media companies in Longzhou City, big and small. Why not let me hear about it, so I can broaden my horizons? Luotong suddenly spoke, a look of disdain on his face. It's not a big company. It can't compare to the media companies you know. It's just a small company that isn't well known. After drinking a cup of tea, Yichen said lightly. Even if it's not well known, it must have a name, right? Don't be shy about it. You just mentioned wanting to cooperate with Li Jiajun, so you must have some confidence. Let us hear it. Luodong casually put his hands on the table and asked softly. The others also looked at Yi Chen with curiosity, including Li Jiajun, who was waiting for Yi Chen's response. Chidu Entertainment Media Company. Yi Chen suddenly spoke up. When he heard the two words Chidu, Luodong's expression suddenly changed. Then a cold, arrogant smile appeared on his lips. So it's Chidu Entertainment Media? Chapter 441. You'd better listen to me. Yi Chen was about to enter when Luotong stepped out and blocked him. I'm a brother. Are you okay? Don't you think it's inappropriate for you to come in? Luotong said arrogantly while blocking the door. It's fine, Luotong, since we're all on the same side. Let us go in together. Unexpectedly, Li Daki inside suddenly shouted enthusiastically. You probably don't know his identity. I'll tell you now. He is the boss of Chidu Entertainment Media, your Han Group's archenemy. Luotong suddenly shouted inside. Upon hearing this, the smile on Li Daki's face instantly vanished, replaced by a gloomy expression. He slowly stood up and walked to the door, then shouted loudly, Security, security, get this person out of here. Immediately, several security guards rushed over and surrounded Yi Chen. Why are you so tense? I'm not a demon. I want to eat you. Yi Chen looked at Li Daki with a calm smile and said, Don't make yourself sound so strong. In my eyes, you're not at that level. Is it just because you got lucky with 2 movies and had a little success? I thought you were someone. Turns out you're just the boss of Chidu Media. Chapter 442. Almost crashed. He was eager to know the situation in the mainland and wanted to enter the mainland through him, bringing some brand from the harbor. They all saw the benefits generated by live streaming effects. Then you are mistaken. I do not need the revenue from this live stream. But the situation formed by this live stream, when I posted it in my harbor circle, you know what kind of results it brought? Many of my business friends who were once above me are now privately messaging me, seeking cooperation. They want me to help them break into the market. The second live broadcast still needs to go on, so I can send it to those friends of mine and let them have a look. In this era where traffic is king, we must seize the opportunity, otherwise we will be eliminated. When Li Jiajun said this, his face was full of excitement. Being able to first come to the mainland and collaborate with a top-tier figure like Li Daki from a leading online sales platform has made him very proud in front of his friends. He just wants to show off a bit. I've said what I needed to say. Whether you listen or not is up to you. This second live broadcast might become your capital for bragging, but it could also lead to the direct death of the brand you've built over the years, completely losing the market in the mainland. Chapter 443. Exploding a wave of traffic. After sending Li Jiajun to the Li family mansion, Yi Chen made a phone call to bring Wu Dang over. With Wu Dang's current traffic and popularity, he could easily take on the role of live sales host. Most importantly, Yi Chen is very confident in Li Jiajun's skincare brand. It's an old brand with many years of history, and the quality is definitely reliable. Otherwise, he would have lent Wu Dang to help with sales. The next day, Li Jiajun brought his production team and met with Wu Dang. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Li Jiajun smiled and said, Mr. Wu, may I ask about the works you have filmed? The more famous representative works, since it was recommended by Brother Yi. He must be the hottest star in the mainland. At this moment, everyone was in a luxurious meeting room, which was a conference room taken from the company established by Mr. Li. This will be the future working area for Li Jiajun's skincare team. Once he establishes the brand here, he will rent an office building. Currently, being able to utilize his own resources can save a significant amount of money. Chapter 444. The future music superstar, the Stick Brothers. Then, with a gesture from Li Jiajun, he first greeted all the viewers in the live broadcast room, then began to guide the topic, announcing that he would endorse a skincare brand today. With the boost from huge traffic, the number of viewers in the live room had already surpassed hundreds of thousands and was still increasing. As the little yellow car was raised high, Wu Dang smiled and warmly responded to the screen, saying, Everyone, please rest assured, although this is my first time doing live sales, I can guarantee the quality of the brand and its effectiveness. This is an old brand from the Hong Kong area. It is a very trustworthy product. If there are any issues with effectiveness or quality in the future, I can guarantee today, even if I have to pay out of my own pocket, I will definitely refund you. You can also buy trial sizes, and if you find the effect good, then buy the full size. Wu Ding did not use fancy language. He just presented his most down-to-earth side and even changed into a security uniform to be more relatable. Therefore, this live broadcast was very effective. In just 1 hour, there were 40 minutes of preparation and introduction, 10 minutes of detailed explanation of after sales, and the last 10 minutes were when the link was finally put on the little yellow car. Chapter 445, Giving Up on Dreams. Wang Fugui, don't be unconvinced. With your singing skills, you would be a third-rate singer anywhere. Allowing you to perform here for a month is already the greatest mercy. Here is 800 yuan, which is your pay for the 3 days. Saying this, the chubby man pulled out 8 bills and threw them on the ground. This is too much. You promised us 1,000 yuan each for 3 days. Now it's only 800. Are you treating us like beggars? The last resident singer only sang 1 show here and got 3,000 yuan. Manager Liu, is it really okay to bully people like this? Wang Fugui's eyes turned red as he stared at the other party. That's right, Manager Liu. We initially agreed on 2,000 yuan for 3 days. And you haven't even given us half. This is a bit too much. I admit that folk music is not popular now. Young people prefer heavy metal music. But our singing skills are absolutely impeccable, and we only sing our original songs. You can belittle us, but you cannot belittle our works. I can even give up this 800 yuan, but you must apologize for what you just said. The short, fat man had a determined look on his face. Chapter 446, The Time of a Song. The two of us have been chasing our dreams for 7 years, since university. We've always wanted to become singers and form a band. Just now, we suddenly realized a very serious problem. We are very ordinary. We are just ordinary people. The reason we have dreams is that dreams exist in the most sacred place, only to be observed from afar, not to be touched. So starting today, we will bury this dream in our hearts, and when we are old in the future, we will take it out to look at it, not wasting our youth and time. The next song is our original song, called Big Boy. We hope that everyone here will no longer be ordinary and can achieve their own dreams. The originally chaotic bar suddenly became quiet with Ding Jie as heartfelt words. This scene was also the first time for the two brothers. In the past, when they sang, the audience and guests would be chatting, interacting with friends, making noise, and it was very chaotic, even drowning out their voices. Chapter 447. It's South not your place to point fingers here. We trust him. I know you two have always wanted to pursue your dreams and can't bear to give up. When facing reality, you were crushed by money. If that's the case, I can fulfill your dream. Work with me. Yichin suddenly smiled and said, Hey, what is your deal? I thought you were a guest. So I was polite to you, and you're getting cocky. So you're here to snatch singers from me. Which bar are you from? Do you understand the rules? Just look at what kind of person you are. How much can you offer? Manager Liu was furious upon hearing Yichin's words. He initially thought the other party was a guest, but didn't he expect he was a competitor who came to his territory to poach singers? And even in front of him, this was too disrespectful. At this moment, the two brothers were also stunned, not knowing how they suddenly became popular. In the past, they were often ignored and even disliked, begging for gigs to earn some money. Sometimes they were even kicked off the stage by customers. But what was happening tonight? Chapter 448, Feng He Gang's Thoughts. Both bosses unexpectedly came to invite them to collaborate. Wang Fugui hurriedly chased after them upon seeing this. In the end, only Manager Liu was left standing there cursing. The two brothers went outside and first arrived at the bank. Then they opened the ATM and put in a stack of cash. If it was counterfeit, it would be detected immediately. But if it was real money, they would indeed make a fortune. The moment they put in a stack of cash, the ATM operated normally. Soon, the money was deposited into their account without any issues. After a whole box of money was deposited, the two brothers were completely stunned, unable to calm down for a long time as they stared at the ATM, when they saw a series of million-dollar figures appear in the balance. Ding Jie's face was filled with ecstatic joy. Wang Fugui beside him was even more excited, grabbing Ding Jie's arm tightly, shaking him vigorously. Ding Yi, this is all real. We're not dreaming. A boss really wants to work with us. This is a full 1 million. Something I wouldn't even dare to dream about. You can pinch me or slap me to let me know this isn't a dream. The extremely excited Wang Fugui shouted loudly. Chapter 449. The script is approved. Filming begins. Feng Haigang, Director Feng. Have you lost your mind? That script cost me millions to buy. Your boss thinks he can just say he wants to see it. Who does he think he is? This is a commercial secret. Do you understand? This work needs to sell enough tickets. Its value isn't something a few million can cover. Why are you so troublesome? I reached out to you because of our old classmate relationship, giving you a chance. Don't be ungrateful. Just tell me, can we shoot or not? I've been waiting for you for a whole month. If you can't do it, I'll find someone else immediately. There are plenty of directors out there. I know many famous directors. Why would I choose you? ISNT it, because we are old classmates. A cold reprimand came from the other end of the phone. Feng Haigang took a deep breath and hurriedly explained a few things. Then, he turned around dejectedly, pushed open the meeting room door, and stood in front of Yi-chun. Speaking in an embarrassed tone, "I'm sorry, General Manager Yi, my old classmate is unwilling to hand over the script. After all, it's a commercial secret." Upon hearing this, Yi-chun nodded calmly. Chapter 450. Being Tricked. General Manager Yi, please don't joke with me. I must film this script. The scripts those investors outside provided can't compare to yours. Without you, I would still be a half-baked director, and no one would take me seriously. I canceled all my schedules. I don't want to serve those big shots. 100 of them combined aren't as wise as you, boss. I'm begging you. Let me handle the script. Finally, Feng Haigang came back to his senses. He grabbed Yi-chun's hand, pleading earnestly, almost on the verge of kneeling. All right. I won't tease you anymore. Push all the other scripts aside. Don't let a few lousy scripts earn some money while ruining your reputation. Go familiarize yourself with the script with Xiao Wei and the others, and give more feedback. Strive to shoot this work perfectly according to your unique style. I want to hit Tianhua hard with this work. Let him know that the box office myth of the Hong Kong region must bow its head when it reaches the mainland. If he wants to become a top star, he must see whether we agree or not. Chapter 451. Brother Yi, you should buy some stocks too. You'll definitely make a fortune. Every time he thought about it, he felt murderous. He never expected his best friend would betray him. This Luo Tong you mentioned, I have indeed met him. And I have a pretty good relationship with Mr. Li's nephew from the group. Logically speaking, with his identity and status, he has no reason to trick you. Yi-chun said with a frown. He couldn't understand the reasoning. Luo Tong shouldn't be short on money. After all, his father was a bank president. And not just any bank president, but the president of 9 joint banks. Regardless of status or wealth, he was a top figure in Longzhou, coming from several surrounding cities. Brother, this Luo Tong is not as simple as you think. This kid is just the illegitimate son of President Luo, with no inheritance rights. Therefore, he has been using his cheap old dad's connections to pave the way for his career, and he has tricked quite a few people in the industry. We only found out after getting tricked ourselves. And the most important point is that he has an uncle who is the president of the famous Wantong Chamber of Commerce in Jiangbei, with substantial financial resources. Chapter 452. You're talking nonsense. Trust me, cash out now. After seeing those stocks, Yi-chun, through his foresight, knew that the stocks of those tech companies would continue to decline. Moreover, it would be a cliff-like drop. After all, the new black technology they developed could not be used in daily life. It was just a temporary hype that brought about the rise. Furthermore, the rising trend was clearly somewhat manipulated. Ordinary people, even stock veterans, wouldn't be able to see it. But Yi-chun, with his unknown ability, had already seen the unusual nature of these stocks. No way, I'm currently earning millions every day. If I start cashing out now and the stocks rise again in a few days, wouldn't I regret it? Don't worry, these stocks have insider info. A slight downward trend is normal, but they will rebound quickly, especially this real estate company. The recently developed property seems to have been included in a key school district, and with the surrounding development progressing quickly, its shares might soar. So, I invested 70 million. Once this wave passes, the funds I have should barely last for a while. Chapter 453. Supporting Sunset Industries. Feng Tianhai, mind your language. Don't think just because your uncle got promoted that he can back you up. He is currently out of town, and besides, I'm not someone to be trifled with. Don't you inquire about my family background. I can't be bothered to waste my breath with you. Brother Jejun, do you want to trust me, or do you want to believe them? Luo Tong turned around, his gaze landing on Li Jejun. Whoever makes me money, I trust. Li Jejun suddenly spoke. ISNT that right? Let us go, let us head inside. Don't play with a bunch of fools, lest it affects our IQ. We're here to make money. Let them stare enviously from the sidelines. Upon hearing this, Luo Tong's face was full of smiles as he wrapped his arm around Li Jiajun and walked inside. Yichen didn't say much after seeing it. Anyway, this was all chosen by Li Jiajun. Soon everyone entered the venue together. Yi Chun and the others were also arranged in a VIP room. At the same table were Luo Tong and Li Jiajun. Both had tablets in front of them, observing stock trends. How is it, brother? This wave has risen by 3 again. I said yesterday that it would definitely rise today. Chapter 454. Record-breaking surge. You seem very confident. How about we make a bet? Let's see whose stocks appreciate the most. You bought shares of Blue Ocean Technology Group, which is currently on the highest upward trend, while we bought shares from a dozen sunset industries. Any one of those sunset industries could far exceed your returns. Do you dare to bet? Yichen suddenly spoke up. When Luo Tong heard this, he nearly laughed himself to death. Even those around them shook their heads and sighed. Although Luo Tong's character wasn't great, his vision was quite good. Over the years, he had made a name for himself in the financial circle, thriving in the industry. On the contrary, Yichen had bought into some sunset industries that hadn't shown any signs of life for years and were on the brink of collapse. Wasn't this a joke? Since you want to play, I'll play with you to the end, not for anything else, just to show Brother Jiaj how useless your choice is. So, what are the terms of the bet? Luo Tong spread his hands and said, we'll compare who has the higher trend. Within an hour, if I surpass you, I'll compensate you for the value of the shares you bought. Chapter 455. A whale falls and all things rise. Luo Tong looked at the screen in shock as the trend chart began to turn from green to red. However, he didn't even glance at it. He had just invested 200 million. This rise of 7 had already netted him a profit. What he was most looking forward to was the bet with Yi Chun and the others. That was a full 2 billion. At this moment, many CEOs, including the vice chairman of the supervisory board, believed the outcome was already decided. Even if Luo Tong's shares in the watch car company rose by 7, even if it only rose by 3, Yi Chun and the others would still lose. After all, their chosen sunset industries hadn't even risen by 1 in the past year and were still declining. Moreover, there will be no changes within an hour. Even Li Jiaj showed signs of tension on his face, wanting to ask something but hesitating. After all, there were so many people. If he doubted Yi Chun, wouldn't he become a laughingstock? Meanwhile, Yi Chun remained calm. Xiao Tianhao and the others didn't even look at the screen. They had enough trust in Yi Chun. This made Li Jiaj very curious about where Yi Chun's friend's confidence came from. Chapter 456. Let you lose clearly. In that instant, his earnings began to explode. He had initially felt puzzled about how these sunset industries could suddenly surge, so he checked the news headlines. After seeing the livestream teacher Li Daki's failure, the sunset industries seemed to spring up like spring flowers, gaining support from many netizens. This situation had persisted for several days. Although the stocks of sunset industries hadn't risen recently, they suddenly erupted today. It had become a fact that many digital platforms had opened live streams for sunset enterprises. They elaborated on the careful development of domestic companies over the years in the live streams, gaining the sympathy and support of many netizens, awakening more people's memories. Therefore, this wave saw dozens of sunset brands making a fortune. Products were sold rapidly, and factories even started working overtime. When it reflected on the stocks, it was already the 3rd day. Just minutes ago, the stocks had begun to rise. It was during the time when all netizens were off work or browsing the live streams late at night that they began buying stocks in the sunset industries. Chapter 457. Let's have another round. At this moment, he was extremely excited. He saw the trend chart shooting up straight. His earnings began to explode. Initially confused about how these sunset industries could suddenly surge, he checked the news headlines again. After seeing the livestream teacher Li Daki's failure, the sunset industries seemed to bloom, gaining support from many netizens. This situation had continued for several days. Although the stocks of sunset industries hadn't risen recently, they suddenly erupted today. It became a fact that many digital platforms had opened live streams for sunset enterprises. They shared the careful development of domestic companies over the years in the live streams, which gained the sympathy and support of many netizens, awakening more people's memories. Therefore, this wave saw dozens of sunset brands making a fortune. Products were sold rapidly, and factories even started working overtime. When it reflected on the stocks, it was already the 3rd day. Just minutes ago, the stocks had begun to rise. It was during the time when all netizens were off work or browsing the live streams late at night that they began buying stocks in the sunset industries. Chapter 458. This time, you have no chance to regret. Yichen also spoke without wasting words. He wrote a check on the spot and handed it to the chairman of the supervisory board. After an hour of waiting, the auction had not yet started. It seemed that their bet had prolonged the waiting time. As time passed second by second, 55 minutes had already gone by. The trend chart on Luo Tong's computer screen showed no signs of change. A smug smile appeared on his face. Looks like this billion is mine for sure. Too bad for you. Why didn't you think to hand the check to the chairman of the supervisory board first in that last round? Haha. I can only say you have a natural poor fate and can't make money. You finally got smart this time, but you said it so thoroughly. I don't believe that in 5 minutes the trend can change. Just as Luo Tong finished speaking, a gasp came from behind him. Li Jiajue suddenly stood up, pointing at Luo Tong's screen. It's plummeting, Li Jiajue said with a look of disbelief. Grandson, you should open your eyes and take a look. It's dropped so much that even your mother wouldn't recognize you. At that moment, Feng Tianhai also came to Luo Tong's side, pointing at the screen and saying, Chapter 459, Bidding for Land. Clearly, many people valued this Lot 3, as it was located at the intersection of the Southern New District and the Eastern District, making it a significant location. After all, in any city, there is a saying about developing the South and the North. As long as one occupies the South, even a slight deviation can lead to vast future development potential. The starting bid of 68 million was indeed not high. However, after a round of competition, within just 10 minutes, the price had already soared to over 200 million. Li Jiajue also tried to follow the bidding, as he had just made money from the shares he bought earlier, and with the funds he had, he could barely bid for this Lot 3. However, when the price reached 400 million, he gave up directly. Lot 3 was eventually successfully bid by the president of a logistics group for 400 million. Next came Lot 8, which was also put up for auction. The big shots present began to place their bids. In the blink of an eye, this piece of land had been bid up to over 2 billion. Yichun was watching quietly from the side, not making a move, until the bidding for Lot 19 began. The host stood on the stage with a smile on his face, saying that today's auction was very successful. Chapter 460, Yichun's charm. Yichun suddenly smiled and said, Bro, that piece of land isn't even worth 60 million. I just asked Uncle, most of it is a protected area, and the commercial value that can be developed is very limited. Otherwise, how could it be auctioned at this price without anyone taking it? You can't actually be interested in this piece of land, right? Upon hearing Yichun's thoughts, Li Jiajue's mouth twitched, and he asked in disbelief, Don't worry about it. Just do as I say. Help me get this piece of land, and I'll take you to make money afterward. This is the best thing for you to do. Go ahead. Yichun smiled mysteriously, patted the other person's shoulder, and said, Fine, I see you just have money to burn. I'll go now. Li Jiajue had no choice but to nod helplessly. He then turned and walked into the venue. Moments later, Li Jiajue walked out and got into Yichun's car. I got it. It cost a total of 65 million. This guy doesn't want to lose a penny. However, I estimate he probably didn't lose much, as the president of the Wantong Chamber of Commerce is his uncle. With a little manipulation, this land can be sold at the base price. Chapter 461, The Wronged Wang Sikun. Originally, Feng Tianhai also wanted to come over, but was stopped by a glance from Yichun. The two entered the building together. They arrived at Wang Sichun's office, sipping tea while discussing cooperation projects. Mr. Yi, after the completion of War Tiger, do you have any plans to shoot a new film? With the popularity of War Tiger, you could easily sell another wave of tickets. Although the best timing has passed, there is still a final preheating phase. Mr. Yi, I would like to establish a long-term cooperation with you. I want to book your next project, and I promise to arrange the best primetime slots for you in all 36 cinemas in the city. As for the profit share, I can give up 5, meaning we only take 45. What do you think? Wang Sikun said earnestly, looking forward to Yichun's response. It's worth noting that no cinema would make a 5 concession. Most are to 50 split. Only a few can reach 48, which is already quite good. And the 5 Wang Sikun is offering is limited to the 37 cinemas in the same city. I never sell tickets based on volume. If I'm going to make a film, it must have intrinsic value. Every ticket is worth purchasing by the audience. Chapter 462, Wang Jianshu scolding. Wang Siming then arrogantly crossed his legs and fixed his gaze on Yichun. Who is this? What are you two discussing? Tell me about it. Wang Siming said casually, leaning back on the sofa. This is Mr. Yichun, the owner of Chidu Entertainment Media Company. We are discussing cooperation. Chidu Media's new film is about to be released. And to enhance performance, I invited Mr. Yi here. Wang Sikan felt a deep reluctance in her heart. But she couldn't show too much emotion right now because she was genuinely afraid her father would take back the cinema. Chidu Entertainment Media? What a ridiculous name. I've never even heard of this small company, and you're actively seeking cooperation with him. I'm Wang Sikan. Look at your lack of ambition. A small client like this actively sought me out, and I couldn't be bothered. Yet you took the initiative to approach him. It's simply embarrassing for our Wang family enterprise. Yi-chun, you can leave. Our Bida Enterprises doesn't need to cooperate with a small company like yours that I've never heard of. What kind of works can you produce? They're all trash. Wang Siming raised his hand and said rudely to Yi-chun. Chapter 463. Inquiring about matters with third uncle. Hee. At this moment, Wang Sikan took a deep breath, feeling surprisingly pleased. After all, she managed to preserve this cooperation. Otherwise, she really wouldn't know how to explain it to Yi-chun beside her. Looks like your luck isn't bad. This time, father has been somewhat merciful. However, from what I know, he just doesn't want to pay this breach of contract fee. Also, you have only this opportunity for cooperation. If your work is too terrible, don't worry. I definitely want to allow your work to be shown in any of our Bida Enterprises cinemas. Wang Siming pointed at Yi-chun. Yi-chun, who had been silent the whole time, was not afraid. He just had never taken Wang Siming seriously. At this moment, since the other party had targeted him, Yi-chun slowly stood up. I can see clearly now. Your Bida Enterprises is also quite chaotic internally, indifferent and cold-hearted, with siblings harming each other, all for competition and profit. If that's the case, then it's easy to handle. Miss Wang, if my work can elevate the performance of these 37 cinemas, then your father will value you more. Chapter 464. The relocation of protected areas. There aren't many pieces of land along the coast, especially in Longzhou City, where most of the land is controlled by the Ministry of Resources and has significant utility, so it's rarely contracted out. The Wantong Chamber of Commerce bought this piece of land back in the day with the support of the government for business. If I remember correctly, it should be the number 19 plot. Currently, the only piece of coastal land that is in circulation is this one, but if it's a protected area, it's unlikely to make a profit from investment due to too many restrictions. Let me check for you, and if there's good news, I'll call you. If not, then there's nothing we can do. You have plenty of money anyway. Losing a bit isn't a big deal. After saying this, Uncle San joked with Yi-chun a few times and hung up the phone. At this moment, Yi-chun leaned back in his chair with a smile on his face. He first called Xiao Tianhao to arrange the construction matters. 3 days later, the Hongqing Bridge must keep to the schedule and start construction. At this time, in an office at the Longzhou Ocean Management Bureau, a plump man was sitting and handling documents with his head down. Chapter 465. Uncle San help a lot. Wow, it's not easy for you, a busy person, to specially rush back from Tianhai just to drink with me? Did the sun rise from the west? Oh heavens, this is truly unbelievable. Upon hearing this, Old Hu perked up, his face filled with excitement. As soon as he heard about drinking, he instantly became lively. Especially drinking with old Feng is genuinely fun. You old man, stop with the nonsense. Why are you jabbering when I invited you to drink? I've indeed been too busy lately, almost neglecting you old comrades. You guys better be ready. After retirement, if I don't drink you all into a stroke and into the hospital, I'll consider you all formidable. All right, I'll hang up first. I need to rush back. After saying this with a smile, Uncle San hung up the phone. At their age, being able to gather together for drinks is the happiest thing. Old Hu rubbed his hands together, his face filled with surprise. He didn't even have to go through the trouble himself. Old Feng actually rushed back, which was the first time he had seen him so proactive. Chapter 466. Application for reclamation approval. Uncle San, you treat me so well. I really don't know how to repay you. Anyway, you're about to retire, so how about I buy you some property? Yi-chun said with a smile. Last year, you little brat. Aren't you just trying to harm me? Stop teasing me. You bringing Tianhai back on the right track is already the biggest repayment to me. After scolding with a smile, Uncle San hung up the phone. Yi-chun hurriedly got up and walked outside without hesitation. This time, he drove a very ordinary car, just a business vehicle worth over 300,000. Since he was meeting a leader, he had to keep a low profile. Then Yi-chun drove towards the Ocean Management Bureau. He soon arrived at the Ocean Management Bureau, went to the office door, and gently knocked. A voice came from inside. Please come in. Yi-chun pushed the door open and walked in. Excuse me. Are you Director Hu? Yichen politely asked, his face full of smiles. What can I do for you? If needed, you could go to the window downstairs. I'm about to get off work, and an old friend is coming to see me. Old who raised his hand to check the time on his watch. Chapter 467. A table full of smart people. Moments later, everyone walked together to the dining room. They first arrived at a private room. After opening the door, Yi-chun and the others walked in and saw many people already seated, waiting. Yi-chun was quite surprised because there were many familiar faces present. Luo Tong was there, and when he saw Yi-chun, he was initially taken aback. After reacting, he revealed a mocking smile. Next to Luo Tong sat a middle-aged man who appeared extraordinary, exuding the aura of someone who has long been in a high position. His every move radiated a sense of calm and competence, and his eyes were filled with wisdom. The people around were also trying their best to flatter him. When they saw Uncle San and Old who walk in, the middle-aged man quickly stood up and warmly welcomed them. It's truly an honor to have both old leaders here at the same time, especially Old Feng. I heard you've been promoted and transferred, yet you took the time to come back. Today, I must treat you both well. If there is any negligence, please forgive me. The middle-aged man's attitude was extremely respectful. Chapter 468. The Restricted Number 19 Land. Indeed, the number 19 plot is the one I bought. I was lucky. I owe it all to young Master Luo for giving me this opportunity. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had the chance to buy such a large piece of land for 65 million. When Yi-chun finished this sentence, Ma Jingjiu's face showed a hint of awkwardness. He felt embarrassed for the young man. The number 19 plot is well known as a bad piece of land, completely devoid of any commercial value. No matter how much it was bought for, it would only result in a loss. Even using it for farming wouldn't yield any harvest. This young man is actually rejoicing here. Even selling the no. 19 plot for 50 million wouldn't make him regret it. Otherwise, he'd be stuck with it. But this couldn't be said out loud. So he felt awkward upon hearing it. Next to the Taoist, Luo Tong didn't care about the situation and laughed out loud. Ha ha, Yi-chun, you big fool. You think you can pick up a bargain for me? You think you're so clever? That number 19 plot has long been notorious for being difficult to manage. All the bosses in the Longzhou business circle refer to it as the land no one wants. Chapter 469. Sorry, the reclamation approval has arrived. Moreover, environmental protection standards must be met. If you want to develop aquaculture or build seaside houses, that's just a pipe dream. If there was such good news, how could the Wantong Chamber of Commerce auction off the number 19 plot? They would have kept it for themselves to develop long ago. Therefore, Yi-chun's plan seemed too naive and completely unfeasible. He didn't say much more. Suddenly, Luo Tong beside the Taoist laughed out loud. I say, Yi-chun, have you lost your mind? If the number 19 plot were as easy to develop as you say, why will my uncle sell it? Even during the auction process, no one placed a bid. Only you, this fool, want to take advantage of a bargain, and you even made me intercept you halfway. The most important thing is that even I know that piece of land is not worth anything. It has no commercial development value at all. Investing in it would be like throwing a meat bun to a dog. That area has a marine wildlife protection zone with a group of dolphins. Unless one day those dolphins move away and you can apply for land reclamation approval, then the restrictions you just mentioned about wanting to invest will be fully lifted. Chapter 470. My precious daughter is angry. The purpose is to let Ma Zhengjiu know that Old who has already helped with this matter. As for whether to accept it, that's your own business. If you miss the opportunity, you can't blame others. As Yi-chun's words fell, Ma Zhengjiu shook his head. His gaze turned to Old Hu. Old Hu, is this true? Why haven't I heard about it? Ma Zhengjiu definitely didn't believe it. After so many years, the land on the 19th has had no changes at all. It can't be that after he sells this piece of land, new developments suddenly arise. If that's the case, it can only be said that heaven is blind, specifically targeting him, Ma Zhengjiu. Just as Ma Zhengjiu was waiting for Old Hu to shake his head and clarify the matter, he saw Old Hu fall silent for a moment and then nod. That's right, Yi-chun is not wrong. The protection zone has been relocated. That group of dolphins is moving to another place. This was documented in a notice issued on the 29th of last month, and it's only been 3 days since then. This news just reached me, and its authenticity can be confirmed. Although the reclamation approval is troublesome, it can be completed within a month at most. Chapter 471. Give yourself a break. What's wrong, my dear little princess? Who made you angry? Quickly tell Daddy, and Daddy will punish him. Yi-chun said with a smile, even kissing Tong Tong's cheek. But unexpectedly, The little girl disdainfully wiped her face with her hand. Then she poked Yi Chen's forehead with her little finger. It's you, you big bad dad, who never comes home. Don't you know I've been waiting for you every day? You promised to take me to the amusement park this weekend, but you lied to me. I don't like you anymore. After Tong Tong finished speaking, she began to struggle, refusing to let Yi Chen hold her. Yi Chen hurriedly placed Tong Tong on the sofa and gently scratched her little face with his hand. Tong Tong, Daddy was wrong. Daddy isn't lying to you. He.s. busy working outside to earn money to buy you a dream castle. How about this? Tomorrow I'll take you to the amusement park. We'll play all day, then eat fried chicken and drink soda. Let's South explore the dinosaur park together, okay? Yi Chen hurriedly applied it. No, I have to go to kindergarten tomorrow. You just know how to lie to me. I won't talk to you anymore. After Tong Tong said this, she directly jumped off the sofa and turned to walk towards the stairs. Chapter 472. The cooperative relationship between Xiang Tianhua and Wang Jianshu. Attending such an event requires dressing up. If you dress too poorly, you won't attract anyone's attention, and you might even be treated as a passerby. At events like this, being low-key is not a good thing. As long as you are not overly ostentatious and can attract everyone's attention, you can promote your company's brand. No need to prepare. Let's go to the venue now. After Yi Chen took a glance back, he had Hu Xiaowei take Mei Yun and her parents home while he took a business car straight to the Golden Palace venue. About half an hour later, the inspection team arrived at the venue and jumped out of the car. Immediately, at the entrance of the Golden Palace, a large number of reporters gathered to watch. Because every time someone jumps out of the car, they are big shots, either the CEO of a production company or a big celebrity. In short, they are all super rich, film industry bigwigs, and successful people from various fields. However, when Yi Chen got out, many reporters were puzzled because Yi Chen's face was unfamiliar to them. He rarely appeared on major app headlines. Thus, when they approached with cameras, they found they didn't recognize him, leading to an awkward situation where they had to put away their cameras. Chapter 473. Not the first time underestimating the enemy. Many people below also agreed. After all, transitioning from a port area style to an inland style is a huge transformation, not just for the actors, but also for the script and the entire production. If it weren't for Xiang Tianhua's sufficient connections, abilities, and strong financial backing, such a transformation would be nearly impossible. The costs, energy, and other factors involved are simply too much. If the transformation fails, it could lead to significant losses. Mr. Xiang, I remember your old friend, Mr. Li, once recommended an excellent film producer to you. According to my understanding, initially you both reached an agreement that as long as this recommended producer meets Mr. Xiang's cooperation standards, a partnership could be established. However, later on, you did not keep your promise. Even though the other party met your collaboration standards, you still rejected him. And this person, although not very famous in the film industry, has produced works that have won box office champion titles twice in a row. Even your works were suppressed and could only rank second or third. I really want to know why Mr. Xiang rejected such an excellent talent. If you plan to develop the film industry here in the inland, such an outstanding candidate would be the most suitable partner for you. When a reporter asked this question, the entire venue fell into silence. Chapter 474. Remove all works of Chita Media. At this moment below the stage, after hearing this speech, Yi Chen showed a faint smile. Mr. Yi, the next segment requires you to take the stage. This is a spot I specially applied for you. At this moment, Wang Sikan said with a smile. It was clear that this opportunity was hard-earned. Being invited by Baida Enterprises and being able to speak on stage is equivalent to promoting Yi Chen's Chita Media. Is it appropriate for me to go up? Yi Chen asked with a slight smile. Not appropriate. Before Wang Sikan could respond, a piercing voice interrupted. Wang Siming walked over, shaking his head. You and Mr. Xiang are not even in the same league. I have already applied with my father to cancel your qualification to take the stage. The production companies invited by our Baida Enterprises must at least meet a 5-star company standard, and your Chita Media doesn't even meet the 3-star criteria. Are you trying to embarrass me, or do you think our company, Baida, can invite any stars or big figures, and need a small media company like Chidu to waste time? Wang Siming said with a proud expression, arms crossed. Wang Siming, you're up to something again. Chapter 475. Don't say I'm bullying, just give him a chance. I'm very satisfied with everything that the Wang family has done. By the way, Dad, there's one more thing I forgot to mention. That brat Wang Sikan took it upon herself to sign contracts with Yi Chen for our 37 cinemas. She plans to release the third work of Chita Media. If they breach the contract, they have to pay 10 times the penalty. By the time I got there, it was too late. They had already signed the contract. After Wang Ximing finished speaking, Wang Jianchu's gaze fell on Xiang Tianhua. 37 cinemas are not too many. Let's give him this chance for release. There's no need to breach the contract and let him take advantage. As long as he releases it and doesn't sell tickets, he'll lose everything. I want to see him cry. I want everyone in Longzhou City to know that all the works shot by Yi Chun are trash. Xiang Tianhua stated. After hearing this, Wang Jianchu nodded and said no more. After 12 o'clock today, the pre-sale box office will start to be counted. Xiang, I think we shouldn't sleep tonight. Let's see how much the pre-sale box office for the premiere day can reach. I just so happen to have prepared some top-quality Dahongpo, Wang Jianchu said with a smile. Chapter 476, Child's Play. You should know that the current pre-sale box office has already exceeded 50 million. This is his confidence. I believe that the works of Chita Media will definitely not reach this kind of data within an hour. As Xiang Tianhua's words fell, Wang Jianchu nodded and asked Wang Ximing to handle this matter. Soon, more than an hour passed. The data on the big screen had changed dramatically. The pre-sale box office for the work Jiuzhou Tianlong had already reached over 70 million and was about to hit 100 million. This is just the pre-sale box office, and it has only been 3 hours. This is indeed terrifying. Even at Baidu cinemas, such box office data is hard to come by. Wang Jianchu had already smiled so much that he couldn't close his mouth. As for Xiang Tianhua, he looked even more proud. I think the time is about right. Up until now, there hasn't been any movement from Chita Media. I think they have admitted defeat themselves. Xiang Tianhua raised a glass and took a sip, completely putting his mind at ease. A work shot purely by luck can be popular once or twice, but it's hard to be popular a third time. But he is different. He has a strong network in the film and television industry, and an excellent film production team. Chapter 477, Hatred to the Bone, Xiang Tianhua's Anger. Chita Media's works currently have no movement. How could they sell such a high pre-sale? After Wang Ximing came over and saw the data on his phone, he was first stunned, then laughed mockingly when he realized. Would the data be fake? This is officially provided. Moreover, this work Men Should Be Strong not only became popular on its own, but was also boosted by its background music. If you don't believe it, you can open Digital Jump now and see the trending topics rank number 1. At this moment, Wang Sickhun spoke confidently. Wang Jianchu hurriedly picked up his phone and opened Digital Jump. When he saw the top trending topics showing the background music of Men Should Be Strong, he was completely stunned. He didn't expect this film to once again push the traffic to a climax because of its background music. When he opened the trending videos inside, he saw long lines at the entrances of major Baidu cinemas. The scene was extremely lively. This work, focusing on small characters, has once again gained recognition from a wide audience, because this work tells the story of 2 down-and-out singers, from being ignored to experiencing various hardships. Chapter 478, Wei Zonglin Faces a Dilemma. Chita Media's third work, Men Should Be Strong, tells the story of 2 good brothers who share a common music dream during college. They persist in their dreams, even after graduating from college, choosing the path of original music. They spend years performing in various bars as backup singers or participating in weddings and commercial performances. But it's only meager income. They are misunderstood by their families, looked down upon by outsiders, and laughed at by everyone, especially when they see their father getting old. They can no longer return to the rebellious times of the past. They put down their guitars and pick up hammers. They must give up their lives to chase their dreams. But this dream cannot support their living. Picking up a guitar cannot break through an 80 yuan cement wall, and putting down the guitar means they can no longer play Chopin in their hearts. This is a very inspirational story of small characters. It's very down-to-earth. The scenes are arranged with great detail, especially the touching moments that bring tears to one's eyes. After all, movies are movies, and many are derived from life. So when many viewers see these touching segments and the hardships experienced, it feels like looking in a mirror. Chapter 479, There's Something Fishy. So he never mentions repayment, because sooner or later, he will need Wei Zonglin. And at this time, the need, at least in name, is not utilitarian. It's about mutual friendship and support between brothers. In other words, this kind of relationship can last longer. But to change this kind of saying, the process of getting along is very important. But this makes me feel ashamed. Brother, you're so straightforward, and I'm still beating around the bush, really not like a man. No wonder I say you're a person doing great things. I've already heard about your latest dynamics and deeds. I was just thinking that now is your most glorious moment. And if I keep visiting you or inviting you to dinner, it always feels like I'm trying to curry favor. I won't say any more nonsense. The difficulties I encounter are just about performance and interpersonal relationships. You know about performance, brother, it's not just savings, but also loans. Even the benefits of loans are the mainstream of all banks right now. What I need now are car loans and housing loans, business operating loans. As for insurance, I won't mention it since it doesn't involve you. Chapter 480, How Gu is furious. That means he will never choose Wei branch manager for promotion. It seems that starting from Vice President Su is definitely not going to work. Let's forget it then. Time is quite hurried. Another day, if Vice President Su has time, I'll treat you, and then we can drink to our heart's content. Today is also our first meeting, and with a bit more familiarity, we can enjoy a few more drinks next time we meet. That's it then. I won't disturb you any longer, Vice President Su. We'll take our leave first. Yi Chun smiled, waved goodbye, and left the room with Wei Zhonglin. They arrived in the lounge. What do you think? I knew it wouldn't work because he has always reserved this position for his relative. He has a heart of iron and won't promote me. I think it's better to let it go for now. After all, there will be other opportunities. I just got promoted not long ago. So it's also right to take some time to settle down. Wei Zhonglin was already a bit disheartened. He had once again felt Vice President Su's resolute attitude. This matter seems to have no hope. Didn't I say before, if the vice president can't solve it, then look for the president? What hobbies does the president have? Or what difficulties has he encountered? Yi Chun planned to analyze a bit to find a way in. Chapter 481. One person, one can. Otherwise, others might think I can't afford it. Quite the style of a big brother. The waiter was so scared that his face turned pale and instinctively took 2 steps back, his speech trembling a bit. Our manager is not here. You can just talk to me if you have something to say. We don't have a private booking system here, sir. I apologize for my earlier attitude. Please forgive me. And please don't make it difficult for me, okay? The waiter said with a very soft attitude. After seeing this, Yi Chun and Wei Zhonglin exchanged smiles. In such occasions, it really requires brother how to step in, because sometimes words just can't explain things. But trouble soon followed. 3 Australian lobsters, 3 portions of caviar, 3 portions of French foie gras, the most expensive red wine, 1 bottle per person, and your best dessert, and that Japanese Wagyu beef. Bring it all to me. Hurry up. Xiao Tianhao waved his hand grandly, ordering in a very extravagant manner. The waiter was stunned for a long time before turning to leave. These few inland people seemed to understand our conversation and knew they were looked down upon, wanting to regain their dignity here. With the little money they have, they will be shocked when it's time to pay the bill. Chapter 482. Sun City Entertainment. Immediately after, the door of the Porsche opened, unfolding upwards like a butterfly spreading its wings. First, a sound was heard as a pair of long, slender, white legs and black high heels stepped down. This immediately attracted the attention of Yi Chun and the others. A delicately dressed girl got out of the car. She was over 170 centimeters tall, wearing a classical blue and white porcelain cheongsam that perfectly showcased her curves, embodying the beauty of an Eastern woman. Her features were exquisite, especially her sparkling eyes, which seemed to be covered with a layer of mist, shining like stars. The high bridge of her nose made her features appear even more three-dimensional. Her long black hair was casually tied up, exuding a kind of effortless beauty. The moment the woman appeared, the entire restaurant erupted. Everyone rushed to the door. "Excuse me, which one is Mr. Yi Chun?" The girl approached first, her gaze lingering on Yi Chun and the others for a moment, politely asking. Xiao Tianhao swallowed hard and then nudged Yi Chun with his hand. Following that, Wei Zhonglin also pointed at Yi Chun and said, "He is." Chapter 483. Out-of-town gambling god. Dividing into 4 areas: large, medium, small leopards. Medium and small are normal, with a double return on bets. Leopards have a 10-fold return. This is because the probability of leopards appearing is too low. The young man in front of us is Lu Haifeng, the son of the president of the financial institution. Lu Hongliang. Lu Haifeng scratched his head, gritted his teeth, and pushed all his 30,000 chips onto the large area. However, as the beautiful croupier raised her hand, the points revealed in the dice cup were small. A wave of sighs spread around. Lu Haifeng slammed his fist on the table in frustration, cursing under his breath. Looking quite exasperated, seeing that he had no chips left, he took out his phone to make calls, but he looked dejected. glancing at the few thousand chips he had left, just enough for one bet. And there was no thrill at all. At this moment, Yi Chun and the others entered. They all sat next to Lu Haifeng. Moreover, Yi Chun had Brother Hao and President Wei exchange 1 million in chips each, sitting beside Lu Haifeng. Meanwhile, Yi Chun's side was empty. He didn't plan to play, but wanted to attract Lu Haifeng's attention. Chapter 484. Waiting for the opportunity. Three big brothers, wait a moment. I can tell from your accent that you seem to be from the mainland too. Lu Haifeng approached with a smile. Brother Hao stopped in his tracks first, then smiled and nodded at him. From Longzhou. Your accent also seems to be from the mainland. We are all fellow townsmen. Brother Hao took the initiative to ask. Upon hearing that all of them were from Longzhou, Lu Haifeng's face showed excitement. Really, fellow townsmen, I'm also from Longzhou. I didn't expect such a coincidence. Brothers, can you take me along? I've been losing badly these past few days. I see you all have good luck and want to hang out with you. I don't know if you mind. Lu Haifeng swallowed hard and tentatively asked. Let us play together. We are all fellow townsmen. Anyway, our luck is pretty good. We'll try to help you in a few rounds. Brother Hao nodded and agreed. Then he took Lu Haifeng to play Texas Hold'em. Under Yi Chen's direction, Brother Hao and the others won several million again. Even Lu Haifeng benefited from it, winning over 700,000. If it weren't for the limited capital he had, that 700,000 could have multiplied several times. Chapter 485. Redemption. Relying on his ability to foresee the future. He told Lu Haifeng which round to bet on and which card to continue buying. Based on his calculations of probabilities, he estimated an 80% chance of winning. Therefore, starting with the 1 million chips, in less than an hour, they won over 10 million. The croupiers' gaze towards Yi Chun and the others had already changed. And behind Yi Chun and the others, several dark lamps were observing their actions. The so-called dark lamps are skilled cheaters hired by the entertainment city to prevent customers from cheating. However, the few experts in the dark had been watching for a long time and did not find any evidence of cheating by Yi Chun and the others. Could it really be just luck? Since there was no evidence, the dark experts had no way to act. They could only watch helplessly as Yi Chun and the others won over 12 million. At this point, Lu Haifeng was already extremely excited, his eyes bloodshot. Completely forgetting what he had just said. Just then, Yi Chun suddenly coughed again. If you want to keep playing, we'll leave 2 million for you. The 10 million you owe us, we won't ask for it anymore, because you won't live to repay it. If you keep playing, you will only lose. Then borrow money from this casino to keep playing. If it goes on like this, you won't be able to pay back what you owe, and they will kill you.